The Perfect Supreme Chapter 5128 to Chapter 5209. They're here for Linling? The gods around Xianxia widened their eyes, deeply afraid that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Other than the three on their side, the rest of the 9 great divine mountains on the 4th level had all come for Linling. Apart from these titans, more than half of the 4th layer's lords of the divine mountains had come. What was going on? Linling seems to have just come to the 4th level. How does he know these gods? A god said nervously, feeling that his mind was in a mess. Could it be that Linling knew them before? But that couldn't be right. The gods on the 4th level came from various eras, so it was impossible for him to know all of them. If he wanted them to smile politely, he had to have something that made them fear him, but that couldn't be right. Linling had only been on the 4th level for such a short time. How could he make them submit in such a short time? They're here for Linling? Xianxia's face turned red. He couldn't understand what was going on. He had already fought all over the 4th level, and these people were actually helping Linling? Do you know who Linling is and who I am? Xianxia said angrily. He wanted Elder Yunxing and the others to see the reality clearly. With this shout, everyone looked at them. Elder Yunxing shook his head with a smile and ignored him. Instead, he flew toward Linling. Linling was incomparably surprised. Why were Elder Yunxing and the others here? Suddenly, he saw Qingzhu and immediately understood. It seemed that this senior sister of his was helping him. Unfortunately, she didn't know that he didn't care about this at all. Comparing numbers, comparing prestige, comparing status, these were all empty. Only comparing strength was real. This was also the reason why Linling didn't say anything before. It was because there was no need. I'm so angry. Seeing that Elder Yunxing and the others ignored him, Xianxia stomped his feet in anger. He had visited these people before, and they were incomparably polite to him. However, after meeting Linling, they actually dared to ignore him. Xianxia, didn't you find so many people and do so many things just to become famous among the 9 stars of the universe? However, can your people compare to Linling? Right now, there are only 3 people from the 9 great divine mountains supporting you. 6 people are helping Linling. Don't you think that's embarrassing? Face. At this moment, a mocking voice sounded. Qingzhu sneered at Xianxia Dao. Qingzhu. Xianxia was so angry that he was about to lose his cool, his dignity, his arrogance, his confidence. At this moment, all of them were being crushed. He suddenly clenched his fists and trembled. However, when he saw the woman who spoke, he restrained himself because he knew who she was. She wasn't someone he could casually offend. In terms of connections, you've suffered a crushing defeat. My junior brother has only just arrived at the 4th level, but he's already subdued more than half of the people here in a short period of time. As for you, you only need a year. Qingzhu added. She wanted to bully her junior brother? Dream on. Linling must have done something. Xianxia replied, unwilling to admit defeat. However, just as he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly narrowed. Your junior brother? Linling is your junior brother? What? Linling is Qingzhu's junior brother? When Xianxia said this, many people reacted. The people present were all veterans of the 4th level, so they naturally knew the background of the white-clothed woman. She was a god from the Chaos Realm, and her master was Patriarch Subhuti, one of the 8 great gods, and Linling was her junior brother. Could it be that Linling's master was Patriarch Subhuti? I can't afford to offend him, I can't afford to offend him. Thinking of this, the corners of many people's mouths trembled. After pondering for a moment, they quietly left Xianxia. Although they were gods who were not afraid of anything, they were not the powerful gods of the 12 god clans and the second half of the Tao Pagoda. They were still extremely afraid of the 8 great gods of the Chaos Realm. At this moment, Xianxia was dumbfounded. He had never expected that in terms of connections, Linling would crush him. In terms of identity, Linling would crush him again. Then, when he saw the gods that were constantly scattering around him, he was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. Today, he had lost a lot of face. Today, he had been slapped in the face very happily. Linling, you. He roared 3 times in a row. Unfortunately, at this time, there was no one around to help him, making his voice sound very isolated. On the other hand, on Linling's side, Countless gazes were looking at Zhang Jian with mocking expressions. Zhang Jian immediately felt even more embarrassed. He really could not understand why a mere Lin Ling would suddenly erupt and turn the situation around. Strength is everything. Identity and connections are nothing. Zhang Jian flew into a rage out of humiliation and suddenly pulled out his sword. He held the scabbard in one hand and the sword hilt in the other as he stared at Lin Ling with boiling anger. His hands were slowly pulling out the sword. The strange thing was that the aura on his body was not strong. Furthermore, he was only a king-level late-stage universe giant god, and in terms of godly power, he did not surpass his peers by much. However, when a sword light slowly emerged from his sword, the gods in the distance were all trembling with fear. They seemed to know how terrifying Zhang Jian's sword was. Is it the buried universe? Someone said with trembling lips. It seems to be the power of the universe, but it also doesn't seem to be. According to my guess, this is a power that he used to become one of the 9 great stars of the universe. It's a kind of buried power. A powerful god mountain master said solemnly. It was precisely because they were afraid of Zhang Jian's sword that they had to give him face. Zhang Jian's sword was very powerful, and it could ignore deity energy and kill them easily. Even a late-stage universe giant god at the saint level could not block a single strike from him. The power of the stars of the universe, bury. Green Bamboo narrowed his eyes. The 9 great stars of the universe were the nemesis of the host body of the world's willpower. According to legend, they were the only ones in the entire universe who had the means to kill a world's willpower. At the same time, Lin Ling also sensed a mysterious power. This power was very strange. It seemed to be able to ignore godly power. Lin Ling also began to feel the world's willpower in his body becoming restless. At first, it was in awe, but gradually, it became very excited. The world's willpower wanted to fight. It seemed to want to challenge its nemesis. The 9 great stars of the universe can restrain the world's willpower, but it should be relatively speaking. Now that my power of belief has reached the ancient level, let me try the power of the stars of the universe. Lin Ling's eyes were burning. He stretched out his hand, and light condensed, quietly turning into a light sword. This was the sword of faith. Zhang Jian, you're still too young. I, Lin Ling, have seen a few stars of the universe. There's Tao Child, Ning Qingxin, Young Master Ming, Rotten God, and Underworld God. Compared to them, you're like a newborn baby. Lin Ling shouted and leaped over. The sword in his hand maintained the state of assassination. Zhang Jian was still pulling out his sword. More and more swords appeared in his right hand, and they became brighter and brighter. Finally, with a clang, the same dazzling light appeared. Blue veins appeared on his forehead as he went to fight against Lin Ling. Lin Ling had actually seen so many stars of the universe and thought so little of him. He was not convinced. Boom, a deafening sound rang out, and the entire sky lit up. It was as if the sun and moon had collided. Whoosh, a strong gust of wind gushed out in all directions, and 2 unfathomable forces were constantly fighting. Upon closer inspection, there were 2 faint swords within these 2 dazzling forces. Humph, you want to fight me? Lin Ling, you're courting death. Zhang Jian's sword was obviously different. It was longer and wider, and there was a white sea urchin on its surface. Lin Ling's sword was thinner, and its outline looked very ordinary. The 9 stars of the universe carry the most ancient power of the universe, and it specializes in restraining the power of the world will. Zhang Jian shouted in a low voice, and the sword light in his hand became even stronger. Lose. His sword began to suppress Lin Ling. As expected of a nemesis. Old Man Yanxing and the others knew about the relationship between the stars of the universe and the world will's host body. Now, it seemed that they were indeed nemeses. What a powerful force. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed that the sword of faith was very heavy, and it was being suppressed by a mysterious force. One had to know that his sword of faith had the power to cut through everything. It could cut through the universe, barriers, formations, illusions, and so on. This was the first time he had experienced the feeling of his sword of faith being suppressed. Although the power of the world will has been suppressed, I still have power that I haven't used up. My power can be stronger. If I have to make an example, then I have more power, and the quality of Zhang Jian's power is better. Lin Ling's heart suddenly trembled as he sensed the difference between the 2 powers. His current world will power was at the immemorial level, while Zhang Jian's had definitely not reached the immemorial level. This meant that if they were at the same level, even if Zhang Jian was slightly weaker than him, Zhang Jian could still win. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's world will power far surpassed Zhang Jian's. Hee, Lin Ling, can you sense the difference between us? This universe doesn't look at connections, status, or background. What it looks at is strength. At this moment, Zhang Jian did not notice Lin Ling's hidden power. He laughed mockingly. Lin Ling had made all the gods on the 4th level side with him, but now, he wanted to defeat Lin Ling in front of everyone and turn Lin Ling into a joke. You're right. Unfortunately, the reason why I want them to give me face is not because of connections or background, but because of strength. At this moment, Lin Ling began to counterattack. The sword of faith in his hand burst out with a dazzling light, and countless chants sounded. In the entire Lin Ling universe, countless beliefs surged. At the Divine Mountain where the Yellow Emperor and the others were, countless beliefs were also surging towards them. The sword that was originally suppressing Lin Ling was now being suppressed instead. Zhang Jian sensed a powerful force attacking him, causing his wrist, which was holding the sword, to tremble slightly. His pupils constricted in disbelief. What's going on? Isn't my burial power able to suppress the world will's strength? His mind was filled with doubts, but at this moment, the force coming from the sword grew even stronger, and he was unable to control his sword. Swoosh, a dazzling sword light slashed over, and Zhang Jian's body was sent flying. A crack appeared in the void. Zhang Jian, who was floating behind him, had his pupils trembling nonstop. His disbelief became even stronger. How could this be? At the same time, cracks appeared on the sword in his hand, and then it shattered like glass. What? Seeing this scene, all the gods on the 4th level exclaimed, weren't the 9 universe stars the nemesis of the world will's host? Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Of course, Zhang Jian was still in the most disbelief. His expression was ferocious, and the burial power from before condensed again, turning into a dazzling longsword. He did not say anything and pounced over, wanting to cut Lin Ling's sword. He did not believe that the world will's host could really fight against him, a universe star. What happened before might have been an accident. Elder Yunxing also inexplicably looked forward to it. He always felt that the legends could not be deceived. Clang, under countless gazes, the 2 swords collided again, but this time, it was still Zhang Jian who was sent flying. Moreover, after he was sent flying, the sword in his hand shattered again. Why? This time, Zhang Jian roared. Idiot! Lin Ling sneered and flew over. The sword of faith in his hand slashed out, and Zhang Jian once again condensed the power of burial to resist. However, just as the sword was formed, it collided with Lin Ling's sword. Crack, the sword broke again. Zhang Jian looked at his hand in a daze. This time, it broke even faster and more straightforwardly. Zhang Jian, in terms of strength, you're no match for me. Among the 9 universe stars, you're probably at the bottom. Lin Ling took advantage of the victory and pursued, slashing out again and again. Crack, the sword that Zhang Jian had just condensed collapsed again. Clang, it condensed and collapsed again and again. Under everyone's gazes, Zhang Jian was completely pressed to the ground by Lin Ling. He attacked from the left to the right, and then from the right to the left. Haha, Zhang Jian is actually so weak. Yellow Emperor and the others laughed loudly on the Divine Mountain. They had always thought that Zhang Jian was very powerful and was invincible on the 4th level, but they did not expect him to be in such a sorry state. Of course, they knew that it was not that Zhang Jian was weak, but that Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. It seems that after going to the Chaos Realm, Lord Lin Ling's strength has more than doubled. Shungi was extremely happy. Every time he saw Lord Lin Ling's strength would increase. Other people cultivated for many years and made no progress, but this kind of bottleneck did not exist for Lord Lin Ling. Rumble, with another slash, Zhang Jian smashed into the ground. The ground shook, and finally, a huge deep pit was revealed. Zhang Jian lay there like a Chinese character, and he no longer had the strength to stand up. His eyes stared at Lin Ling, filled with unwillingness and humiliation. What level is your world's willpower? He spat out with difficulty. Eternal level. Lin Ling floated 100 meters above Zhang Jian's head, looking down at the Zhang Jian path. When he heard Lin Ling's words, Zhang Jian's expression froze. Eternal level? he knew that the world's willpower was at the universe level, eternal level, and endless level. Having the universe level world's willpower was already extremely powerful, and it was also the most mainstream world's willpower today. As for the eternal level, it was extremely rare and was the top power of the world's willpower. There was no need to mention the endless level. It had never appeared in the current universe. Perhaps only the Grandmaster of Heaven had it. Many people even thought that with the endless level world's willpower, it would not be difficult to destroy the world. However, such a realm was very difficult to reach. If the difficulty of breaking through to the God realm was 1, then the increase of the world's willpower was 100. So that's how it is. Xianxia was completely enlightened. He closed his eyes, and his eyes kept trembling. I came from the insignificant myriad worlds and was blessed by the heavens. I was invincible all the way. I thought I was the sun of the universe, the most dazzling star. However, after meeting you, I realized that there is always someone better than me. The 9 great stars of the universe. Perhaps they are stronger than me. I was too confident. Xianxia muttered to himself, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. On the 4th floor of the Tao Pagoda, I defeated everyone in the world, and no one was my match. After knowing that you were Lin Ling, I had the intention to defeat you and raise my status in the stars of the universe. Unfortunately, in terms of connections, background, and even strength, I'm inferior to you. Lin Ling, the host of the world's will, is too strong. It could be seen that Xianxia had suffered a huge blow. Perhaps, he had been born with a golden spoon in his mouth ever since he reincarnated. Everything had been smooth sailing, and no one had ever been able to surpass his potential until he met the true host of the world's will and the 9 great stars of the universe. This made him know that in this vast universe, there were actually more than 10 people who had potential that was not weaker than him or even surpassed him. He was not the only one. Just kill me. Thinking of this, Xianxia looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, shook his head, and turned to leave. I refuse. Why? Xianxia was stunned. Why should I, Lin Ling, listen to you? I, Lin Ling, can make my own decisions and do whatever I want. Lin Ling flew toward the Yellow Emperor and the others. Xianxia looked at his back, and his eyes trembled. He did not speak for a long time. Lin Ling did not kill him because he did not want to be manipulated by him and do as he pleased. This, Xianxia's heart rumbled. In the end, he stood up with difficulty and looked deeply at Lin Ling before staggering away. Lin Ling, you made me taste defeat today. In time, I will definitely defeat you. Xianxia's weak voice also drifted over from afar. Lin Ling finally stopped, but he did not turn around to look at Xianxia. Instead, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Xianxia was one of the 9 stars of the universe, and his potential was extraordinary. The setback this time was just a trial and tribulation in his life. He believed that Xianxia would rise because he was one of the 9 stars of the universe. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling landed on the Godly Mountain, the Yellow Emperor and the others came to welcome him. There were more than 100,000 gods on the Divine Mountain, and all of them were overjoyed. It was as if they had found their backbone. Some of them were from Lei Gong's Great Hall, and some were from the 5 monarchs. However, they had fought alongside Lin Ling for too long, and now they all secretly regarded Lin Ling as their leader. The Yellow Emperor was no exception. A middle-stage king-level universe giant god, but with such strength, I reckon there are few late-stage saint universe giant gods who can match him. After feeling happy, the Yellow Emperor thought to himself excitedly. The stronger Lin Ling was, the further they could go. Although Lin Ling was the host body of the world's will, and his mission was to destroy the world, they always believed that Lin Ling would not destroy the world. The one who would destroy the world would definitely be another host body of the world's will. After all, Lin Ling had saved them from the netherworld. This proved that Lin Ling was not a heartless person. Even if Lin Ling were to destroy the world in the future, they still owed Lin Ling their lives. If they were killed by Lin Ling, they would have no regrets. How is everyone? Lin Ling greeted everyone. The Yellow Emperor, Emperor Shun, Emperor Jun, Emperor Zhuansu, Lei Gong, Xingyi, Shaoluan, and too many others. Lin Ling also discovered that their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They were even stronger than before they had died. The Yellow Emperor had reached the middle stage of the Saint Universe Giant God realm. while the other great emperors had stepped into the ranks of the Saint Universe giant gods. Xingyi, Lei Gong, and the others had reached the pinnacle of king-level universe giant gods. It's fine. After we arrived at the 4th level, although we were suppressed, it wasn't fatal. Speaking of which, we don't have any enemies on the 4th level. That's why we didn't encounter any big trouble. The Yellow Emperor laughed. The biggest trouble is Xianxia. Hearing this, many gods below the godly mountain felt guilty. Many of them had met and bullied the Yellow Emperor's group before. It was just that they did not kill them. After all, the only problem on the 4th level was to find the exit. There were not many conflicts of interest, so it was not easy to take someone's life. If the Yellow Emperor and the others wanted to settle scores, they would be in trouble now. Lin Ling, why did you let Xianxia go? Lei Gong suddenly asked after chatting with Lin Ling previously. He had heard Xianxia say that he would find Lin Ling to fight sooner or later. Why not kill such an opponent? First, he did not attack you. He captured you just to force me out. Second, he is one of the 9 universe stars. In the future, he will definitely have extraordinary potential. I also need an opponent who is on par with me to motivate me. Lin Ling explained. Xianxia is the most suitable opponent. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Lin Ling was probably the only one who could motivate himself with one of the 9 universe stars. After all, Lin Ling might be stronger today, but in the future, Xianxia might be even stronger. By the way, where is Yu? Nanwufeng Yu treasure god asked. Of those who had died on the 3rd level, Yu was the only one who had not returned. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to look around. However, no matter where they looked, they did not see Yu. Sister Yu, where is Sister Go, Bai Shui Sunu also frowned and asked. They were all a little uneasy. After all, they had not seen them for a long time. And Yuer and the others are still on the 3rd level. It won't be long before they come up to the 4th level. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. As for Yu, I could only sense that she was in the Chaos Realm. Unfortunately, I didn't see her after I went there. You haven't found her yet? Lin Ling, did you sense it wrongly? Lei Gong and the others immediately became worried. They had been in contact with Yu and the others for a long time and had long regarded them as family. I've already sensed it. I can only confirm that she is in the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling explained and sensed again. Eh? That's strange. Why do I feel like she has come to the Dao Tower and is on the 1st level? However, this feeling has disappeared again. Lin Ling's heart trembled. He wanted to find that feeling again, but unfortunately, it had disappeared without a trace. She came to the Dao Tower? If it's the 1st level, we have a way to go. Why don't we go to the 1st level and take a look? Lin Ling. Lei Gong and the others were a little excited. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know why, but my sense of Yu is sometimes good and sometimes not, so I'm not too sure. I guess it was an illusion before. After all, it was like this in the Chaos Realm. He was incomparably excited before, but on second thought, it was unlikely. In the end, he did not take it seriously. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling once again chatted with the Yellow Emperor and the others. Old Man Yunxing and the others also exchanged a few words with Lin Ling before politely leaving. For an entire day, Lin Ling accompanied them to reminisce. However, Lin Ling was somewhat absent-minded because the feeling of disappearing and reappearing from time to time was affecting him. It was as if Yu's reincarnation had indeed entered the Dao Pagoda. When he thought of this, Lin Ling could not control his thoughts. In the end, he constantly calmed down and ignored that feeling. In the following time, Lin Ling stabilized his realm. Unfortunately, there were no treasures on the 4th floor, causing Lin Ling's progress to be slow. It was said that the 4th floor of the Dao Pagoda actually had many treasures. However, they were divided among the powerful 12 god clans and forcibly taken away the treasures on this floor, causing the gods who entered later to cultivate very slowly. As for what treasures were taken away, because of the long history, not many people knew about this. After learning all this from Old Man Yunxing and the others, Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The 12 god clans were the first to enter the Dao Pagoda. Now that they had entered the latter half, all the cultivation resources had been plundered by them. If one wanted to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and stand at the peak of the universe, fighting against the 12 god clans was inevitable. Without cultivation resources, Lin Ling could only comprehend his realm. His current powerful methods were divided. 1. Sword of Faith. 2. Lin Ling's Universe. 3. Universe's 3 Extreme Break. 4. Innate Talent Fusion. 5. Panga's Body. On the other hand, Divine Embryo and other innate talents could only improve the foundation and strengthen divine power. They were not of much help. As for opening the 9 major dungeons, this still seemed very far away. After all, the higher Lin Ling's realm, the more cultivation resources he would need. However, Lin Ling faced too many powerful enemies. He had no choice but to raise his realm. On this day, Yuer and the others all came to the 4th floor. Originally, as newcomers, it was inevitable that they would be given a hard time. However, after learning that they were Lin Ling's people, the gods of the entire 4th level were very polite to them, and Yuer and the others were also very surprised. After all, what they had experienced on the 3rd level was actually the same on the 4th level. The most important thing was that Lin Ling didn't have much time to go from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer. Everyone had gathered on the sacred mountain. It was extremely lively. Just like that, a year passed by quietly. Everyone's strength had increased by a small margin, but Lin Ling's improvement was actually the smallest apart from some comprehension. Junior brother, the teleportation point of the 5th level seems to have appeared. On this day, Qingzhu found Lin Ling and was incomparably happy. The path from the 4th level to the 5th level had always been difficult to find. This time, Qingzhu finally received the news. Lin Ling. At the same time, the voice of the 12-winged sun god was heard. The path to the 5th level seems to have appeared. Let's go. Lin Ling hurriedly informed Yellow Emperor and the others, but they didn't plan to leave for the time being. At the very least, they believed that they had to have the strength to dominate the 4th level before they could go to the 5th level. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. Lin Ling could also understand. In addition, Yuer and the others had just arrived and indeed needed time to reorganize and cultivate. Therefore, Lin Ling bid farewell to them and left with Qingzhu. Lin Ling, be careful. Yuer and the others shouted worriedly, but they didn't stop Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at Yuer and the others gratefully. With these virtuous wives, he, Lin Ling, could go out and fight without restraint. To be able to marry them in this life was Lin Ling's blessing. Don't worry, I will often return to the Lin Ling universe. When the time comes, we will meet in the Lin Ling universe. Lin Ling said as he left. This was also the benefit of the Lin Ling universe. Otherwise, if they got separated, Lin Ling would probably be worried to death. Second brother, we will soon go to the 5th level. Sir. Sakura, Shingyi, and the others also shouted. Lei Gong, Yellow Emperor, and the others had smiles on their faces. They didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with encouragement. Of course, they believed that Lin Ling would definitely be able to solve the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Yes, Lin Ling also nodded to them and finally disappeared into the distance. I have waited here for so many years, and finally, the path to the 5th level has appeared. Qingzhu flew through the sky with Lin Ling. She was clearly excited. Is the path to the 5th level rarely seen? Lin Ling asked. Yes, the place where it appears has never been determined. Moreover, it appears for a very short time and disappears quickly. If you want to enter, it mostly depends on luck. In fact, I have heard of the passage to the 5th level no less than 100 times on the 4th level. When I arrived, the passage disappeared. Qingzhu nodded. In that case, it probably appears every year. It's just that it doesn't appear for a long time, so I missed it. Lin Ling somewhat understood. At the same time, the voices of Elder Yunxing and the others also sounded. Lin Ling, do you know the path to the 5th level? Elder Yunxing and the others had been here for 100,000 years, and they were also looking for the passage to the 5th level. Of course, in the early stages, they had actually encountered it, but at that time, they felt that their strength wasn't strong enough, so they didn't enter in the end. When they planned to enter, they didn't encounter it. It could only be said that fate was sometimes so wonderful. When you didn't want it, it would appear frequently, and when you wanted it, it wouldn't appear for a long time. Qingzhu, do you know where it is? Lin Ling hurriedly asked. During this period of time, he had often been in contact with Elder Yunxing and the others, and they had a good relationship with each other. Naturally, he would help if he could. It's not far from here. You can reach it in half an incense stick's time. It's at the top of a purple divine mountain. Qingzhu said. Lin Ling hurriedly told her the information he knew, and then sped up with Qingzhu and flew into the distance. A moment later, a purple mountain appeared in front of them. Apart from the purple rocks on the mountain, everything else was ordinary, so there were no gods living there. When they looked up at the top of the mountain, everything was normal. However, there were still a few people on the top of the mountain. It was the 12-winged Yang god and the others. At this moment, they were looking at the top of the mountain with nervous expressions. Lin Ling, you're here. This is? The 12-winged Yang god looked at Qingzhu with some curiosity. However, at this moment, a light suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. It changed into a seed that was constantly growing, and the speed of its growth was extremely fast. It appeared. Seeing this light that was like a ring, the 12-winged Yang god didn't have time to ask about Qingzhu. It appeared. At this moment, Qingzhu's expression was joyful. She flew to the top of the mountain with Lin Ling. Is this the way to the 5th level? Lin Ling was full of curiosity and waited quietly. However, the ring appeared quickly and grew quickly. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire top of the mountain. Lin Ling, quickly, go from here to the 5th level. This passage will disappear soon. Qingzhu hurriedly said to Lin Ling. At the same time, she took out the Tao Realm fragment and gave it to Lin Ling. The 12-winged Yang god and the others also took out the Tao Realm fragment without delay. It's here. Almost at the same time, a rainbow light appeared in the distance. It was Elder Yunxing and the others. They were incomparably excited as they all flew towards the purple divine mountain. However, some of them were far away and some were close, so it was difficult for them to rush over at the same time. Before Ling left, he glanced at them and knew that most of them would miss it because the circular halo appeared quickly and disappeared quickly. Then, Lin Ling felt as if he had experienced a life and death calamity, and everything became blank. At the same time, on the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda, several rays of light suddenly appeared, as if the sun was reorganizing. After continuously condensing, several figures appeared on the ground. It was Lin Ling and the others. The 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda. Some people exclaimed in unison. The Dao Pagoda had 9 floors, and they had already reached the middle. He looked around and found that the sky on the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda was very high. It was full of surging primordial energy, illuminating the earth. There was no sun, moon, or stars. It was like the sun never setting, only daytime. And moreover, the spiritual energy here was very dense. It floated around, making people feel as if their bodies were very heavy. The density of this spiritual energy is comparable to that of the Chaos Realm. Qingzhu let out a cry of surprise. Lin Ling stretched out his hand and condensed it slightly. A pool of clear water appeared in his palm. This was spiritual water, incomparably precious. If it was placed in the 9 regions, it would be enough to make an ordinary person instantly become a martial arts grandmaster. The spiritual energy here was indeed abnormal. The spiritual energy of the Chaos Realm seems to be similar to that of this place. Then, Lin Ling recalled. This is the current Chaos Realm. Back then, the gods were powerful, and the spiritual energy was even denser than it is now. Unfortunately, after the Chaos Realm grew old, it became weaker and weaker day by day. I don't think it will live for long. Qingzhu said. The universe also has life. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Qingzhu nodded. In fact, the master of the universe disappeared, causing the laws of the universe to constantly weaken. Otherwise, the universe would be immortal. The master of the universe? Lin Ling suddenly thought of the god of creation. The god of creation created the largest universe, stabilized the laws, and gave birth to countless creatures. These creatures cultivated with the help of the universe, and also comprehended their own universe. Unfortunately, no matter how strong these universes were, they could not surpass the first universe. After all, regardless of whether it was the living beings or the universes they comprehended, they were in fact formed from the laws of the first universe. Collect with this thought in mind, Lin Ling looked around and discovered that other than the spiritual qi being denser on the 5th floor, everything else was similar to the 9 prefectures. Cause in the distance, he saw great cities one after another. However, these great cities were clearly different. They were more like immortal realms. The 5th level is like the god world of yesteryear. There are god mountains, god palaces, and god cities everywhere. She seemed to be somewhat familiar with the shattered divine realm. Then, she looked at Xianxia and asked politely, "Sister, may I know your name?" "I am the 12-winged sun god of the sun god race. I'm Lin Ling's senior sister. My name is Xianxia." Xianxia smiled. Ten, the 2-winged sun god, was secretly shocked. Lin Ling's senior sister? Why hadn't she heard Lin Ling mention it before? She was too embarrassed to ask more. Although Xianxia looked ordinary, Xianxia had a temperament that made her want to worship her. Although this temperament was hidden very deeply, she was from the sun god race, so she could keenly detect it. 12-winged young god, is the son of light still here? Lin Ling looked at the 12-winged sun god and asked. The 12-winged sun god immediately checked and then shook her head. No, there aren't many gods left on the 5th floor of the sun god race. This is not our headquarters. After the son of light came here, he found the passage and went to the 6th floor. I'm so envious. That guy's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. He can quickly enter the second half. Lin Ling said with a smile. The son of light has obtained the inheritance of the former sun god and his strength has improved greatly. Of course, we can also find the way to the next floor and enter the 6th floor. However, I don't know if it's good for us to enter with our realm. The 12-winged sun god said. Lin Ling nodded. The higher they went, the more experts there were. Not to mention, there were also great enemies like the Rotten Race and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. Therefore, it was better to increase their strength on the 5th floor before entering. Moreover, Master gave us a mission. Xianxia said. Xianxia also said. Speaking of this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up and he asked, "Senior sister, have you found the whereabouts of Baiyuxing? I have a rough idea of the direction, but he seems to be hiding. Therefore, before everything is confirmed, we shouldn't alert him." Xianxia immediately said. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded in agreement. Although Patriarch Bodhi had asked him to help Baiyuxing, he guessed that senior sister Xianxia had also received this order. Therefore, he should follow senior sister Xianxia. Lin Ling, since I have nothing to do, why don't I help you? My strength is not as good as yours, but it's not that bad. The 2-winged sun god suggested. Well, Lin Ling glanced at his senior sister. Seeing that she did not object, Lin Ling immediately agreed. 10, the 2-winged sun god immediately let the other members of the sun god race leave and then followed Xianxia. Xianxia was very easy to talk to. While talking to Lin Ling, they walked towards a god city in front of him. After a long time, that huge god city appeared in front of him. There were many powerful gods here, and there were even god-level giant universe gods. Moreover, many powerful gods had backers, the 12 god races. Xianxia quickly snuck into their midst and chatted with them, constantly inquiring for information. While Lin Ling and the 12-winged sun god waited quietly in the city, sighing at the strength of the gods in the city. This was because all the gods here had the strength of a saint giant universe god. The middle stage, the late stage, and the pinnacle stage were incomparably powerful. Saint early stage giant universe gods were rarer. Until king universe gods were needless to say. Even if there were, they were just passers-by with low status. By the way, where is the great god of Spirit Nation? Lin Ling suddenly looked at the 12-winged sun god while waiting quietly. After returning from the Chaos Realm, the great god of Spirit Nation followed the Son of Light. If he is not on the 5th level, then he should be on the 6th level. The 2-winged sun god said. This guy's strength has improved so quickly. Lin Ling was shocked. For example, among the hosts of the world's will today, other than the most mysterious being, Tong Tian, the most powerful one was Dipankara Buddha god, followed by Lin Ling and the great god of Spirit Nation. But now, it seemed that the great god of Spirit Nation was more powerful than him. it seemed that the great god of spirit nations world was not weak. Now, among the world hosts, the great god of spirit nation is the furthest. However, Lei Gong, Shaoluan, Longyang, and Daoist master of many treasures will definitely work hard and reach the 5th level soon. After all, they are also world hosts. Lin Ling approved of the 12-winged sun's idea. Now, Lei Gong and the others had died once, so they could be considered to be recultivating. That was why their speed was a little slower, but it was only a little slower. After all, their potential was there. Junior brother. At this time, Qingzhu walked back with a smile on his face. I've asked around, this 5th floor has the strongest of the 4 great god clans. They are the Tooth Clan, the Myriad Sea Clan, the Nine Conch Clan and the Mountain Pushing Gang. This is also their territory. 4 of the 12 god clans? Ling and the 12-winged sun god looked at each other in shock. Qingzhu nodded his head. Of course, this level does not mean that there are no other god clans, such as the Rotten Race, the Silver Moon Race, and the Sun God Clan, but the strongest are only those 4 clans. After all, the powerful god clans have all migrated to a higher level, and these 4 clans, for some reason, still have many experts here. What about Bai Yuxing's whereabouts? Lin Ling asked. In the Taoist Divine City. Bamboo laughed. Before I left the Chaos Realm, Master gave me a pair of chopsticks, so I can use them to roughly know Bai Yuxing's whereabouts. Chopsticks? As expected of Patriarch Subhoodie, even a pair of chopsticks had such power. He asked, isn't he hiding from some pursuers? Why is he in the Divine City? I don't know about that, but I'm guessing that he must have his own reasons for going to the Taoist Divine City. Qingzhu led Lin Ling and the other 2 as they walked. They left the city and hurried on their way in the wilderness. Let's go to the Taoist Divine City now and make a decision when we get there. However, I reckon that Bai Yuxing must have offended one of the god clans on the 5th floor, or maybe 2, which is why he fled everywhere. Furthermore, Master calculated that it would be difficult for him to pass this tribulation by himself, so Master asked us to help him. Qingzhu said. Lin Ling immediately laughed. Don't tell me Master wants to take Bai Yuxing as a disciple. How can we know what Master is thinking? However, those who can be taken in as disciples by Master all have great backgrounds and will be important figures in the future. If Bai Yuxing is taken in, it means that he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. At that time, junior brother Lin Ling will have one more junior brother, and he won't be the youngest one. Qingzhu spoke as if she were an elder sister. Lin instantly immediately. The 12-winged young god even giggled. They continued to move forward, and before long, they reached the Taoist Divine City. Lin Ling Yuan saw that no matter how powerful the gods were, they all restrained their arrogance after arriving here. It was as if they were afraid of something. I don't know what the final strength of this 5th level is, but from the looks of it, even the deity realm giant gods here seem to be very courteous. Hence, the strongest here should be stronger than the deity realm giant gods, or even the middle stage giant gods. Bamboo also saw the scene and analyzed. Lin Ling and the 12-winged sun god secretly clicked their tongues. With such strength, the 2 of them estimated that they wouldn't be able to win even if they went all out. The gap between the 5th and 4th floor was too big. Lin Ling suddenly recalled, I seem to have met a city in the Tao realm. They have a big ship in the Tao realm and ride the gods across the sea. 12 god clans. Some clans have many people, while others have few people. Some clans have appeared in the eyes of the world very early, such as the Yi clan. They have many people, and most people know about them. The 12-winged young god said, the Decaying clan, the Solar god clan, and the Silver Moon clan are also large clans with a large number of people. For example, the Giant God clan and the Divine Ox clan have very few people. However, although their numbers are small, their combat strength is not weaker than our Solar God clan. They talked as they walked, and finally, they entered the Taoist Divine City. While Lin Ling's impression of this place was that it was big. Incomparably big, and looked very ancient. He estimated that when the Tao Pagoda was first opened, this divine city was built. Lin Ling did not dare to casually investigate others. After all, the gods here were all very strong, and their backgrounds were not small. He could not afford to offend them. Now, where are we going? Ling looked at Qingzhu and asked. Follow me to the divine palace. Zhu smiled mysteriously and continued forward. Not long after, a huge divine palace appeared in front of him. This divine palace was so big that it actually occupied half of the area of Dallas Divine City. It was probably the base of the Iya clan in Dallas Divine City. While Lin Ling could clearly see that there was no one around the divine palace. The gods who passed by all avoided it as if they had seen a flood or a ferocious beast. Looking at Xianxia again, she was actually leading the two of them to the divine palace. The gate of the divine palace was very big. It was 50 meters tall and 30 meters wide. However, there were only 2 guards wearing divine armor. They said indifferently, "Everyone, what is the matter? We are here to participate in the Destiny Martial Meet," Xianxia said with a smile. Hearing this, the 3 of them sized up Lin Ling and the other 2. They discovered that other than the woman in the lead, who was a divine giant universe god, the other 2 were only king universe gods. One of the women was still okay, as she was only a pinnacle king universe god. As for the other youth, he was a middle-stage king universe god. This kind of strength on the 5th floor of the Dao Pagoda was simply the lowest existence. What? Can't we enter? Xianxia saw that they were in a daze and asked. You can enter. There is no need for an examination. All 3 of you are qualified. Do you all want to sign up? Surprisingly, the 2 divine guards did not stop him. I will participate. My junior brother will also participate. Xianxia looked at the 12-winged Yang god and finally said, she will not participate. Okay, write down the names, and you may enter. The 2 guards waved their right hands, and a boundary array appeared. They let Lin Ling and Xianxia write down the names. Finally, they gave Lin Ling and Xianxia a jade card each. Throughout the whole process, Lin Ling was very confused. Were they not here to find Bai Yuxing? Why were they suddenly participating in this stupid martial arts competition? No, Lin Ling did not ask any more questions. He knew that his senior sister would definitely not harm him. After receiving the jade cards, Xianxia led the 2 inside. On the way, she began to explain. Bai Yuxing is in this palace. He seems to be participating in the Destiny martial arts competition. I think he is here to improve his strength. I see. Lin Ling nodded and asked, what is a Destiny martial arts competition? On the 5th floor, because of the primordial energy, destiny is often born. If you want to obtain destiny, you must fight with gods of low realms and powerful strength to open up the destiny. This is because according to the legends on this floor, gods of low realms but powerful strength have very strong destinies. By stimulating them, you can seize supreme destiny. In the end, the participants will obtain destiny, and so will the palace. This is the goal of the Tooth clan on the 5th floor. In fact, on the 5th floor, this kind of destiny martial arts competition is held many times. The location is different every time. Sometimes it is the Myriad Sea clan, and sometimes it is the Mountain Push gang. Listening to Xianxia's explanation, Lin Ling and the 12-winged Yang god were completely enlightened. Senior sister, you're amazing. You've gathered so much information in such a short period of time. Lin Ling smiled at Xianxia. He had a cold personality. If he wanted to gather so much information in such a short period of time, he would probably have to use force. His senior sister was smooth and slick. Without offending others, she had easily obtained such information. Third, they walked along the main road and found that the divine palace was larger than they had imagined. There were road signs on the side of the road that could point them in the right direction. As it turned out, the divine palace was divided into 3 regions. One region was the location of the Fate Martial Assembly. What was strange was that the location of the Fate Martial Assembly was above an ancient pond, and those ancient ponds were very large, with a mysterious power surging out. Lin Ling had a feeling that the bottom of the ancient pool was connected to the primordial aura. If the participants fought, they would be able to stimulate the destiny at the bottom of the ancient pool. While the second region was a divine mountain. The spiritual energy on the divine mountain was 3 times denser than the outside world. It was for the participants to cultivate. Of course, this kind of cultivation only increased one's strength and not one's realm. The higher one's realm was, the harder it was to stimulate destiny. Third, the 3 regions were for leisure use. There were all kinds of restaurants and all kinds of food and drinks were free. How considerate. Lin Ling looked at the road signs and roughly knew the layout of the Divine Palace. The Divine Palace seems to be good to us, but in fact, they're trying to gain something without risking anything. After all, they're the ones who obtained the greatest amount of destiny. Also, I just remembered that we have the destined martial competition here. The other divine cities also have theirs. They're competing for destiny. Xianxia suddenly said. Look, the destined martial competition seems to be in a month. At this moment, the 12-winged young god pointed at one of the road signs. A month was just the blink of an eye for gods, so Lin Ling and the others each found a cave to cultivate in. The cave was very bright. There were light stones at the top of the cave that could adjust the brightness. In the center of the cave, there was about a spring that spewed out spiritual water from time to time. It could be used for cultivation. Ling Zichuan sat down and found that the spiritual water was rich. He immediately began to refine it. He did not increase his realm during this cultivation. After all, he might not be able to break through successfully. The time was too short, but Lin Ling planned to use it to increase his power of divinity and physical strength. These were two great foundations, and they were related to the increase of his overall strength. Under Lin Ling's control, the spirit water floated up like mist and enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. With such powerful resources, Lin Ling's improvement was like a sponge absorbing water. It had to be known that on the 4th level, due to the lack of cultivation resources, Lin Ling had not been able to make any progress for many years. He had only been able to comprehend his realm. Now that his realm had reached the required level and he had access to cultivation resources, his cultivation speed was naturally much faster. After cultivating like crazy, Lin Ling's power of divinity had reached 500 billion. If his fusion talent could be doubled, it would be exactly 1 trillion. His physical strength had also reached 500 billion. If he activated Pangu's true body, it would be 1 trillion. This meant that Lin Ling's overall strength was 2 trillion. 2 trillion. Most of the late-stage saint-level universe giant gods did not have this kind of strength. This was the reason why Lin Ling could fight across realms. This also included his 3 trump cards, Universe 3 Extremes Break, Lin Ling's Universe, and Sword of Faith. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Suddenly, a voice came and woke Lin Ling up. And he opened his eyes. For some reason, he seemed to be immune to the spiritual water. Later on, his cultivation speed became slower. He simply did not cultivate anymore. In contrast, it was precisely because he was already extremely satisfied with this cultivation. Go. Out of the cave, Lin Ling saw the 12-winged sun god. She smiled and said, "Your senior sister is looking for you. You've finished cultivating so quickly? How long have I been cultivating?" Lin Ling asked. 27 days. We only cultivated for 10 days. After that, our progress slowed down. So long. Lin was a little surprised. He followed the 12-winged sun god out of the divine mountain. What surprised Lin Ling was that they were going to the 3rd region, which was a restaurant area. Could it be that his senior sister wanted to enjoy herself here? This way. The 12-winged sun god led Lin Ling into a restaurant. The restaurant's decoration was very simple and ancient. At this moment, there were not many people drinking in the restaurant. Lin Ling saw Xianxia at a glance. She was drinking with a faint smile. Lin Ling's eyes swept over and could not help but be a little absent-minded. He saw Xianxia sitting by the window. Gentle light shone in from the window and fell on Xianxia's body, giving people an indescribable sense of beauty. Senior sister. Ling immediately smiled. Senior sister Xianxia looked very ordinary, but her temperament was indeed very special. If one had to give an example, she was like a green bamboo in the wind and snow. Lin Ling is here. Over here. Xianxia also greeted Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately walked over and sat down. Are you curious why I asked you to drink? Xianxia asked. Xianxia was the first to speak. Lin Ling nodded. Xianxia immediately raised her chin at a man not far away, letting Lin Ling look over. On the other side of the restaurant, a lonely man was sitting there. He was wearing cotton clothes and had stubble on his face. Coupled with his square face, he looked very manly. By Yuxing? Lin Ling immediately asked. Qingzhu smiled and nodded. Only then did Lin Ling roughly glance over and know that Bai Yuxing's realm was middle stage universe giant god. His realm was not low. He did not know how strong he was. Should we go and greet him? Lin Ling asked. Senior sister had arranged everything. She must have a plan, so Lin Ling asked for her opinion. Just wait. Qingzhu said. Qingzhu suddenly smiled mysteriously. At this moment, a few more figures walked in. They glanced around and suddenly saw Bai Yuxing. Their eyes narrowed and then they walked over with sneers. These people were all middle-stage universe giant gods at the saint level. Bai Yuxing, I didn't expect you to escape here. They went straight to the point and sneered. And you actually came to participate in the fate meet. No wonder you dared to swagger here to drink. It's you, Wan Sha. Bai Yuxing was drinking. Suddenly, he looked up, and his eyes were filled with coldness. You, the loser, are really shameless. Now you brought helpers? Hearing this, one of them clenched his teeth. He was completely enraged. He brought several people to Bai Yuxing's table and looked down at him. I dare you to say what you said before again. They seemed to be standing casually, but their angle was very good. They completely locked Bai Yuxing in place. And, although they did not seem to be attacking, they had used some unknown method to suppress Bai Yuxing. He could only grit his teeth. Say it. Why did you stop? The man called Wan Sha said with disdain. In the God Palace, because there were many participants, they were not allowed to use force. Otherwise, the price would be very high. Therefore, they did not dare to use force openly. They used other methods to suppress Bai Yuxing. Let's see if he still dared to talk back. Bai Yuxing was suppressed to the point that he could not raise his head. He lowered his head and trembled. His lips were about to be torn, and blood was flowing out. The voice interrupted Bai Yuxing and the rest. They all turned around and realized that a white-haired man was standing behind them. This white-haired man was only a king-level universe giant god. Where did this idiot come from? Do you want to die? Do we, the Myriad Sea Clan, need you to tell us what to do? Break one of your arms, or we'll teach you a lesson. Wan Sha said coldly. A king-level universe giant god dared to meddle in other people's business. He must be tired of living, Lin Ling sneered and raised his hand to strike. Pa! A crisp sound rang out. A palm print instantly appeared on Wan Sha's face, and his face began to swell up like a balloon. His pupils constricted. This person dared to hit him. Wasn't it forbidden to fight in the deity palace? I dare you to repeat what you said before. Lin Ling looked at Wan Sha indifferently. His eyes were icy cold. Wan Sha's expression changed rapidly as he exchanged a glance with Lin Ling. His left cheek was stinging with pain, and he wanted to act up several times. However, he managed to control himself in the end. 1. It was true that fighting was forbidden in the deity palace, but this white-haired man still dared to hit him. This showed that he had nothing to fear. 2. He was a Saint Universe giant god, but this white-haired man's slap could hurt him easily. He didn't know if it was the power of a god or something else. There were 2 reasons why he didn't dare to act rashly. The 5th level is the territory of our Myriad Sea Clan. It's best to restrain yourself. Otherwise, you'll get into trouble. Wan Sha said coldly. Do you want to be hit again? Lin Ling said indifferently. Wan Sha was furious. He looked at the people beside him, only to find that they were frowning and not saying anything. Let's go. Wan Sha left with big strides. The people beside him were stronger, but they didn't say anything. This meant that his helpers couldn't see through this white-haired man. This friend, thank you for earlier. After Wan Sha left, Bai Yuxing looked at Lin Ling gratefully. He had no friends on the 5th level. This was the first time he met someone who was willing to help him. I just don't like them. Lin Ling smiled casually. No matter what, I still have to thank you. However, they are from the divine race. Now that you have offended them, it is as if you have provoked fire. You must be careful. Bai Yuxing clasped his hands towards Lin Ling with an apologetic expression. After all, if it wasn't for Lin Ling standing up for him, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Lin Ling could tell from his expression that Bai Yuxing was a man of principles. My name is Bai Yuxing. May I know who you are? Bai Yuxing said politely. Lin Ling. So it's your Excellency Lin Ling. I, Bai Yuxing, will remember your kindness today and will definitely repay you in the future. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. All right. After talking for a while, Bai Yuxing left. Lin Ling looked at his back, shook his head, and walked back to Qingzhou. Lin Ling, well done. Bai Yuxing has a good impression of you now. Qingzhou said with a smile as she watched Lin Ling walk over. Why do I feel like he's scheming? Lin Ling was a little depressed. Not really. Think about it. When Master asked someone to help you, didn't he ask them to get close to you slowly at the beginning? Humans are all wary. If we suddenly help him, he will definitely think that we are after something. It's best to start from a young age. Qingzhou said. Senior sister is right. Lin Ling nodded. He didn't expect his senior sister to think so much. Ten the two-winged Yang God quietly listened to the conversation between the two. She was also very curious, but she didn't ask. She didn't even know who Lin Ling's master was, but she guessed that he must be someone important. 3 After eating and drinking to their heart's content, they left the inn. When they walked outside, they found that there were more people. It seemed that there were many gods who wanted to obtain luck. Get lost. At this time, on the vast street, several dragon gods glided across the ground, pulling a gorgeous bronze palace. These dragon gods were extremely powerful. As they charged along the street, they actually forced a large number of gods to retreat. And at this time, in front of the street, an old woman and an old man walked side by side. They looked around as they walked, talking and laughing. It was obvious that the two of them had a good relationship. They didn't realize that there were dragon gods gliding behind them. And, these two old men were late-stage King Cosmos gods. Since they were able to enter the palace, they naturally wanted to participate in the fate martial competition and obtain some luck. Not good. Seeing this scene, Qingzhou frowned. She disappeared from where she was and appeared behind the two old men. She stretched out her small white hand. Get lost. Her palm emitted a halo. Several dragon gods charging over were stimulated by this halo. They all stopped and lay on the ground, not daring to move at all. How dare you block my, Yinfang's, path? The bronze palace crashed to the ground with a boom. Then a young man wearing silver armor walked out. Many other strong beings also walked out from the surroundings. The young man looked at Qingzhou coldly, sizing her up. Suddenly, he sneered. Interesting. There's a mysterious force in your body. Although your appearance is ordinary, your temperament is not bad. Bring her back. No one expected that other than messing around on the street, this young man actually dared to snatch a goddess on the street. Because, they knew that violence was not allowed in the palace. Since they dared to be so unrestrained here, their background must be not small. Indeed. That young man shouted domineeringly. Let's see who will take who. Qingzhou sneered and immediately made her move. The young man leaped up. In midair, he held a bright moon in his hand and slapped it toward Qingzhou. This move contained incomparably powerful deity energy. Qingzhou's palm also slapped out. Her deity energy gushed out and clashed with that young man in midair. A gust of wind exploded, and the entire palace seemed to be shaking. What a powerful ability. That one move made that young man realize how powerful Qingzhou was. He shouted angrily, "Why aren't you making your move? Are you in a daze?" "Yes, young master." The surrounding gods all attacked Qingzhou, wanting to join forces and take them down, Hong. But at this moment, a fist arrived. It contained terrifying power as it fiercely landed on a god's body, sending him flying. He passed through countless buildings and disappeared into the distance. Pung pung pung, following that, a large number of explosions sounded. The gods who wanted to help the young man were all sent flying. The entire street seemed to have collapsed. But, the young man's eyes trembled fiercely when he saw this scene. He saw a white-haired man. Most importantly, he was familiar with this white-haired man. Who else could it be other than Lin Ling? Who's making a scene here? At this moment, the space rippled, and several men wearing standard robes appeared. There were old and young people, and they all looked dignified. However, they were incomparably powerful. All of them were middle-stage universe giant gods at the Saint Realm. I mean Feng from the Silvermoon clan. After saying that, he continued to stare at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with killing intent. On the third level, the Silvermoon clan had been exterminated, and his uncle, Yin Guang, had been killed. Everyone in the Silvermoon clan knew that God Ancestor Silvermoon had issued an order to kill Lin Ling if they saw him. The Silvermoon clan? Lin Ling's eyes also revealed a murderous intent. No wonder he had a bad feeling when he saw this young man earlier. So that was the reason. The martial arts competition is in 3 days. If anyone dares to cause trouble during these 3 days, don't blame us, the Tooth Clan, for not giving you face. The god of the Tooth Clan obviously wanted to give face to the Silvermoon clan, so he did not make a fuss about it. Let's go. Yin Feng gritted his teeth. It was rare to see Lin Ling, and he wanted to kill him. However, he endured it. The Tooth Clan had given him face, and if he did not know what was good for him, they would definitely suppress him on the spot. He glared at Lin Ling. In the end, he even abandoned the Dragon God Palace and left with his people. You too. After Yin Feng left, the people of the Tooth Clan looked at Lin Ling and the others. They could sense that Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, but his strength was not weak. Because of this, they spoke for Lin Ling. After all, the martial arts competition was in 3 days. Lin Ling was like this. People were important. Lin Ling, let's go. Qingzhu smiled at the people of the Tooth Clan and walked toward Lin Ling. Thank you, thank you. At this time, the old woman and the old man came over and thanked Qingzhu and the others. The two of them were gods in the divine world. They were not very powerful, but they were somewhat famous. Unfortunately, when they faced the powerful gods of different eras in the Dao Pagoda, they were as weak as mortals. If Qingzhu had not helped them, they would have been injured. It's nothing. Qingzhu waved her hand casually and left with Lin Ling. In the crowd, a burly man's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Lin Ling and the others look good. He was none other than Bai Yuxing. Although Lin Ling had helped him before, he had seen all sorts of unpredictable things in the Dao Pagoda, so he had always been on guard. Now that he saw Lin Ling and the others fight for 2 strangers, he immediately felt that Lin Ling and the others were different from other gods. Junior brother, that's the Silvermoon clan. I've heard that you have a huge grudge against them. With your previous attack, I reckon that your enemies have a rough idea of your whereabouts. Qingzhu said with a smile as she walked with Lin Ling. Who cares? We'll find out sooner or later anyway. I just don't know if the Rotten Race and the White Mountain Divine Gate are on the 5th floor. Lin Ling said nonchalantly. If I encounter a decaying god, I won't let them go either. When the 12-winged Yang god heard Lin Ling mention the Rotten Race, her face instantly turned cold. The Rot god had killed their sun god, and this was the humiliation of the sun god race. The sun god race had always wanted to take revenge. Lin Ling's eyes were also somewhat cold. The Silvermoon clan, he and the Silvermoon clan were irreconcilable. As long as he saw someone from the god race who was weaker than him, Lin Ling would definitely kill them. Go back and rest. The Destiny Martial meet in 3 days will definitely be very lively. When Qingzhu saw Lin Ling's expression, she also knew of the hatred between Lin Ling and the Silvermoon clan. After she said that, the 3 of them separated. Lin Ling returned to his cave and slowly cultivated. However, this time, the speed of his improvement was slower. Clearly, the effect of the spiritual water continued to weaken, while Lin Ling was cultivating. On the other side, Yin Feng sat cross-legged around the ancient pond. He seemed to have been waiting for the Destiny Martial meet. Every Destiny Martial meet could increase one's strength, but it was only a matter of how much. Therefore, as long as there was a Destiny Martial meet in the various divine cities on the 5th floor, Yin Feng would come to participate. Of course, he was not the only one. In fact, many gods were the same. However, the Destiny Martial meet's requirement was that the lower one's cultivation level, the better. This alone stopped many people. Young master, I brought them. At this time a few experts walked over, holding an old woman and an old man. They were the two people Lin Ling and the others had saved before. Kneel. A stern shout came, causing the two old men to tremble. They were gods, but in front of people from the 12 god races, they were immediately like mortals. Plop, the two old men did not dare to resist and directly knelt down. Yin Feng was still looking at the ancient pond, and his voice was extremely cold. You two are so stupid. It's fine if you blocked my way. If you had been hit by my mount, it would have been fine. But you had to stand up for me and humiliate the Silvermoon clan. My lord, spare us, spare us. The two old men kept kowtowing. Spare us? Yin Feng sneered. Today, because of the two of you, I, Yin Feng, have lost so much face. Who would spare me? And because of the two of you, I met Lin Ling. Who would calm my anger? Lin Ling wanted to save the two of you, so I'll kill the two of you. No. Painful screams came, and then, under the suppression of several gods, the two old men were killed. Their blood dyed the edge of the ancient pond red. On the other side of the ancient pond, there were many gods waiting for the fated martial meet. When they saw the scene, they all shuddered. The god palace did not allow violence, but Yin Feng did not only use violence, he directly killed two old gods. The Silvermoon clan was indeed domineering. Send the heads of these two to Lin Ling. Yin Feng seemed to have calmed down a lot at this time, and he smiled faintly. He believed that when Lin Ling saw the heads of these two people, he would definitely be furious. Young master, good move. The other gods immediately smiled and nodded. They picked up the two heads on the ground and left the ancient pond. The Silvermoon clan doesn't give us any face. How dare they kill people in the god palace? Yin Feng's domineering killing naturally did not escape the eyes of the god palace. A god from the Tooth clan said coldly. Forget it. Yin Feng's realm is low, but he's strong. He's extremely important in the fated martial meet. As for the dead Misty Rain Elder and the others, although their realms are low, they're not strong. They're dead now, so let them be. Another voice sounded, stopping the angry god from before. In the end, the Tooth clan chose to pretend that they did not see it. 3 days passed quietly. On this day, Lin Ling walked out of his cave abode and left the sacred mountain through the stairs. However, along the way, he sensed that the gods he met along the way were clearly different. They seemed to be paying attention to him and whispering to each other. What happened? Lin Ling felt that it was very strange. Junior brother. At this time, Qing Zhu's voice came from the foot of the mountain, but it was very low. Lin Ling quickened his pace and walked towards Qing Zhu. Then, he saw the two heads on the ground. Beside the heads were a few words written in blood. Lin Ling, this is for you. It's them. Lin Ling immediately recognized the two heads. Weren't they the two old men they saved 3 days ago? So vicious. Even the 12-winged young god couldn't stand it anymore. No matter how many reincarnations they've gone through, they've never been separated. They've always held each other's hands. Today, they came to the Destiny Martial competition just to get some destiny and live longer. In front of some powerful gods, they're like ants. Hearing this, Lin Ling clenched his fists and trembled. The three of them looked at each other and walked toward the ancient pond without saying a word. At this moment, they were getting closer to the Destiny Martial competition. In the third region, countless gods appeared. Their realms weren't very high, but they were definitely not weak, because only those with low realms and strong abilities could trigger destiny. In this Destiny Martial competition, the more you win, the more destiny you'll get. I believe I'll be able to get great destiny this time and smoothly increase my strength. That's right. I don't plan to participate in this Destiny Martial competition. I want to participate in more and finally charge to a higher realm in one go. Haha, you should be content to be able to participate once and not die. You should all know that if you want to obtain more destiny, defeating your opponents is one of the ways. Killing your opponents will increase your destiny. So, if you die, your destiny will cease to exist. Voices came from the side of the ancient pond. Hong long long, at this moment, there was a rumbling sound. Then, several gods were blasted away and smashed into the ancient pond, gradually disappearing. Everyone was shocked, and when they looked over, they realized that there were 3 people attacking the gods at the edge of the ancient pond. That's Yingfeng from the Silvermoon clan. This person has participated in the Destiny Martial competition several times and survived each time. He's extremely powerful, and his realm is only at the initial stage of the Saint Realm Universe Giant God Realm. The Silvermoon clan has always been domineering. Could it be that he's killing people? No, it seems like someone else is killing his people. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The Silvermoon clan was one of the 12 god clans. Ordinary gods wouldn't dare to provoke them. Even the Tooth clan mostly turned a blind eye to Yingfeng's arrogance. Now, the Silvermoon clan's people were killed. Were these people courting death? It's you. Yingfeng was still sitting beside the ancient pond. He slowly turned his head, his eyes cold. Didn't you want to find us? We're here. Qingzhu's usual smiling face disappeared as she said coldly. This was also the first time Lin Ling had seen her so cold. He could tell that senior sister seemed to be angry. For those 2 old farts? Yingfeng originally wanted to infuriate Lin Ling and the others, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling and the others were crazy and dared to kill people in the Divine Palace. This was because he knew that the time for the karmic martial meeting had yet to arrive. If he fell into the ancient pool, he would undoubtedly die. Inside the ancient pond was powerful grand mist energy. Ordinary people could not withstand it at all. You can take it that way. Qingzhu said indifferently. I really admire your courage. You even dare to kill the people of the Silvermoon clan. I'm afraid you don't even know that their lives are very valuable. They are much more valuable than those old bastards. Yingfeng slowly stood up, and dense killing intent emanated from his body. Seeing Yingfeng's appearance, the people around the ancient pond secretly shook their heads, knowing that those 3 people were most likely going to die. They also didn't understand why those 3 people had offended Yingfeng. Could it be that they would rather die standing than live on their knees? How precious can the lives of the Silvermoon clan be? In my opinion, they are just ants. In my life, I have killed many, if not millions, at least hundreds of thousands. At this time, Lin Ling, who had been silent, also spoke. Hearing this, Yingfeng's pupils trembled violently. Yes, Lin Ling had killed millions of their Silvermoon clan members. On the 3rd level, it could be said that the Silvermoon clan was exterminated. He remembered when god ancestor Yingfeng had shown them the scene of him being killed. At that time, the entire Silvermoon clan on the 3rd level of the Dao Pagoda had been sealed and suppressed by the white-haired man. His uncle Yin Wanguang had looked at this scene helplessly and shed tears of blood. This was the biggest shame of the Silvermoon clan since the creation of the universe. Yingfeng's body trembled, and that was because he was trembling with anger. If he remembered correctly, this was because Lin Ling had killed his uncle Yin Wanguang's son, which led to such a conflict. First, he killed the people of the Silvermoon clan, and then exterminated the entire clan. Did he really think that the Silvermoon clan didn't exist? Kill the 3 of them. Yingfeng no longer cared about the rules of the God Palace and called for everyone to attack. The great beings of the Silvermoon clan he had brought this time were all at the middle stage of the Saint-level Universe Giant God level. There was even one at the late stage of the Universe Giant God level. Together with the large number of people, it was enough to kill Lin Ling and the other 2. Yingfeng wanted Lin Ling to regret it. Don't think that with the protection of the God Palace, Yingfeng wouldn't dare to kill him. In this universe, there are some things that can't be done. Otherwise, there won't be any regret godly pills to buy. Yingfeng also attacked, and the first person he wanted to kill was Lin Ling. Regret? I regret that I didn't kill you before. Lin Ling said coldly. Pangu quietly released his fleshly body, and the power of his fleshly body caused the ground of the ancient pond to sink a little. Even though his cultivation realm didn't change much, his strength had increased by a large margin. His godly energy and fleshly body strength had reached 1 trillion, which was more than many saint-level universe giant gods. Lin Ling, let me. At this time, Qingzhu disappeared from where she was and reappeared in front of Yingfeng. She struck out with her palm, and the universe exploded. Yingfeng's expression changed slightly. He had long known that this ordinary-looking woman was very strong. He immediately punched out, the fist and palm collided, and a deafening boom sounded. However, the other gods of the Silvermoon clan all rushed toward Lin Ling. Their eyes were red, and they wanted to kill Lin Ling for revenge. Lin Ling, let me help you. 14 wings appeared on the back of the 12-winged sun god, and she attacked the Silvermoon clan. She used to have 12 wings, but now she had 14 wings, which meant that her strength had greatly increased. Your Excellency Lin Ling, let me help you too. At this time, another voice came. Then, a tall and sturdy man mobilized his godly energy and blocked the attack of one of the Silvermoon clan. Lin Ling turned around and saw that it was Bai Yuxing. He couldn't help but be shocked. Misty Rain, old man, and the others are dead. I'm also angry. Bai Yuxing didn't say much, and his expression was cold. Lin Ling smiled. It seemed that Bai Yuxing was quite to his liking. Silvermoon 18 moons. At this time, the remaining 18 Silvermoon clan members attacked together. They turned into 18 moons, and the terrifying moonlight rushed toward Lin Ling. The godly energy had reached 4 trillion, which was more than that of ordinary saint-level universe giant gods. Your Excellency Lin Ling, be careful. Qing Zhu and Bai Yuxing shouted. Although Qing Zhu had seen Lin Ling defeat Zhang Jian, that was with the strength of the world's will. Qing Zhu wasn't sure if Lin Ling could block the godly energy. As for Bai Yuxing, he had only met Lin Ling once, so he didn't know how strong Lin Ling was. Rumble, with one punch, one of the moons exploded, and a god fell from the sky, his face full of disbelief. Boom, with another punch, a second god was obliterated. With the third punch, a third god fell into the ancient pond and was sucked into it. He couldn't be more dead. This power. Bai Yuxing's pupils trembled at the sight. Qing Zhu revealed an excited smile. Only the 12-winged Yang god was used to it. It must be known that the gods of the Dao Tower either had powerful trump cards or powerful divine energy, and Lin Ling had both. How could these ordinary giant universe gods be a match for Lin Ling? Boom, boom. Boom, under everyone's shocked gazes, the moons in the sky kept exploding, and figures fell one after another. Some were dead, and some were injured. The 18 moons were destroyed. Like a shooting star, Lin Ling descended from the sky and stomped on a god who was trying to crawl to his feet. With a loud boom, the god's body exploded, and he was stomped into a pulp of flesh. What's going on? The eyes of the Silvermoon clansmen who were still alive were trembling. 40,000 divine energy was ineffective against Lin Ling. Bang! But before they could say anything, Lin Ling arrived and finished them off with one punch each. The last one was kicked into the ancient pond by Lin Ling and disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, how dare you? Yin Feng was enraged by Lin Ling's actions. Didn't you see it? I'll kill every Silvermoon clansman I see. Lin Ling looked at Yin Feng indifferently. How arrogant. This person wants to completely offend the Silvermoon clan. But his name is so familiar. Where have I heard it before? Right, Lin Ling, the body of the world's will. Lin Ling, the lunatic who destroyed a branch of the Silvermoon clan on the 3rd level. So it's him. The gods at the edge of the ancient pond gradually came to their senses. Lin Ling, die. At this moment, Silver Wind suddenly disappeared from where he was and blasted towards Lin Ling. Moreover, this time, his hands formed a complicated seal, and a powerful universe suppressed Lin Ling. 6 realms universe. He saw that divine energy was ineffective against Lin Ling, so he planned to use the universe to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to see how Lin Ling could block it. The Destiny Martial competition is about to begin. Let's settle any grudges during the competition. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a standard long robe appeared between Lin Ling and Yin Feng, and waved his arm. A powerful force surged over like a gust of wind. It actually blew Silver Wind away, making it difficult for him to get any closer. Wu Dao Palace Master. Alarmed cries of surprise came from the ancient pond. 5 Dao Palace Master was a powerful deity from the One-Tooth clan. He was a late-stage saint giant god, but he was invincible among saint giant gods because his godly power and universe power were both too strong. Moreover, he had mastered the powerful divine ability of the Tooth race. It's you. Yin Feng didn't dare to be arrogant after seeing Wu Dao Palace Master attack. He floated back to the ground, but he said angrily, Wu Dao Palace Master, this Lin Ling violated the rules and killed a member of my Silver Moon clan. According to the rules, he should be killed. Yin Feng, you violated the rules first. Don't talk about this anymore. Wu Dao Palace Master said indifferently. Yin Feng was stunned. He gritted his teeth, but he didn't dare to speak anymore. Everything was as Wu Dao Palace Master said. The Destiny Martial competition was about to begin, and he would take Lin Ling's life then. Lin Ling, you should know when to stop. Otherwise, I'll kill you on the spot. Wu Dao Palace Master looked at Lin Ling and said. I know. Lin Ling replied indifferently. However, he could tell that Wu Dao Palace Master didn't have any killing intent toward him. He was just putting on an act. It was as if he was afraid of something. There's still 2 hours before the Destiny Martial competition begins. If you want to kill, you can do it during the competition. As long as you can stimulate the destiny, you'll have done a great service. Wu Dao Palace Master looked at everyone, then turned to leave. However, before he left, he took a deep look at Green Bamboo. Deep in his eyes, there was a strong sense of fear. Green Bamboo also looked at Wu Dao Palace Master, but he didn't say anything. Lin Ling, let's see whose life is tougher in the Destiny Martial competition. Let me tell you, I, Yin Feng, have participated in the Destiny Martial competition 18 times on the 5th level. My opponent has always been a dead man. Yin Feng looked at Lin Ling coldly and strode away. 18 times? This Yin Feng has indeed participated in many Destiny Martial competitions. It's said that the more he doesn't die in the Destiny Martial competition, the greater his strength will increase. Everyone gasped. They guessed that Yin Feng's strength was probably invincible among the Saint Giant Universe gods. Of course, this invincibility was only limited to the ordinary Saint Giant Universe gods. For a god with the bloodline of the god race like Wu Dao Palace Master, even 100 Yin Fengs wouldn't be a match. Then let me end you 18 times. Lin Ling said and ignored Yin Feng. Yin Feng's strength was indeed very strong, but in terms of foundation and trump cards, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you're really bold. When Lin Ling walked toward Bai Yusheng also walked over with a smile. He had the strength of a middle-stage Saint Giant Universe god, but compared to Lin Ling, he still felt that he was much weaker. In the future, you won't be weaker than me. Now, you just lack an opportunity. Lin Lin smiled. Then, he saw Qing Zhu and the others walking over. He introduced Qing Zhu and the others to Bai Yusheng. Greetings, Senior Sister Green Bamboo and Your Excellency 12-Winged Sun God. Bai Yusheng immediately bowed to Green Bamboo and the others. The three of them gave him a good impression, so he gradually let down his guard. Green Bamboo and Bai Yusheng also smiled and greeted them. Suddenly, Green Bamboo looked to the other side of the ancient pond and said with a smile, "Those people are eyeing you covetously. You have to be careful during the Destiny Martial competition later." Hearing that, Lin Ling also looked over and saw Wan Sha from 3 days ago. There were also a few unfamiliar faces, but they weren't weak. That's Wan Sha from the Myriad Sea clan, the ancestor of all the Sea clans. They're eyeing a treasure on me. As for the others, they're from the Mountain Push Party and the Nine Conch clan. Bai Yusheng trusted Lin Ling and the others, so he didn't hide too much. The Tooth clan, Myriad Sea clan, Mountain Push Party, and Nine Conch clan are the strongest god clans on the 5th level. You actually offended 3 of them at once. Green Bamboo smiled. Bai Yusheng immediately smiled bitterly. If it weren't for the Tooth clan not interfering in this matter, I reckon it would be difficult for me to even enter Dallas Divine City. Then, he looked apologetically at Lin Ling and the others. Now that I'm with you, they probably misunderstood. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Hee, you helped us before. Now that the Silver Moon clan is eyeing you, we've also caused you trouble. Lin Ling didn't care and smiled. Hearing this, Bai Yusheng also smiled. His impression of Lin Ling was even better. Rumble. At this time, the huge ancient pond spewed out a terrifying tornado of dense mist that rushed into the sky. Lin Ling and the others' expressions changed drastically. They sensed a terrifying power erupting, as if it could easily tear them apart. Although Lin Ling could come into contact with the primordial qi, he could only come into contact with the thin grade. For such a huge tornado, he would probably die if he got close to it. Qing Zhu retreated with Lin Ling and the others. They watched from afar. After the grand mist aura soared into the sky, it turned into a huge mushroom cloud and gradually dissipated into the thick grand mist aura in the sky. At that moment, the water above the ancient pond seemed to have frozen. Almost at the same time, a large number of gods were watching. And in Dallas God City, many gods were looking in this direction with envy. The Destiny Martial competition had begun, however, those who wanted to participate had to be weak. The strongest was no more than a late-stage Saint Giant Cosmos god. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to activate their destiny. Those who want to obtain destiny, go to the ancient pond. The amount of destiny you activate will determine how much you can obtain in the end. The deep voice sounded again beside the ancient pond. Regardless of life or death. Regardless of life or death, this meant that even if you lost, if you didn't survive, you wouldn't be able to obtain destiny. On the contrary, your opponent would be able to obtain your destiny, and if you lost, as long as you activated a bit of destiny, you would be able to obtain a reward. If you didn't want to die, it would depend on your luck. Begin. Along with the final voice, everyone's gaze shifted towards the ancient pond. They discovered that the ancient pond had been completely frozen. Many people gradually relaxed. After all, if the water of the ancient pond wasn't frozen, after falling in, one would disappear forever. It was too dangerous. I'll do it. A late-stage King Cosmos god floated into the ancient pond. It was a woman. It's you. Soon, another opponent flew into the ancient pond. This was also a woman, and she was a peak King Cosmos god. The two were soon entangled with each other. Their godly energy kept colliding, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The strange thing was that above the ancient pond, it was harder for any energy to leak out. It was as if the ancient pond absorbed it. Lin Ling watched indifferently. It was an eye-opener for him because he could feel waves of mysterious energy disappearing from the ancient pond. Then, he watched the battle between the two women. These two seemed to be King Cosmos gods, but their strength isn't weaker than early-stage Saint Giant Cosmos gods. Green Bamboo suddenly laughed. Their godly energy is above 5,000 yet below 6,000. It's rare. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Ordinary early-stage Saint Universe Giant gods had around 400 billion units of deity energy, and these two were merely kings. Yet they weren't any weaker than early-stage Saint Universe Giant gods. Lin Ling said, they're evenly matched. It's just that we don't know if there's a universe. Whoever's universe is stronger will probably have a higher chance of winning. That's not necessarily true. Their universes are all within the range of the 8 realms, but their hidden means are not universes. Xianxia was all smiles, which surprised Lin Ling. Could it be that the two gods had some tricks up their sleeves that he couldn't see through? Sure enough, after the two of them fought fiercely, the woman whose cultivation base was lower suddenly erupted with a powerful strength. A powerful light emanated from her body, blocking a large amount of divine power attacks. Then, she began to suppress her opponent. What is this? Lin Ling was instantly shocked. Tianji godly body, the bloodline of the god race. Qingzhu laughed. It's also the limit of a godly fetus. She then looked at Lin Ling and said, the reason why the 12 god races can dominate the Tao Pagoda is precisely because they have powerful godly bodies and bloodlines. Junior brother, your godly body is extremely rare among the 12 god races. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Qingzhu was talking about his Panga true body. Hung Long Long. With a loud boom, victory and defeat were decided. The woman who unleashed her godly body had crushed her opponent and obtained a large amount of luck. Of course, the prerequisite was that the luck had been stimulated before she could obtain it. Overestimating yourself. After winning, the woman proudly left the ancient pond. To her, obtaining a single strand of luck was already enough. Many people immediately looked at the woman and exclaimed inwardly at her strength. They reckoned that there weren't many early-stage Saint Universe Giant gods who could be her match. Indeed, those who dared to snatch luck were all existences that couldn't be underestimated. At this time, another figure landed on the ancient pond. It was actually Bai Yuxing. He had the strength of a middle-stage Saint Universe Giant god, which was the limit of the Fate Martial meeting. Even if he won, he wouldn't obtain much luck. I'll take you on. The opponent soon appeared. It was Bai Yuxing's opponent, Wan Sha. The two had clearly hated each other for a long time. The moment they entered the battlefield, they unleashed their strength and wanted to kill their opponent in the ancient pond. Their godly energy wasn't weak either. At full strength, it reached 1. 2 trillion, surpassing the middle stage Saint Universe giant gods, hung long. As they continued to fight, mysterious energy poured into the ancient pond. Unfortunately, compared to the first battle, this energy was much less. In the end, it was because their realms were too high and their luck wasn't strong enough. However, the difference in strength between the two gradually became clear. Bai Yuxing had once defeated Wan Sha, and his strength was still superior. Ironically, the hatred between Wan Sha and Bai Yuxing had reached an undying level. This fellow knew that he was no match for Wan Sha, yet he still refused to admit defeat. Peng, with a boom, Wan Sha was killed. Furthermore, his strength wasn't weak. At the final moment, he unleashed his powerful godly body and transformed into a huge shark. But it was still useless. He was smashed into pieces by Bai Yuxing. What a powerful strength! Many people whispered beside the ancient pond. According to their assessment, Bai Yuxing's strength was stronger than that of an ordinary late-stage Saint Universe giant god. After winning, Bai Yuxing gritted his teeth and didn't leave. He continued to fight. His realm was too high. Even if he won one battle, he wouldn't get much luck. He had to fight again. Let me. A late-stage King Cosmos giant god appeared above the ancient pond. This person had dark green skin. His ears were huge like fish fins. Seeing this person, Bai Yuxing's eyes turned cold. He seemed to know the other party. This god sneered. Without saying a word, he started to crazily crush Bai Yuxing. The two fought fiercely. But in the end, Bai Yuxing won because he had a powerful universe. His opponent unleashed his rainbow conch shell, which was incomparably powerful. But in the end, he was still killed by Bai Yuxing. Bai Yuxing's eyes turned red. It was as though he was elated inventing something. He roared, "Come, Bai Yuxing, am right here. Come, I'll tell you all, I'll save her sooner or later." Seeing Bai Yuxing like this, the other gods narrowed their eyes. Many were ready to make a move, because if they could kill Bai Yuxing, they would get a part of the luck Bai Yuxing had obtained previously. And now, Bai Yuxing had fought 2 consecutive battles. Hee, Bai Yuxing, you stray dog. If not for hiding in Dallas God City, you would have been killed by us. Hand over your life. A third deity appeared at the ancient pond. This person was also a king-level giant cosmos god, but he was much stronger than the previous deity. His deity energy had reached 1.5 trillion units, and his universe was also a 7-realm universe. He could completely annihilate and suppress Bai Yuxing. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the 12-winged Yang god immediately frowned. She quickly looked at Lin Ling and Qing Zhu, only to find that their expressions did not change. They were not worried at all. In fact, Lin Ling and the others were indeed not worried. How could someone who could catch their master's eye be as simple as they appeared? Sure enough, at the moment of life and death, Bai Yuxing suddenly erupted with heaven-defying strength. An arrow appeared in his hand, and he raised it out of thin air. The arrow pierced through his opponent and destroyed him. What? Such a change shocked everyone. What was that arrow? Why was it so powerful? When the arrow was shot out, the power that permeated the air caused even them to feel a sense of trepidation. Could it be that the rumors are true? That person has a great treasure on him. Some people's eyes were filled with greed. It's said that the 3 god clans on this level are capturing that person. They're probably here for that great treasure. It seems like that great treasure is one of the 10 great divine artifacts. Some people who had received the news were whispering. Bai Yuxing panted heavily and finally left the ancient pond. Although he had exposed his hidden treasure, he had also obtained a lot of luck after winning 3 consecutive battles. He sat cross-legged beside the ancient pond. He, who had exposed his treasure, did not trust anyone at that moment. That was because he knew the importance of the treasure on him. Senior sister. At that moment, Lin Ling looked at Qing Zhu and said. Qing Zhu seemed to have sensed it and nodded with a smile. It's a very powerful treasure. I guess that's why he attracted the attention of others. That's the Holy Arrow, right? It's a pity that there's no bow. Lin Ling immediately said. Qing Zhu was stunned and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. She did not expect Lin Ling to know about the 10 great divine artifacts. Seeing his senior sister's expression, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. It was not that he knew, but he came from Huaxia and knew many of Huaxia's myths. Naturally, he knew about the descendant bow, after Bai Yuxing left, another battle broke out above the ancient pond. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling looked at his senior sister with a questioning gaze. Junior brother, go ahead. Qingzhu did not seem to have any intention of fighting for the providence, which surprised Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't ask any further. He walked out and floated above the old pond. It's him. Seeing Lin Ling, many people's expressions changed. Previously, when Lin Ling dared to kill the people of the Silver Moon clan, this matter had left a big shadow in their hearts. Of course, they were only shocked by Lin Ling's courage, but they didn't think that Lin Ling could be that strong. A middle-stage king-class cosmos giant god. If we can kill him, we'll most likely get quite a bit of luck. Someone laughed sinisterly. Let me. At this moment, a late-stage king-class cosmos giant god floated down into the ancient pond. This person was from the Tooth clan, and even though his cultivation wasn't high, his deity energy wasn't weak at all. He had close to 5,000 units of deity energy. This strength might be ordinary in today's martial arts competition, but it wouldn't be difficult to defeat Lin Ling. Lin Ling, I've heard of you. You're an old monster on the 3rd level. Today, I'll spar with you. Let's not use any techniques. Let's compete on the basics. That god said to Lin Ling, my name is Yigu. As you wish. Lin Ling nodded. Everyone started whispering. Yigu of the Tooth clan didn't have any hidden trump cards, and his strongest was his deity energy. Lin Ling actually planned to compete with him using only his deity energy and giving up on other powerful techniques. Straightforward. Yigu shouted and pointed his finger. His finger turned into a long spear, and his deity energy was constantly emitted. It was extremely powerful. Seeing this, Lin Ling also punched out. With a boom, the fist and finger collided, and a mysterious force poured into the ancient pond, continuously stimulating the providence, Xiao. But the next moment, a figure flew out and smashed into the distance of the ancient pond. It was Yigu. His arm was numb, as if it was broken. With a serious face, he said, how is it possible? He doesn't have deity energy, but after the collision, his strength is stronger than mine. Stronger? In the previous collision, he could feel that Lin Ling's fist was extremely powerful. Lin Ling had crippled his arm with just one punch. Of course, he wasn't the only one who didn't understand. The others were the same. Yigu's deity energy was ranked among the top among the king-level universe giant gods. But Lin Ling didn't use his deity energy, and yet he was able to defeat his opponent. This was too strange. This Lin Ling's physical strength is very strong. Young Master Yigu's arm wasn't broken by the shock, but by Lin Ling. Because when Lin Ling's fists collided, his fist rotated slightly, forming a powerful force that broke Yigu's arm. Young Master Yigu's arm. A powerful god from the Yi clan said indifferently. His physical strength is comparable to deity energy. I wonder what kind of limit his physical strength has reached. Another god said with narrowed eyes. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength, they weren't afraid. Haha, Lin Ling, I'll fight you. With this thought, an impulsive person appeared in the ancient pond. He was an early-stage Saint Universe giant god with more than 1 trillion deity energy. In terms of basic strength, he wasn't much weaker than Bai Yuxing, but Bai Yuxing had many trump cards. I won't bully you. I'll compete with you using deity energy. This person said with a smile after appearing. Oh? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Don't you know? It's easier to stimulate one's luck by competing with the power of divinity. In a battle where victory is decided using the power of divinity, one's luck will definitely be greater than other forms of battle. Seeing Lin Ling's confusion, the god smiled and said. It transformed into a palm that seemed capable of shattering the universe. The moment this technique was used, rumbling sounds came from the bottom of the ancient pond. It seemed that a large amount of luck had been stimulated. Your punch is very powerful, but I want to see how powerful it is. Hong, just as this voice sounded, a figure flew backward. It was the god who had spoken. Above the ancient pond, Lin Ling maintained his punching posture with a calm expression. This punch contained the combination of deity energy and his physical strength, reaching the level of 1 trillion deity energy. In addition to the uniqueness of his physical strength, ordinary deity energy of 1 trillion deity energy was no match for him. Another punch. The surroundings were in an uproar. Lin Ling's strength was comparable to an ordinary middle-stage Saint Universe giant god, but Lin Ling was merely a middle-stage King Universe giant god. There was a gap of one major realm between them. How can he be so strong? In the distance, Yin Feng had been watching Lin Ling's battle with a solemn expression. One had to know that he thought green bamboo was the most powerful. As for Lin Ling ignoring the 12 moons below his tomb, he guessed that Lin Ling must have used some unorthodox methods. That was all, however, he would have to fight with Lin Ling sooner or later, so he wasn't in a hurry. It was best to know his roots. Lin Ling glanced at Yin Feng. When Yin Feng killed the two elders, he had already been sentenced to death. Now that Yin Feng hadn't come, he would wait for him. Hong, another punch. After gaining so much luck, Lin Ling became the center of attention. No one would have thought that Lin Ling would only use one punch against any opponent. From this perspective, Lin Ling could be considered an emperor among the king-level universe giant gods. I'll fight you. As the battle went on, no one dared to underestimate Lin Ling anymore. That was until a woman landed on the ancient pond. This woman was a late-stage king-level universe giant god from the One-Tooth clan. I participated in several fate games, but it's been a long time since I've met someone as powerful as you. I'll defeat you. The woman was very beautiful and had a good temperament. She seemed to be a god with a noble status in the One-Tooth clan. Lin Ling looked at her indifferently and said, "Even a saint is no match for me. You, a king-level universe giant god, are still a little weak." That's not necessarily true. Let's compete in the simplest way. Let's see who's stronger with our godly energy. A divine sword appeared in the woman's hand. It was entirely blue and very beautiful. On the surface of the sword, there were shadows of the sun, moon, and stars moving. One look and one could tell that it was an extraordinary treasure. Compete in godly energy? Alright, I agree. Lin Ling glanced at the divine sword and nodded. Take my sword. The woman immediately attacked. With a stab, the firmament changed, and the most ancient godly energy exploded. The water of the entire ancient pond boiled, and a powerful force gushed out in all directions. This sword has won 5 trillion godly energy, and it's still increasing. Everyone exclaimed. The One-Tooth clan, as the host, was also watching this battle. This woman was the daughter of their city master. She was so powerful that she was somewhat famous on the 5th level. In terms of godly energy, she was comparable to a late-stage Saint Universe giant god, Hung Long Long. Outside the ancient pond, people could see the mighty momentum. But inside the ancient pond, Lin Ling felt even more intense. It was as though the universe was collapsing. This woman's godly energy is increasing non-stop. It's already reached 1.6 trillion. Lin Ling's figure kept retreating, avoiding the sword's edge. At first, he resisted with Panga's body, but after fusing with his innate talent, he was barely able to block the attack. So powerful, this is the Feng clan's Feng general level. The 12-winged young god stared at this scene and sucked in a cold breath. She could be considered a bloodline that was heavily nurtured in the sun god race, but compared to the woman from the Feng clan, her potential was still much weaker. Rumble. As the woman's sword continued to attack, the entire ancient pond began to rumble, forming a powerful destiny. After all, regardless of whether it was Lin Ling or that woman, the power they unleashed was comparable to that of a saint, and even surpassed that of many Saint Universe giant gods. Naturally, their luck was not low, and Lin Ling's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. If he lost, a lot of destiny would be seized. At this moment, Yin Feng laughed. Even the woman from the Ya clan could not defeat him. It seemed like Lin Ling was still inferior to him. However, his smile did not last long, because at this time, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. With the Panga strike, his physical strength doubled from 500 billion to 1 trillion, coupled with the innate talent fusion, it was a total of 2 trillion points of power. Boom, Lin Ling punched out, and it was like an ancient giant destroying the universe. A gust of wind surged, and the woman from the Feng clan could not hold her sword steadily and rushed out of the ancient pond. Pung. When she crashed to the ground, the surroundings were silent. Could it be that Lin Ling had a power of 2 trillion? How did I lose? At this moment, the woman from the Feng clan was in disbelief. Suddenly, she raised her head to look at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, "I haven't lost." She floated up, and suddenly, huge meteorites appeared above her head. There were a total of 9 of them, and they were slowly circling. These 9 meteorites were all different. There were thunder meteorites, fire meteorites, and ice meteorites, and they seemed to represent different universes. This was the universe of 6 realms. Her long hair danced wildly, and her expression was ferocious. She pointed at Lin Ling with one hand. Lose. Clearly, she was extremely unwilling to accept this. She did not believe that Lin Ling could defeat her. After all, she was an outstanding talent of the Ya clan on the 5th level. No. Almost at the same time, several voices sounded. They were the gods of Daolis Palace. Lin Ling looked at the universe of 6 realms and snorted. They had agreed to compete on Foundation, but who knew that the other party would use other means after losing? Would he, Lin Ling, be afraid of playing other tricks? Scram. Lin Ling mobilized the universe of 6 realms to fight against the 9 meteorites in the sky. Different from the 9 meteorites, Lin Ling's universe was composed of 9 continents, majestic and eternal. Rumble. The collision of the 2 universes shook the entire palace. The water under the ancient pond was splashing at this moment. Universe of 6 realms. The woman from the Fang clan was shocked. Lin Ling's universe was so strong? Moreover, she felt that Lin Ling's universe was safer than hers. Rumble. The 9 meteorites stopped rotating. Obviously, they could not stop Lin Ling's 9 continents. Your Excellency Lin Ling, my daughter has lost. I apologize to you on her behalf. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared. With a wave of his hand, the 2 colliding universes were separated. It's fine. Lin Ling could sense that this person was extremely strong. In addition, the other party had shown him enough respect, so he did not pursue the matter. Still not admitting defeat? The middle-aged man looked at the woman from the Fang clan. The woman bit her lips and finally nodded, I admit defeat. Previously, she was unwilling to accept this. She thought that it was just a basic collision. If they were to go all out, Lin Ling would not be her opponent. However, after the collision of their trump cards, she found that Lin Ling's trump cards were more powerful than hers. This Lin Ling is really strong. Universe of 6 realms, 2 trillion divine power, each of his trump cards is very strong. Yeah, he's much stronger than the others. Could it be that he has some kind of divine body? After this golden battle was won by Lin Ling, the surrounding gods looked at Lin Ling in a completely different light. It was as if they were looking at Mount Tai. After winning so many consecutive battles, Lin Ling also received a great amount of providence. Next, he looked at Yin Feng. It's your turn. Don't tell me you don't dare. Yes. Yin Feng had killed the Misty Rain Elder and the others. Lin Ling could not wait to kill him. Countless eyes were fixed on Yin Feng. At first, they thought that Lin Ling's battle with Yin Feng was like an egg hitting a rock. But now, they did not think so. Lin Ling was qualified to fight Yin Feng. Of course, Yin Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. He was an expert who had won 18 consecutive battles. His strength had long been recognized. You think I don't dare? Based on the enmity of your annihilation of my Silvermoon clan, I, Yin Feng, will kill you here today. Yin Feng suddenly disappeared. Above the ancient pond, moonlight gathered and turned into Yin Feng. That day, when he annihilated the Silver Moon clan, his killing intent had spread throughout the entire 4th level. Finally, after taking his revenge, this killing intent was restrained. Now that it was unleashed again, it was naturally not weak. What a terrifying killing intent. The great beings from the One-Tooth clan all narrowed their eyes. This Lin Ling is the host body of the world will, that Dao Palace Master said indifferently. People with such an identity have incomparably powerful potential. Now that I've seen it, it's indeed as the rumors say. Father, Lin Ling is really strong. However, Yin Feng isn't weak either. His realm is so much higher than Lin Ling's, so he might not lose to Lin Ling. Beside him, the lady who had previously lost to Lin Ling said. In terms of deity energy, Yin Feng is probably above Lin Ling, but Lin Ling seems to have a powerful technique that can ignore deity energy attacks. Dao Palace Master said. So heaven-defying? In other words, only the power of the universe can defeat him? That lady exclaimed. As the two conversed, above the ancient pond, killing intent spread out and poured into the ancient pond, incessantly stimulating fate energy. Hung long, the entire Dao palace shook. Outside the palace, the earth and the mountain range were also shaking. From the looks of it, this battle would probably stimulate great fate energy. Lin Ling, come. At this moment, Yin Feng made his move. He extended his 5 fingers, which transformed into sharp claws. The light in his palm was dazzling, as though he was holding a bright moon. With this move, powerful deity energy was stimulated, reaching a total of 30,000 units. Lin Ling struck out with his fist, and 2 trillion units of power collided with silver winds. Immediately, he was sent flying backward. This made him realize that Silver Wind was indeed not an ordinary saint-level giant universe god. Apart from Xianxia, Silver Wind was considered one of the more powerful gods he had fought so many times with. Just like him, of course, compared to Xianxia, Yin Feng was still incomparable. Lin Ling, die. Seeing that he had gained the upper hand with one move, Yin Feng's aura surged as he pursued. You're dreaming. Lin Ling's physical body was powerful. The previous collision of fists didn't injure him at all. He stamped his foot and immediately stopped flying backward. At the same time, Silver Wind's claw arrived. It was incomparably powerful, capable of tearing apart the universe. Crack, however, when he grabbed onto Lin Ling's chest, it was as if he had grabbed onto a solid rock. The formidable power of divinity simply wasn't able to harm Lin Ling. What happened? Yin Feng's face changed drastically, and he abruptly withdrew his hand. Once again, he gathered his powerful divine energy and slammed it towards Lin Ling. Rumble, a deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling stood there like a giant, not moving an inch, not even taking a step back. At this moment, it wasn't just Yin Feng who was shocked, even the people in the surroundings were shocked. They suddenly recalled that before the Destiny Marshal meeting, Lin Ling had faced the joint attack of the Silver Moon race's gods and ignored their divine force. At that time, they had thought that something had gone wrong, but now, they were certain. Lin Ling seemed to have the ability to ignore the power of gods. Father! The woman from the Tooth race cried out in alarm. It seemed that in her previous battle with Lin Ling had been going easy on her. After all, relying on this move, Lin Ling was in an invincible position. It is said that among the 12 god races, there is a god race that possesses a formidable divine body that can temporarily ignore divine force attacks. They are the giant god race. This Lin Ling seems to be related to the giant god race. Palace Master Wu Dao narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Looking at Yin Feng again, after he blasted out several moves, he saw that Lin Ling was safe and sound. He knew that the power of gods was ineffective against Lin Ling. He floated backwards, his hands holding up the heavens. Light transformed into a powerful universe. It was the 6 realms universe. As if he were throwing a boulder, he ruthlessly threw the 6 realms universe towards Lin Ling. Since the power of gods was ineffective, then he would use the universe. Idiot! Lin Ling coldly snorted in disdain. With a flick of his hand, the Lin Ling universe shot out. Rumble, the 2 universes collided, erupting into colorful sparks. The power was unstoppable, causing the entire divine city to tremble even more violently. Didn't you see that mine is also the 6 realms universe? At the same time, Lin Ling's cold voice floated out. His words caused Yin Feng to react. Previously, Lin Ling and the woman from the Tooth race had also clashed with the 6 realms universe. However, in the end, the clash was interrupted by Palace Master Wu Dao. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Yin Feng sensed that Lin Ling's universe was more complete and larger than his. It was like a giant hand that was constantly destroying his universe. If he didn't withdraw his universe, it would definitely collapse. Come out. He took a step back and withdrew his universe. At the same time, he erupted with his trump card. His entire body became dazzling with light. Lin Ling, don't think that you are the only one who can ignore the power of gods. I can do it too. Yin Feng seemed to have turned into a man of light formed by moonlight. The bloodline of the Silver Moon race, the Silver Moon's sacred body. Palace Master Wu Dao wasn't surprised by Yin Feng's transformation. This was because Yin Feng wasn't an ordinary Silver Moon race member. He had the most ancient bloodline of the divine race. Of course, Yin Feng's divine body was only immune to a portion of the power of gods. It wasn't difficult for him to be completely immune. The ones who were truly immune were the giant god race. However, a divine body formed by moonlight was also very powerful. Other than being immune to a portion of the power of gods, it was also immune to other powerful attacks. It was extremely mysterious. Interesting. Lin Ling looked at Yin Feng indifferently. He could sense the other party's moonlight divine body. This divine body should be able to resist the majority of the power of gods, however, he didn't know if it could resist the sword of faith. Faith was the most mysterious power in the universe. It could cut through many things. Therefore, Lin Ling was confident that he could cut through Yin Feng's divine body. Without further thought, light gathered in Lin Ling's hand, and he slashed out. The dazzling sword was actually more dazzling than Yin Feng's divine body. It instantly attracted countless gazes. By the time people reacted, they discovered that cracks had appeared on Yin Feng's body. It was as though the moonlight had been cut open. It was too fast, so fast that no one could react. Even Yin Feng couldn't react in time. He looked down at his chest and saw that cracks had appeared on the moonlight. It was as though his body had been cut open. He said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" "Impossible. The power of the world's will." "Impossible." At the same time, Dao Palace Master's expression darkened. Even the divine body of the silver moon race could be cut open. Unless it was the power of the world's will, it was impossible. Peng, Yin Feng smashed down, and his body began to recover. His chest had been cut open by the sword, and the wound had directly penetrated through. He looked at Lin Ling with hatred. In the end, he didn't say a word and died on the ancient pond. His blood flowed into the ancient pond, incessantly stimulating fate. The dazzling sword in Lin Ling's hand also disappeared. He turned and left the ancient pond. In these continuous battles, he had obtained a large amount of fate. Now, all he had to do was wait for it to be completely stimulated. Too terrifying. Even an ordinary giant universe god wouldn't be able to withstand such a sword. Lin Ling is the host body of the world's will. I heard that every host body has a powerful force. What he used just now was probably that force. So strong. Bai Yuxing was also very surprised, as if this was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. Next, the battle in the ancient pond continued. Gods appeared one after another, because they all sensed that the fate was about to be activated. If they did not fight, they would not be able to obtain any fate. "Junior brother, good job." When Qingzhu saw Lin Ling walking back, she was obviously very happy, because Lin Ling had finally avenged the two old men. "It's nothing." Lin Ling nodded and then watched the battle above the ancient pond. However, most of the gods that came out were not worthy of his attention. After an unknown period of time, the earth shook even more violently, and the huge house shook like fried beans. Okay, the fate has been activated, and this time, it is incomparably huge. At this time, the palace master said with an excited and serious expression. He continued, "Apart from the participants, everyone else leave, or you will be torn apart by the fate." Hearing this, the gods all left. In fact, there was no need for the palace master to remind them. Lin Ling and the others stayed behind, looking at each other and expectantly at the ancient pond. The ice on the surface of the ancient pond cracked and gradually melted. They could see the boiling water in the ancient pond, and the water was constantly bubbling. A terrifying mist spread out from it, enveloping the surrounding area. Inside the mist, everyone had a strange feeling, as if they could see through the mysteries of the universe. Fate, this was fate. Fate was a kind of power in the universe, and it was one of the most difficult powers to control. It was even more difficult to grasp than primordial energy, and also more precious. For example, if one had fate, one could turn misfortune into fortune, and grow in life and death situations. If mortals had fate, they could be kings and overlords, unifying the world. What a mysterious power. Lin Ling was in the crowd, and he could feel a large amount of mist enveloping him. It seemed that his continuous battles had activated a lot of fate. Lin Ling's fate is indeed the most. The surrounding gods were also secretly envious when they saw the scene. Unfortunately, they could not snatch the luck, so they could only watch helplessly. Then, the gods sat down cross-legged and cultivated with the help of the fortune that soared into the sky. Lin Ling did the same. He realized that after absorbing the fortune, there was a powerful force in his body that nourished his 8 dantians. Moreover, his physical strength continued to increase. Even his soul power was being nourished. As expected of luck, Lin Ling was shocked and immediately seized the opportunity to cultivate. This luck seemed to flow endlessly into Lin Ling's 8 dantians, causing Lin Ling to have an impulse to attempt to open his 9th dantian. Let's try it. Lin Ling finally made up his mind. Although the 9th dantian didn't have a divine embryo, it would be great if he could open it. The surging luck was controlled by Lin Ling, charging at his dantian. At the same time, Lin Ling began to cultivate the primal chaos divine formula, transforming the luck into a powerful force. Luck was indeed more magical than primordial aura. A wisp of it was dense, but the power it contained was unimaginable. As time passed, a vortex appeared in Lin Ling's dantian. It seemed to be the 9th dantian, which made Lin Ling delighted. However, no matter how he condensed it, only a vortex appeared. He couldn't open it. Instead, he wasted a lot of luck in the process. I can't open it. Is it because there isn't enough spiritual qi? Or is it because I lack a divine embryo as the foundation? Or is it because I don't have enough spiritual qi in one of the areas? Lin Ling was annoyed, and he was very upset. He tried a few more times, but in the end, he still couldn't open it. He could only give up. After all, if he continued to waste his luck like this, he would use up all his luck. Lin Ling pushed the remaining providence to the other 8 dantians, especially the 1st dantian, which needed the most providence. After all, the other 7 dantians could only break through successfully if the 1st dantian broke through. Boom, 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 a rumbling sound came from his dantian. It kept expanding, as if the universe was transforming. Lin Ling even sensed that the heavenly tribulation seemed to be coming, but it was blocked by the luck of the outside world. After an unknown period of time, a violent rumble sounded. Lin Ling's 1st dantian transformed like a comet nebula. His divine energy kept spiraling. It was very magnificent. This also caused Lin Ling's divine energy to increase, and after the 1st dantian transformed, the other 7 dantians also changed. Another 7 rumbles sounded, and the 8 dantians transformed at the same time, stepping into a new domain. This was the late stage of the king-level universe giant god. After the breakthrough, Lin Ling immediately sensed that his divine energy was increasing crazily. The foundation had reached 2 trillion. At the beginning, it was only 5 trillion. With each breakthrough in the 8 dantians, the divine energy he obtained was several times more than ordinary people. 2 trillion. Lin Ling was excited. If he fused his innate talents, his divine energy would reach 4 trillion. In addition to the 1 trillion brought by Panga's attack, his divine energy would reach 5 trillion. This was a leap. He reckoned that there would be few who could be a match for him even among the saint-level universe giant gods. After that, Lin Ling looked at his physical strength and found that there was a small increase. However, his soul power increased the most. Seeing this, Lin Ling also put all the remaining luck into his soul power to increase it. Lin Ling cultivated essence, energy, and spirit. Now, his cultivation and physical body were very strong. Naturally, his soul power couldn't fall behind. Moreover, Lin Ling was also good at the universe 3 extremes break. After his soul power became stronger, this technique would be sharper. The luck kept dissipating, allowing Lin Ling's soul to condense and strengthen. In the end, his soul power stopped at 3,500,000. Lin Ling's eyes finally opened, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. He looked around and discovered that there was no one around. The ancient pool was still there, but it was sealed in ice again, and the chi of destiny had also disappeared. Luck is indeed terrifying. Although it didn't change my fate, it increased my strength. No wonder so many people want to participate in the Destiny Martial meeting. If there is another Destiny Martial meeting, I will definitely increase my soul power and physical strength. I guess the reason why I can't open the 9th dantian is because one of the major domains didn't meet the requirements. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the sky. He suddenly felt that he could see the peak of the Tao Pagoda. This was a feeling of seeing through the universe. It was only born after one's strength had greatly increased. Of course, this feeling disappeared very quickly. The Destiny Martial meeting in Dallas Divine City has ended. I guess there won't be any luck for a long time. I can leave now. Lin Ling left the area of the ancient pond and wanted to find his senior sister and the others. However, he found that the originally lively divine palace was now empty. Not far away, a woman wearing a thin robe floated in the sky. She was also cultivating. Lin Ling, you're awake. At this moment, the woman opened her eyes and smiled happily at Lin Ling. At the same time, she floated down and waved her right hand. A pink cloak appeared and covered the thin robe. She looked calm, but her cheeks were still a little red. Obviously, she didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly come out. After all, there weren't many people left in the palace, so she dared to dress simply and cultivate casually. You broke through? Then, the woman noticed the change in Lin Ling and was shocked. With so much luck, if I still can't break through, I can only say that my aptitude is too poor. Lin Ling walked over and smiled. Now that you've broken through, I guess I'm even less of a match for you. However, you're still a king-level universe giant god. If you go to other cities to participate in the Destiny Martial meetings, you can still get a lot of luck. The woman was very polite to Lin Ling and introduced herself. I'm Xianxia. Lin Ling nodded and asked, did you see the two ladies with me? They left a long time ago. After all, you've been cultivating in seclusion here for 2 years. Xianxia explained. 2 years? Lin Ling frowned. It had been so long. He didn't know how senior sister and the others were doing, and how Baiyusheng was doing. He remembered Master saying that Baiyusheng would face a great calamity. Had he passed it? Thank you. Lin Ling didn't want to stay, so he bid farewell and left. Lin Ling, wait. Xianxia called out to Lin Ling. However, when Lin Ling turned around, Xianxia blushed and didn't know what to say. She thought for a while and gritted her teeth. You can stay in Daola City to cultivate. This place can also be your home. After saying this, not only did her cheeks turn red like an apple, even her ears turned red. Thank you, but my senior sister and the others are probably in danger now, so I have to go and help them immediately. If there's a chance, I'll definitely come back. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, goodbye. With that, he hurriedly left the divine palace. Little Xian watched as Lin Ling left. He wanted to urge him to stay, but in the end, he couldn't open his mouth. He could only stand there with a gloomy expression. On the other side, a middle-aged man looked at this scene calmly, then shook his head. What a pity. Could it be that little Xian has fallen in love? But the falling flowers have feelings, but the flowing water has no intentions. Naturally, he could guess his daughter's thoughts. Unfortunately, love was sometimes even more elusive than the laws of the universe. At this moment, Lin Ling left the divine palace and immediately contacted his senior sisters. As an experienced person, how could Lin Ling not be aware of Xianxi's good intentions from before? Unfortunately, it was impossible for him to agree, not to mention that he had no feelings for Xianxi now. Even if he had, his current purpose was to find Yu. Lin Ling, you have come out of seclusion. Follow the east side of the Dallas Divine City. In about a day's time, you will be able to see me. At this moment, the voice of the 12-winged Yang God came, which surprised Lin Ling. After all, he thought that it was his senior sister who had informed him. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He immediately used the Quafu sun-chasing boots and rushed to the east. The 12-winged Yang God said that it would take 1 day, but Lin Ling arrived in half a day. On a hill in front of him, the 12-winged Yang God stood there. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled. Lin Ling glanced around and found that there was only the 12-winged Yang God. He did not see his senior sister and Baiyusheng. He flew down the hill and immediately asked, what happened? The 12-winged Yang God first looked at Lin Ling and found that Lin Ling had broken through the realm. She was immediately happy for Lin Ling, and then she explained, it turned out that ever since they left the Dallas Divine City, Qingzhu and the 12-winged Yang God had planned to help Baiyusheng. Baiyusheng had broken through the realm faster than Lin Ling. After leaving, he was immediately chased by the 3 god clans. At the critical moment, Qingzhu and the 12-winged Yang God naturally came to help and repelled the pursuers. However, at that time, an expert suddenly appeared and blocked Qingzhu, making it difficult for them to help Baiyusheng. Fortunately, Bai Yuxing had escaped the pursuit of the three god clans and avoided the pursuers with the 12-winged Yang God. Through the conversation, the 12-winged Yang God also knew that Bai Yuxing had stayed on the 5th floor because the person he loved the most had been captured by the three god clans. They had used her to threaten Bai Yuxing to hand over Hou Yi's bow and arrows, and for that woman, Bai Yuxing had been dealing with the three god clans. Where is Bai Yuxing now? Lin Ling knew that the matter was troublesome, so he hurriedly asked. He's already lost. You should have informed me about this immediately. Your senior sister didn't want me to inform you. She said that it was rare for you to encounter such luck and that you had to seize the opportunity to cultivate. Then where is senior sister now? Lin Ling kept asking. Follow me. The 12-winged Yang God flew into the distance. After a long time, a huge divine mountain appeared in front of them, exuding a powerful majesty. On the other side, there was also a divine mountain full of green bamboo, swaying slightly and making rustling sounds. The sound. Senior sister is there. She's still fighting against that strong cultivator. The 12-winged Yang God pointed ahead and said. Lin Ling was shocked. He carefully sensed and immediately sensed the aura of his senior sister. However, what surprised him was that the divine mountain opposite him could resist his senior sister to such an extent. The aura of the underworld? Then, Lin Ling frowned. Yes, he is young Master Ming, the reincarnation of the underworld from one of the 9 stars of the universe. The 12-winged Yang God nodded. Lin Ling's expression changed slightly. He naturally knew this young Master Ming. That day on the 1st floor of the Dao Pagoda, he had fought with this person and knew that this person was very strong and was one of the 9 stars of the universe. However, Lin Ling never expected that young Master Ming's strength had improved so much that he could fight against his senior sister. Senior sister told me before the battle to ignore her. If you come out of seclusion, you can go and help Bai Yuxing. The 12-winged Yang God said again. Although Lin Ling was a little worried about his senior sister, he still knew the importance of the task. Moreover, his senior sister had helped a lot now. How could Lin Ling not do anything? Do you know where Bai Yuxing is? Lin Ling asked hurriedly. However, the 12-winged Yang God shook his head. Last time, we were chased by the 3 god clans, and we were all separated. However, in the past year, I have heard from passers-by that Bai Yuxing has still not been caught. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and pondered. Bai Yuxing had been chased for so many years. How could he be caught so easily? Moreover, he had no intention of leaving. He must be going for his girlfriend. This meant that as long as he found his girlfriend, he would know the approximate whereabouts of Bai Yuxing. Let's go to the nearby divine city to inquire about the news. Lin Ling planned to go to a nearby god city to gather information. Not far from here, there was a divine city called the 3 Leaves Divine City. It was a divine city ruled by itinerant cultivators. This meant that there were people from all walks of life in the city, and there were gods from all eras. The divines were not the only ones who ruled the city. Before long, Lin Ling and his companion entered 3 Leaf God City. Fortunately, the 5th level was big enough, so not many people could recognize Lin Ling. Lin Ling and the 12-winged Yang God walked casually without any pressure. Lin Ling could see that most of the people in this city were Saint Giant Universe gods, and he could see a few God Giant Universe gods occasionally. These people's godly powers were obviously different and extremely powerful. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that if he were to fight them head-on, he would be able to kill 1 or 2 of them if he were to use his trump card. Of course, he could only kill ordinary God Giant Universe gods. After entering the city, Lin Ling constantly inquired about information. In the end, he only obtained some information about the Destiny Martial meeting. It seemed that on the 5th level, the Destiny Martial meeting was still the one that most people paid attention to. Moreover, Lin Ling knew that destiny could be stored and then passed to others. This might be the reason why God Giant Universe gods stayed on the 5th level. After all, God Giant Universe gods couldn't participate in the Fate Martial competition at all. There was no other way except to get the fate of others. The 9 Shell clan is recruiting gods below Saint Giant Universe gods. They need to be strong enough and have a lower realm than the requirements. At this time, a voice came from the street. A large number of gods were holding up signs to summon people. Looking carefully, these people's skin was different from ordinary people. It was darker, the Nine-Shell clan was one of the 12 god races. Lin Ling and the 12-winged Yang god looked at each other and walked over. Of course, many gods were also approaching and looking curiously. We recruited you for a mission to capture a person alive. As for who it is, our Nine-Conch clan will not hide it. It is Bai Yuxing, who caused an uproar before the new year. As long as you participate in the mission, everyone will be able to obtain a bottle of luck. Seeing more and more people gathering, the people of the Nine-Shell clan didn't hide their purpose. What? You're not participating in the Fate Martial competition? Many people looked dissatisfied. As for Bai Yuxing, they had heard a little about him. The entire 5th level had been stirred up by him. The people of the 3 god clans were searching for him, but they could not find him. Actually, we're also going to participate in the Fate Martial meeting this time because we're guessing that Bai Yuxing will appear as well. He wants to seize the Fate Martial meeting and increase his strength. Moreover, I know that many people participated in the capture before, but in the end, they didn't catch anything. Instead, they ended up with nothing. Therefore, there's a reward this time, said the god of the Nine-Conch clan. To be honest, they couldn't be bothered to ask these ordinary gods for help. It was only because they had more people and more information that they asked for help. There are rewards? That's more like it. What's the reward? Many people's eyes lit up when they heard about the reward. This time, only 2,000 participants will be recruited. They will receive a bottle of fate, and they will also be recruited as helpers. The helpers will be responsible for finding people and providing information on Bai Yuxing's whereabouts, as well as surrounding and capturing him. Of course, the rewards won't be as high, only half a bottle of fate. Moreover, only those who provide information will receive it. This will prevent people from making up the numbers like the previous few times, shouted the god of the Nine-Conch clan. The 2,000 people recruited, as long as they were recruited, would all receive a bottle of fate. As for the helpers, they would only be rewarded if they provided information on Bai Yuxing's whereabouts or if they helped. From the looks of it, the 2,000 people recruited were even more worth it. After all, they had to get the reward. Of course, to be recruited, one had to be a late-stage St. Cosmos giant god or below. I'll participate. I'll sign up. The streets instantly became lively. As long as one was a late-stage St. Cosmos giant god or below, all of them were signing up. TSK, I heard that the Mountain Push Party is also recruiting, but the rewards aren't as generous as this. Now, other than the One-Tooth clan, the other 3 god clans have put in a lot of effort. It seems that Bai Yuxing and the others will definitely be caught. But can they really catch Bai Yuxing? What if he doesn't show up after receiving the news? Whispers could be heard, but this didn't stop people from signing up enthusiastically. Gradually, the number of people signing up increased. Lin Ling was also discussing the authenticity of this news with the 12-winged sun god. Why are they so sure that Bai Yuxing will show up? According to what they said, he seems to be heading to a certain god city where the Destiny Martial competition is. Could it be that Bai Yuxing wants to participate in the Destiny Martial competition? Also, Bai Yuxing should know that many people are looking for him. He shouldn't dare to come. The 12-winged sun god voiced out her doubts. She was afraid of being deceived. Generally speaking, Bai Yuxing won't show up unless there's one possibility. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. In that god city, other than the Destiny Martial competition, the person Bai Yuxing loves the most is also there. We can use her as bait to force Bai Yuxing to show up. The 12-winged sun god's expression changed, and she nodded immediately. Lin Ling's words were very likely. Let's go. Lin Ling looked at the streets and saw that many gods had been recruited, and those above their level were going to be helpers. Since Lin Ling planned to gather information, he naturally didn't plan to be helpers. However, when he was about to sign up, he found that the number of people was almost full. There was only one spot left. I want to sign up. Lin Ling hurriedly signed up. The competition for the last spot was naturally the fiercest. After all, as long as one was recruited, they would get a bottle of destiny. Therefore, Lin Ling's shout instantly attracted the attention of countless people, and many people were unhappy. The people of the Nine-Conch clan were also looking at Lin Ling with cold expressions. Lin Ling's level was indeed not high. He was only a late-stage king-level universe giant god. However, Three Leaves City was so big that there were still many people with this level of cultivation. There were even middle-stage king-level universe giant gods. How could they recruit Lin Ling? Your level of cultivation is a bit high. There are more than a dozen middle-stage king-level universe giant gods who have more advantages than you. An old man with ears like conches said indifferently. Lin Ling was extremely speechless. For the first time, he felt that people looked down on people with high levels of cultivation. Usually, people look down on people with low levels of cultivation. I'm stronger than them. Lin Ling said. Ha ha ha. A wave of mocking laughter came, one after another. Who wouldn't say that? But only they would believe it. This was bragging without a draft. The last person we want is a middle-stage king-level universe giant god. You'd better do it next time, the old man from the Nine Conch clan said with disdain. Get lost. You didn't come out when we recruited late-stage and peak king-level universe giant gods. Now you're here to join in the fun. Are you stupid? That's right. With such a high level of cultivation, how much destiny can you get from the Destiny Martial Gathering? According to your point of view, I, a late-stage Saint Universe giant god, can participate. You're blind. Let him try. However, at this moment, a woman's voice floated over, causing the surrounding voices to disappear. People looked at the woman who spoke and found that she was a woman from the Nine Conch clan. This woman's appearance was extremely enchanting, and her slender waist was very attractive, her skin was slightly dark, and there was a wild beauty to it. Miss. However, this woman seemed to have a high status. The old man who spoke earlier had to ask her for her opinion. This man is not bad. I hope to go with him, the woman said with a smile. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this woman from the Nine Conch clan had taken a fancy to that white-haired man? How could that be? I heard that the women of the Nine Conch clan are lascivious and evil. Perhaps she really has taken a fancy to Lin Ling. The 12-winged young god also felt that his horizons had been broadened. He was extremely shocked. Ling frowned. What was going on? He stared at the enchanting woman and then realized that she was also staring at him. She even licked her lips quietly. This made Lin Ling certain that this woman seemed to have taken a fancy to him. Miss, this man is so cold. The old man from the Conch clan still seemed to be puzzled. That's the kind of man I like. The woman was still staring at Lin Ling, especially when she realized that Lin Ling's gaze was extremely cold. This attracted her even more. Only a cold and unfeeling man would be manly. Hearing this, everyone sighed, thinking that this white-haired man was too lucky. But everyone had their own eyes. Naturally, there would be people who liked a cold personality. Alright, as long as Miss likes it. Let him participate. However, his realm is about to meet the requirements. I reckon that many people will be dissatisfied. The old man sighed and let the woman do as she pleased. Soon as he finished speaking, there were indeed many dissatisfied voices around. These gods did not dare to vent their anger on the Nine Conch clan, so they vented it all on Lin Ling. Words like trash and trash rose one after another. In any case, the last spot had been taken by Lin Ling, so they could vent their anger. Don't think that you're qualified just because you've reached the standard. In fact, you're just a pretty boy. If you have the ability, try to sound the conch. This god, who had almost been recruited, cursed the loudest. Linrise immediately glanced at him and then stared at the conch in the god's mouth. The conch was about 2 meters long. It floated in the sky and emitted 5-colored divine light. Previously, when the gods were being recruited, this conch seemed to be a test of strength. Lin Ling didn't say much. He walked towards conch and threw a punch at her. Boom rumble, the conch suddenly let out a deafening sound that was as loud as the sea, shocking the surroundings into silence. Cause in addition to reaching a certain level of cultivation, one must also reach a certain level of strength. And the requirement for strength was to sound the conch, and now, Lin Ling had done it. This meant that Lin Ling's strength was very strong, completely inconsistent with his realm. Cock crack, however, this wasn't the end of it. Next, cracks appeared on the conch and it exploded like glass. The listening conch has also exploded. This strength is probably at the level of an ordinary middle-stage universe giant god. The old man from the Nine Conch clan exclaimed. And, the woman revealed a curious smile and sized up Lin Ling. Lin Ling ignored her and everyone else. He closed his eyes and cultivated, quietly waiting for the Nine Conch clan to announce the results. I think that there should be no problem with the last spot, right? The old man said to the crowd. In the end, no one objected. Next, we're recruiting helpers. The old man continued. The 2,000 recruited gods were brought to the other side. Lin Ling glanced at the 12-winged young god. The latter nodded and naturally went to sign up as helpers. The 2-winged young god muttered to himself, look at that woman's lecherous look. She won't immediately eat Lin Ling, will she? But with Lin Ling's character, he probably won't agree. That's not right. That woman is so enchanting. It's possible that Lin Ling can't resist the temptation. If Lin Ling heard these words, he would definitely curse. Lin Ling, was he so lecherous? Lin Ling followed the people from the Nine Conch clan. Along the way, the woman indeed delivered herself to him. She kept winking at Lin Ling, hinting at Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only reply casually and casually give a name. In the end, he became impatient and said cold words, hoping to drive this beauty away. Unfortunately, he thought too much. The more indifferent he was, the more he attracted such a top-notch beauty to pester him. Of course, although this beauty was very annoying, Lin Ling also found out some information from her. Sure enough, the place they were going to was where Bai Yuxing's favorite woman was, and she was used as bait. Everything was as Lin Ling thought. It seemed that the 3 godly clans had set a trap this time and were waiting for Bai Yuxing to jump in. At that time, if Lin Ling wanted to save Bai Yuxing, he would have to fight against the 3 godly clans. Thinking at this point, Lin Ling's heart was heavy. With his current strength, it was very difficult to fight against a god-level universe giant god, especially one from the 3 clans. 2 hours later, the gods began their journey. In order not to leak the news, the Nine Conch clan did not announce what divine city it was. All of them paid no attention to this because their objective was karmic luck. Lin Ling was at the front of the team. At the same time, he looked behind him and immediately saw the 12-winged young god in the dense crowd. Lin Ling, you didn't do anything, did you? The 12-winged young god transmitted his voice. What do you mean? That woman did something to me. Scram. Who do you think I am? The 12-winged young god had a solemn expression. He thought that she had some important news, but this guy was actually concerned about this. Following as time passed, a large number of gods gradually appeared in the distant sky. These gods were very powerful. Some were riding Qilins, some were riding dragon gods, and some were riding giants. These gods were from the 12 godly clans. Like the Nine Conch clan, they had recruited a large number of gods and were prepared to capture Bai Yuxing alive. So after a long time, the group finally arrived at a divine city. This city was even more magnificent and spacious, and it was filled with powerful gods. In the center of the city, there was a huge volcano, and at this moment, white smoke was constantly emitting. After entering the city, all the gods looked at the volcano. What? Beneath the volcano was the primordial aura, which was where luck came from. It was said that the luck beneath the volcano was the greatest. Once it was activated, the amount would definitely be unimaginable. Here? As Lin Ling was looking, a gentle voice came from beside him. It was actually the beauty from the Nine Conch clan. Yes. Yes. Lin. Ling Lim nodded coldly without any expression. Humph. Despicable. Humph. When the gods saw this scene, they were extremely jealous. With such a cold attitude, he could actually win the favor of the beauty from the Nine Conch clan. How despicable. Could this beauty from the Nine Conch clan be a masochist? However, Lin Ling was about to be disappointed, because not only was this beauty not annoyed, she even had the idea of conquering Lin Ling. The more cold men, the more she liked them. Therefore, she chatted with Lin Ling more, but Lin Ling either ignored her or nodded impatiently. Pfft. At the back of the group, the 12-winged young god could not help but laugh when she saw the scene. However, she soon frowned as she seemed to have sensed a familiar aura. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at the street and saw that it was filled with people. However, she could sense Bai Yuxing's aura among them. Bai Yuxing was hiding in the crowd. Lin Ling. She hurriedly sent a voice transmission. When Lin Ling saw the 12-winged Yang God's expression, he immediately understood and looked at the crowd. Unfortunately, he did not notice anything. But yes, the 12-winged Yang God had confirmed it. This meant that Bai Yuxing had indeed come. Bai Yuxing should have seen us. Lin Ling frowned. However, at this moment, the large group moved forward again, causing Lin Ling to not care too much and could only follow. At this moment, an old man stood in the crowd. His aged eyes looked at the leaving Nine Conch clan, and his eyes turned cold. He was Bai Yuxing. Lin Ling, the 12-winged Yang God, have they joined the Nine Conch clan? He muttered to himself in his heart, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Over the past year, he had been chased by a large number of gods like a rat crossing the street. He was tired and numb. On the 5th level, he did not have any friends. Everyone only wanted to snatch his treasures. Only the only ones who could match his appetite were Lin Ling and the others. However, and now, Lin Ling and the others had joined the Nine Conch clan. It seemed that the treasures had attracted them. Sigh, I can understand your actions. After all, we only met by chance. The old man sighed and slowly left. Here at this moment, the experts of the 3 godly clans had arrived. The entire city was filled with powerful gods, and at least half of them had been recruited by the 3 godly clans. What a huge camp. It seems that if the destiny martial competition starts, the destiny this time will definitely not be low. I reckon that luck will envelop the entire city. The gods in the city were also talking among themselves in shock. The 3 god clans gathered at the foot of the volcano and looked at it calmly. It looks like the karmic games is about to begin. Have you seen Bai Yuxing? The tall and sturdy armored man suddenly spoke. He was an expert from the Myriad Sea clan. I'm sure that he has come to the volcanic mountain city and is now hiding in the crowd. Should we bring her out? The experts of the other 2 races suggested. The man in armor pondered for a moment. Finally, he looked at the volcano and nodded. To avoid unnecessary trouble, let's bring her out. That's right, the destined martial meet is about to begin. It's better to settle this matter first. Another old man also agreed. For that woman, for the destined martial competition, Bai Yuxing will definitely come. Let's kill him on the spot. After the 3 god clans reached an agreement, a conch appeared in the hands of the Myriad Sea clan man. He then blew at the conch, and a 5-colored light floated out. In the 5-colored light, a woman was trapped in a bubble, floating in the air above the volcano. What a beautiful woman. Who is she? Everyone was waiting for the destined martial competition. After all, the destined martial competition today was very big. It was estimated that everyone in the city would be able to take advantage of it. Therefore, more and more people gathered. Here some people were puzzled. Why did the 3 god clans suddenly release a woman? Lin Ling looked up at the sky. He instantly knew that the woman should be the person that Bai Yuxing loved the most. However, she was indeed beautiful and moving. She could make people feel a sense of pity for her. Suddenly, however, a thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that this woman was Chang'e? In the legends, Hou-Yi and Chang'e were together. Later on, Chang'e ran to the moon, causing the 2 to separate, but now, Lin Ling knew that it wasn't the moon. Instead, it was Chang'e who was sealed in a powerful universe. Now that Chang'e was brought out, it was probably to lure Bai Yuxing out. Lin Ling looked around and saw that the volcano was surrounded by powerful gods. If Bai Yuxing came out, he would definitely not be able to return. While, at this moment, the woman wrapped in the bubble had moist eyes. She looked at the countless gods on the ground and kept shaking her head. She clearly knew what the 3 god clans wanted to do. Among the crowd, an old man trembled. After so many years, this was the first time he saw her. In just an instant, his eyes were moist. He was incomparably excited. Bai Yuxing, do you want your wife? If you do, get out here. As long as you hand over your treasures, we promise to let you and your wife reunite. The burly man from the Myriad Sea clan said indifferently. It's King Myriad Waves. Some people stared at this man. They knew that this was a powerful god with the strength of an early-stage universe giant god. His body was a sea crocodile. It was said that he was the king of myriad crocodiles and was incomparably powerful. Are the 3 god clans finally going to make a move? Many people whispered. Everyone on the fifth floor knew about Baiyushing's matter. But many people were curious. They could have taken out that woman earlier to threaten Baiyushing. Why did the three god clans wait until now? There must be some secret hidden within. I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time to consider. That man said again. The entire god city became quiet. Everyone looked at each other, curious about where Baiyushing was hiding. No one dared to speak casually, afraid that they would be mistaken for Baiyushing. Lin Ling, what should we do? Tentu Winged Sun God transmitted his voice to Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. The three god clans had too many experts. Even if he were to make a move, it would be difficult to save them. It might even be dangerous. Wait. At this time, he could not be impulsive, so Lin Ling calmed down. He would definitely save Baiyushing. It was just a matter of when. Seconds passed. The whole city was solemn. 3 more breaths. If you don't come out, I'll let you be separated by yin and yang. A cold voice floated out. 1, 2, 3. After the third voice, an old man finally walked out. When he moved, the surrounding gods all made way for him, as if they were afraid of being implicated. Baiyushing is here. If you have any problems, come at me. Let her go. The old man shouted as he walked. He was not afraid in the face of thousands of soldiers and horses. As he walked, his appearance kept changing. Finally, he turned into a tall and sturdy man. Baiyushing. Seeing this man, the eyes of the people from the three god clans lit up, and a smile finally appeared on their faces. We've been trying to capture you for 30 years. Now, you've finally appeared on your own. The armored king of myriad waves said coldly. Today, the three god clans had been mobilized and trapped Baiyushing in the volcanic mountain city. Baiyushing would definitely not be able to escape. Let her go. Rumble, however, at that moment, the volcano suddenly shook and an earthquake followed. A huge mushroom cloud shot out of the volcano's crater and into the sky. Some gods who were close to the volcano were hit by the mushroom cloud and immediately turned into ashes. Even their souls disappeared. The destined martial tournament has begun. Everyone's pupils were trembling. Why did it come at this time? Watch Baiyushing. Don't let him escape. The leaders of the great god clans all shouted angrily. Then, they looked at the huge volcano and their expressions became extremely solemn. He could sense that the destined martial tournament this time was greater than ever. If it was activated, the entire city would benefit. Only yes, this destined martial tournament had come at the wrong time. It seemed that they should have lured Baiyushing out long ago and then started the destined martial tournament. At that moment, Baiyushing was also looking at the volcano. His resolute face was shaken. He came here because he knew that this destined martial tournament was the most intense. He hoped to use this destined martial tournament to increase his strength and then bring back his woman. However, he did not expect that the three great god clans had already set up an inescapable trap here. He looked at the white-clothed woman in the sky and gritted his teeth. He wanted to take the opportunity to save her, but he held back in the end, because he knew that saving her would definitely fail. While the woman in the bubble had both hands on the bubble as if she was touching Baiyushing's face. She kept shaking her head and shouting for Baiyushing to leave. Unfortunately, the bubble blocked her voice. However, she was indeed very beautiful. Her skin was smooth and her clothes were whiter than snow. She was like a fairy who would float away at any time. Are you all right? Baiyushing's lips moved slightly as he said silently. The woman nodded. It was obvious that they had not seen each other for many years. While the 12-winged Yang god was also looking at Lin Ling, asking if Lin Ling should make a move now. After all, the three great god clans were attracted by the volcano. It was also an excellent opportunity, Lin Ling pondered but did not plan to take action in the end. He had the same thoughts as Baiyushing. The three great god clans seemed to be paying attention to the volcano, but as long as they approached the bubble, the three great god clans would definitely attack. While moreover, the bubble was a powerful universe that had reached the level of the 5 realms. It was not easy to break it. Wait. Lin Ling transmitted his voice back. sway as time passed, the mushroom cloud of the volcano gradually disappeared, and everything returned to normal. However, the Providence martial gathering had already begun. However, no one dared to casually come out to fight. Instead, they watched Bai Yuxing. "Let her go and I'll go with you. I'll give you whatever you want." Yuxing looked up at the three god clans. "Let me ask you, do you have Hou Yi's bow and arrow with you?" The Thousand Waves King asked. Rieri's bow and arrow was known as the strongest offensive divine artifact among the 10 great chaos divine artifacts. When it came to killing gods, it was second to none and was even more powerful than the Eastern Emperor Bel. However, Hou Yi's bow and arrow was only good at killing gods. It was not as good as the Donghuang Bell in other areas, such as defense and so on. Of course, with its top-notch attack power, Hou Yi's bow and arrow was enough to dominate the era. If he could get his hands on Hou Yi's bow and arrow, he would become one of the most powerful deities of this era and be as famous as the 9 stars of the universe. Who wouldn't value such a precious treasure? Dang, of course, it was the only one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts on the 5th floor. Compared to if one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts like the Eastern Emperor Bel appeared, the god clans would definitely not let it go. However, such a treasure was still missing. "It's with me. Let her go and I'll go with you. As long as you refine me, you can get it." Bai Yuxing was not afraid of death. "Hee, don't think that we don't know that you only have the arrow and not the bow, and the bow is with her. Am I right?" The Thousand Waves King sneered. This was also the reason why they were unwilling to hand over the white-clothed woman. They knew that Hou Yi's bow was with the white-clothed woman, but they couldn't find a way to find it. Hearing this, Bai Yuxing's eyes flashed and he sneered, "Are you going back on your words? I've already come out. You said that you would let us go. That's on the premise that you hand over Hou Yi's bow and arrow. Only then will you and your wife be reunited. Bai Yuxing, surrender." The experts of the 3 god clans sneered. They had no intention of letting the woman go. "Despicable!" Bai Yuxing roared. Yuxing cursed angrily. The aura of his entire body exploded as he prepared to fight to the death. His cultivation had already reached the late-stage Saint Realm Cosmos Giant God Realm. Whoever catches him will be heavily rewarded. The leaders of the 3 god clans sneered. With a wave of their hands, many gods became restless. Not only but the gods who moved were all below the late-stage Saint Cosmos Giant God Realm. This showed that they wanted to stimulate their luck by capturing Bai Yuxing. With so many people acting, Bai Yuxing will be forced to use that arrow. "I heard that this arrow is incomparably powerful, but I haven't had the chance to see it with my own eyes." The Thousand Waves King crossed his arms and watched this scene with a smile. Bai Yuxing, also known as Hou Yuxing, changed his name. It's a pity that the reincarnation of Hou Yi ended up like this. It's quite sad. If death is near, that woman might be able to use the Hou Yi's bow. The elder from the 9 conch clan sneered. They had used all kinds of methods to investigate, but they couldn't mobilize the Hou Yi's bow on the woman. Now, with Bai Yuxing's death, they might be able to mobilize it. Obviously, they had planned for this moment for a long time. They had obtained both the Hou Yi's bow and the luck, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bai Yuxing was like a cornered beast. He looked up at the white-robed woman in the sky and roared, "Fight to the death." At this moment he had no relatives in the world. He could only rely on himself. The woman in the sky was in tears. She kept shaking her head, hoping that the 3 god clans would let Bai Yuxing go. Unfortunately, no one looked at her. The 3 god clans only sneered, "Hung long long." Startled, an earth-shaking battle broke out. A large amount of invisible energy surged toward the volcano, stimulating the luck. The intensity of this stimulation was undoubtedly greater than in Dallas Palace. And, seeing Bai Yuxing in danger again and again, the 12-winged sun god looked at Lin Ling with a worried expression. Lin Ling shook his head inwardly. At this moment, he could only wait. But he wasn't sure how long he could wait. Pung, pung pung, at the side of the volcano, an intense battle was raging. A large number of gods were attacking Bai Yuxing. These gods included both king-level and saint-level universe gods. According to their power levels, they were all gods who could stimulate their luck. "Die!" Bai Yuxing shouted. Bai Yuxing's eyes were bloodshot. He And in such a chaotic battle, Baiyuxing had killed quite a number of gods. His combat power was extraordinary. Dang, however, killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of his own, he naturally suffered heavy injuries. Let's see how long you can block for. The three godly clans, led by King Myriad Waves, sneered. Hong long. This, Baiyuxing was smashed into the ground, seemingly disappearing into the ground. A huge crater was formed in the ground. If not for the primordial energy in the 5th level, the ground would have been destroyed. I've caught Baiyuxing. The god who had attacked earlier roared towards the sky, incomparably happy. Xiao. No, after that, an arrow shot out from the ground at an unimaginable speed, piercing through that god. Hong. This arrow was incomparably ferocious, turning that god into ashes. His complacent laughter earlier was actually his last words. Fire, the mountain city suddenly fell silent, everyone looked at the crater on the ground. What kind of arrow was this? It could actually kill a middle-stage St. Cosmos giant god so easily, too powerful. Finally, it's out. It's indeed as tyrannical as the rumors say. It's the strongest arrow to kill gods. At this moment, the leaders of the three godly clans were inexplicably excited. We didn't guess wrongly. Baiyuxing indeed had a treasure on him. After all, with Baiyuxing's current state, it was impossible to kill a middle-stage St. Cosmos giant god without several battles, and now, he was killed with a single arrow. According to legend, Hou has 9 arrows that can destroy any cosmos. Now that Baiyuxing only has 1 arrow, it means he can't use the remaining 8 arrows. Otherwise, how could we block him? King Myriad Waves licked his lips. If we can get the Hou bow, the power of these arrows will increase greatly. At the same time, the crater shook, and millions of soil fell down. Amidst the dust, a figure floated up. This person was covered in blood, and his long hair was messy. He was like a lone wolf surrounded by hunters. His eyes swept across the crowd, and when they met his gaze, they shuddered. What they saw was an aura of cutting off all means of retreat. Baiyuxing was going to fight them to the death. At this moment, the gods didn't dare to act rashly. They had no choice but to be on guard against the counterattack of a dying man. Swoosh. No, at this moment, Baiyuxing waved his arm. There were no energy fluctuations, but an arrow shot towards the air bubble in the sky. Boom rumble, the bubble trembled and cracks appeared. What a powerful arrow! Myriad Waves King's expression changed. His bubble was an ocean universe, and its defense was incomparably strong. Without the power of a deity-grade giant universe god, it was impossible to shake it. This time, he witnessed Baiyuxing's Hou's arrow again. After Baiyuxing's attack failed, he continued to attack the bubble with his arrows, causing more and more cracks to appear on the bubble. His goal is to save that woman, stop him. The Thousand Waves King felt that something was amiss and roared loudly. Crowd the god also reacted. Baiyuxing knew that he couldn't escape, so before he died, he wanted to save that woman. Attack. Space-shattering demon's brain. Sever ocean world. Countless attacks bombarded Baiyuxing. In his current state, he couldn't block them at all. At this scene, the woman in the bubble kept hitting the air bubble, tears dripping down her face. She screamed in pain, but no sound came out. Lin Ling, Baiyuxing can't block it anymore. The 12-winged Yang god clenched his teeth and secretly transmitted his voice. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. After pondering for a while, he suddenly attacked, but he attacked Baiyuxing like the others. Only however, he made use of the chaos to form an attack and block more attacks. Good, in the chaos, all kinds of god power exploded, causing no one to see Lin Ling's attack clearly. Even so, Baiyuxing still couldn't block it. At the side of the volcano, a terrifying roar sounded, and countless luck was stimulated, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. After the roar, smoke and light burst out and then began to dissipate. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be crippled. The leader of the great god clan smiled. Baiyuxing, who they had captured for so long, was finally under their control. Bring him out. Thousand Waves King waved his hand, and immediately, a late-stage St. Cosmos giant god flew over to bring Baiyuxing out. Only on the ground, Baiyuxing was lying there, covered in blood. The ground was dyed red, and his aura was weak as if he was dead. Humph. How dare you fight against the god race? The person who walked over snorted, but at this time, the motionless Baiyusheng suddenly attacked. An arrow shot over and pierced through the chest of this god. Pung! This arrow was like a taboo, incomparably powerful, and it killed that god. Baiyusheng was still lying on the ground, so weak that he couldn't stand up. He had used all his strength to activate that arrow, and after that, he had accumulated all the strength in his body and thrown it into the sky. Hung. Only thinking that Baiyusheng was still alive, they could only watch as the arrow shot into the sky and the bubble burst. Only one. After the roar, the white-robed woman floated down like a fairy from the 9 heavens. After she landed on the ground, she immediately pounced on Baiyusheng. Yusheng! She shouted in pain and hugged Baiyusheng. I finally see you. Baiyusheng said. Yusheng smiled at the woman, his smile as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden. Why? Why are you so stupid? Why have you been looking for me for thousands of generations? Why? We can't be together, the white-robed woman said in pain. Because I love you. So what if the universe's laws? So what if the fate of the sovereigns? You can change my life, but you can't change my heart. Baiyusheng was getting weaker and weaker. It was obvious that in order to be together, they had gone through untold hardships. Finally, they met here, and this was the first time they had spoken in hundreds of millions of years. Yusheng. The woman suddenly hugged Baiyusheng. She could no longer speak. She just wanted to hug the person she loved the most, even if it was just for a short moment. But the surroundings fell silent when they saw this scene. Many gods felt their hearts ripple as they were moved by their love. Clang, however, there were also gods who were surprised by Baiyusheng's determination. Even if he died, he would save the person he loved. We promised to let you be together, and now you are together. However, this time together is very short. It's time to end it. Men, separate them. At this moment, an untimely voice interrupted Baiyusheng and the woman. Myriad Oceanic race, you are despicable. The woman raised her head and looked at the myriad Oceanic king, her eyes cold. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her. People from the 3 great races came and separated them. Yusheng. The woman kept shouting, but it was useless, the two were finally separated. We've finally caught them. We've also confirmed that the divine artifact is on them. After we return, we'll get the divine artifact out sooner or later. Now, let's continue with the Destiny Martial meet. That's right. This time, the Destiny Martial meet is so big. I reckon that not only the volcanic mountain city, but even the nearby battles will be able to stimulate the Destiny Martial meet. Let's start quickly. The leaders of the great god clans all looked at the volcano with incomparable anticipation. Look, it could be seen that they were in an incomparably good mood. They had actually obtained Baiyusheng and obtained a huge amount of Destiny Martial meat. Baiyusheng was taken away by the 9 Conch clan, while the white-clothed woman was brought to a secret place in the city by the Myriad Sea clan. As long as the Destiny Martial meet ended, she would be brought back to the 3 great god clans. 12-winged young god, follow them and find an opportunity to save him. At the same time, Lin Ling transmitted his voice to the 12-winged young god. The 12-winged young god was stunned. She thought that she couldn't help Baiyusheng, but she didn't expect Lin Ling to make a move at this time. No, after all, Baiyusheng was already seriously injured. The 3 great god clans must have let down their guard. They would never have thought that someone would sneak attack at this time. On the 9 Conch clan's side, the beautiful woman also followed the experts to escort Baiyusheng away. Lin Ling immediately followed them. Aren't you going to participate in the Destiny Martial meet? The woman was very surprised, while the others from the 9 Conch clan frowned. Escorting Baiyusheng was a matter of great importance. How could they let outsiders participate? I don't think I can get much Destiny Martial meat, so I want to help escort Baiyusheng and get more rewards. Lin Ling said. Do you think you can get whatever you want? Get back. The experts from the 9 Conch clan shouted angrily. Then, the woman smiled, it's fine. Let him come along. Anyway, he's weak and can't cause any big waves. Hearing the woman say this, the other experts finally stopped talking. After all, this woman's status was higher. Everyone walked along the street. Although their expressions were relaxed, they were still paying attention to their surroundings. Lin Ling's expression did not change, because he knew that the leaders of the three great god clans were still paying attention to Bai Yuxing. He had to wait. Foot after the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn, the group had already gone far away, beyond the senses of the leaders of the 3 god tribes. "I'm sorry." At the same time, Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. He fused his talents and ended the battle quickly. The tyrant song sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with a power of 5 trillion units. He had launched a sneak attack. Furthermore, there were only ordinary mid-stage martial saints present. How could they possibly block his attack? One with his sword, he had slain 2 experts. You. Seeing her clan member killed, the beautiful woman was clearly shocked. Excuse me. Lin Ling used the 3 extreme breaks of the universe to seal her soul, but he did not kill her. Instead, he directly knocked her soul out. Of course, before she fainted, she also left behind a voice. "If the 9 Conch clan blames you, you can say that I secretly followed you and then sneak attacked you. This way, the 9 Conch clan will not blame you." Although this woman was from the 9 Conch clan, she could be considered to have helped him. Lin Ling did not want to harm her. After doing this, Lin Ling's killing intent enveloped the remaining experts. Lin Ling's universe was mobilized. The remaining experts of the 9 shell race wanted to call for help, but they were suppressed by Lin Ling's universe. In an instant, another person died. Swoosh, Lin Ling raised his sword and slaughtered them. After an incense stick's worth of time, all the people of the 9 shell race were dead. Lin Ling collected the treasures on their bodies, then put Bai Yuxing into Lin Ling's universe and quickly left. Lin Ling, since someone had been killed and there was no evidence, then the 9 shell race would probably believe the words of the beautiful woman. After Ling left, he immediately went to the 12-winged Yang god. His speed was incomparably fast, and a moment later, he saw the 12-winged Yang god. Over there. The 2-winged Yang god did not dare to get too close to the myriad sea race, so he could only supervise from afar. Lin Ling did not act rashly. Instead, he looked around and did not see any powerful leader supervising him. Only then did he make his move. "Go, use all your strength." Lin Ling shouted angrily. 10-14 wings appeared behind the 2-winged Yang god, and the sun god's sword appeared as he rushed into the battlefield. "Who is it? What are you doing?" The gods of the myriad sea race reacted, but they were all very surprised. After all, the 5th level was the territory of the 3 godly clans, and they wanted to capture Bai Yuxing. This matter was known to everyone, but someone dared to attack them halfway. Unfortunately, they were only ordinary late-stage Saint Universe giant gods. How could they stop Lin Ling? Again, after an incense stick's worth of time, Lin Ling killed all the myriad sea race and rescued the woman who was Bai Yuxing. "You are?" The white-robed woman frowned as she looked at Lin Ling and the others. "Bai Yuxing's friends." Lin Ling explained. "Bai Yuxing has been rescued. Now, follow me and leave immediately." The white-robed woman wanted to thank him, but she immediately thought of something and said anxiously, "Not good, I have the universe power of King Myriad Waves. If I leave, King Myriad Waves will definitely know." Lin Ling's expression changed dramatically. He checked and found that there was indeed a weak universe power in the white-robed woman's body. 12-winged sun god, take her into your universe. We're going to rush out. If anything happens, don't worry about me. Leave immediately. Ling immediately said to 12-winged sun god. The sword of faith appeared in his hand and cut off the universe power in the white-robed woman's body. Bai Yuxing, the white-robed woman, was very grateful to Lin Ling and the others. She kept thanking them and disappeared into the universe. A few minutes later, just as Lin Ling cut off the universe power, King Myriad Waves, who was laughing at the volcano, suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Not good, someone is ruining our plan." Their universe power spread out immediately. First, they noticed that Bai Yuxing and the white-robed woman had disappeared. "Quick, stop them." King Myriad Waves was furious and rushed into the distance. The leaders of the other 2 godly clans also rushed over. However, the elder of the nine conch race suddenly said, "Seal the volcanic mountain city. No one is allowed to leave. Otherwise, kill without mercy." With this order, the entire city was locked down. An earth-shattering battle was about to break out. 12-winged sun god, separate from me immediately. Ling's expression was solemn. He knew that there would be a large number of god-level universe gods attacking him. He was not confident that he could block them. The only way now was to leave the volcanic mountain city immediately. "Lin Ling, you have to be careful." The 12-winged yang god shouted to Lin Ling and disappeared on the spot. And Lin Ling looked at the sky and then stomped his feet on the ground, shattering countless houses. Only then did he escape into the distance. This move was to attract more godly clan experts and reduce the pressure on 12-winged sun god. Fruit, however, after the rumbling sound, a large number of gods flew over. Their aura was so terrifying that it could be said to be overwhelming. Lin Many Eyes appeared on the ground. Gods always had powerful means, so it was much easier for them to find someone. However, Lin Ling had many tricks up his sleeve and was very powerful. He naturally had a way to avoid these prying eyes. He walked toward the border of volcanic mountain city, trying to rush out of the city. Hung long long. Before he got close, the seawater turned into a curtain and fell from the sky, covering the entire border. Volcanic mountain city has been sealed. The seawater is a great universe, and it's the universe of several giant universe gods. It'll take some time to break through these great universes, but I'll definitely be discovered during the attack. Lin Ling thought for a moment and decided not to run toward the border. Instead, he went into the city. "Hey, who are you?" When Lin Ling turned around, more than 10 gods were rushing toward him. "Did you see any suspects?" Just as Lin Ling was about to fight, one of the gods looked around and asked. "Eh?" Lin Ling thought that a great battle was inevitable, but who knew that these gods would not attack? They seemed to have gone that way. Lin Ling pointed casually and thought of a way to leave. "That direction? Chase." The leader of the group shouted loudly and led the group in the direction Lin Ling had pointed. However, after taking just one step, the god's pupils suddenly constricted and he stopped in his tracks. "Wait, something's not right. He's the only one in this area, and there's no one there. Bayuxing's gangster is in this direction." With this shout, everyone came to their senses. "Are you insulting our intelligence? You want to deceive us with such a simple loophole?" The god who spoke suddenly turned to look at Lin Ling as if he had seen through everything about Lin Ling. However, all he saw was Lin Ling's fist coming toward him. "With your intelligence, it doesn't matter if I deceive you or not." This god was only a middle-stage giant universe god, so how could he block Lin Ling's full-powered punch? His whole body exploded. All the gods in the surroundings came to their senses and looked at Lin Ling. "Wait, you look like Lin Ling." One of them recognized Lin Ling. His pupils were trembling, but a fist had already appeared in front of his eyes and was constantly expanding. "Dallas Divine City, the strongest person in the Destiny Marshal meeting, why are you here?" He only left behind a single sentence before being blasted to death. After that, Lin Ling killed them all. After an incense stick's worth of time, the dozen or so deities were all killed. Lin Ling shook his head in exasperation. These gods didn't recognize him at first, and then they thought themselves clever enough to recognize him. But what was the use? Even if they recognized him at first, Lin Ling didn't care about them at all. "Someone recognized me. I have to be more careful." Lin Ling disappeared on the spot. Not long after, he realized that the nearby area was already filled with gods. They had spies everywhere and were using all kinds of powerful divine abilities to investigate. If it wasn't for Lin Ling's powerful means, he would have been discovered. From the looks of it, they could no longer stay in this area. "Have you seen Lin Ling?" As Lin Ling continued to sneak away, he encountered another wave of powerful beings. It was a late-stage Saint Giant god. "Brat, we're asking you a question." Fortunately, there weren't many of them, only 5 of them. Moreover, they saw that Lin Ling's realm wasn't high, so they spoke very arrogantly. Lin Ling frowned. He knew that a great battle was about to break out. "Idiot, you don't know anything. But why do I feel that you look very familiar?" "Really? Why do I feel that he's very unfamiliar, as if I've never seen him before?" Oh, then I might have remembered wrongly. The gods frowned as they chatted. Lin Ling was once again speechless. He thought that a battle was about to break out, but in the end, these people were the same as the previous wave, lacking in intelligence. I am Lin Ling. The other party couldn't guess his identity, so Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to hide it. He didn't want to be like the previous wave of people and cause trouble again. What? You're Lin Ling? The gods opened their eyes wide. Was he confessing without being pressed? Great, I knew you were Lin Ling. The god who was confused about Lin Ling earlier shouted. In fact, if Lin Ling hadn't announced his identity, he wouldn't have recognized him at all. Bang, Lin Ling gave him a punch. This punch was overbearing and contained 5 trillion units of godly power. Enemies were destroyed by him like a comet that could destroy the universe. Stop pretending. If I didn't say it out loud, you'd probably still be an idiot. After killing this god, Lin Ling attacked again. It's Lin Ling. Kill him. The remaining 4 unleashed their power. One of them activated the 7-realm universe and shouted, "Colorful world." Hung, with a punch, the universe was blown apart by Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a pengu creating a new world. The 4 of them were all stunned. They had heard that Lin Ling was very strong, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. Hung, hung, hung. Another 4 explosions rang out, and the 4 deities were obliterated. However, Lin Ling was also detected by the god's divine ability. It was a mole cricket at the corner of the street. Lin Ling also sensed the mole cricket and knew that this direction had been exposed. Lin Ling hurriedly left this place. Fortunately, there were too many gods gathered in Volcanic Mountain City. Some were strong, some were weak, and it was very suitable for Lin Ling to hide. As he moved stealthily, he blended into a small team. He left slowly, and when he looked back, he saw that the sky was filled with gods rushing in the direction he had just been. That was close. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He wasn't afraid of saint-level universe giant gods, but he was most afraid of deities. 12-winged young god, where are you? At the same time, Lin Ling also secretly transmitted his voice and learned the whereabouts of 12-winged young god. What surprised Lin Ling was that 12-winged young god was already at the edge of the city, but he couldn't get out. Wait for me. Lin Ling knew that now, most of the gods were attracted to a corner of the city, which meant that there was a chance to rush out of Volcanic Mountain City. Sure enough, Lin Ling moved along the street. Along the way, he encountered fewer and fewer gods. In the end, he didn't even see a single one. Not long after, he saw 12-winged young god at the edge of the ancient city wall. When the latter saw Lin Ling, he was obviously very happy. Can't we get out of the city gate? Lin Ling made a long story short. There are many gods guarding the city gate, and there are also 2 deity-level universe giant gods. The city wall has a great universe seal, so it's very difficult to break through. So I've been hesitating whether or not I should make a move. Let's do it. I hope we can make it in time. Lin Ling immediately looked at the magnificent city wall and saw that there was a huge 5-colored aurora in the sky above the city wall, which sealed off the entire Volcanic Mountain City. It seemed that the defense was very strong. Lin Ling unleashed his full strength, and the sword of faith appeared in his hand. He looked at the sky and slashed fiercely. Seeing this, Sun God's sword also appeared in 12-winged young god's hand, and he attacked together with Lin Ling. Rumble, their powerful attacks slashed on the 5-colored aurora, which was turbulent like waves. What a tough defense. However, the 2 of them together didn't manage to break the 5-colored aurora, which shocked Lin Ling. This universe was indeed strong. He attacked the 5-colored aurora again with his sword. Rumble, after another 2 slashes, a big hole finally appeared in the 5-colored aurora. A gust of wind gushed out of the hole, but it was obvious that the hole led to the outside of Volcanic Mountain City. At the same time, in a corner of Volcanic Mountain City, the 3 god clans all reacted. They roared and called on all the gods to rush in the direction of Lin Ling. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang! Bang, bang! Heaven and earth shook. There were flying divine birds in the sky, rolling divine beasts on the ground, and giants trampling countless ants. The scene was extremely spectacular. It's coming. Sensing the terrible momentum in the distance, the 12-winged young god's face changed dramatically. Leave quickly. Lin Ling ignored the battle behind him and slashed at the five-colored aurora again. He found that the universe was quickly recovering. Obviously, the master who had set up the universe was controlling the collision of the universes. Lin Ling, I'll go in first. Hurry up. The 12-winged young god also saw the five-colored aurora and knew that someone had to help attack the universe, so she rushed in and planned to help Lin Ling open the passage outside the city. Go. Lin Ling slashed again and opened the passage. He saw the 12-winged young god enter. After the 12-winged young god rushed out, she floated in the sky and immediately burst out with powerful attacks, constantly attacking the gap in the five-colored aurora. On the other side, after Lin Ling attacked again, he rushed into the gap in the aurora without hesitation. Lin Ling, you still want to escape? But at that moment, a huge fist came and stopped in front of Lin Ling bastard. Lin Ling cursed angrily and quickly bypassed the fist and flew to the gap in the aurora. However, just as he dodged, a huge bronze mirror appeared in front of him and turned into layers of mirror worlds, blocking his way again. Lin Ling. Outside Volcanic Mountain City, the 12-winged young god saw this scene and immediately became anxious. She kept attacking the five-colored aurora. Unfortunately, the gap was opened, but Lin Ling was blocked and could not rush in. Go, don't worry about me. Through the layers of huge mirrors, Lin Ling could see gods trying to rush out of the universe to capture the 12-winged young god. Under such circumstances, it was obviously impossible for him to rush out again, lest he implicate the 12-winged young god. Lin Ling. Outside Huashan City, the 12-winged young god suddenly gritted his teeth and finally left. Chase her. Don't let her escape. Prepare to open the universe. The experts of the three god clans shouted at the same time. Their universe had sealed off the vast volcanic mountain city. If they wanted to open it, they needed to combine with each other. That was why they needed some time. At that moment, the 12-winged young spirit had already fled into the distance. As Lin Ling watched her disappear, his heart finally relaxed. If both of them were caught, then things would be troublesome. Now that one of them had escaped, at least the three celestial clans would be wary of taking action. After that, Lin Ling looked at the densely packed deities in the city. Then, he floated down and landed on a broken house, where he sat down and rested. Bang bang bang, in the distance, a huge lizard was galloping over. Buzz buzz buzz, mosquitoes blotted out the sky and covered the earth. There was even a team of giants that sealed off a part of the world, ambush from all sides. It was impossible to fly even if one had wings. Among the countless deities, there were king-level universe gods, saint-level universe gods, and even deities. Their gazes searched everywhere and finally locked onto Lin Ling. Bayushing had been caught with great difficulty, but in the end, he was kidnapped by this person. They really admired this person's courage. He actually dared to provoke the Almighty. Lin Ling, you are Lin Ling. After a long silence, the three god clans finally spoke coldly. The eyes of the king of myriad waves seemed to be able to see through everything about Lin Ling. He had also heard a little about Lin Ling. It was said that he was a very arrogant newcomer who had once destroyed the Silvermoon clan. He had even won first place in the Destiny martial arts competition on this level. His strength was extremely good. Of course, Lin Ling was also a host body of the world's will. The king of myriad waves was also clear about this. I have never interfered with the host body of your world's will. You actually dared to provoke the three god clans. Are you tired of living? The king of myriad waves said coldly. Let me tell you, no matter what kind of background you have, no one can save you today. Where is Bayushing? He left. Lin Ling was still sitting on the roof as he replied indifferently. He left? The three god clans were furious. Facing their encirclement, Lin Ling could still be so calm. Lin Ling, you can't escape even if you grow wings. You'd better behave yourself. The king of myriad waves' patience was gradually running out. King of myriad waves, I reckon that he has hidden him in the universe. If he doesn't activate the universe, even if we kill him, it will be difficult for us to find him unless he hands him over himself. An elder from the Nine Conch clan said. The universe was carried by the gods, but it wasn't in the Tao Pagoda. For example, Lin Ling's universe was actually in another world, therefore, if Lin Ling didn't activate the universe, the three god clans would find it difficult to find Lin Ling's universe. Show him some power. The elder from the Nine Conch clan waved his hand. Lin Ling, you should have seen Bai Yuxing's battle with the gods. No matter how powerful he is, he can't win in the end. Why don't you hand him over? I guarantee that I will let you leave. Not interested. Lin Ling replied lazily. With these words, a dozen gods finally attacked Lin Ling. They didn't dare to kill Lin Ling in one go for fear of spoiling the big event. Lin Ling, I heard that you defeated many gods in Dallas God City. This old man wants to meet you. The king-level universe gods present were actually very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to participate in the fate meet. Hand over Bai Yuxing, lest you bring trouble upon yourself. Therefore, they were incomparably confident in themselves. Lin Ling was like a lone wolf surrounded by hunters. He sat on the roof and looked up at the gods pouncing toward him. Rumble, a deafening sound was heard, as if heaven and earth were falling apart. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care at all. What he was anxious about was how to escape from the hands of these god-level powerhouses. A big battle was impossible. Even if Lin Ling died in battle, it would be difficult for him to defeat them. After all, there were too many of them. It seems that the only way now is to fight. Lin Ling thought for a moment and made a decision. He suddenly stood up, fused with his innate talent, and punched toward the sky. Boom, it was as if the sun was shining brightly. With his fist as the center, a terrifying power swept out in all directions. The gods pouncing toward Lin Ling were torn apart as if they were rushing toward a gale. They were completely annihilated. Haha, let's see how many people you can block. Whoever injures him will be heavily rewarded. The three god-level races weren't surprised by this result. After all, even Bai Yuxing was so powerful. Lin Ling shouldn't be too weak. Of course, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he still couldn't escape from their palms, and after Lin Ling killed a dozen gods, an invisible power surged toward the volcano in the distance, stimulating the fate energy. So arrogant? Even more gods roared, their expressions full of disdain and contempt. Although Lin Ling had defeated a large number of king-level giant universe gods previously, to the great beings present, this was but a drop in the ocean. Watch me defeat you. In order to get the reward, even more gods attacked Lin Ling. They also wanted to see how long Lin Ling could hold on. Powerful divine abilities, godly energy, and universe energy came surging from all directions, twice as powerful as before. There are too many enemies. If this continues, I won't be able to hold on for long. Moreover, there are several god-level giant universe gods eyeing me covetously. The overwhelming attacks were coming. Lin Ling looked calm, but his heart was a little more serious. Break for me. He suddenly rose from the ground, transformed into a giant, and sent out a palm strike. Hua la la, space was broken, and a storm raged. Ah! How can he be so strong? The gods who attacked in the second wave were all shocked. They thought that Lin Ling's previous attack was his strongest state, but who knew that Lin Ling could be even stronger? Moreover, many gods present had been to Dallas City and witnessed Lin Ling's destiny martial arts, but the current Lin Ling was obviously much stronger than before. Lin Ling's palm strike turned any king-level giant universe god into ashes. It was unstoppable. The second wave of great beings seemed to have been wiped out by the astral wind. Hua la la, flesh and blood fell from the sky, shocking volcanic mountain city. At this moment, everyone swallowed their saliva, shocked by Lin Ling's strength. One had to know that those who attacked previously were countless king-level giant universe gods. They were stronger than ordinary king-level giant universe gods and could fight a saint. What a powerful godly energy. It's estimated to be above 500 million. Myriad Waves King narrowed his eyes. This is too fake. After all, this Lin Ling is merely a king-level late-stage universe giant god, yet he has more deity energy than a saint-level late-stage universe giant god. Could it be that he used some strange method? Another leader of the deity race asked. It's possible, but no matter how powerful the method is, it's useless. Today, we must force Lin Ling to use his universe. Then, we will join forces to suppress his universe and find Bai Yuxing. What if he refuses? In the face of death, I don't believe that he won't agree. Even as the three leaders were speaking, some gods had already taken action. After all, the three god clans had increased the rewards once more. Generous rewards were bound to attract brave souls. Lin Ling, let's see how long you can last. This time, it was a saint-level giant universe god. Furthermore, the martial saints who could fight on the 5th level were all extremely powerful. As the number of people increased, some of the ordinary saint-tier giant gods even fused their attacks into the numbers. The power of their attacks reached 1,000,000 units, terrifying to the extreme. If not for the powerful universe seal on volcanic mountain city, it would have been reduced to ruins. In a distant place, the 12-winged young god was extremely anxious when he saw this scene. He racked his brains to think of a way to help Lin Ling. Unfortunately, the Sun God clan didn't have many sun gods left on this level. They couldn't help Lin Ling at all. I can only fight. The 12-winged young god pondered, clenched his teeth, and left, hung, amidst the hundreds of trillions of deity energy. Lin Ling's huge body was constantly being destroyed, as though it was being burned by light. Fortunately, although the deity energy was enormous, it wasn't completely fused. Otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to block it even if he used all his strength. They are forcing me to use my universe. Lin Ling guessed the intentions of the three god clans. However, the three god clans had underestimated him. Was Lin Ling someone who was afraid of death? Hung long long. A moment later, the deity energy suppressed Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's body turned into ashes. What? The three god clans noticed that the giant was disappearing. They all frowned. Was Lin Ling so stubborn that he would rather die in battle than leave the universe? Hand over by Yuxing, pop pop pop. After the hundreds of trillions of deity energy suppressed the earth, volcanic mountain city completely disappeared, as though it had become another universe world. After all, this power was too strong, and it had the power to destroy the world. Dead? The gods who attacked frowned. They were also very surprised. Shwa la la, but at that moment, the earth rumbled. A huge arm swept past, and with terrifying power, it tore the sky apart. Wherever the arm passed, no one could stop it. Even the Saint Universe giant gods were blown apart. Pangu's true body. At that moment, the eyes of the three god clans' leaders trembled. They were from one of the 12 god clans, so they recognized that terrifying method. That arm was actually Pangu's finger. According to legend, when Pangu split the heavens and earth apart, he created a huge universe with a single finger. Although this finger didn't have the power of a god, it had the will to split the heavens and earth apart. Oh my god! The gods all over the sky were trembling. Lin Ling actually didn't die from such an attack, and his counterattack easily killed countless gods. They had never seen such a heaven-defying method. Why isn't he afraid of hundreds of trillions of deity energy? Could he be from the giant god clan? No, that's Pangu's attack, the strongest physical body technique of the Pangu clan. It has the power to ignore deity energy for a short period of time. How did this Lin Ling get such an ancient divine ability? More exclamations came from the three god clans. Hua la la. At that moment, the giant seemed to have revived, and his huge body stepped on the ground. He was incomparably domineering. He attacked with his palm, and a large number of gods were killed. God clans, attack. Seeing this, the three god clans' leaders gave the order. This time, the ones who attacked were of the ancient god clan bloodline, and their strength surpassed that of ordinary gods. Bam, 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 a giant beat a drum. Turbulent seawater rose from the ground, and an ancient giant whale with a full beard swam out. On the other side, a giant turtle with an island shell also climbed out of the ground. Its limbs were extremely long, different from ordinary divine turtles. Above its head was a large number of alligator-like divine beasts. Their ancient limbs were extremely long, and their eyes were formed of flames, giving off a strange feeling. To the left, to the right, there were too many. The god clan's attack was indeed extraordinary. They charged toward Lin Ling, trying to suppress Lin Ling. When Lin Ling saw this, he raised his fist and punched. His huge body wasn't much smaller than these divine beasts, and his fist first smashed into the giant whale. The two giants actually fought. It was hard to tell who would win. All around, giant alligators bit at Lin Ling. Their teeth bit into him, and blood gushed out, dyeing the seawater red. However, Lin Ling was like a brave warrior who didn't fear death. He reached out with his other hand and ignored the alligator's bites. He grabbed the giant whale and slammed it into the ground, and his fist smashed down. Whoever attacked first would be the first to attack, and the rest would be ignored. This was Lin Ling's idea. Rumble, terrifying explosions rang out, the earth was shaking, and space was constantly shattering. The spectators watched the battle between the divine beasts as if they were watching giants fight. Rumble, with a series of explosions, the giant whale's flesh and blood splattered everywhere. It had been smashed into meat paste. Looking at Lin Ling again, the giant's body had also been bitten full of holes. However, Pangu's powerful true body had also erupted with power. The flesh and blood that had been lost were recovering, and the exposed bones were covered in flesh and blood. Pung pung pung. After recovering, Lin Ling punched the alligator from the myriad sea race. Its giant mouth was wide open as it fell from the sky and gradually lost its vitality. Pangu's true body is worthy of being called the universe's #1 physical body. Its defense, attack, and recovery are all too strong. The leaders of the three races narrowed their eyes, but their hearts burned with passion. What if they could obtain Pangu's true body? Without a doubt, they would dominate the second half of the monarch's descent Dao Pagoda. Attack! They issued orders, calling for more gods to attack. Shua, blood spurted out like a river. The giant Lin Ling had a large sword in his hand. His killing intent was incomparably dense, as if it had materialized. Under the sword, even the ancient giant turtle's shell was cut apart. Come, whoever isn't afraid of death, come! Lin Ling roared. He held the sword with great power and slashed out continuously. In the end, his hand was numb, and his sword was blunt, but he still didn't stop. During this process, there were still quite a number of deities who attacked Lin Ling, and they unleashed a series of wondrous special abilities. For example, they weakened Lin Ling's divine power, or made Lin Ling's body smaller. There were also all kinds of illusions. The powerful gods created reincarnation, trying to make Lin Ling enter it. There was also the demon sealing technique, trying to make Lin Ling return to his original form and be suppressed by them as a demonic beast. However, they had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had 8 dantians in his body, and his foundation was incomparably terrifying. No negative god art could affect Lin Ling, for example, samsara. Lin Ling had returned from samsara in the underworld. He had seen the real samsara, so why would he be afraid of a fake samsara? This physical body is too strong. Seeing Lin Ling safe and sound, all the old monsters trembled with fear. So his name is Lin Ling. He's so strong. The beautiful woman from the 9 Conch clan had mixed feelings. You dare to kill me? Lin Ling suddenly turned his head and looked at the god who had attacked him. He viciously slashed out with his sword. No one below the late-stage sacred cosmos giant god could resist him. Even if they worked together, it would be difficult. After all, Lin Ling's power had reached 5 trillion. Whoosh, blood splattered everywhere. The greatsword once again destroyed everything. Not only were the divine beasts killed, but the surrounding deities were also implicated, resulting in countless casualties. The entire volcanic mountain city had been turned upside down by Lin Ling's massacre. People began to feel apprehensive. However, they didn't know that Lin Ling's heart was very heavy at this moment. If he continued killing like this, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Right now, he was only temporarily awe-inspiring. Rumble, when he killed the deities, he also threw a large number of divine beasts out of volcanic mountain city. However, when the huge divine beasts smashed into the sky, they were immediately blocked by a layer of membrane. Cracks appeared in the sky, and the divine beasts couldn't rush out. This meant that several sacred cosmos giant gods had joined forces to release a universe and seal volcanic mountain city, and there was also a powerful godly energy in the universe. These sacred cosmos giant gods still haven't made a move. They're checking my power and waiting for me to use Lin Ling universe. Moreover, someone has recognized my Panga true body. Their target isn't Panga true body, but also my Panga true body. Lin Ling's heart was like a mirror as he guessed the purpose of the 3 godly clans. After all, Panga true body was the #1 fleshly body in the universe. Everyone cared about it. Lin Ling, I know you're a host body of the world's will. You won't die. Even if you're killed, you can reincarnate and make a comeback. Moreover, I heard that you've returned from the underworld with your memories. However, I'm not interested to know what kind of host body you are. If you hand over Bai Yuxing, we'll let you go. At this moment, a loud voice rang out. It was the elder from the Nine Conch clan. This person had the power of an early-stage sacred cosmos giant god. Lin Ling only glanced at him and ignored him. Naturally, he wouldn't believe such words. Since that's the case, don't blame me for making a move. This old man is Taoist Bright Spiral. Back in the Desolate Era, this old man fought in the universe and killed countless heaven-defying people. Your worlds will hosts are nothing to this old man. The elder from the Nine Conch clan stepped on a five-colored god conch and floated out. This god conch was surrounded by illusions of the universe. Creatures like Kuan Pung, Swan and Vermilion Bird emerged one after another. The elder was like the universe. With a light shout, all the gods in Volcanic Mountain City felt a sense of worship. So it's Taoist Bright Spiral. Among the gods, many old monsters who had cultivated for many years narrowed their eyes. Although they had seen the elder long ago, they didn't recognize him and didn't know where he came from. Now that they heard the two words Bright Spiral, they immediately understood. The Nine Conch clan had a reputation. They were in charge of dealing with the matters of the sacred race in the outside world, and these people were all famous. Among them was Bright Spiral. According to legend, this Taoist Bright Spiral was transformed from a stone conch in the universe. He absorbed the essence of the universe and took countless years to transform into a human. One had to know that this stone conch had existed since the birth of the universe. All the gods present were like juniors to him. This time, a sacred cosmos giant god has finally made a move. No one thought that Lin Ling could continue fighting. He had fought for so long and killed so many great beings. It was impossible for him to be a match for a sacred cosmos giant god. Seal for me! Taoist Bright Spiral shouted. A divine platform appeared above his head. The divine platform enshrined a jade-like stone conch. The stone conch was bright, and the sound of tsunamis could be heard. It was very magical. The moment this stone conch appeared, the five-colored god conch that had appeared at the beginning turned into light and disappeared into the stone conch. A powerful divine power appeared in all directions, suppressing Volcanic Mountain City. This power can easily tear the universe apart. As though this was the first time they saw the power of a sacred cosmos giant god, everyone exclaimed in unison. In their eyes, the godly power was like a wave that had already covered the entire sky. Even Panga might not be able to block this godly power. Lin Ling raised his head, and his pupils contracted. Under that powerful godly power, he felt his body collapsing. It was hard to resist. He had never thought that the most ordinary godly power could be so terrifying when it reached such an amount. It could be said that there was a huge divide between the sacred realm and the deity realm. On the other hand, the difference between the king realm and the sacred realm wasn't that big. I have to make the first move to gain the upper hand. Lin Ling knew that he couldn't hide his trump card anymore. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. Universe 3 Extremes Break. He condensed his soul power and transformed it into a cosmic ray that shot toward the sky. However, when his soul power rushed into the sky, the power of God was constantly consuming it. They knew that soul power could ignore any attack, but this time, the power of God was extremely powerful and could resist soul power. Of course, the amount of soul power consumed was not much. At this moment, everyone had solemn expressions as they stared at Taoist Bright Spiral. They were shocked by the latter's terrifying divine energy. Just when they thought Lin Ling was about to be beaten to the ground, they suddenly heard a cry of surprise. Lin Ling, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Taoist Bright Spiral frowned. He had obviously discovered Lin Ling's tricks. Only however, as soon as he finished speaking, the cosmic ray sealed him and wanted to destroy his soul. In your dreams. Taoist Bright Spiral shouted majestically. The emerald stone conch above his head sprinkled a green curtain of rain, firmly protecting him within. He had a divine body, which was extremely powerful. It actually blocked a large amount of cosmic rays. My true body has been in the torrent of the universe for countless years. The torrent can't wash me away. You want to kill me with your mere soul power? Taoist Bright Spiral said proudly after being protected by the stone conch. The torrent of the universe was incomparably terrifying. Although his true body was only at the edge of the torrent and not much was washed away, it still showed how strong the stone conch's defense was. Humph. Lin Ling snorted coldly and stepped into the sky. His body kept shrinking. When he returned to normal, light appeared in his hand and kept condensing into a sword of light, the sword of faith. At this moment, the faith of Lin Ling's universe, the faith of the Yellow Emperor and the others from the 4th level, all poured in. Light, the sword became more and more dazzling, mixed with a sacred and inviolable power. Clang, when Lin Ling appeared in front of Taoist Bright Spiral, the latter was clearly stunned. He clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. By now, with just a thought from Taoist Bright Spiral, Lin Ling would be killed by the power of God and turned into ashes. Lin Ling, look how you're going to fight me. Taoist Bright Spiral shouted angrily. Lin Ling didn't say a word, but there was a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. He ruthlessly slashed down with his sword. This sword was very dazzling, but Taoist Ming Luo didn't take it seriously. He was a god-level giant universe god, a member of the most ancient god race. How could a mere Lin Ling injure him? Whoosh! Ran, however, when the sword slashed at the curtain of rain melted like tofu. It was unable to block the attack and was continuously sliced apart. Die. Taoist Luo's expression changed drastically. He knew that Lin Ling had mastered an unknown power that could harm him. Now, he was incomparably shocked and filled with deep regret. He seemed to have underestimated the enemy. He mobilized all of his divine power and blasted it towards Lin Ling, but in the end, he was still a step too late, because Lin Ling had already slashed down with his sword. A soul-shaking sound rang out. It was very clear, like the clearest sound of glass shattering in the universe. Sway! Everyone saw Lin Ling fall from the sky. After he landed on the ground, he did not move at all. In the sky, Dao Bing Ming Luo lowered his head and looked down at the ground. His left eye narrowed and twitched continuously. Lin Ling is indeed unable to withstand a single blow from a god-level giant universe god. Many people let out a sigh of relief. They had thought that something had happened, but it was obvious that they had thought too much. Ming Luo. However, the leaders of the 3 god races did not think so. They sensed that something had happened. I was killed by him. Taoist Ming Luo was still staring at the ground as he coldly spat out this sentence. The leaders of the 3 god races immediately looked over in shock. Great! On the ground, the people who had let out a sigh of relief suddenly looked at Taoist Ming Luo in disbelief. Lin Ling killed Taoist Ming Luo, and it was Taoist Ming Luo who said it himself? Taoist Ming Luo had cultivated for so long that he could already communicate with the universe of the Tao Pagoda. He could turn misfortunes into blessings and determine life and death. Now that he had admitted it himself, it was most likely that he knew that he was going to die. Lin Ling, what kind of power did he rely on? Many people swallowed their saliva. They had never expected that Taoist Ming Luo, who had unleashed endless divine power, would be killed by Lin Ling before he could even attack. This was somewhat ironic. And, the stone conch above Taoist Ming Luo's head finally cracked and began to shatter. Taoist Ming Luo also scattered like ashes and disappeared with the wind. Before he died, his expression was still staring at the ground, as if he had never thought that Lin Ling could really kill him. He had to know that Lin Ling was 2 great realms away from him. King Wan Tao and the others did not look at Taoist Ming Luo anymore. Instead, they stared at the ground and saw that a deep pit had appeared on the ground. Lin Ling was buried deep inside. It was because Lin Ling had been attacked by Taoist Ming Luo's powerful divine power. Today, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured and lose the ability to fight. Taoist Ming Luo is dead. We underestimated him. Be careful of his counterattack. King Tao said indifferently. At first, they did not put Lin Ling in their eyes, but Taoist Ming Luo's matter told them that nothing was absolute. If they were the ones who attacked previously, perhaps they would have to die for Taoist Ming Luo. With Lin Ling's strength, if he wants to kill a deity-level giant universe god, he can only rely on the power of the world's willpower. One of the leaders said. What a terrifying power of the world's willpower. It has probably reached the ancient level. Lin Ling's strength has always been above average among all the world willpower hosts. Now that I have seen it, I know why he is so strong. King Wan Tao nodded and asked the leader beside him, I did not expect that we still could not force him to use his universe. Yi Xian, do you have any ideas? I can roughly find his universe, the leader beside him said. Previously, he had been using his divine ability to investigate, and now, he had found some clues. If that is the case, we can kill him now. Killing intent appeared in King Tao's eyes. Leaving Lin Ling alive would only lead to more trouble. The leader beside him nodded. Now that Lin Ling could not escape, it was the best time to kill Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had many tricks up his sleeves and was powerful, they were confident that if they were careful, killing Lin Ling would not be difficult. Previously, Daoist Ming Luo died because he did not expect Lin Ling to have powerful tricks up his sleeves and underestimated him. When they reached an agreement, the volcanic mountain city suddenly shook. In the distance, the huge volcano erupted, and countless magma flowed out. Smoke billowed, and flame soared into the sky. Along with the volcanic eruption, there was also a terrifying mist. Great luck! Everyone looked towards the volcano and exclaimed. Only then did they remember that it was the time for Qi Gathering and Qi Gathering. Qi Gathering was activated at this moment. Difficult, could it be that Lin Ling accidentally activated his great luck when he was fighting against the gods, but thinking about it, it was indeed possible. After all, Lin Ling had killed so many powerful gods. His luck had long been activated to the peak. Qi Gathering gushed out, covering the sky and covering the earth. Not only did it cover the entire volcanic mountain city, it even rushed out of the city and flooded the nearby area. Previously, as long as it was someone who attacked, even if it was a saint-level giant universe god, they would be entangled by the luck. It was just that the luck was weaker. The sky was shrouded in dense mist, and the scene was spectacular. No one dared to resist and allowed the mist to shroud them, because this was fate. Other than the three godly races, no one noticed the terrifying maelstrom on the ground. The fate hurricane poured into the ground, forming a marvelous sight. Providence, great providence. Lin Ling has activated great providence. The Thousand Waves King and the others stared fixedly at the ground. All the hairs on their bodies stood on end. This was a kind of fear because if Lin Ling were to obtain such an enormous amount of fortune, who knew how far he would grow? Stop him! King Thousand Waves roared and ordered the three godly races to attack. Kill! The three godly races roared and rushed to the ground. At this point deep in the ground, Lin Ling's whole body was covered in blood, and his bones were broken. He almost couldn't block Daoist Ming Luo's last attack. At the critical moment, he still used the Lin Ling universe. Although the time he used it was very short, he still managed to block the fatal attack. I've used all my strength and only killed one godly universe god. There are still so many left. Ling's body was in pain, and he couldn't move. At this moment, he sensed that the three godly races had attacked, and the number of people was beyond his imagination. Lin Ling didn't expect that the three godly races would send out all their forces when he was on the verge of death. Even King Thousand Waves had come. Get up! Get up! Lin Ling kept shouting to himself. However, even though he was anxious, he couldn't move at all. Within his dantian, there was only a bit of divine power roaming about. If he wanted to support himself, he would need some time to get up. Bang, bang, bang! At the same time, Lin Ling sensed that the great beings of the three godly races had fallen to the ground. Their lives were in danger. No, at the crucial moment, Lin Ling also sensed a strange power. It was like rolling smoke, swimming in the depths of the ground and occupying every grain of sand. What's this? Ling frowned. Then, he suddenly sensed that the smoke was coming for him. Great providence? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the previous battle had completely stimulated his great destiny? Providence is surging towards me. If I use it, I might be able to escape the pursuit of the celestial race. Lin Ling's heart burned with hope. He quietly clenched his fist. At first, it was very difficult, but gradually, he clenched it with strength. Then, he smashed his fist on the ground and slowly stood up. Station after he got up, the first thing he saw was the terrifying tornadoes rolling around like giant pythons. Not only were there a lot of pythons, but they were also extremely large. Bang bang bang. No, after a while, Lin Ling also saw a large number of figures charging into the ground, causing the ground to explode like a canyon. Moreover, one of the figures was actually the Thousand Waves King. Here this person was an expert that Lin Ling couldn't deal with right now, so he had to avoid him. No, after dealing with the King of Myriad Waves and the other experts, Lin Ling looked at the python luck not far away. He gritted his teeth and hurriedly pounced over. Chi luck was very scary. If this luck didn't belong to Lin Ling would definitely be torn to shreds. However, at this time, Lin Ling could only gamble. Stop him. At this moment, the Thousand Waves King also saw Lin Ling's actions and was very anxious. Some people activated their methods to attack, while others pounced on Lin Ling. Swish, swish, as soon as Lin Ling got close to the python luck, he immediately felt that his body was about to be torn to shreds. Even his soul force was about to turn into nothingness and become a part of the luck. However, when he came into contact with the luck, that feeling disappeared. Instead, he felt a powerful suction force that was born and pulled him in. This sign also made Lin Ling's heart relax. He knew that this luck belonged to him. After entering the vortex of luck, Lin Ling felt as if there were countless earthworms crawling all over his body. It was incomparably comfortable, and the injuries that he had suffered before were also rapidly recovering. Chi luck represented luck. After coming into contact with it, Lin Ling also seemed to have changed his luck. Chi, finally, thousands of strands of luck wrapped around Lin Ling tightly like silk threads. Rumble. Chi Ling didn't see that outside the luck, powerful attacks were rushing over. However, when they collided with the luck, they were all rebounded. As for those gods who rushed toward the luck, they were careless and were sucked into the luck. However, this luck didn't belong to them, so they followed the flow of the luck and were constantly being torn to shreds. In the end, they didn't even let out a sound before everything turned into nothingness. Stop. Seeing this scene, the Thousand Waves King stopped everyone from attacking. He and the other god-level universe giant gods looked at each other and then floated up, activating all their godly energy and launching a mighty attack. Their godly energy was incomparably terrifying. When it collided with the luck, it finally made a big hole in the luck. Within the thread-like mist, a figure could be faintly seen. It was Lin Ling. I see him. The Thousand Waves King and the others became spirited and activated their godly energy again. Bang, rumble, rumble. Rumble. The luck python was like a bamboo shoot that had its skin peeled off, disappearing continuously. I thought luck was something amazing. It turns out that it can't withstand such a powerful attack. A lady said with a faint smile. She was very satisfied with the outcome before her eyes. The Thousand Waves King also smiled and was about to attack again. But, at this moment, the earth suddenly shook. The soil was tumbling, causing many people to turn their heads and see a terrifying luck hurricane gushing over. Its magnitude was 10 times that of Lin Ling's. It was like a python with its mouth wide open, swallowing everyone. Not good. Some people shouted. Those who were timid even covered their eyes, ready to be swallowed. No, however, the scene they imagined didn't happen. They saw the huge luck hurricane flying over their heads and moving forward. Most importantly, this luck hurricane's target was Lin Ling. After it wrapped around him, the originally thin luck hurricane expanded like a balloon and turned into a huge luck hurricane. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Thousand Waves King's face turned green with anger. This was secondary. However, this was secondary. The most important thing was that fate was flowing in from all directions and fusing with that strand of fate, causing that strand of fate to become even larger and more terrifying. And, moreover, when that luck hurricane became bigger, the originally motionless luck started to tumble again. It was as though it was drilling a hole and rushing into the distance. Rumble, rumble, the earth was stirred up, sending sand and rocks flying. Huge rocks the size of mountains were forcibly penetrated. The strength of that force made it difficult for everyone to get close. They could only watch as the hurricane disappeared before their eyes. He escaped. Lin Ling escaped. What should we do? Chase after him? Chase? How can we chase him? King Thousand Waves was still staring ahead as he shouted coldly. Nobody dared to speak. They could see that the Thousand Waves King and the other leaders were incomparably furious. Of course, even they were incomparably furious. They had almost caught Lin Ling, but fate had suddenly protected Lin Ling and taken him away. Gone. Lin Ling has stimulated the great luck, and the laws of the universe were born. That's why his luck suddenly became good and allowed him to escape from our hands. Damn it, the luck this time is so great. Lin Ling's strength will probably increase greatly. He was only a late-stage king giant universe god before, but his strength is already enough to kill saints. If he breaks through, his strength will be limitless. Those god-level giant universe gods were discussing animatedly. They frowned, and their expressions were as ugly as if their parents had died. Bai Yuxing was taken away, and so was Pangu's real body. On the contrary, so many people from the 3 god-level clans had died. They had suffered a great loss. The luck is constantly being absorbed by Lin Ling. As long as the luck weakens, we will still have a chance. Find him, we must find him. King Thousand Waves said in a low voice, and the killing intent in his eyes was incomparably intense. After hearing the order, the gods hurriedly dispersed and went to find Lin Ling. After the great luck was stimulated, the universe that these god-level giant universe gods had set up was also broken. Therefore, if they wanted to find Lin Ling, it was incomparably dependent on luck. Their only clue was the luck that was constantly permeating the volcano. If they followed the luck, they might be able to find Lin Ling. On the other side, Lin Ling had no idea what was going on in the outside world. His injuries were constantly recovering, and there was surging qi flowing into his body, increasing his strength. His 8 dantians, which had exhausted all of their divine essence, had also recovered. They were also strengthening. I should have escaped from them. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He continued to wait for a long time. Seeing that there were no signs, he finally calmed down and started to cultivate. Even Lin Ling himself felt very lucky to be able to stimulate the luck this time. Otherwise, he would probably have been subdued by the 3 god-level clans. Hong Long Long. The powerful luck made Lin Ling feel as if he was soaking in water, but his breathing was smooth and incomparably comfortable. After the luck entered his dantian, it immediately turned into rolling power, nourishing his 8 dantians, especially his first dantian, which was constantly strengthening. It was as if nothing could stop the dantian's improvement. Luck, if it was not used to cultivate, it would be used to envelop one's entire body, and it could be used to cultivate, not inferior to the rarest, top-grade universe treasures. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling's first dantian had completely strengthened and was on the verge of a breakthrough, and now, he was a pinnacle king-level universe giant god. However, the luck around him did not stop. It was still increasing Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling knew that this time, it was very likely that he would be able to break through the ranks of king-level universe giant gods. However, Lin Ling did not have much confidence in breaking through, so he channeled his fate energy into his fleshly body and soul to improve his foundation. Under the nourishment of the providence, Lin Ling's physical body's strength increased from 500 billion to 6,000, 7,000, 8,000, and finally, 10,000. His soul strength was also increasing crazily under the nourishment of the luck. When it reached a new domain, Lin Ling felt that his foundation was incomparably deep. After that, he checked the luck around him and found that only half of it had been reduced. Breakthrough. Lin Ling's heart focused, and he finally made a decision to break through to the life level. Hong Long Long. In the outside world, the luck python was still rolling on the ground. Sand and stones were flying, and there was a foul wind and a rain of blood. Everywhere it passed, nothing could stop it. The gods on the 5th level sensed that the ground was shaking, and after carefully sensing it, they realized that it was fate that was running through the ground. They were shocked. This was the first time they had seen fate running through the ground, and they had no idea what was going on. Hong Long Long, but at this moment, the sky suddenly turned black. The whole 5th level was also turning black, as if night had fallen. What's going on? The 5th level is so vast and has endless universe laws. Who made the sky turn black? This is the Nightless City. Someone is breaking through. It seems to be the deity level. No, it feels like the saint level. Many gods looked at the sky in shock. In the distance, the gods of the 3 godly clans were also looking at the sky with solemn expressions. Someone is breaking through. If I'm not wrong, it should be Lin Ling. With Lin Ling's strength, he can indeed create such an illusion. Quick, find Lin Ling and stop him. If he breaks through, it'll be even harder for us to stop him. Have you found out where he is? The gods of the three godly clans were anxious and started to search again. The Thousand Waves King stood on top of a mountain and looked ahead with narrowed eyes. His expression was even more gloomy. At the same time, a red lightning bolt suddenly appeared in the distant sky. This lightning bolt was as small as a strand of hair. If one wasn't a powerful god, they wouldn't be able to detect it. However, even though the lightning was as small as a strand of hair, the power it contained could even destroy a god-level universe. Even Universe Giant God didn't dare to underestimate it. With luck on him, Lin Ling's tribulation this time is probably the easiest one. The Thousand Waves King narrowed his eyes and said. He was even more furious. At this moment, the red lightning bolt shot towards the ground and disappeared into the distance. Found him. Someone among the three godly clans shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late to find him now. The Thousand Waves King sighed and didn't say a word. He led the gods to the place where the red lightning bolt landed. Everyone was in a gloomy mood. Although they found Lin Ling, what if Lin Ling broke through? If there was another great battle, who knew how many of them would die? On the other side, Lin Ling was underground. He could feel the rolling godly origin energy exploding in his body. An unprecedentedly powerful feeling was born. Of course, he couldn't be happy because he could feel a huge pressure coming towards him. It made it difficult for him to breathe and suffocate. He looked up at the sky and could faintly see a red lightning bolt the size of a strand of hair coming towards him. The lightning bolt was small, but Lin Ling knew how terrifying it was and how huge its hidden power was. However, just when Lin Ling thought it was difficult to face it, the terrifying power suddenly disappeared without any warning. The pressure also disappeared at this moment. What's going on? Isn't there a powerful deity tribulation? Lin Ling frowned. He sensed his whole body and finally smiled because he found that he had broken through. Initial stage Saint Universe Giant God. This. Lin Ling was stunned. He passed the deity tribulation just like that? Damn, there was no reaction at all. After my luck was stimulated, my luck seemed to have changed as well. Lin Ling stretched out his palm and looked at it. A powerful force was born from his body and flowed into his palm. His power of divinity had reached 40,000, his physical strength had reached the level of 30,000. If he fused his talents with Panga's body, his total strength could reach 140,000. Very strong. Now, I don't think I have many opponents among the Saint Universe Giant Gods. Also, my soul power has increased greatly, and the power of Universe 3 Extremes Break has increased greatly. Lin Ling muttered to himself as divine light burst out from his body, and his aura soared into the sky. Rumble, rumble. 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 The space shook, and Lin Ling looked up. His eyes were shining as if he could see through the entire 5th level. They finally found me. I have to say, they are quite fast. Lin Ling sneered and ignored them. He continued to comprehend the strength in his body. He felt that if he faced King Thousand Waves again, even if he couldn't win, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed. Lin Ling, come out. I know you are hiding here. Come out and fight with me if you dare. At this moment, the sound of angry curses blasted into the earth, attacking in a grandiose manner. Lin Ling still ignored them. On the ground, the great beings of the three godly clans arrived one after another. Although they knew Lin Ling was nearby, the area was too big. They couldn't find Lin Ling in a short time. This made them, who were already furious, even more furious, as if they had been sprinkled with oil. Rumble. These great beings attacked the ground to vent their anger. Bang. 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 At the same time, King Thousand Waves and the others arrived. Their faces were gloomy as they used the great universe to seal the area, not allowing Lin Ling to escape. Although Lin Ling has broken through, his strength is still inferior to ours. As long as we find him, he won't be able to escape this time. King Thousand Waves said gloomily. Rumble. The ground was attacked by the gods, and the plates were overturned. The entire 5th level seemed to have been flipped over. Such an intense scene naturally attracted the attention of many gods. They all watched from afar, filled with curiosity. They seemed to be looking for Lin Ling from 3 years ago. Lin Ling? That's right. 3 years ago, during the volcanic mountain city's karmic meet, Lin Ling took away the greatest karmic luck and even saved Bai Yuxing. Now, the three god clans are all looking for Linling. This time, they finally found him. Looks like this Linling is dead for sure. Death is inevitable. However, Linling is not someone who can be easily bullied. Many gods died at his hands in the Battle of Volcanic Mountain City 3 years ago. Just wait, this battle will be extremely intense. Waves of voices drifted out, mixed with a thick sense of anticipation. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a tyrannical power soared into the sky. The ground was broken, and a beam of light shot up into the sky. A white-haired figure appeared in the beam of light. He held a god's will in each of his hands as he stared coldly at the crowd. Linling had come out. Moreover, the moment he appeared, he killed 2 Saint Stage Universe gods in an instant. Linling. Looking at Linling, who broke out of the ground, the people from the 3 god clans were stunned. Their pupils constricted. 3 years ago, victory was in their hands. They had obtained by Yuxing, great karmic luck, and Pengu's true body. However, Linling's disappearance pushed everything back 3 years. Now, seeing Linling kill 3 of their gods so casually, their hatred for Linling reached a critical point. Linling. King of Myriad Waves also stared at Linling, his voice extremely low. You've broken through. Moreover, after seeing Linling break through, the anger in his heart grew even stronger. King of Myriad Waves. Linling looked coldly at King of Myriad Waves, his aura rising steadily. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. King of Myriad Waves' voice was filled with killing intent. His teeth suddenly became sharp, and his skin grew hard scales. He suddenly disappeared from where he was and reappeared in front of Linling. He ruthlessly struck out with his palm. It was simple and crude. The power of a god was incomparably strong, much stronger than one could imagine. Linling, you're just a junior. What qualifications do you have to obtain Pengu's true body? You'd better hand it over obediently. This kind of universe essence should be obtained by the capable. King of Myriad Waves' sarcastic voice floated out. Linling raised his head. He sensed that King of Myriad Waves' palm was mixed with the essence of countless divine abilities. The air was beaten into waves by him. Initial stage universe giant god. Linling stretched out his palm. Powerful techniques were continuously condensing, and he slowly struck out with his fist. He's crazy. How dare he fight King of Myriad Waves head-on? Seeing this scene, countless gods cried out in alarm. It was undeniable that Linling was very strong and had even killed Taoist Bright Spiral. However, King of Myriad Waves wasn't an ordinary god. In addition, he wouldn't underestimate his opponent like Taoist Bright Spiral. One must know that Linling could kill Taoist Bright Spiral by catching him off guard. It didn't mean that Linling could resist Taoist Bright Spiral's power of a god. Rumble, Linling's fist first collided with the King of 10,000 Waves wave aura. Logically speaking, Linling's arm would have been shattered by the wave alone. However, at the moment of contact, Linling suddenly erupted with power. Pengu's body appeared, and his ferocious physical strength penetrated the wave and went straight for King of Myriad Waves' palm. With a boom, the wave seemed to have hit a reef, splashing in all directions. Gushing, everyone's expression froze. King of Myriad Waves' expression also froze. Looking at Linling's appearance, he seemed to be planning to fight him head-on. Although Linling had broken through, he was still only at the saint level. If you use despicable means, you can still fight me. But now, you're overestimating yourself. King of Myriad Waves shouted angrily. He didn't believe that Linling could fight him head-on even if he was beaten to death. Linling sneered. His fist didn't stop. After rushing into the monstrous wave, his innate talent fused, and his body's strength reached 14 trillion. What kind of concept was this? Not to mention 140,000, even if it was 50,000, it was enough to dominate the ranks of the saint-level giant universe gods. As for 140,000, among the saint-level giant universe gods, only gods who had cultivated for countless years had such strength. Hong, the 2 moves, which contained the strongest attacks in the universe, finally collided. The momentum of the explosion was like a powerful godly wind that swept through the entire 5th level. The gods who were closer to the 2 of them were all sent flying backward by the impact, while the weaker ones were instantly killed. What? King of Myriad Waves sensed that Lin Ling's fist contained a terrifying strength, which wasn't much weaker than his. He obviously didn't expect Lin Ling's godly power to increase so much after breaking through. How did this Lin Ling cultivate? How did his strength increase so much? Could it be that he relied on Panga's body? Lin Ling, on the other hand, laughed. He was also testing his own strength in this confrontation, and the result didn't disappoint him. Deity-grade giant universe god? I don't think so. Lin Ling said with disdain in his excitement. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. This sentence undoubtedly provoked King Thousand Waves deeply. He was the king of the fifth layer, and being looked down upon by a junior like this, he felt utterly humiliated. With your godly power, you're still not my match. King Thousand Waves means obviously weren't limited to this. At least among the early-stage giant gods, he was one of the best. Hua la la. Behind him, a shocking wave surged out, and a huge crocodile appeared. This crocodile was grayish-brown in color, and its back was covered in moss, indicating that it was incomparably old. Its eyes were blood-red, as if they were burning flames. Pung pung pung. It opened its huge mouth and bit down on Lin Ling. That mouth was like a universe, sealing Lin Ling within. King Thousand Waves' godly body has appeared. Looking at this scene, everyone's morale rose. King Thousand Waves could become one of the best among the deities because he had a powerful godly body, the Green Cauldron godly crocodile body. It had existed since the beginning of the universe and the primordial chaos. After countless years, it had cultivated with the essence of the universe and finally transformed into a human. Two huge mouths bit down from the sky and the earth. The sharp, mottled, ancient teeth could crush anything. Lin Ling, if you have the ability, take this move of mine. If you don't, then kneel down and admit defeat. A voice rushed out from the huge crocodile's mouth like a hurricane. King Thousand Waves, you're actually so proud of fighting a saint. You've disgraced your Myriad Sea clan. If you have the ability, wait until I become a deity before you speak like this. Lin Ling sensed that the great universe was closing in on him, and he immediately laughed. Nonsense. King Thousand Waves felt guilty and became even more furious. Although this move of yours is powerful, if you want to ban me, I reckon you're still a little lacking. Lin Ling said again. His majestic voice floated out, causing the three great clans to be silent. Facing the divine body of the Myriad Waves King, Lin Ling was actually so bold. In the entire Dao Pagoda, only Lin Ling dared to do so. Maybe he's trying to show off before he dies. An elder with the cuttlefish bloodline said. His beard was white and long, reaching the ground. It should be. The other gods nodded in agreement. At this moment, Lin Ling gazed at the alligator's mouth in the sky and on the ground. He knew that it would be difficult for him to win by relying on his own strength. Universe 3 extremes break. Lin Ling gathered his soul force and attacked. Formless cosmic rays swept out, crisscrossing each other, passing through the huge crocodile's mouth and attacking the soul of the Myriad Waves King. Boom! The Myriad Waves King's soul seemed to have been hit by a heavy hammer. If it weren't for his powerful soul force and his divine body, his soul would have been seriously injured. Is this the method you used to kill Daoist Bright Spiral? An angry voice spurted out. The Myriad Waves King was angry because he knew that Lin Ling also had a hidden trump card that hadn't been used. He originally thought that he could rely on his basic strength to trigger Lin Ling's trump card, but the result disappointed him. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz. His soul kept roaring, causing the Myriad Waves King's mind to go blank. At this moment, the Sword of Faith appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He looked at the alligator's closed mouth and fiercely slashed. The dazzling light in the pitch-black alligator's mouth was like a dazzling comet. Under this sword, the alligator's mouth was cut open. At this moment, in the mountains and rivers outside, countless gods stared at the sky and saw that the huge alligator's mouth was closing. But at this moment, a sword light arrived and cut open the closed mouth. It's Lin Ling. People's voices were solemn. They should have been shocked, but perhaps because Lin Ling had repeatedly fought against those of a higher level, they were somewhat numb. Now, they only wanted to know if Lin Ling could really fight against the Myriad Waves King at full strength. Lin Ling, you want to escape? Dream on. The Myriad Waves King's mind went blank, but he could sense that Lin Ling wanted to escape unscathed, so he once again erupted with power. However, he finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling's world's will was. It could actually cut open his great universe. One had to know that his previous attack didn't only explode with his divine body, but also his great universe. Rumble, the huge alligator's mouth was closing and the sword of faith was constantly cutting, but the myriad waves king's universe was too powerful. Every time Lin Ling cut it open, the universe would quickly recover. This meant that Lin Ling's sword could cut open the universe, but the myriad waves king's universe recovered very quickly. What a powerful universe. Of course, this divine body is also powerful. My sword can't kill it at all. Lin Ling finally tasted the power of a deity-grade universe giant. He said, "Myriad Waves King, didn't you always want to know where Baiyusheng is? He's in my universe. Today, I'll show you my universe. Whether you can take Baiyusheng away will depend on your ability." Lin Ling mobilized his universe to fight against the huge alligator's mouth. Rumble, with a slash of his sword, the huge alligator's mouth was cut open, and the universe was divided. However, in the blink of an eye, the huge alligator's mouth was once again restored. But at this moment, Lin Ling's universe arrived and attacked the gap. A perfect Six Realms universe. Almost at the same time, the Myriad Waves King sensed Lin Ling's universe and was shocked again. Looking at that universe, it wouldn't be long before it stepped into the ranks of the 5 realms. Xiao, the combination of the Sword of Faith and Lin Ling's universe finally widened the gap. At the same time, a figure rushed out of the huge alligator's mouth and then floated in the distance. It was Lin Ling. With the help of his 3 trump cards, Lin Ling finally received a move from the Myriad Waves King. Pung, the huge mouth of the Myriad Waves King finally closed, sealing off all life forms in the universe. However, he also sensed that Lin Ling had retreated unscathed. Instead, his soul was slightly damaged by the universe 3 extremes break. He stared at Lin Ling with a ferocious look in his eyes. The people from the 3 major godly clans were also looking at Lin Ling with complicated expressions. Lin Ling, an initial stage Saint Giant Universe God, was able to resist a deity-grade Universe Giant and retreat unscathed. One had to admit that this was a huge miracle. For a moment, the atmosphere froze. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, including the Myriad Waves King. "Lin Ling, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over Baiyusheng, and we'll forget about everything else." The Myriad Waves King knew that if he wanted to capture Lin Ling, he would have to put in a lot of effort, so he compromised. "Do you think it's possible?" Lin Ling said with a faint smile. "Fine, this is your choice. We'll fulfill your wish." The Myriad Waves King didn't intend to rely on himself to fight Lin Ling. He wanted to call on the power of the 3 races. "Myriad Waves King, we'll help you." The deity-grade universe giant gods of the 3 races understood. Even if they were shameless, they had to kill Lin Ling here. I, Lin Ling, came from the Xian sect since ancient times and defeated countless enemies. Do you think you can make me compromise by joining forces? Lin Ling was no longer the same as before. He was no longer afraid of the combined forces of the 3 great divine races and the king of myriad waves. After his strength had broken through, his confidence had also increased. Even though he knew that this battle would definitely not be easy, he was still enjoying this feeling of being able to fight to the fullest. The 12 divine races were the kings of the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Only by stepping over them could one reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and dominate the universe. Come and fight. Let me see how powerful you 3 divine races are. Lin Ling's aura was constantly stimulated. He was like an indomitable giant. The 3 divine races were also adjusting their battle state. They did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. They knew that many of them would die in this battle. Of course, the final result would be that Lin Ling would be sealed by the 3 divine races. A great battle was about to break out. The gods in the distance were watching this scene. They knew that the 5th level, which had been immersed for many years, had finally ushered in an earth-shattering battle. However, although Lin Ling's strength was very strong, they still believed that Lin Ling would lose this battle. Bang! 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 Suddenly, 3 consecutive explosions rang out. The space under Lin Ling's feet collapsed and the airflow exploded. This was formed by the divine power and physical strength attacking the space. It meant that Lin Ling was ready to attack. Bang, another explosion. The airflow was like a torrent. Lin Ling disappeared from where he was. The terrifying thing was that he was gliding on the ground like a meteorite. His speed could be seen, but it was difficult to catch up to him. This speed was so terrifying that it could penetrate the universe. Lin Ling, how dare you? A burly god from the mountain push gang rushed out. Under his feet was a huge blood-red rune that was 10 meters wide. He suddenly disappeared, leaving behind a burst of brilliance. Rumble, in midair, a huge divine mountain appeared. It was an ice mountain that crashed forward. Behind the divine mountain was the god. He was pushing the mountain, and his appearance happened to be on Lin Ling's path. Obviously, he had seen through Lin Ling's flight path. Swoosh, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and a power of 14 trillion was slashed out. The entire divine mountain was slashed apart, but suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the divine mountain recovered. This meant that the god who had attacked was at the level of a giant universe god. Bang, Lin Ling's expression was normal as he punched out again. When his fist hit the divine mountain, he used the momentum to fly back and then rushed towards the ground. He swung the sword in his hand viciously, and the sound of firecrackers rang out. A large number of gods were killed. Lin Ling, don't you dare! The god from the mountain push faction roared. He knew that Lin Ling wanted to kill the weakest one. The King of Myriad Waves and the other experts also narrowed their eyes and activated all their techniques. Billowing smoke filled the air as the powerful godly bodies of the gods descended and joined forces to suppress Lin Ling. But in the process, many gods from the 3 great god clans were killed. This made the spectators in the distance shake their heads. Lin Ling wanted to fight to the death. Lin Ling, the host body of the world's will, was chased by Dipankara Buddha when he was in the Tao realm. I didn't expect his strength to increase so much after entering the Tao Pagoda. The powerhouses of the Tooth Race were also watching from afar. They had no intention of taking action. The Tao Palace Master shook his head inwardly. The 9 stars of the universe, the 9 great world wills, these were all supernovas. They were also the most qualified to overthrow the rule of the latter half of the Tao Pagoda. They were the ones who had reached the peak of the Tao Pagoda. They were also the outstanding talents of the later era. In fact, apart from Lin Ling and the other hosts of the world's will, there were also many fierce characters from the 9 stars of the universe. They were like revolutionaries in the latter half of the Tao Pagoda, challenging the ancient gods and testing their fates. Father, can Lin Ling win? Beside him, Tao Palace Master Wu Dao's daughter asked. Little Xian, Lin Ling is the host body of the world's will, so he won't die so easily. However, if he wants to win, it will be very difficult. In the end, even if many people from the 3 great god races die, Lin Ling will still be sealed. Tao Palace Master Wu Dao said. His eyes suddenly flashed as he thought of the woman he saw that day. Unless she comes to help. On the other side, several gods from the Rot race were watching with cold expressions. They hoped that Lin Ling would be killed here. Similarly, there were several gods from the Silver Moon race. After all, this was not their territory, so they didn't intervene. Of course, with their strength, they might not be Lin Ling's match. Set up the great universe. At this moment, Thousand Waves King saw Lin Ling brutally killing his clan members. He hurriedly called upon the experts of the other 2 races to set up the great universe. This time, it wasn't the god-level giant universe gods who were setting up the great universe, but all the gods of the 3 races. As long as they had a universe, they would mobilize all of them to seal this part of the world. These god races can actually merge the universe. Lin Ling killed more than 10 gods with one slash of his sword. His soul power also sensed the terrifying ripples of the universe. This universe was too strong. As long as one was within it, their strength would be completely suppressed as if they were controlled by someone. It seemed that the most important thing now was to kill more gods and weaken their universe. Rumble. However, at this moment, a sandstorm blew over from afar. 2 figures walked over from the vast land. Their pace wasn't fast, but they had a powerful aura. Every step they took seemed to trample on the hearts of everyone present. Subconsciously, a large number of people turned around to look. Who is it? Some people swallowed their saliva, feeling incomparably suppressed. To be able to cause such a feeling, it meant that the person who came was incomparably powerful. Moreover, although the speed of these two people was not fast, they had a magical power. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of people's eyes and entered the battlefield. The person walking in front was wearing a large cloak. Suddenly, he took off the cloak on his body. It was actually a woman. She stretched out one hand, and a bamboo shoot appeared in her palm. It slowly grew and turned into an emerald green bamboo. At the same time, her figure also grew and became hunchbacked. With a bang, her clothes were torn apart, and white hair grew. Roar, she roared at the sky and gradually turned into a huge white ape. The bamboo in her hand also grew and thickened, turning into a huge green bamboo pillar. Boom, she held the bamboo with both hands and suddenly smashed the sealed world. With a cracking sound, the entire universe was shattered. In the universe, the King of Thousand Waves and the others all looked outside, and their expressions changed drastically. Even Lin Ling frowned. Where did this huge white ape come from? It actually broke the universe with one move. Suddenly, Lin Ling saw an acquaintance. It was the 12-winged young god. At this moment, she was standing in the distance and looking at him excitedly. Lin Ling could not help but look at the white ape. Could it be Senior Sister? On the 5th level, the 12-winged young god did not know anyone other than Senior Sister. Moreover, she was such a powerful expert. Unless it was Xianxia. How did Senior Sister become a white ape? Could this be her divine body? She's so strong. Lin Ling was shocked. All along, Xianxia had given him a very peaceful feeling. Her strength seemed to be on par with Lin Ling's, but Lin Ling always had a thought in his heart. Senior Sister was not as simple as she seemed on the surface. Roar. The gods of the three godly races couldn't block it at all. Their godly energy was like paper in front of that huge pillar. What was strange was that the white ape wasn't strong, but his godly energy was incomparably huge. You're courting death. Thousand Waves King roared, stepped on the sea, and attacked the white ape. A huge crocodile mouth appeared behind him and bit the white ape. Roar, the white ape roared, and the green bamboo swept past, hitting the crocodile's mouth until it rolled in the air. It was terrifying. What a powerful guy. He can actually fight Thousand Waves King head-on. People were shocked. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling could only take one powerful move from Thousand Waves King, but this mysterious white ape could and even swept the other party away. Evil creature, listen to my voice. A lady from the Nine Conch clan floated out, holding a 9-void abalone shell, and blew out a godly sound. Colorful ribbons appeared in the sky, forming a powerful illusory world. Pung, pung, pung. However, the white ape hammered his chest and roared. The sound waves rushed to the sky and broke through the illusory world. The 9-void abalone shell in the hands of the Nine Conch clan lady suddenly cracked and turned into ashes. Wah! Once the 9-void abalone shell broke, the lady immediately spat out blood. She was clearly injured. Most importantly, her strength was at the godly level. 9-void Palace Lord has also been defeated. People in the distance were all shocked. The remaining people of the three godly races also felt that things were not going well. The white ape fought against several godly universe gods and actually had the upper hand. Senior Sister is so strong. When Lin Ling saw the Thousand Waves King being beaten back, he was also shocked. Then, he laughed. With Senior Sister's help, Bai Yuxin could be saved safely. After all, he could see that the defeat of the three godly races was only a matter of time. Lin Ling, it's not over yet. But at this moment, the 12-winged young god transmitted his voice. It's not over yet. Lin Ling frowned and looked into the distance. He saw rolling dark clouds coming. After careful inspection, he realized that it was dark chi. Another strong one has come. Judging from his strength, he's not weaker than Thousand Waves King. The 5th level is getting more and more lively. Lin Ling didn't expect that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. The battlefield had changed once again. Xianxia, are you admitting defeat by running away? I'm telling you, the battle isn't over yet. Within the dark clouds, a cold voice sounded out. At the same time, a massive eye appeared, sweeping across the land. Countless people's hair stood on end as if they had been targeted by the underworld god. 9 stars of the universe, young Master Ming. Lin Ling immediately thought of the battle between his senior sister and young Master Ming not long ago. That battle was incomparably intense and lasted for a very long time. He reckoned that after senior sister knew about his safety, she immediately gave up the battle and came to help. Once senior sister left, young Master Ming naturally followed her. As for young Master Ming, Lin Ling had met him in the first level. At that time, young Master Ming was already very strong. Later, because of the arrival of Lin Ling, young Master Ming gave face and let Lin Ling go. My strength is no longer the same as before, but young Master Ming's strength is also increasing. Lin Ling watched quietly, the flames of war rising in his heart. Young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe and also a comet in the latter half of the Tao Pagoda. Sooner or later, he and young Master Ming would clash. Now that young Master Ming was so strong, how could Lin Ling lose to him? It's you? At this moment, young Master Ming also saw Lin Ling. He suddenly laughed out loud, ha ha ha, you ruined my plan in the first level. I haven't gotten my revenge yet. But for Ning Qingxin's sake, I won't kill you. Of course, I will teach you a lesson. Of course, I'll still teach you a lesson. After the voice floated out, the dark clouds turned into a vortex, rolling towards the ground like a tornado, turning into a young man. The young man's face was pale, and he wore a brown robe. His hands were behind his back, and he had an aura of supremacy. All the gods on the 5th level looked at the young man, but no one recognized his origin. After all, if a powerful god passed through the 5th level, most of them wouldn't stay for too long. The destiny of the 5th level couldn't attract them. This time, in addition to the white ape, he saw another powerhouse. The King of Thousand Waves and the others were still fighting the white ape. After seeing the newcomer, they felt lucky that he wasn't here to help. Haha, green bamboo, why is a small crocodile stopping you? This isn't your style. At this moment, young Master Ming looked at the white ape and said calmly, roar. The white ape roared, but didn't pay much attention. Young Master Ming didn't want to take advantage of green bamboo. He looked at Lin Ling again. Not bad, in just a few years, you've stepped into the saint level. Haha, I always thought you would die in the first half of the Tao Pagoda. As a senior, I should give you some pointers. Young Master Ming didn't know what Lin Ling had experienced. After all, he had been in the middle of the Tao Pagoda. In addition, he had encountered many powerhouses. How could he pay attention to Lin Ling's strength? I've seen the great god of Spirit Nation. That guy's strength is very strong. He's ranked 3rd among the world's will hosts. You, a junior, are still a little weak. Young Master Ming slowly stretched out his right hand, as if Lin Ling could only make him use one hand. Lin Ling, be careful. This person's underworld reincarnation is very strong. If the god of the underworld is regarded as the god who controls the underworld, then this person controls reincarnation. At this moment, Green Bamboo's voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. Lin Ling nodded and concentrated. Although he knew that young Master Ming didn't have any hostility toward him, young Master Ming seemed to want to teach him a lesson. In this regard, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't allow himself to be captured without a fight. Thinking of this, Lin Ling said lightly, young Master Ming, among the 9 stars of the universe, I've met many people, including the god of the underworld. I don't know who is more powerful, you or the real master of the underworld. Presumptuous. I'm the master of the underworld. She's not the god of the underworld. Young Master Ming suddenly became angry. He didn't seem to get along with the god of the underworld. He said, Junior, you don't know how to speak. Kneel down. He pointed a finger, and a total of 36 bronze gates appeared in the sky. They turned into reincarnation and suppressed the 8 desolates. My reincarnation, those who haven't died yet are all afraid and controlled. The bronze gates slowly opened, and a powerful aura spread out, causing the gods present to panic. They felt as if they were already dead and were being brought into the bronze gates into the underworld. Impossible, I'm clearly still alive. Many people's faces darkened. Even if they saw through everything in front of them, they still couldn't change their minds. After a person died, everything dissipated. Even gods weren't an exception. After everything dissipated, it meant that their strength no longer existed. Only ghosts were left, and they were controlled by reincarnation. Ah, no, I'm still alive. Many people held their heads and knelt on the ground in pain. Sweat poured down like rain. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, young Master Ming laughed heartily. It was as if he was the master of the underworld. Young Master Ming was completely stunned when he saw this scene. The bronze gate he had released was a power unique to his star of the universe. It could kill gods in all aspects, including the body, soul, and mind. Although he had not fully mastered this power of the star of the universe, it was enough to affect the giant gods below the god level. However, Lin Ling was fine. Everyone was afraid of death and reincarnation. As long as they were afraid they would be affected, why was Lin Ling fine? At this moment, Lin Ling was also stunned. At first, he did feel a mysterious power, but this power was very familiar. It seemed to be the power that was washed away by the underworld after he died. Yes, it was the power after he died. However, Lin Ling had returned from the underworld alive. He was not afraid of this power. He could not understand the fear others felt toward this power. Of course, young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe after all. He was also someone who could fight with Senior Sister. He did not dare to underestimate him. Young Master Ming, why don't you attack? Lin Ling frowned and asked. Attack. Young Master Ming, who was in a daze, felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He had already attacked and used the ultimate move that made him famous. Didn't he see the fear on the others' faces? They had lost the ability to fight. Lin Ling must be doing this on purpose. Lin Ling, I didn't expect someone as insignificant as you to have such power. Don't be so arrogant. Young Master Ming shouted angrily. Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little surprised. He asked, have you already attacked? Why are you so weak? You. Young Master Ming was speechless. He had no words to refute. He had come arrogantly and looked down on Lin Ling like a senior. In the end, his ultimate move had no effect on Lin Ling. This was a disgrace to the underworld. Rumble. At this moment, Green Bamboo was still fighting with the King of Thousand Waves. When it saw this, it also let out a loud roar with joy and excitement. When young Master Ming heard this, he immediately knew that Green Bamboo was mocking him. The King of Thousand Waves and the others were shocked. They all thought that young Master Ming was going easy on Lin Ling. Otherwise, with young Master Ming's powerful strength, how could it be ineffective against Lin Ling? At this moment, young Master Ming opened more bronze doors, causing the nearby gods to kneel down. Their bodies went soft as if they had seen death. Green Bamboo stared at Lin Ling again and realized that Lin Ling was indeed not afraid. In the end, he also gave up. Now, young Master Ming's most famous move was ineffective against Lin Ling. Although he could rely on his powerful divine energy to defeat Lin Ling, he could not bring himself to do so. After thinking for a while, young Master Ming looked at White Ape who was still fighting and said coldly, Green Bamboo, our battle is not over yet. I will wait for you to come and find me. After saying this, young Master Ming took a big step and disappeared on the spot. He's gone. Looking at young Master Ming, who was supposed to be his helper but failed to gain any advantage against Lin Ling, the people from the 3 major celestial races turned pale. Once young Master Ming left, they would be in trouble. Sure enough, Lin Ling looked at the 3 major celestial races with his cold eyes. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he attacked crazily. Lin Ling, how dare you? The King of Thousand Waves was suppressed by Green Bamboo and could only watch as Lin Ling slaughtered the people from the 3 major celestial races. Lin Ling, do you really want to offend the 12 major celestial races? An elder from the Mountain Push Party said angrily. What a joke. Do you think that I haven't offended many celestial races? The Silver Moon race, the Rotten race, and the 3 major celestial races are nothing. Lin Ling took people's lives with his sword. Gradually, more and more gods fell. The 3 major celestial races that dominated the 5th level had their numbers dwindling continuously. The distant gods shook their heads inwardly as they watched this scene. The 4 major celestial races dominated the 5th level, but today, only the Tooth race was left, especially Taoist Palace Master. He had never thought that there would only be 1 celestial race left in the 5th level. He had never thought that with just Lin Ling and that mysterious woman, the 3 major celestial races would be annihilated. Especially that mysterious woman. She was so strong that she could fight against several deity-level giant cosmos gods without losing. That mysterious woman and Lin Ling were 2 ferocious people that couldn't be provoked. I'm so angry. The King of Thousand Waves was beaten until he was forced to retreat, but his life force was strong and he didn't die. It was only when the giant cosmos gods of the other two races were killed that the King of Thousand Waves finally decided to retreat. Lin Ling, we, the myriad sea race, must avenge this debt. After having one of his tails broken by the white ape, the King of Thousand Waves turned into rolling seawater and surged into the distance, gradually disappearing without a trace. The white ape didn't chase after him. Instead, he pounced on the remnants and wiped them all out. Finally, he began to recover his body and walked toward Lin Ling. Junior brother. Qingzhu called out with a smile. After wiping out the remaining celestial races, Lin Ling happily walked toward his senior sister. Without her help, Lin Ling wouldn't have died, but he would have been in a difficult situation. Junior brother, congratulations on your breakthrough. From now on, this Dao Pagoda has another powerful saint. Qingzhu sized up Lin Ling and was happy for Lin Ling. She then asked, where's Bai Yuxing? He's recuperating in my universe. Come, let's find a quiet place for the couple to reunite. Lin Ling said with a smile. He called out to the 12-winged Yang god in the distance and left. After a long time, Lin Ling and the other two appeared in a relatively remote empty city. They were still in a happy mood. After all, they had now completed the task given by their master. At the same time, Bai Yuxing's woman was also released by the 12-winged Yang god, and so was Bai Yuxing. Lin Ling found a relatively quiet manner and let them stay here. Thank you, thank you. Bai Yuxing's woman constantly thanked Lin Ling and the others. Although she didn't know Lin Ling, it was a great favor for reuniting them. Take good care of him. Lin Ling didn't say much and left the manor. This small city doesn't have any luck, so there aren't many celestial races here. Let's rest here for the time being. Qingzhu checked the small city and then said to Lin Ling with ease. In the following days, the three of them continued to familiarize themselves with the small city. In the end, when they saw that there were no powerful beings, they gradually relaxed their vigilance. They didn't leave. First, they waited for Bai Yuxing to recover. Second, they used the luck unique to the 5th level to cultivate. During this period, the 12-winged Yang god repeatedly participated in the fate martial meetings. His strength had improved greatly, and he now had 16 wings, although Lin Ling also participated in the fate martial meetings. Because his realm had reached the early stage of the Saint realm, the luck he obtained was getting less and less. After several years of participating in the fate martial meetings, Lin Ling finally returned to the small city. He looked around and found that the small city was more lively than the last time he was here. After checking, Lin Ling found that there was primordial energy flowing under the small city. It seemed to be giving birth to luck. My cultivation level is gradually stabilizing. My divine power and fleshly body's strength have both increased slightly. Lin Ling walked casually in the small city. To his surprise, he did not sense the presence of his senior sister. He guessed that she had temporarily left for some reason. Then, Lin Ling checked on Bai Yuxing and found that his woman was not in the city. However, Lin Ling was used to it. Because in the past few years, while waiting for Bai Yuxing to wake up, his woman often left to participate in the Destiny martial meet. It seemed that she wanted to increase her strength and protect Bai Yuxing. Now, she probably went to participate in the Destiny martial meet. Hey! It's her. Walking casually, Lin Ling suddenly found an acquaintance and said in surprise, why is she on the 5th floor? In her eyes, a group of young men and women were walking along the small city, talking and laughing. They looked very happy. The strength of this group of people was extremely good, and compared to the gods of the Dao Tower, they lacked a bit of bloodthirsty killing intent. Lin Ling instantly guessed that they were probably from the Chaos Realm. After all, the gods of the Chaos Realm were stronger, but because there were powerful sovereigns guarding above their heads, the killing was much less than in the Dao Tower. Of course, this was secondary. The main thing was that Lin Ling knew one of the girls. She was Feng Moyang, who had saved Lin Ling in the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling knew that Feng Moyang and the others would enter the Dao Tower sooner or later, but he did not expect it to be so early. Moreover, their strength was indeed amazing. They had entered the 5th floor in a short period of time. One had to know that every time Lin Ling and the others went through a level, they would experience a lot of life and death battles. I really envy these gods from the Chaos Realm. Lin Ling secretly laughed. with great strength, one could smoothly move forward. Of course, the advantage was that it was convenient. The disadvantage was that it lacked twists and turns, and the foundation was not solid. This was extremely disadvantageous for the later half of the Dao Tower. While thinking, Lin Ling walked towards Feng Moyang. After all, they knew each other, so Lin Ling wanted to greet them. This Dao Tower is not as terrifying as I imagined. It's very simple. Haha, senior brother Yu is still the best. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. Of course, with senior brother Yu's strength, he is now qualified to enter the 8th floor of the Dao Tower. He is protecting us because we are all from the chaotic realm. Before he even got close, he could hear waves of joyous voices drifting over. These young men and women were looking at a young man with adoration. That young man was wearing a jade green robe. He was as handsome as jade and was very powerful. Junior sister Feng, your master can be considered half of my martial uncle. Therefore, in this Dao Pagoda, no matter what, I will protect you. The young man enjoyed the flattery of his junior brothers and then looked at a young girl and said. The girl was very beautiful. Although she wasn't tall, she gave off a petite and dainty feeling. Most importantly, she had a pure and holy aura, and she was Feng Moyang. However, Feng Moyang's reaction towards the youth's greeting was very calm. He smiled and said, "Thank you, senior apprentice brother Yu." In fact, she wanted to roam alone. After all, her master had said that although the descendants of the 8 great god generations were very strong and talented, they were too weak in actual combat. They were gods who grew up under the halo of the sect, although the sect often let them gain experience and arranged for them to explore all kinds of dangerous secret realms, but the danger of the Dao Tower was still incomparable. Now that senior apprentice brother Yu had volunteered to protect them, it undoubtedly made them lack the training of life and death battles. Hey, it's you. Suddenly, Feng Moyang saw the white-haired youth walking over and his heart suddenly exploded. Junior sister Feng, you know him? The surrounding people were also shocked. These gods from the chaotic realm generally didn't know the gods of the Dao Tower. Even if they did, they would be existences of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper. That white-haired youth was obviously not an existence of Mount Tai and Northern Dipper. Who is this person? Junior sister Feng actually knows him? Senior apprentice brother Yu also frowned. Feng Moyang, I didn't expect to meet you here. The person who walked over was Lin Ling. He smiled and said, "How are you?" "Good." Feng Moyang smiled and nodded. There was a sentence in her heart that she didn't say. She came for Lin Ling because she felt that she owed Lin Ling an apology. In fact, on the 3rd and 4th floor, she had heard of Lin Ling's name. It was because of this that she rushed to the 5th floor. However, when she saw Lin Ling with her own eyes, she couldn't say the apology in her heart. She didn't know why. Junior sister Feng, who is he? Master said that the gods of the Dao Tower are very cunning. Be careful not to be deceived. The young men and women on the side chattered. Unfortunately, Feng Moyang didn't listen to a single word. Don't talk nonsense. This is Lin Ling, Feng Moyang's former husband in the chaotic realm. A few of the girls were from the same sect as Feng Moyang and naturally recognized Lin Ling. Junior sister Feng's husband? Everyone exclaimed. That senior brother Yu's pupils constricted. He heard that someone had proposed marriage to Feng Moyang. It was Hua Zhichu. This person was not only powerful, he also had a strong backing. It was just that he was interrupted by a brat midway. He didn't expect it to be this person in front of him. He couldn't help but size up Lin Ling. He discovered that Lin Ling was only a Saint Universe giant god. With such strength, how could he be worthy of Feng Moyang? Could it be that there was some secret behind his marriage with Feng Moyang? Senior brother Yu kept thinking. He was clear that Feng Moyang's origin was extraordinary. She was from one of the 8 great god clans and was no small matter. And when Feng Moyang heard the conversation of her senior brothers, her small face blushed. She was so shy that she didn't dare to face anyone. After all, these senior brothers were all saying that Lin Ling was her husband. Everyone, don't misunderstand. I have already dissolved my relationship with Feng Moyang. We are just friends. Lin Ling took the initiative to explain. After all, ever since he left the chaotic realm, he had cut off his relationship with Feng Moyang. Ah, there's such a thing? It was clear that this was the first time the others heard of it. Feng Moyang was so angry that she stomped her feet. This Lin Ling was completely unaware that she came for Lin Ling. That's right, I have already dissolved my relationship with him. However, since Lin Ling had said so, Feng Moyang naturally didn't want to thicken her skin and continue pestering him. She was ultimately a girl and had her reservations. What's going on? Why did they dissolve their marriage without any reason? Could it be that this Lin Ling has some unspeakable secret? Feng Moyang's senior brothers were all suspicious. Feng Moyang's status and character were both not bad. Ordinary men who could get her would be eager to spend their entire lives together with her. Who would be willing to give her up? It must be that Feng Moyang didn't want Lin Ling anymore. And the reason was that Lin Ling's character was definitely very bad. I reckon this Lin Ling isn't some good person. He must have some motives for getting close to junior sister Feng. That senior brother you suddenly laughed. After Lin Ling left the Chaos Realm, he did not intend to explain anything. Moreover, back then in the Chaos Realm, Feng Moyang had always misunderstood him, so it was not a big deal. Unfortunately, he did not know that Feng Moyang already knew everything. That's right, Lin Ling is a villain. But at this time a deep voice suddenly sounded. A figure walked over from the front. It was Bai Yuxing. When Bai Yuxing saw Lin Ling, his expression was extremely cold and even filled with disgust. He had just woken up and did not know what had happened. He only remembered that Lin Ling had also joined the Nine Conch clan and was one of the members who had annihilated him. In the end, he and Lin Ling were friends. However, Lin Ling had betrayed him. This made him hate Lin Ling to the extreme. Sir, what do you mean by this? Seeing Bai Yuxing walk over, Senior Brother Yu immediately asked curiously. Senior Brother Yu's name was Spiritual Master Yu Lin, and he came from Kunlun's Jade Clear territory. This was one of the deities of the Primal Chaos Realm, and he was born in the Primal Chaos Realm. He had never experienced any great calamity of the will of the world, and was a deity of the later generation. Even so, he was born in the most powerful god generation, so his cultivation speed was very fast. Therefore, deep in his heart, he had always looked down on the gods of the Tao Pagoda. He believed that those who came from the Chaos Realm were the true gods. The gods of the Tao realm were just third-rate, those with impure bloodline, and he was clear about Feng Moyang's origin. She was also a descendant of the god generation. Most importantly, such a noble goddess was actually related to a Tao realm god. He naturally felt uncomfortable. It must be a misunderstanding. It's not like that. Feng Moyang suddenly said. Originally, she was in a good mood when she saw Lin Ling again. However, Lin Ling's cold attitude made her very unhappy. He stared at her as if he was looking at a stranger. Therefore, she did not speak up for Lin Ling before, but in the end, she still knew that Lin Ling was not such a person. She owed Lin Ling an apology. In any case, she felt that other than herself, no one was allowed to talk about Lin Ling. Junior sister Feng? Senior apprentice brother Yu looked at Feng Moyang in surprise. Feng Moyang took the initiative to defend this man? Junior martial sister Feng, don't be deceived by these filthy gods. People who are not from the Primal Chaos Realm are not arrogant. Their blood is filthy. Senior martial brother Yu frowned. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face darkened. He had seen Feng Moyang's friend before, so he had greeted him. But this person's words were very rude. No, no. Feng Moyang continued to explain. Junior sister Feng, listen to senior brother Yu. He has been in the Tao Pagoda for a long time and knows that the gods of this Tao Pagoda are mostly sewer rats. They are indeed filthy. That's right. You see, he's only an early-stage St. Cosmos giant god, so he's definitely not very strong. For the sake of obtaining more treasures, he's naturally deceiving others. In any case, I feel that the gods of the Tao Tower, because of their humble origins, don't have good temperaments. The gods of the Primal Chaos Realm, on the other hand, are mostly clean, noble, and won't do anything unsightly. The others also spoke one after another, staring at Lin Ling with eyes full of disdain. Feng Moyang suddenly became anxious, but it was useless to explain. Seeing that she was young, they all thought that she was inexperienced and had been deceived by Lin Ling. The senior martial sisters who came with Feng Moyang were also defending Lin Ling, but no one listened to them. Your Excellency, it's better for you to say it. Seeing your martial brother, Yu looked at Lin Ling with disdain and said to Bai Yuxing. Since their words were not persuasive, it was best for this god to speak. Bai Yuxing still looked at Lin Ling, his heart somewhat unable to bear it. After all, he and Lin Ling could be considered to have known each other for a while, and they had a good temper. But thinking of the battle in Volcanic Mountain City, when countless gods besieged him, he could only see the woman he loved the most. No more, at this moment, his heart was also cold. In his opinion, among those who besieged him, there must be Lin Ling. Of course, he did not think too much about why he appeared here. After all, he had just woken up and was walking around casually, and then he saw Lin Ling. I hit it off with him at first sight, and we are friends. Bai Yuxing looked coldly at Lin Ling and vented his dissatisfaction and anger towards the three god clans on Lin Ling, as if Lin Ling was their accomplice, and also a member of the three god clans. I thought that he was my only friend in the Dao Pagoda, and our friendship would last forever. Unfortunately, treasures move people's hearts. No matter how good a friendship is, it will capsize under benefits. When I was besieged, not only did he not help me, but he also joined the enemy. Instead, you joined the enemy's camp. Lin Ling, let me ask you, did you join the Nine Conch clan? Bai Yuxing spoke louder and louder, and Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, not saying a word. How despicable. This strength of a saint giant universe god is probably obtained by betraying his friends. I really want to teach him a lesson. Isn't that so? What a pity. Even if he is a saint giant universe god, so what? He is no match for us at all. His strength increased by despicable means is indeed not strong enough. He is asking you a question, answer. The gods around mocked and ridiculed Lin Ling, completely looking down on him. It was as if they were looking at a swindler. No matter how much he deceived and how much his strength increased, he was still a swindler, and his strength was still so weak. Lin Ling ignored them and still looked at Bai Yuxing. Finally, he nodded. Yes, I did join the Nine Conch clan. Bai Yuxing felt a chill in his heart. Although he saw Lin Ling join the Nine Conch clan, he wanted to hear Lin Ling say that he was seeing things, and that Lin Ling did not join the Nine Conch clan at all. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's answer shattered the beautiful illusion in his heart. Lin Ling had indeed betrayed him. Lin Ling, you are very good. Bai Yuxing laughed miserably. It was rare to meet a like-minded friend, but in the end, it was like this. It seemed that he could not have friends at all. Your Excellency, are you saying that he was originally your friend, but because he coveted your treasures, he attacked you with others and besieged you? Seeing your brother, you sneered and asked. Then, seeing Bai Yuxing nod, he laughed and said, Junior Sister Feng, did you see that? This person came from the Dao Tower, and his character is so dirty. You have to be a good judge of character. No, he is not that kind of person. Feng Moyang shook her head anxiously. She had once misunderstood Lin Ling, but this time, she would not believe that Lin Ling was that kind of person even if she was beaten to death. Of course, it was useless for her to believe. She was most afraid that Lin Ling had misunderstood her. Junior Sister Feng, you're too kind. You don't know how difficult the Dao Pagoda is. In order to become stronger, the gods here will use any means. Killing people, stealing treasures, cheating, and kidnapping. He walked together with you because he coveted your treasures. Really? What a pity. Dirty is still dirty. He doesn't know that he has to rely on himself to increase his strength. He relied on improper means, and his heart of eternity was also affected. Now, he is only an early-stage Saint Universe giant god. This is the proof. The others were also disdainful, as though they were gods looking down on rats in the sewers. Bai Yuxing couldn't bear to hear those harsh words. However, when he thought about what had happened to him, he felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. If he didn't know Lin Ling and Lin Ling attacked him, he wouldn't be so resentful. But he really treated Lin Ling as a close friend. He couldn't accept being betrayed by a close friend. Lin Ling, quickly tell them that this is a misunderstanding. Feng Mo Yang felt heartache for Lin Ling. Those words were like daggers stabbing into her heart, making her anxious. However, Lin Ling's expression was very calm. He glanced at all the ugly faces. Strangely, he couldn't feel any anger. First, these people were Feng Yamo Yang's friends. Second, these people were only late-stage Saint Universe gods. They were like ants, who would care about being pointed at by ants. Lin Ling had fought 3 godly races. Other than deity universe gods, who could enter his eyes, of course, although he didn't care, he was still impatient. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Yuxing and he sighed. He didn't expect Bai Yuxing to misunderstand him. He wanted to explain, but after thinking about it, he let it go. He had received a request from his teacher to help Bai Yuxing once, and this request had been completed. Perhaps when they met again in the future, Bai Yuxing would already be his teacher's disciple. By then, any misunderstanding would have been cleared, and if Bai Yuxing wasn't qualified to be his teacher's disciple, then he might not see Bai Yuxing again in his life. Since that was the case, a misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. I have nothing to say, Feng Yamo Yang. This Dao pagoda isn't easy to walk on. Be careful. I'm leaving. Lin Ling turned and left. Senior sister and the 12-winged Yang god weren't in the town, and Bai Yuxing had already woken up. There was no point in staying. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling turn and leave, Feng Yamo Yang felt her heart break. The apology she suppressed in her heart couldn't be spoken for a long time. She knew that she had once again hurt Lin Ling's heart. Unfortunately, she was completely unaware that Lin Ling didn't care about all of this at all. Just like when he was in the chaos dimension all those years ago, he didn't care even if everyone misunderstood him. After all, they'd only met by chance. Feng Moyang wanted to chase after Lin Ling so that Lin Ling wouldn't leave, but in the end, she couldn't take a single step. This was because she didn't know what identity she should use to keep Lin Ling. After all, they were no longer husband and wife. You think you can leave just like that, you filthy rat? Senior apprentice brother Yu frowned. Originally, he wanted to see Lin Ling beg for mercy, or even smile apologetically, but Lin Ling's reaction was too calm, as if they were a group of children. Children playing around, why would an adult care? This feeling made him very uncomfortable. What right did a god with an impure bloodline have to pretend to be arrogant? Senior brother Yu. The other people's faces also darkened. They all sensed Lin Ling's mood. Stay here for me. Senior apprentice brother Yu took a step forward, exploding with a powerful aura that suppressed Lin Ling. He was a late-stage saint giant cosmos god and came from the primal chaos dimension's deity generation. He believed that he could easily crush a small god in the Dao Tower, not to mention other things. Even though he didn't kill crazily during his cultivation in the deity generation, his strength had increased tremendously. He's only an early-stage saint giant cosmos god. His realm is definitely unstable, and his strength is exaggerated. How can he be a match for Senior Apprentice Brother Yu? Senior Apprentice Brother Yu is an invincible existence among the saint giant cosmos gods. Seeing Senior Apprentice Brother Yu make a move, the others were delighted, looking forward to the scene of Lin Ling kneeling down. Lin Ling, be careful. Feng Moyang anxiously shouted because she knew how powerful Senior Apprentice Brother Yu was. Scram. In front, Lin Ling was still moving forward. He didn't even look back, but his soft words were like the might of the heavens. A powerful aura, mixed with soul energy, fleshly body energy, and deity energy, rushed toward Senior Apprentice Brother Yu. Senior Apprentice Brother Yu only took one step forward, and when he took the second step, it was as if he was suppressed by an endless mountain, making it difficult for him to take another step forward. Cold sweat poured down his back. In a short moment, he felt as if he had been fighting for several centuries. This feeling was as if he was fighting against a deity giant cosmos god. How is this possible? He let out a low shout, and his whole body trembled as if he had a fever. With a bang, he fell to the ground and was still trembling. It was an extremely comical scene. The scene suddenly became deathly silent. With just one word, a noble god from the primal chaos dimension was smashed to the ground. This was too fast. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts, especially Senior Apprentice Brother Yu. He was sweating like rain, and it was as if he had walked a circle around the cliff of death. At this moment, he finally knew how strong Lin Ling was. Ironically, he had previously thought that Lin Ling was a rat in the sewers. His strength was dirty, and his realm was exaggerated, but now, it seemed that he was even worse than a rat in the sewers. He could only be called a cockroach. Lin Ling gradually walked further and further away, leaving a group of people looking at each other in dismay. At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Yuxing, you're awake. On the road behind him, a beautiful woman was walking quickly, her face full of surprise. When Bai Yuxing heard the familiar voice, his whole body trembled. He slowly turned around, and then saw the figure of his dreams. He suddenly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Hey, Heng Yi! His voice was trembling, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Why would Heng Yi appear here? Wasn't she captured by the three deity clans? Subconsciously, Bai Yuxing rushed over and hugged the woman in white, afraid that everything was an illusion and would disappear at any time. The woman in white was also very happy. She hugged Bai Yuxing, as if she was afraid of losing him again. You're finally awake. Heng Yi, why are you here? Also, why am I here? Where are the three deity clans? What's going on? Don't worry, I know you have a lot of mysteries in your heart. I'll tell you. By the way, have you seen Lin Ling and the rest? Lin Ling, you know Lin Ling? I saw him. I chased him away. The two of them hugged and talked. However, after Bai Yuxing finished speaking, Heng Yi's expression changed. She looked at Bai Yuxing and frowned. You chased Lin Ling away? Why? Humph, that despicable person is my friend on the surface, but in fact, he's a lackey of the three deity clans. When I was in Volcanic Mountain City, I saw him join the Nine Conch clan. He must have wanted to destroy me. At that time I was kind, so I didn't fall out with him. However, ever since I was surrounded by countless gods, I've completely thought it through. In this universe, there are no principles at all. There are only benefits. So I chided him fiercely before. It was very satisfying. Bai Yuxing laughed excitedly. Thinking of what had happened before, he still felt dripping with joy. However, he did not see that Heng Yi, who was in front of him, trembled and her face darkened. She gritted her teeth and finally slapped Bai Yuxing hard on the face. You, fool! Heng Yi, what do you mean by this? Bai Yuxing caressed his cheek in disbelief. The woman he loved the most had slapped him? She had slapped him for Lin Ling? Bai Yuxing, I always thought that you were a man. I didn't expect you to be so muddle-headed. Have you ever thought about why you're here? Why am I here? Why are you safe and sound after being chased by the three great celestial tribes? Heng Yi said coldly. Bai Yuxing frowned. He had always been puzzled by this question. It's Lin Ling. Heng Yi said again, you said that Lin Ling betrayed you. Do you know that when we were captured by the three great celestial tribes, Lin Ling secretly saved us? He even gave up his life and was surrounded in the volcanic mountain city. In the end, he faced the three great celestial tribes. What? Bai Yuxing exploded, Feng Moyang's body trembled. Lin Ling did not betray that man? In that battle, Lin Ling fought the three great celestial tribes and almost died. In the end, he survived with the help of senior sister Qingzhu. Bai Yuxing, before you mock others, have you ever thought that they were just strangers who were willing to risk their lives for you? Do you have the cheek to mock others? We were able to reunite because of Lin Ling's help. We were able to escape from the 5th level because of Lin Ling. Lin Ling and senior sister Qingzhu killed all the three great celestial tribes on the 5th level. Heng Yi said through gritted teeth. At the end of her sentence, she was so emotional that her eyes were wet. Bai Yuxing felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was his benefactor who had saved him and allowed him to reunite with his wife. As for him, not only did he not thank Lin Ling, he even hit Lin Ling when he was down. Slap slap slap. Thinking of this, he gave himself 3 hard slaps. He was not human. Quick, find Lin Ling and apologize. Brother Lin Ling is not a petty person. He will definitely forgive you. Heng Yi hurriedly said. Bai Yuxing was moved to tears. It turned out that this ruthless universe had friends and people with principles. He was wrong. He quickly brought Heng Yi to look for Lin Ling, and when Feng Moyang witnessed this scene with her own eyes, she also couldn't hold it in any longer. She no longer paid attention to her fellow disciples and went to find Lin Ling. The remaining people were all silent. After learning about Bai Yuxing's situation, they felt extremely filthy and inferior to Lin Ling's nobility. On the other side, Lin Ling was walking alone. He didn't care about what had happened before. On the contrary, he was informing the 12-winged young god and senior sister Xianxia. Lin Ling, you're back. The first to respond to Lin Ling was the 12-winged young god. They had agreed on a place to meet, but when they were waiting for senior sister Xianxia, she seemed to have been delayed by something. Lin Ling and Feng Moyang were both very puzzled. They didn't know what had happened to senior sister. They hurried to where senior sister was. After a long time, at the bottom of a magnificent mountain, powerful forces collided. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Two figures collided in a huge light shield. One of them was Xianxia, and the other was an acquaintance. It was young Master Ming. Their previous battle had been interrupted. Now that they met again, naturally, neither of them was willing to admit defeat. How long have they been fighting? It seems that it has been a long time. The 12-winged young god said with a frown. It seems that they have to decide who is better, but I have a feeling that neither of them has used their trump cards. Lin Ling said. The two of them just watched quietly like this. After an unknown amount of time, a loud laugh sounded out, as expected of Xianxia. This strength is only stronger than mine, not weaker. Young Master Ming, you are also very good. A crisp voice came out of Xianxia's mouth. How about this? The battle between us probably won't be decided for more than 10 years. This battle will stop for the time being. Young Master Ming said lightly, then looked at Xianxia. Xianxia also noticed the arrival of Lin Ling and Feng Moyang, and finally nodded. The two of them looked at each other and counted. When the third time was over, they withdrew their power at the same time and retreated at the same time. After all, their power was too strong. If one of them didn't withdraw their power, the other would definitely be injured. The reason why Xianxia dared to withdraw her power was mainly because Lin Ling and Feng Moyang were here. No matter what happened, Lin Ling and Feng Moyang would take care of her. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling, we meet again. After young Master Ming retreated, he looked at Lin Ling and laughed. Young Master Ming. Lin Ling greeted him. I see that the three of you are quite strong. Are you interested in going to the 6th level? The 6th level is the world of the gods. Ordinary gods can't go there easily. I know of a place with treasures, but it has been occupied by the gods. If the four of us join forces, we might be able to get a share. Young Master Ming suddenly laughed. Lin Ling and the others looked at each other and analyzed the authenticity of this news. After all, young Master Ming's origin was mysterious, and they didn't see him often. It was normal to be cautious. Don't worry. I, young Master Ming, have many opponents. I don't need to fight with you. Moreover, not everyone can be invited by me. At least you have to have a certain level of strength. One of you is a powerful god from the Chaos Realm. One of you is the host of the will of the world, and the other is the outstanding talent of the Sun God race. You have all met my requirements. Young Master Ming laughed. What treasure is it? Xianxia asked. The 6th level has 18 dragon mountains. There are dragon stones that are not weaker than chaos stones. This kind of treasure is rarer than fate. It is very suitable for us to cultivate. You should also know that the fate on the 5th level has a limit. If you refine too much of it, the fate will disappear. The effect will be weaker each time. If you want to increase your strength again, you can only rely on something more precious than fate. Young Master Ming said. Lin Ling, what do you think? Xianxia immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling pondered. He felt that young Master Ming was right. Now that they were on par with their opponents on the 5th level, fate wouldn't be of much help. It was better to move forward. Okay, we agree. Xianxia nodded. I knew you would agree. After all, you are not like ordinary gods. Ordinary gods will only stick to the rules and think that staying on the safer 5th level will slowly increase their strength. They have no idea that in the higher levels of the Dao Tower, their strength will increase faster. After a long time, the gap between them and others will be bigger. Young Master Ming laughed. Wait, I have a few friends coming. Let's wait for them. Lin Ling suddenly realized something and immediately suggested. That's fine, but they must be very strong. If they are too weak, they will only be a burden. I will make it clear in advance. I will not forgive anyone who spoils everyone's good things. Young Master Ming was still laughing, but his voice had a touch of coldness. After a long time, several figures flew over. The one in the lead was Lei Gong. Behind him were Little Luan, Longyang, Taoist master of many treasures, and of course, Yellow Emperor and the others were also present. Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, they were all delighted. Since entering the 5th floor, they had been communicating with Lin Ling, and now they finally met. Not bad, your strength has greatly increased. Lin Ling looked at them happily. He could feel the changes in their strength. Among them, Lei Gong and the others improved the most. After all, they were the hosts of the Will of the World, followed by Yellow Emperor and the others. The 5th floor has a destiny martial competition. Anyone below the late stage of the universe giant god saint realm can participate. You can get a lot of destiny. Go and participate. We'll wait for you here. When you return, we'll go to the 6th floor together. Lin Ling explained his purpose and then roughly explained the characteristics of the destiny martial competition. There's such a thing? They were all very curious. After chatting with Lin Ling for a while, they all left to participate in the destiny martial competition. Lin Ling watched them leave. He knew that after the destiny martial competition, everyone's strength would increase again. Waiting is so boring. I hope they can hurry up. Young Master Ming had seen that Lei Gong and the others were not weak, so he tacitly agreed to their participation. However, waiting was boring, so he let Lin Ling walk around casually. And Lin Ling was very surprised that young Master Ming would call him. He did not hesitate and walked with young Master Ming. They walked along the mountain range casually and chatted casually. Lin Ling, I didn't expect your strength to increase so much after meeting on the 1st floor. Now, the 3 godly clans on the 5th floor have been destroyed by you. In the second half of the Tao Pagoda, you finally have some fame. Young Master said vaguely with a blade of grass in his mouth. Isn't every floor of the Tao Pagoda sealed? How did they know? Lin Ling asked. The second half of the Tao Pagoda is actually another world, a world at the pinnacle of the universe, so there is a way to obtain all kinds of information. For example, which race is rising, which rising star is dominating a region, all the major god races and gods will know. Now that you've destroyed the 3 great god clans on the 5th floor, you've already entered the eyes of the myriad sea race. Killing you is inevitable. Of course, there are many comet-like gods like you in the second half of the Tao Tower, so they're only paying a little attention to you. Their main attention is not on you. Young Master Ming said with a smile. Is the second half of the Tao Pagoda so crazy? Lin Ling looked at the sky. He suddenly felt very curious about what was beyond the 5th layer. Of course, the closer you get to the end, the crazier the battle will be. Now, there are a large number of gods on the 6th floor. The 8th floor is estimated to be the core battlefield of all the gods. As for the 9th floor, no one has entered yet. Young Master Ming explained, this Tao Pagoda represents the chaotic realm of the universe. Its degree of mystery is beyond imagination. It is said that the hardships encountered on the 8th or 7th floor are beyond imagination. There is even a return to the beginning, which is to return to the deepest memory of your life, and then go through thousands of tribulations. Otherwise, why do you think no one has reached the end of the Tao Pagoda for so many years? Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. The 9th floor of the Tao Pagoda was really difficult. You can be considered to have entered later, but you've already reached the 5th floor. You should know that many gods are still lingering before the 5th floor. Moreover, a large number of gods have begun to enter the Tao Pagoda from the chaotic realm. When the time comes, the competition will be even more intense. Young Master said again. Why are you telling me this? We are obviously destined opponents. You reminded me that in the future, we will fight sooner or later. Lin Ling suddenly frowned. Haha. Young Master Ming stopped and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Although we are destined opponents, I have more opponents. There are many people who are stronger than you. Now, you can't threaten me. Taking a step back, you can really threaten me, but your main target will not be me. Dipunk Buddha, Tong Tian, they are your number 1 enemies. And I am the same. I also have my number 1 enemy among the 9 stars of the universe. Ling suddenly understood. I see. But, if I'm not wrong, one of your number one enemies must be the underworld god. Yes, have you seen him? It's a pity that I've never met him. I've only fought against his power. After all, he hadn't really awakened at that time. Lin Ling, I've warned you before. Now, tell me what you know. It's fair. Young Master Ming spat out the grass in his mouth and looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. Lin Ling instantly realized that young Master Ming cared a lot about the underworld god. Perhaps, they were the real enemies. I don't know much about her. I only know that she is very strong, and she is a woman. Lin Ling said. Underworld god asked. Young Master Ming's pupils shrank. It was the first time he heard this news. He asked solemnly, if you and I join forces, will we be her opponent? According to my intuition, 10 of you and I together may not be her opponent. Lin Ling evaluated. Hearing this, young Master Ming fell silent and continued to move forward. No one knew what he was thinking, but Lin Ling noticed that young Master Ming quietly clenched his fists. There was a sense of unwillingness in his eyes. There are many strong people in the underworld. In addition to the underworld god, there is also Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and a red-haired man. If these people enter the Dao Tower, the battle in the second half of the Dao Tower will be even more intense. You and I are just ants. Lin Ling said again. Yes. Young Master Ming came back to his senses and nodded. At this moment, he felt that he and Lin Ling were in the same boat. They were shouldering a huge mission, but there were too many strong people blocking their way forward. It made them feel incomparably small. Tongtian religious leader, Dipankara Buddha, 8 deities, and 12 god clans. Ling also looked at the sky. It was as if he saw the gathering of the strongest cosmos gods. Dipankara Buddha and the red-haired man were eyeing him covetously. There were too many. If I open all 9 great dungeons, maybe I will be qualified to step into their circle. Unfortunately, I am only a Saint Cosmos god now. My realm is not high, let alone opening the final dantian. Lin Ling took a deep breath and suppressed his impetuous heart. The future was full of danger, but it made his mood surge. He was looking forward to the final battle. Day after day passed. Lei Gong and the others continued to participate in the Destiny Martial meetings. Their strength increased greatly, and they finally gathered at Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling also found time to return to the Lin Ling Cosmos to visit his grandfather and the others. He also accompanied Inuer and the others. Unfortunately, there was still a thorn in his heart, and that was the whereabouts of Yuyu. No. He did not know why, but he always felt that Yuyu was by his side, but Yuyu was very far away. But, unfortunately, he did not know that Feng Moyang and Bai Yuxing were looking for them everywhere on the 5th floor. They even passed by Yellow Emperor and the others. It was a pity that they did not know each other and missed this opportunity. Under the ancient mountain range, a cool breeze blew past. Several figures stood there, their expressions filled with anticipation and excitement. Lei Gong, Taoist master of many treasures, Little Luan, Longyang, Lin Ling, the 5 world will hosts had gathered. They all had the power of the world will, so their strength could not be judged on the surface. Young Master Ming looked at the 5 of them indifferently and secretly nodded. During this period of time, he had also investigated them. These 5 people were very strong, at least among the saint level. There were very few who could suppress them. With this kind of strength, they would not be a burden to the 6th level. He looked at the other people. They were Qing Zhu, the 12-winged sun god, and Saint Guyi. These 3 people were also extremely powerful. Among them, Saint Guyi's realm was the lowest. However, Saint Guyi had the powerful Eastern Emperor Bel, which surprised him quite a bit. After all, it was one of the Chaos Divine artifacts. But, unfortunately, he would not be able to control such a rare treasure. Otherwise, he might have snatched it and taken it for himself. Alright, including me, there are 9 people in total. Young Master finally nodded and explained, this time, we are going to the 18 Dragon Mountains. That is one of the cores of the 6th level. It is very large and there are countless divine beasts inside. There are also all kinds of dangerous places. Legend has it that it is the back garden of the Dao Tower's owner to rear divine beasts. For such a treasure land, there are naturally countless treasures. At present, I know that there is a dragon stone. This is a treasure unique to the 18 Dragon Mountains. It has 60% of the power of a chaos stone and is very suitable for cultivation. However, there are many people fighting for the dragon stone. You might encounter many enemies. At that time, we have to be united. It would be best if we can kill the enemy. If not, we will retreat together. Hearing this, everyone nodded, but they were also curious. Young Master Ming was such an evil person, how could he be so loyal? Hehe, I know what you are thinking, but you are underestimating me. Since I have called you and recognized you, I will definitely not be disloyal. Young Master Ming laughed. I believe in you. Lin Ling was the first to speak. For some reason, he felt that young Master Ming was both good and evil, but he was a person who kept his word. Everyone, take out the sound transmission talisman and leave a mark. Gather at the 18 Dragon Mountains. Remember, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot deal with, then avoid them. Young Master Ming instructed again. The 18 Dragon Mountain is considered the entrance battlefield of the 12 god races. After stepping into the 6th floor, it also means that you are fighting against the 12 god races. Be careful. She was from the Sun God clan, so she had heard a little about the 6th level. Lin Ling and the others were secretly looking forward to it. The further they went into the tower, the more gods would gather. They would definitely meet many acquaintances. Lin Ling also thought of Ming Qingxin, the Taoist child, and the others. He wondered how they were doing. Stillies, when he was weak, he encountered some gods, such as the Dragon King of the East Sea and others. Prepare the Dao Realm fragment. The young master's voice sounded again, and he gave a large number of Dao Realm shards to everyone. Dao Realm fragments could be exchanged for many treasures at the Dao Requital Celestial Realm. Unfortunately, after reaching their level, these treasures would not be of much help. This was also the reason why the gods wanted to enter the higher levels of the Dao Pagoda. Dao the Realm fragment appeared in everyone's hands. What was surprising was that going to the 6th level was simple. They only needed to sense their Dao returning celestial plane, waves of light appeared, and everyone's bodies began to shatter. Gradually, they turned into tiny rays of light and dissipated with the wind. These rays of light were very beautiful and beautiful. They spiraled towards the sky, passing through the thick primordial aura and disappearing within. After a long time, in a dense forest, light condensed and gradually turned into a person. I've arrived. This person's entire body was shining brightly, as if he was condensed from sunlight. However, the light was also gradually dissipating. He was Lin Ling. Soon as he arrived at the 6th level, he looked around and instantly felt a sense of oppression in his heart, as if he was in awe of the heavens and the universe. Lin Ling suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. He found that the sky was very blue, and there was no primordial aura. What a strange sky. There is clearly no primordial aura, but it makes me feel incomparable reverence. Could it be that this level has already formed its own universe? Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He retracted his gaze and looked around. He found that there were towering mountains and precipitous ridges. The height of the mountains was beyond his imagination. This also made him realize that the blue sky was very high. It was something that Lin Ling had never seen in his life. Heaven, tall, the mountains were naturally taller. Moreover, Lin Ling could vaguely see 18 mountain ranges. They were situated in the surroundings as if they were trapping this world. This is the 18 Dragon Mountains. Could it be that the feeling of reverence that I feel is actually the 18 Dragon Mountains? Lin Ling took a deep breath and then took out a voice transmission talisman to see if everyone had arrived. However, the voice transmission talisman was silent for a short while. Only 1 or 2 voices replied back. It seemed that not everyone had arrived. That kind of teleportation process seems fast, but in reality, some people can arrive faster, and some people take longer. Since no one has arrived, I'll look around. Lin Ling followed the dense forest and walked forward casually. Young Master Chu, have you found the Dragon Stone? Not long after he walked forward, a voice came from ahead. He saw a dozen people walking along the ground, releasing their magical powers to check if there was a Dragon Stone. These people looked like ordinary gods, but there was a strange power in their bodies. They seemed to have a divine body. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that they were not from the god race. Perhaps, they were from the primal chaos realm. How can it be so easy to find a dragon stone? My father only needs 3 dragon stones to break through. It's a pity that he hasn't found the 3 dragon stones after searching for a long time. A proud voice came. It was a pale-faced scholar. He looked to be in his 20s, but his strength was not bad. He had reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm Universe Giant God. Where there are dragon stones, there will definitely be godly beasts. This area is so peaceful. I don't think there are any dragon stones. An old man said. He had the strength of an early-stage deity universe giant god. It could be seen that their background was not weak. After all, it was extremely rare to have a deity universe giant god as a guard. Are you all going to find dragon stones? I happen to want to go too. Why don't we go together? Lin Ling thought for a while and walked out. It was his first time here and he was not familiar with this place. It was best to have someone familiar to lead the way. At least he could familiarize himself with the 18 Dragon Mountains. Following afterward, he saw those people looking at him in surprise. He explained, I don't need a lot of dragon stones. You can take the majority. Young Master Chu, be careful. When he saw Lin Ling walking over, the old man's expression changed slightly. When did this person appear? He actually did not notice him before. He couldn't help but size up Lin Ling carefully. He realized that Lin Ling was only an early-stage Saint Realm Universe giant god. Could it be that this was an illusion? Young Master Chu also frowned, but after seeing that Lin Ling was only a saint, he finally relaxed and said indifferently, no need, we don't lack manpower. Although his words were calm, there was a hint of pride in them. As long as it's within my power, I'll help. Ling pondered and said again. Didn't you hear what my young master said? We don't need manpower. Around the young master, a tall and sturdy god shouted with a dignified expression. Lin Ling frowned, then shook his head and left. He was a domineering existence on the 5th and 4th levels, so he had subconsciously forgotten that this Dao Pagoda was incomparably cruel. How could others agree to his request? It seems that I must always remember that this is the 6th level. Lin Ling followed the forest and left. And, young Master Chu and the others had a mocking smile on their faces. Young Master Chu said indifferently, is this person stupid? He actually has the face to ask such a simple question. Maybe he's a newcomer, but an initial stage Saint Universe giant god. TSK, I really admire his courage. The old man laughed. I reckon he won't live for long. Let's go, ignore him. They continued to look for dragon stones. And, Lin Ling gradually walked out of the forest. When he looked up, one of the dragon mountains appeared in his eyes. Looking at it from a close distance, this dragon mountain was incomparably huge and could be considered one of the 9 prefectures. Moreover, it reached the sky, towering into the clouds. At the mountainside, white clouds floated. It was very mysterious. Lin Ling immediately looked at the sound transmission talisman and saw that no one had arrived yet. Instead, young Master Ming, Green Bamboo, and the others had arrived. However, they were casually walking around to investigate the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling told them that he was going to take a look at the Dragon Mountains. He took a step forward and rushed into the sky. Haha, someone actually wants to go up the Dragon Mountains. His figure was incomparably dazzling. Many gods in all directions of the Dragon Mountains saw him and laughed at him. And, after Lin Ling rushed into the sky, he immediately felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. Even though his body was strong, he was still blown to the point of being unsteady. What a powerful dragon mountain. Lin Ling was shocked. Soon after, he realized that the higher he flew, the greater the pressure. The strong winds blew against him, causing his bones to creak and his flesh to be eroded. This terrifying scene also made Lin Ling suck in a breath of cold air. Could it be that this dragon mountain was a taboo? I don't believe that I can't go up the Dragon Mountain. Lin Ling's temper flared up. He ignored the injuries to his body and gritted his teeth as he continued to charge forward. While in various places far away from Dragon Mountain, many people saw this scene, and their expressions changed. That person was so powerful. They reckoned that he was a god-level giant universe god. By someone who dared to challenge Dragon Mountain was actually at the deity level at the very least. Otherwise, they were just seeking their own deaths. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Ling felt as if his soul was about to be blown away. He was completely unable to withstand it, and had no choice but to land on the Dragon Mountain. Soon after, he discovered that not only did he not even reach the top of the mountain, he was still quite a distance away from the middle of the mountain. Heavens, how high is this mountain? Lin Ling stood behind a huge rock to avoid the strong winds on the top of the mountain. Then he sat down cross-legged to recover. His battered body was slowly recovering. Also, after an unknown period of time, when everything recovered, Lin Ling stood up and looked into the distance. Chi, he instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. From where he was, he could see all the dragon mountains in the distance. These dragon mountains were like dragons sitting on the ground. Their heads and tails were connected, but they were incomparably majestic. An aura of the most ancient universe pervaded the air. Compared to these sacred mountains, humans or gods were like ants. What a powerful aura. Is it going to break through the universe? The Dragon Mountain on the left is like an axe, as if it wants to split the sky and earth. The one on the right is like a sword, as if it wants to cut through everything. And there, Ling was attracted by the aura of the Dragon Mountain. He subconsciously walked out and came to the top of the huge rock. Only by doing so could he see further and higher. Difficult, he could imagine that he was only halfway up the mountain. If he reached the top of the mountain, how powerful would that aura be? Lin Ling, this is the manifestation of the Tao Pagoda's universal laws. At this time, a voice floated in Lin Ling's mind. It was Guan Qingzi. Of course, in addition to Guan Qingzi, there was another voice. It was the mysterious green-robed Taoist. The aura of these dragon mountains can improve your universe. Seize this opportunity. After being reminded by the green-robed Taoist, Lin Ling hurriedly sat down cross-legged on the huge rock. Outside his body, Lin Ling's universe appeared, a faint light wrapped around Lin Ling, and 6 ripples spread out. This was the 6-realm universe, and the ripples were very stable. This meant that the universe was incomparably stable. Lin Ling was still looking at the 17 dragon mountains in the distance. Although they were far away, Lin Ling felt as if they were right in front of his eyes. He sensed a domineering aura, This feeling was different from the laws that Lin Ling had comprehended in the past. In the past, the laws of the universe that Lin Ling had comprehended were mostly about birth, old age, illness, and death. Most of these laws were not offensive. In the universe, in addition to the constant cycle of laws, birth, old age, illness, and death, and the blooming and withering of flowers, there are also powerful offensive laws. This way, the universe will not be invaded by foreign objects. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll return it 10 times over. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This was the law that he had comprehended in the 17 dragon mountains. These laws were like dust floating in the sky. The clouds seemed peaceful, but if you dared to touch them, if you dared to destroy them, you would suffer 100 times the attack. This was the true universe. With the domineering aura to protect all living beings in the universe. The 17 dragon mountains are connected head to tail, forming a protective array diagram law. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he memorized the dragon mountains. Then, he placed them in Lin Ling's universe. It was as if there were 17 dragon mountains outside Lin Ling's universe. Fellow Taoist, help me. However, such a huge project couldn't be done by Lin Ling alone. Therefore, he called on all his avatars to help. With the help of his avatars, the shadows of 17 dragon mountains gradually appeared in the outermost region of Lin Ling's universe. The domineering aura was extremely sharp. Rumble. Rumble, on the surface of Lin Ling's body, the sound of a city wall collapsing could be heard. Out of the 6 rings of ripples, the outermost ring was collapsing, gradually revealing 5 layers of ripples, 5 realms universe. Also, after an unknown period of time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. He was overjoyed. His universe had stepped into the range of the 5 realms, whether it was the interior or the exterior of the universe, it was now more perfect. Its attack and defense had greatly improved, even the gods who were cultivating in Lin Ling's universe had benefited a lot. Their cultivation speed had also increased. It's a pity that I'm now on one of the Dragon Mountains. Otherwise, if I could comprehend the 18 Dragon Mountains, my universe would definitely be more stable. Lin Ling was still regretful. He stood up and looked in the direction of the peak of the Dragon Mountain. Now, after Lin Ling's universe had reached the 5 realms, he could clearly feel that its defense was stronger. At least, he wasn't afraid of the surrounding winds. Lin Ling was in an extremely good mood. After all, upgrading the universe was a matter of great luck. Su gods might not be able to upgrade the universe even after tens of millions of years. As for Lin Ling, he dared to come to the 6th level and immediately encountered such a good thing. Inform them to meet up. While Ling was happy, he checked his voice transmission talisman and found that everyone had entered. He quickly contacted everyone and told them to meet up at a location. Looking at the map, it seems that the southeast is more suitable. After Ling found the direction, he ran with large strides. Now that he saw everyone safe and sound, he could finally relax. He was very fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roar! But at this moment, in the dense grass ahead, there was a terrifying roar of a divine beast. The ferocious aura made Lin Ling's expression change slightly. He did not dare to approach it. Wild, the wind blew, and the tall grass was blown. Other than the roar, there was no other sound. Following that, a pair of huge eyes appeared and slowly swam out of the grass. The eyes were filled with a dense mist like flames. Following that, there was the sound of grass being flipped. It was very dull and the ground trembled slightly. What a powerful aura! Lin Ling was shocked. Then, his pupils constricted. On the ground, a huge turtle crocodile the size of a mountain was slowly crawling. The turtle crocodile's mouth was tightly shut. There was thick moss on its shell, making it look like a rock. When it moved slowly, it was like a mountain was moving. It was like the universe was floating. Roar! Ling drew a cold breath and looked at the turtle crocodile. In the eyes of the turtle crocodile, he sensed an ancient, cold, and emotionless. Not good. Lin Ling's expression changed instantly. He felt a sense of danger approaching. He unleashed all his speed. Boom! Roar! Just as he disappeared, a light curtain suddenly fell from the sky. It was silent, but after it landed on the ground, all the grass within 100 meters turned into nothingness. This light curtain did not seem powerful, but it could wipe out any life. It had no effect on inanimate objects. While this kind of attack was the most terrifying. After all, it was not a pure strength attack, and it was silent. Roar! Coupled with its ability to wipe out life, it was very difficult to resist. Roar! Ling's pupils constricted. The divine beast on the 6th level was too powerful. Again. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a curtain of light descended from the sky, forcing Lin Ling to run madly once again. The curtain of light brushed past him, and the place where he was previously standing turned into nothingness. Moreover, it was like a plague that spread towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling could only run 100 meters away to avoid the terrifying power. Looking at the surrounding 100 meters, all the grass had withered. However, without waiting for Lin Ling to catch his breath, another light curtain fell. It was still silent. Lin Ling cursed angrily. He erupted with all his strength and dodged the attack again. However, dodging like this was not the way to go. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the gigantic crocodile. The crocodile's cold eyes were still looking at Lin Ling, emotionless and cold. Bastard! Ling cursed angrily. He was just passing by, yet this bastard wanted to kill him and even revealed such a gaze. Helen Ling had fought his way from the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda. He had experienced many life and death crises and faced countless deities. Yet, he had never been forced by a monster beast like this. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand, and he charged straight at the turtle crocodile, slashing down with his sword. Buzz! Buzz! The light curtain fell again, but Lin Ling dodged it. Boom! However, just as he approached the turtle crocodile, terrifying flames suddenly appeared and burned the earth. These flames were divine flames and were extremely extraordinary. However, compared to the light curtain, the damage caused by the divine flames was obviously much smaller. This was a power attack. Deity, the flames burned Lin Ling, causing his body to be riddled with holes. His flesh and blood began to catch fire. However, these attacks were not fatal to Lin Ling, who had a powerful physical body. Rumble, the sword struck the turtle crocodile's shell. Rocks flew everywhere, and there was a boom like an explosion. However, this sword could split open a mountain but could not split open the turtle shell. Swish! La la, on the contrary, countless barbs rushed out of the turtle shell. They were as sharp as swords, forcing Lin Ling to retreat. Clang, clang clang, Lin Ling kept swinging his sword to block the barbs. Then, he took a step in the air and disappeared in another direction, suddenly attacking from the other side. The turtle crocodile did not move at all, like an old monk sitting cross-legged. However, when Lin Ling approached, its turtle shell suddenly opened like a huge mouth. The earth churned as it revealed its fangs and swallowed Lin Ling. This huge mouth was very big, and an ancient musty smell wafted out. Moreover, it was moving very quickly. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. This old turtle's reaction was too fast. At this time, he had no choice. He could either dodge or fight with his life on the line. In the end, Lin Ling chose to fight with his life on the line. In his opinion, the turtle shell swallowing him meant that the turtle crocodile had no more turtle shell to defend itself. Boom, rumble. Lin Ling allowed the huge mouth to swallow him. Then, the turtle shell merged and stood on the back of the turtle crocodile like a mountain. Inside the huge mouth, it was pitch black and the musty smell was even stronger. Lin Ling could also hear the sharp teeth colliding and biting toward him. These teeth were very sharp and there were a lot of them. After countless years, Lin Ling could not guarantee that he could block them. Universe 3 Extreme Break. Lin Ling's soul power was no longer the same as before. He looked at the bottom of the turtle shell and slapped out fiercely. The cosmic rays were extremely dense like a net and shot out. He was also racing against time. He hoped that the Universe 3 Extreme Break would be effective. At this moment, the hard teeth on the left and right were merging. The area was very large and covered the sky. Lin Ling could not dodge at all. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. He held the sword with his right hand and his left palm facing down. His soul power poured out crazily. Hurry up! He shouted angrily in his heart. Guan at this moment, the teeth on both sides suddenly stopped moving. On the contrary, the giant turtle was trembling. Its soul was intimidated by Lin Ling. At this moment, its mind was blank. Kill! Lin Ling's universe appeared on the surface of Ling's body, protecting him firmly. He still held the tyrannical song in his right hand, but a dazzling light sword appeared in his left hand. This was the sword of faith. Endless power of faith surged, making this sword incomparably dazzling, as if it could cut through everything. 2. He crossed his swords and slashed down. While, below him was a bottomless abyss with countless sharp barbs that looked like swords. However, Lin Ling had activated Lin Ling's universe, and the light around him was protecting him. It was extremely tough, and it actually broke all those barbs. Ka, ka ka, the ear-piercing sound kept ringing in Lin Ling's ears. He gritted his teeth and focused his eyes. Success or failure depended on this. He finally rushed to the bottom of the abyss, crossed his two swords, and slashed out fiercely. Boom, rumble. A deafening sound started to ring. The sword slash disappeared below, as if it could not hurt the turtle crocodile at all. Lin Ling's expression changed greatly. How strong is this turtle crocodile? Could it be a middle-stage universe giant god? Not good. The inside of the turtle shell was dead silent. It's dead? Lin Ling frowned slightly. After careful inspection, he realized that the cross sword he had slashed out had penetrated the entire turtle crocodile. Furthermore, the power of faith was destroying everything. At the same time, light appeared in the sky. The merged turtle shell was slowly opening, growing bigger and bigger. Finally, with a loud rumble, it was as if two mountains had collapsed. Lin Ling was in mid-air, witnessing everything. Following that, he realized that the turtle shell on both sides was turning into rock and its vitality was dissipating. Lin Ling immediately rushed out and landed on the grass. Following that, he saw that the huge turtle crocodile had turned into a mountain rock. Its ancient eyes were petrified. He checked for a moment and then cursed. That was because the turtle crocodile looked so powerful, but after its death, it did not leave behind any treasures. All of it had turned into rock. Lin Ling walked around the huge turtle crocodile and finally left gloomily. After wasting so much of his time, it did not leave behind a single hair. Looking at the injuries all over his body, Lin Ling was even more depressed. "Junior brother, are you here? Why are you standing still when I see you?" At that moment, Qing Zhu's voice came from the voice transmission talisman. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling was even more depressed. He could only continue forward and meet up with the others. However, at that moment, a mysterious aura surged over. It was very rich in spiritual energy. Eh? Lin Ling's expression changed slightly as he followed the spirit qi. Then, in a valley, he saw a large number of round stones. These stones were the size of a fist and some were the size of a millstone. They emitted a white glow. However, the spiritual energy was extremely rich, almost catching up to the chaos stones. Back in the chaos realm, Lin Ling had obtained the chaos stones and knew the spiritual energy hidden in them. Could these be dragon stones? Lin Ling guessed. Thinking back to the turtle crocodile, he completely understood. It turned out that the turtle crocodile was guarding these dragon stones. Haha, I'm rich. Lin Ling was overjoyed. He had finally gained something from killing the turtle crocodile. He rushed into the valley and continued to investigate. Soon after, he discovered that the number of dragon stones here was simply beyond his imagination. They were densely packed and scattered all over the ground. Lin Ling immediately picked up a fist-sized dragon stone and refined it. The dragon stone seemed to be burning as it emitted a white dragon-like mist that surged into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling instantly sensed that his cultivation had advanced by a large margin. Dragon stones seemed to be even more effective than luck. With these dragon stones, I'm probably even closer to breaking through. Lin Ling was overjoyed and hurriedly collected the dragon stones. Soon after, he discovered that these dragon stones were actually like roots, as if they were products of the earth, and also like a type of plant. Furthermore, some of the dragon stones had more solid roots and required a certain amount of time to pull them out. Seeing this, Lin Ling decided to look for a huge dragon stone. After all, it would be a waste of time to find a small one. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from afar. It seemed that after Turtle Crocodile's death, the area was once again protected by a divine beast, which allowed the gods to dare to enter and explore. Damn it! Lin Ling cursed angrily. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but when he saw that there were many dragon stones in the valley, and besides, he couldn't collect all of them himself, he simply let them be. What's this? Dragon stones? So many dragon stones. I'm rich. Only 5 gods had entered, and when they saw the vast valley of dragon stones, they were all so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. Hey, someone came early. Someone had also noticed Lin Ling and greeted him with a smile at Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had come first and didn't stop them from coming, so they were also embarrassed. Do as you wish. Lin Ling glanced at them calmly. At first, he wanted to chase them away, but he sensed that even more gods had arrived. Moreover, these people were quite polite, so in the end, he let it go. Thank you, thank you. Those people cupped their hands at Lin Ling and then hurriedly collected dragon stones. Moreover, they also collected small dragon stones with great tacit understanding. After all, although small dragon stones were small, if there were enough of them, they would be enough for cultivation. As expected, more and more people entered the valley, causing Lin Ling to know that it would probably be very difficult to keep all of the dragon stones. After an unknown period of time, a large group of people suddenly entered the valley. When they saw the dazzling dragon stones in the valley, they were all overjoyed. Dragon stones, so many dragon stones. Young Master Chu, the cultivation resources that Master needs are enough. An old man shouted excitedly. Yes, so many dragon stones. In the crowd, a scholarly young man licked his lips and was incomparably happy. Only 3 dragon stones are enough, 3 dragon stones are enough. He muttered to himself. Young Master, there are more than 3 dragon stones here. Look, there are even stones as big as millstones. The old man chuckled. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the people in the valley, and he frowned. Young Master, look. The young man immediately looked in the direction the old man was pointing and found that there were indeed many people in the valley. They were also collecting dragon stones. Get out, all of you. The young man couldn't help but shout. Originally, he only needed 3 dragon stones, but there were too many dragon stones here, which aroused his greed. If these dragon stones belonged to him, his family's strength, including his own, would be greatly enhanced. Dragon stones, these were the most precious treasures of the 18 Dragon Mountains. What right do you have? The gods who were collecting dragon stones frowned immediately. This person actually wanted to take them all for himself. Lin Ling also frowned and looked over. When he found that it was the group of people he had met not long ago, he immediately sneered. He was the first to discover this valley, and he also obtained it by killing the turtle crocodile. It was fine that these people came to collect dragon stones, but Lin Ling didn't object, and they actually dared to take them all for themselves. What right do I have? Just because I am a member of the Chu family. You unorthodox gods dare to stop me, the young man said angrily. The old man beside him was sly and cunning, and he said calmly, our young master means that we were the first to discover this valley, and even the divine beast guarding the dragon stones was killed by us. Just because of this? He glanced at the crowd and said, you have also collected a lot, so you can keep as many dragon stones as you get. However, you must leave immediately. It is fate that we met, so you don't have to thank us. They killed the divine beast? The people in the valley frowned in disbelief. Only Lin Ling was still smiling coldly. Suddenly, he said calmly, what a nice way to put it. Then what is the divine beast in this valley? Who is talking? Lin Ling's voice drifted in the valley, so young Master Chu and the others didn't see Lin Ling. Tell me, what is the divine beast? Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. Young Master Chu frowned immediately. He really didn't know what it was. He stuttered and said, it is a dragon. Young master. The old man beside him immediately pulled him back. This was the 18 Dragon Mountains, so it was impossible for a dragon to appear here. After all, there were rumors that the 18 Dragon Mountains were actually 8 ancient dragons. With the 18 dragon gods here, the other dragons wouldn't dare to come close. A dragon? Something is wrong. The crowd became suspicious. They knew about this legend. No, it is a giant rock divine bear. Rock god bear? Many people's eyes flickered. They had heard of this divine beast before. It was said that it stood like a human and was as tall as a mountain with long arms. However, its strength and speed were extremely terrifying. Is it a rock god bear? Why do I seem to see a crocodile-like turtle not far from the valley? Suddenly, Lin Ling's voice drifted out of the valley again. Damn it! The old man cursed in his heart. That was the Golden Dao crocodile, which possessed a kind of universal law that could exterminate life. It was extremely powerful. They had only dared to enter the bushes after seeing the Golden Dao crocodile die. Yeah, I seem to have seen it too. It has turned into a rock. Could it be that the guardian divine beast of this area is actually the Golden Dao crocodile? But why did they say it was a rock god bear? Could it be? The gods in the valley came to their senses, and their gazes toward the old man and his companions changed slightly. When young Master Chu saw that his plan had been exposed, he was also furious. He said coldly, who is this sneaky person? Come out and speak if you have the ability. Hiding your head and tail, it seems that you are also a thief. Heh, are you trying to falsely accuse me after failing to deceive me? I don't need to be sneaky when dealing with small characters like you. At this moment, Lin Ling finally walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked at young Master Chu and his companions indifferently. It's him. People recognized Lin Ling. Wasn't he the first person to come to the valley? It's you. Young Master Chu also recognized Lin Ling previously. Lin Ling seemed to be a newcomer who wanted to search for the dragon stone with them. However, they rejected him and even drove him away domineeringly. They didn't expect him to be the one causing trouble. You don't even know that turtle crocodile, yet you have the nerve to say that you found the valley first. Let me tell you, I was the first to enter the valley. Lin Ling looked at young Master Chu mockingly. Young Master Chu felt humiliated. If he had known that this person was so lucky, he would have brought him along. However, now that things had come to an end, he simply shed all pretense of cordiality. So what if it's you? This is the Chu family's business. Unimportant people, get out of the valley. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The gods in the valley were not very strong, and they had more people on their side. Therefore, he also drove them away in a domineering manner. What if I don't leave? Lin Ling could not help but smile. Then don't blame me. Touch him. Young Master Chu waved his hand and called for the old man to attack. The old man was a deity realm giant god at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Killing a Saint Junior was as easy as flipping his hand. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Sure enough, that elder threw himself over, terrifying divine force erupting, making it difficult for everyone to breathe, as if they were suppressed by a formless pressure. The difference between a deity and a saint was too great. It was not something they could withstand at all. Of course, to Lin Ling, this old man was not even comparable to the myriad waves king. After all, this old man did not have a powerful ancient divine body. Your Excellency, be careful. Someone suddenly reminded Lin Ling, because he saw that Lin Ling was actually indifferent. After all, this was a god-level giant universe god. At this moment, Lin Ling moved. A five-realm universe appeared in his hand. He fused his innate talent, mobilized all his strength, and threw this universe out. Although the old man was not as strong as the myriad waves king, he was still a deity. Lin Ling also needed to use some of his trump cards. Hong Long Long, Lin Ling's universe turned into a light wave that could be used to attack and defend. It fiercely slashed out, and after colliding with the old man's divine force, the old man's expression changed greatly. What's going on? He was shocked. With just a simple exchange, he realized that Lin Ling's divine force was beyond imagination. It was definitely above 10 trillion, early-stage giant god at the Saint Realm? 10 trillion, this was simply beyond his understanding. Most importantly, besides the divine force, the universe energy was also very terrifying. It seemed to be a five-realm universe. Shua, an indestructible light wave shot out and destroyed the old man's arm. If he had not escaped quickly, he would have been obliterated. Could it be that the turtle crocodile outside the valley was killed by him? A terrifying thought arose in the old man's mind. The valley was also silent. Everyone was in disbelief. Young Master Chu's eyes were wide open. A Saint Realm expert defeated a Deity Realm expert in one move? Get lost, ants. Lin Ling did not obliterate them. It was not that he did not want to, but that it was not worth it. He knew that it was more important to collect these dragon stones. After all, the news of the dragon stones in this valley would spread very quickly. When that time came, the experts would gather, and Lin Ling would be able to obtain fewer dragon stones. You told us to get lost, ants. Young Master Chu gritted his teeth. He came from the primal chaos realm. Although his family was not one of the 8 deities, his family knew many experts. He could be considered a reputable figure in his family. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling wanted to join them. If he had agreed at that time, a portion of the dragon stones in the valley would have been his. Inexplicably, regret arose in his heart. Young master, let's go. The one-armed old man gritted his teeth and ran over. He knew that Lin Ling's attention was on the dragon stones. Otherwise, they would have been dead long ago. But we still lack 3 dragon stones. There are so many here. 3 would be enough. Young Master Chu was unwilling to give up. He looked around and found that Lin Ling had found a dragon stone that was not white among the dragon stones. That dragon stone was about the size of a millstone, and there were 9 veins of mist rolling inside it. 9 dragon stone. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. 9 dragon stones were also a type of dragon stone. However, according to legend, this type of dragon stone was condensed from the spiritual energy of 9 dragon mountains. The other dragon stones represented 1 dragon mountain. Without a doubt, dragon stones condensed from 9 dragon mountains were even more valuable and could be said to be rare. There were also rumors that someone had found 18 dragon stones. 18 dragon stones were condensed from 18 dragon mountains. They were existences that were comparable to the chaos stones. They were far superior to the chaos stones. How hateful. Young Master Chu did not obtain anything. Instead, he witnessed Lin Ling obtaining a rare 9 dragon stone. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. 9 dragon stone. At this moment, the gods in the valley also saw Lin Ling's harvest. What is a 9 dragon stone? Lin Ling asked while hugging the millstone-sized dragon stone. Your Excellency. Someone told Lin Ling about the preciousness of a 9 dragon stone. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this was a precious treasure, he could not help but examine it carefully. Soon after, he discovered that the spiritual energy suppressed by this dragon stone was enough for one of his dantians to make a breakthrough. This also meant that he could reach the middle stage of the Saint Stage Universe Giant God. Of course, a 9 dragon stone was only enough for one dantian to make a breakthrough. The other dantian still needed more dragon stones to fill in. Lin Ling continued his search. He specifically looked for large dragon stones and also informed his senior sister and the others to hurry over. He did not want all the dragon stones here to be picked. Dragon stones. But at this moment, more powerful beings arrived at the valley. They were 5 figures. They wore tattered cloaks, and their bodies emitted a foul stench. Large amounts of insects were flying around them. Rot race. Seeing these gods, everyone's expression changed drastically. The Rot race was very famous on this level, and their influence was huge. They were the local bullies, coupled with their unique characteristics, it was hard not to recognize them. The 5 figures that walked in did not pay attention to the crowd. Instead, they stared at the overwhelming number of dragon stones in the valley without moving. An oppressive atmosphere quietly pervaded the valley. All the gods stopped collecting dragon stones. Their expressions were solemn as they prepared to escape the valley. After all, they knew that the Rot race was the most unreasonable. It was normal for them to kill them and steal their treasures. You can leave. This valley belongs to us. Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out. It came from one of the Rot race gods. This person was emitting an aura as he spoke. He was an early-stage universe giant god. Of course, his strength was more than double that of the old man from before. After all, there was still a gap between the gods of the deity race and ordinary gods. His words stunned everyone. The rotten race's god was telling them to leave? Where are the dragon stones we got before? Someone asked. Take them away. However, you are not allowed to take another step into the valley. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy, said the Rot race god. Many people were shocked. Why was the Rot race so easy to talk to? Suddenly, they looked at the valley and saw that there were still many dragon stones. It turned out that the Rot race did not want to waste time, so they gave up on the small profits to steal the big ones. After all, they only got the small profits. If the Rot race wanted to steal them, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. There was no need for that. Most importantly, the rotten gods knew that it would not be long before more gods arrived. If more powerful gods arrived, they would have no choice but to leave. Alright, I'll leave. Let's go. Those gods knew that they could not be too greedy. Otherwise, they would lose their lives. What about you, young Master Chu? The leading Rot race god suddenly looked at young Master Chu. He seemed to know the Chu family. In fact, the Chu family was very famous in the primal chaos realm. This did not mean that they were powerful, but that they knew how to conduct themselves. They were smooth and slick, and they mingled well with the rulers. Therefore, the Rot race also knew them. The Chu family had even helped them before. The clan was looking for someone in the chaos realm. Senior, you know me. Young Master Chu was a little surprised. Then, he smiled and said, Senior, I only need 3 dragon stones. Of course, I can provide you with a piece of good news. That person has obtained a 9 dragon stone and wants to bring it out of the valley. As he spoke, he pointed at Lin Ling, his expression filled with schadenfreude and sneer. This guy was so strong, but was he stronger than the rotten race? 9 dragon stone. The 5 gods looked at Lin Ling. Although their expressions couldn't be seen, anyone could guess that they were tempted. Oh no. Those gods who had left were secretly shocked and stared at young Master Chu. This guy was really meddlesome. He was trying to frame them. Lin Ling was indifferent. Of course, he also looked at young Master Chu, but the latter shrugged his shoulders with an arrogant look on his face. You have a 9 dragon stone? Hand it over and scram. At that moment, one of the rotten race spoke. The 9-dragon stone was so precious that the rotten race couldn't miss it. However, this white-haired man's luck was not bad. He had helped them find the 9-dragon stone, so they would spare his life for the time being. Senior, be careful. This person's strength is strange. My Xianxia had an arm severed by him, and my Xianxia was an early-stage universe giant god. He is only a saint. Young Master Chu spoke again, afraid that the rotten race expert would look down on Lin Ling. Oh, interesting. The leader's tone changed. It seemed that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. After all, their huge rotting pond needed powerful gods to refine and obtain their strength. Hee hee. Young Master Chu laughed happily when he saw that the rotten race's tone had changed. He looked at Lin Ling even more provocatively. From his point of view, that white-haired man was dead meat this time. He had let him act before, but now he had kicked an iron plate, and this exciting scene, he was going to enjoy it. Now, it's not as simple as handing over the 9-dragon stone. I don't know what you have to say. The rotten race god spoke. Lin Ling's expression was cold. His white hair fluttered in the wind as he said indifferently, I won't hand over the 9-dragon stone. I won't hand over my life either. I won't even leave this valley. What? Everyone was shocked. Facing the rotten race, this white-haired man didn't intend to leave. Interesting. Fine, let me see what you're capable of. A rotten race expert made his move. His cloak seemed to disperse in the wind, and countless insects flew out. They formed a huge rotting pond in midair and covered Lin Ling. This was the power of the universe. Of course, there was also powerful godly power hidden within. This attacking god knew that Lin Ling had some ability, so he didn't hold back. He erupted with his full strength. The entire valley suddenly turned dark, and everything disappeared. Only the densely packed stars on the ground were unaffected. These were the dragon stones. The gods who were preparing to leave the valley were all frightened. They were deeply afraid of being implicated because they couldn't find the way out of the valley. He's so strong, comparable to King Myriad Waves. However, even though he didn't look down on me, he didn't defend when he attacked. He wants to kill me in one blow. This is a chance. Lin Ling's eyes focused. Light appeared in his hand, and the faith sword quietly appeared, facing a deity from the rotten race, an early-stage universe giant god. He had to erupt with his full strength. Of course, the other party came with the intention of killing him in one blow. This was in line with Lin Ling's intention. After all, this kind of attack could only end with one of them dying. As for Lin Ling's choice, it would depend on whose life was tougher. He slashed out with his sword. Endless faith appeared and fused into the faith sword as it slashed forward. The seemingly dazzling sword slash didn't have any explosive offensive power, but its sharpness was beyond imagination. When it slashed the rotting pond, it split it into two. After that, it went straight for the rotten race god. Pung, a figure fell from the sky, and the stench in the valley gradually dispersed. Everyone subconsciously shuddered and looked around. Dead. Someone cried out in alarm. This was because the rotten race god had been split in two and fell to the ground. He was completely dead. Young Master Chu sucked in a breath of cold air. The old man under his tomb was no match for Lin Ling. This was understandable, but even a rotten race expert with a godly body had died. Just how many killing moves did this white-haired man have? The 4 rotten race gods were frozen in place, as though they couldn't accept this fact. Alright, it's your turn now. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated over. His lips curled into a sneer. He knew that these 4 were about to die because his helpers had finally arrived. It's our turn? The 4 rotten race gods did not believe Lin Ling's words at all. After talking for a while, they looked at Lin Ling. The killing intent and stench on their bodies became even more intense. They seemed to be planning to join forces. The rotten race was the filthiest race in the universe. Naturally, they would not engage in a fair one-on-one duel. One of them said indifferently, Your Excellency, you have offended the rotten race. Now, leave your corpse and the 9-dragon stone behind. With just the 4 of you? I'm sorry, but the 4 of you will stay here forever. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ha ha ha. The 4 rotten race gods could not help but look at each other. Even though they were cold, they could not help but laugh. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but they guessed that Lin Ling had a divine sword on him. That was why he could kill a deity universe giant god, but when the four of them joined forces, even a true deity universe giant god would not be able to stop them, let alone Lin Ling, who was only a saint. This universe is sometimes very unfair, but sometimes it is very fair. The rotten race god laughed. I don't believe there is a deity weapon that is so heaven-defying. Even if it can kill an opponent one realm higher, the number of times it can be used is definitely not many. Do you dare to bet? Lin Ling laughed. Why not? Let's see if your deity weapon can kill the four of us. The four rotten race gods erupted with powerful deity energy and activated their godly bodies. Their godly bodies were all filthy things like toads and flies. Most importantly, the joint forces of the four of them possessed over 3 trillion strands of divine energy. Lin Ling's 14 trillion deity energy was as insignificant as a firefly in comparison. Idiot. Young Master Chu sneered. Lin Ling still did not move. The sword in his hand was only aimed at one of them. Just as the rotten race gods had guessed, Lin Ling's sword of faith could only kill one person. Moreover, not just any early-stage deity could kill him, but just as the four's attacks were about to reach him, a green bamboo suddenly appeared and swept away one of the rotten race gods. At the same time, a huge ancient bell appeared in the sky and suppressed the other one. Moreover, there were several energies that didn't seem like the power of divinity or the power of the universe. Only Lin Ling could recognize that this was the power of the world's will. After combining their powers, they once again blocked another god. In the end, he had to face Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling sneered coldly and slashed out with his sword. There was a clear rumble as the toad that was pouncing at Lin Ling was pierced through by the sword. Of course, what surprised Lin Ling was that this god was very powerful. The sword of faith actually couldn't kill him and had only severely injured him. Rumble. On the other side, under several powerful attacks, the decaying gods died one after another. It could be seen that the attacker was not a celestial, but the attack power was strong enough to injure a celestial. Dead. The one over there is dead too. The surrounding people were silent. No one had expected the outcome to be like this. There was only one decaying god left who hadn't died. It was the one with the toad's divine body. At this moment, he had returned to his original form and was looking around in surprise. You have helpers, he said through gritted teeth. His cloak had been shattered, revealing his true appearance. However, just as Lin Ling had imagined, he was very ugly with all kinds of insects crawling on his face. Helpers are the divine weapons you mentioned. Now, you seem to have lost the bet, Lin Ling said with a smile. The god was trembling with anger. No wonder this white-haired man wasn't afraid of him. It turned out that his biggest reliance was his helpers. Moreover, these helpers were very powerful. After all, he had seen that most of these people were celestial saints. Of course, he also stared at one of the women and found that she was the strongest. He couldn't see through her, as if there was no limit to her strength. Now, he was like a dog trapped in a dead end. There was no way for him to fight back. The decaying race will avenge me, he said in a low voice. Then, his body exploded. He had actually committed suicide. You have backbone. Lin Ling nodded. Suddenly, he looked at young Master Chu and said with a smile, Isn't it fun to sow discord? Young Master Chu and the others were still in a daze. The difference between reality and dreams was too big. They looked at the people around them and found that there were old men, women, and young men. However, their strength was heaven-defying. Damn it! How did this guy have such powerful helpers? Young Master Chu was extremely envious because he knew that there were very few gods with heaven-defying strength like this whose realm wasn't high. Every one of them had a bright future. However, there were several people beside the white-haired man. I'm from the Chu family of the Chaos Realm, young Master Chu said coldly. Sorry, we're all from the Dao Realm. We don't know any Chu family, Lin Ling said with a smile. Damn it! Young Master Chu cursed again. He was most afraid of people who didn't know what was good for them. If he encountered them, no matter how powerful his trump card was, it would be useless. He asked, Then what do you want? All of you will die. Are you going to do it yourselves? Or are we going to do it? Now that everyone was here, there was no need to keep young Master Chu and the others. After all, Lin Ling didn't touch them before because he didn't want to delay the collection of dragon stones. You want to kill us? Dream on. Young Master Chu snorted coldly. A crystal bead appeared in his hand. He blew at the bead. Suddenly, endless fog appeared and shrouded the valley. The scary thing was that in the fog, they couldn't sense anything. It was very powerful. This treasure is extraordinary. Lin Ling was shocked. His soul power was strong and he had the universe in his body. However, he couldn't see through the fog. This meant that this bead was definitely a rare treasure. Ha ha ha, how can ants like you see through my Chu Wuzhu? Goodbye. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Young Master Chu's voice came from the fog. However, there were also voices begging for mercy. Young Master Chu, please take us out of here. The fog seemed to be able to block people's vision. Perhaps only the people holding the bead could see the path clearly. Get lost. Young Master Chu didn't care about them. After all, with his strength, the fog would dissipate soon after he activated the bead. Time waits for no one. He just wanted to take an old man away because the old man also had a precious treasure of the Chu family. It was a divine artifact that could enhance one's divine power by 10%. However, when he wanted to take the old man away, he found that the old man was entangled by a vine. Young master, don't worry about me. Go quickly. Avenge me in the future. The old man couldn't see young Master Chu, but he knew that young Master Chu would come to save him. Therefore, he shouted hurriedly. Of course, he also tried his best to get rid of the vine. Okay. Young Master Chu dared not stay. He rushed out of the valley and disappeared into the distance. When the old man saw young Master Chu running away, he tried his best again to get rid of the vine. Then, he also ran away randomly. At this moment, the fog was dispersing. Gradually, the old man found a way out. However, when he was about to rush out, a sword blocked his way. It was Lin Ling. Ha, 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 young Master Chu has run away. What's the use of killing me? Just wait for the Chu family to kill you. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the old man laughed and gave up hope. Go to hell then. Lin Ling said impatiently. He wanted to kill the old man with his sword. However, at this time, a bronze gate appeared outside the valley. Then, a figure walked out of the gate slowly, dragging a person. It was young Master Ming. The dead dog he was dragging was none other than young Master Chu. Originally young Master Ming didn't appear in the valley before, so he wasn't affected by the fog. While young Master Chu was facing young Master Ming, how could he resist the power of reincarnation? He lost the ability to fight instantly, and even Chu Wuzhu, who was in his hand, fell to the ground. Young Master Ming, good move. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. I bumped around and saw a dog running out. I didn't like him, so I caught him. Young Master Ming shrugged. You. Young Master Chu was now as weak as a slug. He was affected by the reincarnation of the underworld, so he could only clench his teeth. While, seeing this, the old man sighed softly. He knew they were going to be wiped out today. Are you satisfied now? You can go now. Lin Ling killed the old man with his sword. Then, he found many treasures on the old man's body. What was strange was that the old man had many cosmic treasures, but he didn't have a spiritual pearl. Moreover, there was a horn on his body, which seemed to be quite extraordinary. You don't need to talk nonsense. Die. Young Master Ming also killed young Master Chu with a wave of his hand. He also found many treasures on the old man's body. Among them, the crystal pearl attracted his attention the most. However, after checking it, he shook his head disdainfully and threw it to Lin Ling. Lin Ling took it and was shocked. The pearl was so powerful that he couldn't see through the fog it emitted. How could young Master Ming throw it to him so casually? Young Master Ming, this is a powerful treasure. Green said. Bamboo and the others also walked over. It is indeed extraordinary. The young master nodded, and he suddenly turned to Saint Guy and said, it's a pity that this treasure is the same as his Donghuang bell. It can only be used by the clan's bloodline. If someone forcefully uses it, the effect will be greatly reduced, so it's useless to us. Lin Ling hurriedly checked and found that it was indeed so. Even with his strength, he could only blow out 10% of the fog. 10% was not much help. This bead is considered a rare divine weapon. However, there are countless capable people in this universe. There must be someone who has a way to get it. It's not a bad idea to find an opportunity to sell it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone nodded and looked at Lin Ling. A bugle horn appeared in Lin Ling's hand. After examining it, he said, this bugle horn is also a good divine artifact. It can increase one's divine power by 10%. For example, 10 trillion divine power can increase one's divine power by 10,000. What a heaven-defying treasure. Gong and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was a god-level giant universe god who had hundreds of trillion godly power, wouldn't that mean an increase of 100,000 godly power? Just this increase alone would surpass the sum of all their divine power. It's a pity that only a god-level giant universe god can activate it. Lin Ling suddenly sighed. He looked at everyone and suddenly threw the bugle horn to Green Bamboo. There were only 2 god-level giant universe gods present. They were young Master Ming and Green Bamboo. Naturally, he left it for his senior sister. It's not a bad treasure. It barely catches my eye. Green Bamboo said. Green Bamboo took the bugle horn and casually put it away. She did not seem to care much about it, and this casual action told everyone that she had a broad vision. She did not care about this bugle horn at all. Lei Gong and the others were secretly shocked. Even Lin Ling was the same. Only young Master Ming was used to it. Alright, let's go to the valley to collect the dragon stones. These dragon stones are growing on the ground. If we want to collect all of them, we will need a lot of time. Lin Ling looked at everyone and then strode into the valley. At this moment, the gods in the valley still had not left. When they saw Lin Ling and the others return, they were so frightened that they lowered their heads. Anyway, there are enough dragon stones. We won't be able to collect all of them in a short time. Just as they were about to sneak out of the valley, Lin Ling suddenly said. These gods raised their heads in surprise. This white-haired man did not chase them away. Lin Ling did not explain much. He went to collect the dragon stones on the ground with Green Bamboo and the others. These dragon stones were growing on the ground. They were like demonic beast eggs lying on the ground. However, collecting them depended on one's strength. The stronger one was, the faster they could collect them. This was also the reason why Lin Ling allowed them to collect as they wished. Actually, they were not very strong. Even if they could collect the dragon stones, they could not collect a lot. In addition, these people had previously warned Lin Ling naturally. Lin Ling would give them some face. While, as they collected the dragon stones, more and more people came to the valley. However, they were not very strong. In the end, they were all chased away by Lin Ling and the others. After a long time, they finished collecting all the dragon stones in the valley. It had taken them a total of 5 days. Everyone, thank you. These gods had gained a lot, so they all thanked Lin Ling before leaving. That's right, do you know where I can sell treasures around here? Then, young Master Ming looked at them and asked. If you want to sell treasures, the Purple Wind Cave is not far away. There is an auction there every 3 months. I think it is suitable for you. One of the gods pondered and said, go northwest in this direction and you will reach it in half a day. Alright, thank you. You can go now. Young Master Ming said indifferently. After these people left, he said, this Chuwuzhu will be a burden if we keep it with us. We are not willing to just throw it away. It is better to find a place to sell it. After all, it is a family heirloom treasure. Others can use it to find us. In that case, let's set off immediately. Lin Ling said. This Chuwuzhu came from the Chu family. Although he did not know the background of the Chu family, if even the rotten race knew them, they should have a lot of experts. If they followed the pearl and found them, it would be troublesome. Then, after that, everyone set off. They had just arrived at the 6th floor and obtained a lot of dragon stones. Everyone was in a good mood. With these dragon stones, everyone's strength would increase greatly. Lin Ling, these dragon stones can increase your cultivation by 2 realms, right? Young Master Ming suddenly asked. It is good enough to increase my cultivation by 1 realm. I still want to increase my cultivation by 2 realms. Lin Ling shook his head. Young Master Ming was shocked. How did Lin Ling cultivate? Why did he need so much energy? For a moment, he could not see through Lin Ling. After all, these dragon stones were enough for him to increase his cultivation by 2 realms. It seemed that Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, but his strength was so strong. It was not without reason. Half a day later, they arrived at the Purple Wind Cave. Although it was called a cave, it was actually a paradise. A lot of gods were walking around, and they were all very strong. No. Looking into the distance, huge space battleships stopped there. On the other side, under the mountains, there were powerful mounts. There were ancestral turtles, universe dragons, space birds, and other rare creatures. Well, these universe ancestors had always been arrogant, but after coming here, they all obediently lay on the ground, not daring to breathe. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Those cosmic battleships are only owned by the Protoss and the powerful gods. They are divided into several grades. Saints can control them, but they need the corresponding control method. With these cosmic battleships, the strength of the gods can be greatly increased. Saints can also kill gods. Young Master Ming suddenly said. Everyone gasped and looked at young Master Ming in disbelief. These space battleships were too powerful. These cosmic battleships are very rare. They were created by the ruler of the prehistoric era, and they were created with his life to resist the great calamity of the universe. They were called arcs by him. After the ruler died, the cosmic battleships flowed out and were seized by the strong people of various eras. Young Master smiled faintly. However, although these space battleships are powerful, they are not the oldest batch. Otherwise, their combat power would be even more terrifying. If we get a space battleship, we can run freely on the 6th level. Nyang licked her lips. With a space battleship, they could take it wherever they went. Moreover, they could protect their lives and avoid all kinds of dangers. How could it not be good? Space battleships are very difficult to get. Once they recognize a master, unless the master gives up, it's impossible to snatch them. Moreover, these space battleships are divided into 3 types: speed, attack, and defense. Each of the 3 domains has a powerful one. Young Master smiled. Look at those divine beasts in the distance. They are also universe beasts from the prehistoric era. They are powerful, but they only recognize one master in their lifetime. There are so many strong ones here. Everyone sighed. The Tao Pagoda is the core of the present universe. Everyone wants to reach the top of the Tao Pagoda and obtain this universe. Therefore, the Tao Pagoda is cruel. However, there are still rules in some places. For example, here. Those who come here want to trade, so they will abide by the laws of this place, young Master Ming said again. This is only temporary. In fact, the weak are still prey to the strong. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had the opposite view. After all, he had encountered such a situation back in the City of Myriad Gods. At that time, the Silvermoon clan was greedy for his treasures, and they had also violated the rules. That was the reason why he and the Silvermoon clan were at loggerheads. You are right. For example, if we expose the dragon stone we got, the result will be different. Young Master Ming nodded in agreement. They chatted as they walked and entered the Xanadu ahead. The interior was very flat, and there were many simple buildings. There were gods walking around, and on the ground, under the trees, and other places, all kinds of lights were flickering. There were gods setting up stalls, selling all kinds of treasures. Yes, there were treasures, spirit herbs, divine abilities, divine embryos, and other items for sale. And there were a lot of them. This talent seems to be the talent of my hellish ghost hell body. Lin Ling walked casually. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at one of the stalls. There was a jade bottle on the stall, and inside it was a ghost-like octopus. Furthermore, the bottle cap was open, allowing others to sense its aura. Only Lin Ling was able to detect it. He said a few words to his senior sister, then walked forward to ask for the price. Longyang, Shaluan, and the others also found the items they wanted, and happily went to ask for the price. How do you sell this? Lin Ling came in front of the stall and sized up the other party. He found that it was a mysterious person wearing a cloak. The treasures on his body were extraordinary, and Lin Ling could only roughly sense his strength. He couldn't even see his face clearly. 3 dragon stones. A hoarse voice came. Too expensive, 1 at most. Lin Ling didn't like to be long-winded. Sir, I got this by luck. It is extremely rare and only appears in the netherworld. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. How about this, 2 dragon stones, no less. Fang's voice was filled with determination. Not many people need a divine embryo like you. If I don't like it, even fewer people will want it. Just 1. Lin Ling's attitude was even more resolute. No, 2 is the minimum. Back then, in order to kill him, I almost lost my life. The other party's voice gradually turned cold. It was obvious that he had obtained this treasure from his opponent. Lin Ling didn't say anything, turning to leave. Seeing this, the other party looked to the other side and ignored Lin Ling. But, Lin Ling naturally couldn't be bothered with him and walked to another stall. However, just as Lin Ling was sizing up the stall, a helpless voice came. Forget it, forget it. 1 dragon stone it is. I'm most afraid of people like you. It was the owner of the previous stall. Obviously, he could see that Lin Ling was a cold person. If he wasn't willing to give in, then there was no way he would give in. He had no choice but to compromise. After all, few people needed that octopus-like divine embryo. Even ghost-type divine embryos didn't catch their eye. It was useless for him to keep it, so he might as well exchange it for a dragon stone. Lin Ling looked at the other party indifferently, as if he didn't want it. After thinking for a while, he walked back. That stalk of spirit grass is mine. He pointed at a spiritual herb on the stall. This was a thunder herb, which could also improve a lightning-type divine embryo, but not by much. You're ruthless. The stall owner was depressed, knowing that he had been cheated. He picked up the bottle and the spiritual herb and threw it at Lin Ling. While, Lin Ling also threw a dragon stone before turning to leave. Lin Ling, you're really something. I didn't expect you to bargain so hard. Bamboo, young Master Ming, and the others were still waiting. When they saw Lin Ling walk over, they all smiled. They're all shrewd people. When dealing with shrewd people, the more you talk, the more they know you care about the treasure and the more they will give in. It's better to be straightforward. Lin Ling said. You're right. Young Master Ming nodded. Don't you want to look around? There are all kinds of treasures here, there must be something suitable for you. Not for now. Lin Ling shook his head. He now had a large number of dragon stones, and it would only take time for him to break through. After that, he would improve his foundation. In fact, his 8 Dantian divine embryos had reached the limit, but because Pangu's foundation was too strong, he hadn't felt any bottlenecks so far. Of course, as his cultivation level increased, he would definitely be stuck at a bottleneck in the future. At that time, he would need to comprehend the universe and the foundation of his divine embryos. He waited for the others to return. After a long time, everyone returned happily. It was obvious that they had gained a lot. Haha, I didn't expect there to be so many treasures here. I found many of the things I dreamed of. Gong Xiao laughed. Sir, I found the lost treasure of the Grand Orient clan here. Shengyi was even more excited as he whispered to Lin Ling, that's good. Okay. Young Master and the others nodded. The treasures we are selling have some background after all. We must be careful. When we get the price of the auction, we will split it equally. Young Master Ming looked at everyone and said. Although he was not a good person, he had principles. After he joined Lin Ling, he did not intend to take advantage of anyone. Instead, he took care of everyone. To put it bluntly, he was a protective person. Only however, the prerequisite was to become his subordinate. Then, after that, everyone went to the auction house. The auction house was not hard to find, and it was not as luxurious as they had imagined. It was just a simple hall, but at that moment, no one entered the hall. Instead, there was a woman sitting cross-legged outside the door with her eyes slightly closed. "The auction will start in 3 days. Please go back," she said. She closed her eyes and muttered to herself. "We are here to sell treasures. Sir, you are late. The treasures for the auction have already been decided. If you want to sell them, then do it half a year later. Our Purple Wind Caves auction is held every half a year. Of course, if you can't wait, you can go to Sea Leaf Mountain and Sea of Sabers. There will be auctions there soon." "It's too far. We want to sell them here," Lin Ling said indifferently. Chu Wuzhu was a ticking time bomb. Naturally, it was better to sell it as soon as possible. "Sir." The woman slowly opened her eyes, and her expression was full of displeasure. "I have said that the treasures have already been decided. It can't be changed at will, unless your treasures are the best. Then look at this bead." Lin Ling took out the Chu Wuzhu, but the woman did not take it. However, looking at Lin Ling and the others, she saw that they were not willing to give up. Finally, she snorted and said, "Fine, I will make you give up." She picked up the Chu Wuzhu and checked it. At first, her expression did not change, but gradually, it became serious and finally turned into surprise. Because, this bead seemed to have no attack power and looked ordinary, but there was a mystery inside. Moreover, she blew out a wisp of fog and found that the fog could not be seen through at all. No magical power could detect it. One should know that if such a strange fog was used in a battle, it could hide from the opponent and even use the fog to interfere with the opponent. It was extremely powerful. "This is..." The woman's face was filled with shock. She no longer had the contempt from before. "We don't know what kind of treasure it is either. Now, can this treasure be used as the final treasure?" Lin Ling asked. "Let me ask." The woman didn't dare to make any guarantees and said, "If I take Chu Wuzhu to ask His Excellency, do you have any objections? It's better to ask your master to come out to avoid any trouble." Lin Ling didn't want to cause any trouble. The woman also felt that Lin Ling was right. She quickly entered the hall, and a moment later, she walked out with a middle-aged man. "Xianxia, the auction is about to begin. I'm so busy that I can't leave. What do you want?" The middle-aged man's expression was cold and filled with displeasure. "Lord Chen, they want to sell some treasures." The woman was clearly afraid of the middle-aged man. "Nonsense. At this time, unless it's a final treasure, how can it enter the auction? Moreover, our auction started selling treasures 10 days in advance. Don't they know?" The middle-aged man frowned. He came in front of Lin Ling and the others and swept his gaze across them. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Qing Zhu, the 12-winged young god, Longyang, and Xiaoluan. He looked back and forth, and the more he looked, the more satisfied he became. It had to be said that these 4 women each had their own merits. Their temperaments were outstanding and were indeed very attractive. In particular, Longyang and the 12-winged young god were even more alluring. The solar gods. The middle-aged man also saw the 12-winged young god's origin. After all, that head of golden hair was a symbol. Therefore, he didn't dare to look too much. Instead, he stared at Longyang and the others. "I didn't expect that a god would be so perverted," Lin Ling muttered to himself. "Lord Chen." The woman next to him was already familiar with the middle-aged man's personality. She reminded him in a low voice. Only then did the middle-aged man react. He snorted and said, "What treasure is this?" He immediately looked at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling also pushed Chu Wuzhu out, floating in the air. "A mere bead actually wasted so much of my time." The middle-aged man was instantly furious. However, after checking Chu Wuzhu, his expression changed quietly. He picked up Chu Wuzhu and looked her up and down, his breathing rapid. After he used his divine essence to activate a wisp of fog, he kept checking the fog. "Amazing, amazing." He muttered to himself, and even his words were incoherent. After all, even he couldn't see through the fog. How could such a treasure not be precious? It could be considered a life-saving trump card. However, he also checked that the bead was not activated by him with all his strength. He suddenly looked up at Lin Ling. "How to use it?" "We don't have it. It's precisely because of this that we put it up for sale." Otherwise, we would have kept such a treasure for ourselves. Lin Ling said. The middle-aged man didn't suspect him. Moreover, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest's cultivation level was not high, he felt that everything was normal. He stared at the bead in his hand, and then glanced at Lin Ling and the rest. These people, except for the woman from the sun god race, didn't seem to be from the god race, and he hadn't seen it before. Cold light quietly appeared in his eyes. Of course, it disappeared in an instant. He smiled and said, "Do you know what this bead is called and where it came from?" Of course, this middle-aged man hid it well, but Lin Ling was not a newcomer. He dominated from the first level to the 6th level. How could he hide it from Lin Ling? I don't know. Lin Ling said calmly. However, the truth was indeed so. He only knew that the bead came from the Chu family. Same as time, Qing Zhu and the rest also noticed something. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. This bead comes from the Silver Moon race. It's called the Silver Mist bead. They lost it some time ago, but you stole it. Lord Chen's surprised expression changed to one of indifference. As expected, he was going to covet the Chu Wushu bead. In fact, Lin Ling and the rest already had this thought before they came. However, in the end, they realized that this was a big auction. Unless it was a sovereign-level treasure, the other party wouldn't have to do anything. However, they didn't expect that the auction would do something to the Chu Wushu bead. I won't tell the Silver Moon race about this. As for this bead, I'll personally hand it over to the Silver Moon race. The middle-aged man said this and turned to enter the hall. The woman looked at each other. After all, she also knew that this bead seemed to belong to these people. As expected. Young Master Ming's expression was cold. How dare you? Saint said. Guai was even more furious. He wanted to rush into the hall and take back the treasure. You guys go first. We'll handle this. Lin Ling stopped them and cursed in his heart. After all, this was an unexpected disaster. They were fine, but they were forced to make a move again. Who are you? Get out. Random people are not allowed to enter the Purple Wind Cave auction. How dare you? The auction will be held in 3 days. Are you up to no good by rushing in at such a time? I don't think they have any good intentions. A cold voice said. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen sneered inwardly. This auction was organized by all the big shots of the god clans. How dare a random person be so arrogant? However, Lin Ling and the other two didn't leave. They were still looking at the middle-aged man with the surname Chen. You're courting death. Seeing this, the people in the hall became even more furious. Why are you here? If you don't have a convincing explanation, you won't be able to leave today. A voice came from afar. Lin the Three didn't even look at that person. Qingzhu said indifferently, What's the matter? You'll have to ask him. Of course, there were countless experts here. However, they didn't believe that the auction house would dare to help others if things got out of hand. What's going on? At this moment, an old man with a high status walked out. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. He shouted. He looked at the middle-aged man with the surname Chen. Lord Ma. The middle-aged man with the surname Chen quickly bowed to the old man. Then he looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said, I don't know these three. They're probably here to scam us. I can only say that I'm unlucky to have met them. No matter what, make them leave. The auction will start in 3 days. Don't make a fool of yourself. Besides, we're all busy. We don't have time to waste here. The old man turned and left after hearing this. Chen Quan let out a hollow laugh. He was not surprised by the scene before him. If we don't get back our treasures today, the 3 of us won't leave. At most, we'll make a big scene. Lin Ling's voice was heard. He seemed calm, but there was an unquestionable tone in his voice. What arrogance! The gods in the hall were all shocked. They hadn't done anything yet, and these 3 had come to bully them. Lord Ma was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped and looked at Lin Ling and the other 2. He didn't expect Lin Ling and the other 2 to be so crazy. Arrogant. Provocative. This was a direct challenge to the Purple Wind Cave's auction. He knew that no matter how powerful a god was, they would still have to follow the rules. Where did these three people get their guts from? Then let's see if you have the strength to do so. Quan Yi sneered. If these three wanted to court death, he would just let them be. Especially when he saw that Lin Ling was merely a saint-level giant universe god, his heart was filled with mockery. This is with this kind of strength, he could kill him with a single finger. Would it be his turn to fart? He took a step forward, wanting to attack Lin Ling. Wait. A moment later, an arm blocked his path. It was Lord Ma. In a flicker, he appeared in front of Lin Ling. Although he looked old, his eyes were like lightning, and his back was straight as he looked down at Lin Ling's group of three. Are the three of you really planning to cause trouble? His voice was laced with killing intent. You should know that no matter what your background is, once you cause trouble here, the ones who will die will definitely be you, and your backers won't dare to speak up. Is that so? Bamboo suddenly said, I want to know if your purple wind cave is so arrogant that you dare to ignore anyone. That's right. If you don't seek justice today, we'll just continue to cause trouble. If you want to fight or kill, the three of us will accompany you. Ling added, if we're really swindlers, you don't need to do anything. Our masters will kill us. If we're not at fault, this matter won't end so easily. Then the three of you can stay here forever. Chen Quan couldn't bear it anymore. He didn't expect these three ants to be so bold. After all, in his opinion, with the experts of the auction taking action, these three could only swallow their hatred. Powerful godly power appeared on the surface of his body, causing the surrounding space to turn illusory. Wait. But at this moment, the old man stopped Chen Quan, still looking at Lin Ling's group. Let them speak. Lord. Chen Quan shouted. He couldn't understand why Lord Ma would give these three a chance to speak. The matter is very simple. The three of us brought treasures to sell, but after this person checked our treasures, he secretly hid the treasures as well. Therefore, we entered the auction house to seek justice. Lin Ling said bluntly. What a joke. What good treasures do the three of you have? Moreover, the auction is about to start, and the auction house has stopped accepting treasures. You should find a good reason to slander others. Chen Quan retorted. His gaze searched the surroundings and found the first woman, saying, Lord Ma, Fairy Xianxia was the one who received them. She knows the truth. Several pairs of eyes fell on Fairy Xianxia, making her nervous. She braced herself and walked over. Of course, she was also looking at Chen Quan. Seeing the coldness in his eyes, she instantly knew what was going on. Fairy Xianxia, you speak. The old man said indifferently. It's like this. Fairy Xianxia looked at Lin Ling's group, and a trace of guilt flashed in the depths of her eyes. This, a ray of light, Lin Ling and the rest also saw it. They instantly knew that things were about to take a different turn. Today, they did come to sell treasures, and I tried to stop them. However, they said that they had a great treasure to sell. I knew that this was no small matter, so I had to invite Lord Chen. Fairy Xianxia said slowly. Later, Lord Chen came. I wanted to see if they had any great treasures, but in the end. After saying 3 results, she looked at Lin Ling's group and finally gritted her teeth. In the end, they had nothing. As for what happened after that, I don't know. She said. She did not dare to add too much details, as she felt that she would offend people. After saying that, she left and looked at Lin Ling's group apologetically. Lin Ling's group saw this look. They were angry at this woman, but in the end, they let it go. After all, this woman was forced. Moreover, she kept apologizing to them. Did you hear that? That's what happened. At the same time, Chen Quan let out a sharp scream and looked coldly at Lin Ling's group. Now, what else do you have to say? The 3 of them were silent, and they suppressed their anger in their hearts. The 3 of them were arrogant people. From the Dao realm to the Dao pagoda, and from the Dao pagoda to the 6th floor, when had they ever suffered such humiliation? They would rather have a decisive battle than bear this accusation. If they did not kill Chen Quan, they would not be human. Their eyes flashed with killing intent, and it was incomparably strong. This, Chen Quan also saw the killing intent. Not only was he not afraid, but he secretly sneered and shouted, It seems that some swindlers have tricked us to the Purple Wind Cave. Everyone, what should we do? Hee, these three are newcomers. The big shots from all sides do not dare to cause trouble here, but they are so unforgiving. They are really insensible. Kill them, don't waste time. Mockery and ridicule could be heard in the hall. Many people were unhappy with Lin Ling and the other two. If not for Lord Ma, they would have killed these three flies already. Then, Fairy Xianxia felt guilty. She did not dare to look at Lin Ling and the other two in the eyes. She was a woman after all. She was not as heartless as the other gods. Do the three of you have anything to say? At this time, Lord Ma's voice floated out, causing the hall to fall silent again. Many people were curious. Why did Lord Ma still give the three of them a chance at a time like this? We can't set a precedent like the Purple Wind Cave. Chen Quan was a little anxious because he also felt that something was wrong. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. These three people are here to scam for food and drinks. How can we let them speak again and again? Moreover, the auction is about to start. It won't be good if it affects our reputation. That's right. Lord Ma, kill them. No need to talk nonsense. The auction will start in 3 days. We don't have time to play with them. Kill. Chen Quan's words were like a fuse that pushed the atmosphere to the peak again. On the other hand, Lin Ling and the other two's expressions remained calm, but they were a little curious. Lord Ma had indeed given them too many opportunities. Only Du Qingzhu knew that Lord Ma seemed to have noticed something. He knew about their background. No, Lord Ma gave them another chance. Lin Ling would not waste it. He said calmly, what else can we say? This is your place. Even if it's white, you can twist it into black. Moreover, even if we say it, who will believe us? If you don't say it, you won't have any chance. Lord Ma replied. Lord Ma. Chen Quan shouted. Quan could not hold back anymore. He came to Lord Ma and was about to attack Lin Ling. Why waste time talking nonsense with them? Just kill them. However, he felt that something was wrong. After all, Lord Ma was too easy to talk to. No, he attacked Lin Ling. However, he did not expect Lin Ling's strength to surpass his. Lin Ling immediately activated his innate talent fusion. At the same time, young Master Ming and Qingzhu assisted him. Lin Lingda reached out and destroyed the divine power outside Chen Quan's body. He then grabbed Chen Quan's neck. Strong, the great universe locked down and actually suppressed all of Chen Quan's power, deciding his life and death in one fell swoop. Lin Ling didn't kill him for the time being. Instead, he quickly searched his body. Fortunately, Chen Quan didn't leave Chu Wuzhu in the universe. Instead, he hid it on his body. Lin Ling was able to retrieve it. You. Under Lin Ling's storm-like attacks, Chen Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted weakly. This young man was only a martial saint. How could he be so strong? Looking at the hall again, it seemed as though no one had come to their senses yet. After all, Chen Quan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm, yet he was easily subdued by a saint. His life was now in the hands of another. Then, they looked at Qingzhu and the other two. They instantly knew that this was caused by the three of them working together. Lord Ma obviously didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong, but Chen Quan was already captured, so he couldn't do anything. He could only say coldly, Your Excellency. This is too much. Yes. Too much? He took our treasures by force, slandered us as liars, and instigated the auction to kill us. Is it too much to suppress him now? Lin Ling said indifferently. You said that he took your treasures? This matter hasn't been settled yet. Lord Ma frowned. Chen Quan is a very reliable person. He wouldn't do such a thing to destroy his reputation. I've known him for 100 years, so I know him well. That's right. Lord Chen isn't that kind of person. Why aren't you releasing him? Many people believed in Chen Quan. Is that so? Lin Ling sneered. With a wave of his right hand, a bead appeared in his hand. This is the treasure he took from us. Now, I've taken it back from him. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? Even though Chen Quan was weak, he still tried to argue, or rather, you were the ones who snatched it from me. Furthermore, even though you tried to hide it, I believe that everyone here saw it. That's right, I saw it. He took advantage of Lord Chen's weakness to take this treasure from him. I guess that treasure originally belonged to Lord Chen. After he took it, he slandered it as his own. Many people were unhappy. Lin Ling's expression did not change. He said indifferently, since you say that the treasure belongs to him, then let him tell us what the treasure is and where it came from. This. Chen Quan was speechless, he had only roughly figured out the treasure's function. As for its origin, he did not have the time to investigate it, he had wanted to wait until this matter was over before taking a good look at the origin of the bead. However, Lin Ling and the others did not give him the time. My lord, please tell me. Seeing that Chen Quan was silent, Lin Ling asked with a smile. The entire hall suddenly fell silent, the gods present were not idiots. They gradually realized that something was wrong. After all, if the bead belonged to Chen Quan, why didn't he say anything? Chen Quan? Lord Ma asked with a frown. Chen Quan secretly broke out in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a silver moon bead from the Silver Moon clan. Once used, it can release a silver mist that can block any god's detection." Are you done? Lin Ling asked. Ling continued with a smile, then, it's my turn. This is Chu Wuzhu from the Chaos World's Chu family. Only the Chu family's bloodline can release the mysterious mist. Others can only release 10% of the mist. Of course, if you're strong enough, you might be able to break this restriction and unleash the full power of the bead. I know. If you don't believe me, then let Lord Ma take a look. Lin Ling said. Ling also threw the Chu Wuzhu to Lord Ma. Everyone looked at Lord Ma. Chen Quan's heart trembled. He did not expect things to turn out like this. He only hoped that Lord Ma would not be able to see the origin of the bead. This bead. Lord Ma looked at it for a moment and finally raised his head. It is indeed from the Chaos World's Chu family. Its name is Chu Wuzhu. Hearing this, Chen Quan's entire body went limp. He felt as if he had fallen into the 18 layers of hell and was beyond redemption. What? Did Lord Chen really cheat them of their beads? However, Lord Chen is a good person. He shouldn't be that kind of person. Now that everything is clear, Lord Ma will not harm Lord Chen. Voices came from the hall. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling before did not dare to speak anymore. Since the truth is out, I have nothing to say. Lin Ling said. Ling looked around the hall. Powerful divine energy and physical strength flowed into his arm. Coupled with the suppression of the Five Realms universe, he suddenly patted Chen Quan's head. Wait! Lord Ma shouted. Only then did Lord Ma notice and anxiously shouted. However, he was still too slow. Boom. Thump, with a loud bang, Chen Quan's head exploded in front of everyone. Blood spurted out. His soul floated into the sky, entered the bronze gate, and went to the underworld to be reincarnated. Or the hall suddenly fell silent. Then, voices drifted out. Dead. How dare you kill Lord Chen? Although Lord Chen deceived you, he doesn't deserve to die. Besides, is it your turn to deal with our auction? Anger rose in everyone's hearts. They felt that Lin Ling was not giving them any face at the auction. He slandered us, stole our treasures, and even wanted to kill them. He deserves to die. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. He looked at everyone indifferently. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Suddenly, Lord Ma's voice rang out. The entire hall fell silent. Many people looked at Lord Ma suspiciously. After all, Chen Quan was dead. Why was Lord Ma speaking up for an outsider? Chen Quan coveted the guests' treasures and violated the auction's rules. He deserved to die. Lord Ma's first sentence had shocked everyone. The auction is in 3 days. If this matter blows up, do you think it will benefit Purple Wind Cave? In the future, do you still want to come to Purple Wind Cave? If the guests had consigned an ordinary treasure, we would have just lost money. However, that Chu Wushu pearl is a precious treasure. Chen Quan's death ends this matter. No one will be able to pursue this matter. Do you have any objections? Many people's eyes flickered. They could not understand Lord Ma's intentions. However, it was undeniable that Chen Quan had violated the rules first. No objections. Someone spoke up. Following that, more people spoke up one after another. Lord Ma nodded and looked at Lin Ling and the rest. Guests, leave the Chuwushu pearl to me. I will auction it for you. It is one of the most precious treasures. What do you think? Lord Ma is fair. I am sincerely convinced. No problem. Lin Ling said. Ling nodded. He also felt that Lord Ma was helping them. Of course, they were in the right. Fairy Xianxia, come here. Lord Ma looked at the woman behind him. Well, the woman's face turned pale. In fact, after Chen Quan's death, she knew that things were going to be troublesome. I also violated the rules. I don't care if I die, but I hope that my friends won't be implicated. She walked out and said to Lin Ling and the rest. Alright, it's up to you. Lord Bai nodded and looked at Lin Ling. Forget it, just as Lord Bai said, this matter is over. Lin Ling did not intend to punish the woman. Firstly, the woman was also forced to do so. Secondly, when the woman was slandering him, she kept apologizing. Ah. Fairy Qiangyao was stunned. Fairy Qiangyao, why aren't you thanking the guest? Lord Bai was also taken aback, but he suddenly smiled and said. Thank you, said Joan. Fairy Yao hurriedly bowed. She was incomparably grateful to Lin Ling and the others. Alright, you can leave now. His Excellency waved his hand at him and said to Lin Ling, guest, please follow me. There are some procedures that need to be followed to sell the treasures. Once the treasures are auctioned off, the Purple Wind Cave will take 10% of the commission. The rest will be yours. Lin Ling immediately followed behind Lord Bai. After passing through the main hall, a corridor appeared in front of them. Both sides of the corridor were filled with bamboo, and looked extremely elegant. Guests, I almost wronged you before. Here, I apologize to you. Lord Bai said as he walked. His Excellency said as he walked. His dignified expression disappeared and became a little more benevolent. It's okay, as long as we get the justice we deserve. Ling said. Lord Bai suddenly looked at Qing Zhu and said with a smile, little friend, have we met before? I don't know, but I think Lord Bai should have heard of the Slanting Moon 3 Stars Cave. Qing Zhu said with a smile. She guessed that the reason Lord Bai helped them was probably because he had guessed something. You are indeed that old man's disciple. Lord Bai suddenly smiled bitterly. He had guessed a thing or two before because he had the chance to meet that old man once. At that time, Qing Zhu was also present, so he had a slight impression of him. I didn't expect that old man's disciple to also come out of the mountain. It seems that the matter of the chaotic realm ruler interfering in the Dao Tower is getting closer and closer. Lord Bai said again, then looked at Lin Ling and said, this young master is also that old man's disciple. He is my junior brother. So that's how it is. It seems that they are all on the same side. Back then, I was fortunate enough to be helped by that old man. I still can't forget this kindness. Don't worry, since you are that old man's disciples, I will do my best to help you in the Purple Wind Cave. By the way, our auction will have the participation of all the major god clans, Myriad Sea Clan, Ya Clan, Mountain Push Party, Silvermoon Clan, and Fengshui Clan. If you have a conflict with them, just mention my name. Even if they have a great enmity with you, they won't dare to mess around with you. Moreover, the Purple Wind Cave's cave master also has karma with that old man. When he knows that you are here, he will definitely help you. Thank you, Lord Bai. Ling and Qing Zhu didn't expect their master to have such great face. I won't disturb you anymore. This is my sound transmission jade talisman. If you have any problems, let me know. Go down the corridor and you will see the area where the guests are. You can rest there. Lord Bai handed over a jade talisman and bowed slightly. Lord Bai, my friends are still outside. Can you let them come in with us? Ling suddenly said. As long as there aren't too many people, it won't be a problem. Let Fairy Qiangyao help you. Lord Bai smiled. Ling immediately thanked him and continued walking with Qing Zhu and the others. I didn't expect that I would take advantage of your limelight. Young Master Ming looked around and smiled. Of course, he was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be the disciple of that god. It seemed that he had underestimated Lin Ling. As for Qing Zhu, he had already guessed it. Let's wait here for the 12-winged sun god and the others, lest they get lost. After walking for a while, Lin Ling stopped and suggested. Everyone. The man nodded and waited quietly in the corridor. Not long after, the thunder god and the others all arrived. Moreover, their faces were full of shock. After all, they had been waiting quietly outside the auction all this time. Moreover, they were already mentally prepared that there would be a great battle at any time. However, the battle didn't happen. Instead, they were invited in, and they could see that the auction seemed to be very polite to them. Of course, they also suspected that it was a trap, but after seeing Lin Ling and the others, they all relaxed. Lin Ling, Mother, Xiao Luan, and the others all smiled at Lin Ling. Come, let's talk as we walk. Ling Ling knew that they were curious, so he led them along the corridor and roughly told them what had happened. After a while, a garden appeared at the end of the corridor. There were artificial mountains in the garden, and rich spiritual energy was like a dense fog. Being in the garden, they felt that their cultivation speed had increased a lot. Dear guests, this way. Fairy Yao politely led Lin Ling and the rest forward. Judging from her appearance, she was clearly in a good mood. Ben. The second half of the Dao Pagoda was already cruel enough. Previously, she had offended Lin Ling and the rest. She had thought that she would definitely die, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would spare her? Naturally, she was very grateful to Lin Ling and the rest. In addition, Lord Bai had repeatedly reminded her to take good care of Lin Ling and the rest. She found the largest pavilion and invited Lin Ling and the rest to sit inside. Then, she took out fine wine and other things and placed them on the table. So many people? And the treatment is too good. The gods in the surrounding pavilions looked over with furrowed brows. They were also VIPs, but the treatment was as different as heaven and earth. There are indeed many people. I don't know who the leader is, but there are quite a lot of beauties. Someone sneered. There are still 3 days before the auction. Let's wait here for 3 days and cultivate. Moreover, cultivating in this garden is obviously different. It's something that can only be encountered by chance. Lin Ling said to Lei Gong and the rest. Lei Gong and the rest were very happy. After all, they now had a large number of dragon stones. In addition to this cultivation treasure land, their strength would definitely increase greatly. Of course, this place was not suitable for cultivating with dragon stones, so they mostly focused on stabilizing their realms. While Lin Ling and the rest were cultivating, a figure suddenly walked towards Lin Ling. It was a youth wearing a silver robe. Behind him were 2 people, and they were not weak at all. They had the strength of a deity-level universe giant god. And, that youth seemed to be a pinnacle saint universe giant god, but his aura was tyrannical. His strength was definitely extraordinary. Dear guest, that pavilion has already been reserved. Fairy Xianxia, who had been standing outside the pavilion, suddenly panicked when she saw the youth walking over. She was responsible for serving Lin Ling and the rest. As long as she served them well, the auction would not pursue her previous mistakes. She did not want to make any mistakes at this time. Yo, you are also quite beautiful. The youth had one hand behind his back while the other hand moved towards Fairy Xianxia's face. Guest. Fairy Xianxia was shocked. She did not expect this young man to be so daring. Where are you going? Just as the young man was about to step back to avoid the attack, he frowned. A powerful force surged out and grabbed Fairy Xianxia into his arms. Dear guest, please don't. Please respect yourself. I'm an auctioneer. Fairy Yao became anxious and kept resisting. Get lost. The young man seemed to be in a bad mood. His brows twitched, and his eyes turned silver, looking extremely ferocious. With just a glance at Fairy Xianxia, her body turned into a ray of light and disappeared. That he felt as if he had gone from the lower level of the Dao Pagoda to the upper level. His body was breaking apart, but this time, it would not reform. No, cried Joan. As Fairy Yao watched herself disappear, she frantically screamed in panic. This is the sound also woke up Lin Ling and the others in the gazebo. Originally, they thought that this was an auction and nothing would happen, so they all calmed down and stabilized their cultivation. Only when Fairy Xianxia shouted did they realize that Fairy Xianxia had disappeared. Death, yes, the fairy who had politely greeted them just now died in front of everyone's eyes. What? At this moment, young Master Ming's pupils shrank. He was the first to stand up, his eyes burning with anger. He was a person who was both righteous and evil, but he had always been protective of his own people. Fairy Xianxia was in charge of receiving them, and in his eyes, she was half of his people. How could he allow an outsider to humiliate her? Even more, moreover, she was killed in front of him, which was more like a slap to his face. Similarly, Qing Zhu and Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Fairy Xianxia had slandered them before, but she was obviously a kind person. She did not become cold and heartless in order to protect herself. In the process of slandering them, she kept apologizing to them. Lin Ling and the others also considered this woman half a friend. In the end, no one expected that Fairy Xianxia would not die in Chen Quan's hands, but in the hands of an unknown young man. There are a few beautiful women. At this moment, the silver-robed young man was still walking forward, as if the people he had killed were dust, ants, and not worth his attention. He walked into the small pavilion and smiled at Longyang. The 12-winged young god said, "I am Xianxia, from the Silver Moon clan. I am the direct descendant of the Silver Moon ancestor god Silver Moon. It is a pleasure to meet you." He had killed Fairy Xianxia, but it was as if nothing had happened. He ignored Lin Ling and the others. Scram! Longyang and the 12-winged young god said at the same time. They were also angry about Fairy Xianxia's death. Ha ha ha, when a beauty is angry, it is a different kind of flavor. I like it, I like it. Xianxia laughed and said to the two experts behind him, "Look, when the other women saw me, they all panicked or took the initiative to hug me. Only these two women told me to scram. Isn't it interesting?" "Young master, it is indeed interesting." The two experts laughed as well. They spoke as they pleased, ignoring everyone in the garden, which attracted a lot of attention. I was wondering who was so arrogant. It is Xianxia. This guy is the 9th son of the Silver Moon ancestor. Many people whispered, but no one dared to talk about it. Little beauties, I will give you one more chance. Come into my arms. Don't tell me to scram. It is fun to hear this once, but it will be boring to hear it a second time. After all, I am not a patient person, and I don't like cold beauties. Xianxia said again at this time. Scram! The two women shouted angrily again, and their bodies were full of killing intent. Silver Xianxia was still smiling, but his smile gradually became cold. He was the direct descendant of the Silver Moon clan, and he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He had never been humiliated like this. Even more, so many people in the garden were looking at him, which made him feel embarrassed. Bitch, I gave you face, but you don't want it. His eyes turned silver, and he attacked Longyang and the young man. However, Longyang and the young man were not weak. 16 wings appeared on the back of the 12-winged sun god, and the light of the sun was blooming. They collided with the silver light. While a sword appeared in Longyang's hand, which was even more terrifying. When she waved it, a mysterious light appeared, and the silver light could not hurt Longyang and the young man at all. What's going on? Everyone in the garden was shocked. 10. They recognized the sun god with 2 wings. He was from the sun god clan. They were surprised by the other beautiful woman. Her sword had a powerful mysterious power, which made people feel that it was invulnerable. Most importantly, this power was between life and vitality, which was very strange. It is the power of eternal life. An old man exclaimed. Eternal life, the power of life represented eternal life. Whoever controlled this power would be able to obtain eternal life. If this power was used on someone else, that person would also be able to obtain eternal life. As long as that person didn't enter the underworld, no matter how great their injuries were, they wouldn't die. No one expected that the 2 women would be so powerful that they could block Xianxia's attack. Go to hell. Go. As the 2 of them fought against Xianxia, a bronze door appeared and suppressed Xianxia. Young Master Ming had made his move. As soon as the bronze door appeared, everyone felt as if they were facing death. Their powers were all affected. Death, even gods were afraid of death, let alone humans. When the feeling of death came, even the most strong-willed people would feel a ripple in their heart. If they were people who craved for life and feared death, they would be scared half to death and lose all hope of surviving. Why does he control such a powerful force? It doesn't look like the force of the universe. Some people were not affected, but they looked serious. They knew that once this force grew stronger, it would be extremely terrifying. What is this? Xianxia, who was in the spotlight, turned pale. He did not expect these people to fight back. Moreover, these people were so powerful. Crack, crack. Crack, even as his eyes widened in shock, a hand reached out toward him. It was a hand made of bone, as white as jade. When Xianxia looked down, he realized that his heart had been pierced through, and his deity heart had been ripped out of his body. Bang, bang. Bang, he could even hear his own heart beating. Ah! He shouted with difficulty. He wanted to fight back, but Longyang and the 12-winged sun god were suppressing him. Moreover, the bronze door was affecting his condition. Those who see the bronze door have no control over your life. A cold voice floated in front of him. Young Master Ming was looking at Xianxia coldly. You! Xianxia shouted. Genesis roared with great difficulty as he watched his own heart being pulled out and crushed by Qin Wendian. This process could be said to be the greatest torture in life. After all, he was watching himself die slowly. 100 questions arose in his heart. Why did these people want to kill him? Difficult, was it because he had flirted with the two women? Only yes, it was just flirting. Was it necessary to kill him? Were these people more domineering than the Silver Moon clan? Young Master. The two powerful people finally reacted. After all, they did not expect Xianxia to fight back and be so powerful. All of them unleashed their powers to save Xianxia. Although Silver Creation's heart had been crushed, but it wasn't completely destroyed. Gods were powerful, so as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, it could still be restored. Help me! Genesis sensed this and shouted weakly. Senior sister. At this moment, Lin Ling and Qingzhu looked at each other. Then, with tacit understanding, they erupted with all their strength, one against one. The two of them were very strong. Even if Lin Ling went all out against one of them, he would not be able to kill his opponent in a short period of time. Of course, his goal was to block the other party. In addition, he didn't want to casually expose the Sword of Faith, so he had hidden a few trump cards. Again looking at Qingzhu, she had easily blocked her opponent. These people are so strong. Many people exclaimed again. Piss off. The two experts looked anxious, but they couldn't beat back Lin Ling and his companion. Go to hell. Looking at young Master Ming, he did not even look at the two powerhouses. Instead, he was staring at Xianxia. Although of course, he and Qingzhu were rivals, and he had only met Lin Ling once. However, he believed in Lin Ling and his companion's character. Lin Ling and his companions were both righteous and evil, but they were all people of principle. In the ancient universe, gods who had done all kinds of evil would die without a doubt unless they were strong enough. Most gods who were like the Virgin Mary did not live long. Only a god with principles would be able to live longer. How is this possible? Genesis sensed the change behind him, and he was shocked again. A group of people. Their cultivation levels were not high, but they were so strong. Most importantly, such a terrifying group of people had gathered together. Bang! Netherworld fire burned, and Xianxia's deity heart completely dissipated. He said coldly, the Silver Moon God clan will not let you go. After saying that, his soul was sucked into the bronze door and disappeared into the sky. Do you think you'll be fine after entering the Netherworld? Unfortunately, you've entered my Netherworld. Young Master Ming looked at the sky and said coldly. Lin Ling and Qingzhu were shocked. Could it be that young Master Ming's universe was a new Netherworld? No wonder young Master Ming was one of the 9 stars of the universe. It's your turn. Young Master Ming looked at the two powerhouses. He opened the bronze door and helped Lin Ling kill his opponent. Then, he helped Qing Zhu. In a short period of time, the powerhouses of the Silver Moon God clan were all killed. Young Master Ming walked back, and his expression was still cold. Lin Ling and Qing Zhu exchanged a glance. They could tell why young noble Ming was so angry. Most likely, it was because of Fairy Qiongyao's death. Lin Ling and the others were also enraged by Fairy Qiongyao's death, and they would also act like young noble Ming. However, they did not expect young Master Ming to be angrier than them. This person is really strange. Qing Zhu smiled secretly. Lin Ling thought about how he killed young Master Ming in the tomb on the first level. He did not expect young Master Ming to not avenge them. Could it be because of Ning Qingxin? These people are crazy. This is the 6th floor. There are many experts from the Silver Moon clan here. They killed a direct descendant of the Silver Moon Divine clan, the son of the Divine Ancestor. The Silver Moon clan will never let them go. In the garden, all the gods returned to their seats. Lin Ling and his companions were still sitting. They could hear what the gods were saying. However, they did not care about it. They had an irreconcilable feud with the Silver Moon God clan. Even if Yin Chuangshi did not provoke them, they would not let him go. Yin Chuangshi is dead? At this moment, the auction house received the news. Lord Bai's expression changed drastically. Lord Bai, those people are really bold. Not only did they kill Lord Chen Quan, they even killed the young master of the Silver Moon God clan in the auction house. What should we do? Someone asked worriedly. Don't touch them. Let them deal with the Silver Moon God clan themselves. We will not interfere. Lord Ma said after thinking for a while. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lord Ma to still help those people. Those people did not kill an ordinary person. They killed Yin Chuangshi. Lord Ma, shouldn't we let the manager know about this? Besides, he might not agree with your decision. Someone said. No, after a while an order came. The manager has said that this matter has nothing to do with the auction house. The auction will continue. No. Everyone in the auction house was shocked. The manager was also helping those people. Could it be that those guests had a powerful background? And, the manager was the person with the highest status in the auction house. Since he had said so, no one dared to say anything. Time passed quietly. The auction had officially begun. The treasures of the gods from different eras were put up for auction. The currency of the auction was dragon stones. No, while the auction was in full swing, on the other side of the auction house, the ancient Myriad Sea tribe, Chen Quan is dead. In the camp of the Myriad Oceanic tribe, a dozen figures were looking at the corpse on the ground. It was Chen Quan's corpse. Chen Quan is a guest elder of the Myriad Oceanic tribe. He represents the Myriad Oceanic tribe. How did he die? An old man with blue skin and ears like conches said coldly. How dare they? Chen Quan represents the Myriad Oceanic tribe to invest in the Purple Wind Cave. Doesn't the Purple Wind Cave know who he is? Who is the murderer? We must avenge him and destroy his entire tribe. Murderer! The people of the Myriad Oceanic tribe shouted angrily. Your Majesty, the Purple Wind Cave sent word that Chen Quan violated the rules and was killed. The god in charge of bringing Chen Quan's corpse back said. Do you think the auction house can do anything about it? The old man who spoke first said angrily. No, Chen Quan was not killed by the auction house. He was killed by a guest. I heard that Chen Quan was greedy for their treasures and violated the rules. Therefore, the guest killed him. The auction house could not do anything about it, so they could only send the corpse back. Guest? What kind of guest is that? What kind of treasure is worth a life? I heard that it's the final treasure. The final treasure. After hearing those words, the anger of the Myriad Oceanic tribe subsided a little. After all, the final treasure was no small matter. It was no wonder that the guest would kill someone out of anger if they were greedy for it. Of course, the Myriad Oceanic tribe was one of the 12 divine tribes. Even if their people were in the wrong, the Myriad Oceanic tribe would deal with it. Where are the guests now? The old man said coldly. He's still in the Purple Wind Cave, but I just received news that those guests killed Silver Genesis. How dare they kill Yin Chuangshi? The 6th floor is going to be in chaos. What did the Purple Wind Cave say about this? The Purple Wind Cave ignored it. That's strange. According to the auction house's style, they would capture Xianxia and send him to the Silvermoon tribe. Since the auction house ignored it, it means that the guests have a powerful background. The old man pondered and said coldly, no matter what, the Purple Wind Cave did not dare to touch them. If the myriad oceanic tribe dares to do so, the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. At the same time, on the other side of the Silvermoon clan, endless moonlight sprinkled down from the sky, making the entire valley holy. A huge statue sat on the ground. This statue was completely transparent, as if it was condensed from light. Its aura was incomparably powerful. He did not look like a statue, because he was alive, and more importantly, he was breathing. With a single breath, an endless amount of light dust sprinkled out, dyeing the entire valley silver. Moreover, if one looked carefully, on the cliff of the valley, a large number of experts were also cultivating. Their bodies were also emitting silver moonlight. My lord, young Master Genesis is dead. However, a phantom-like figure walked in. Because under the moonlight, this person turned into a blur, and nothing could be seen clearly. Only yes, as soon as his voice sounded, the entire valley suddenly became silent. Everyone stopped breathing. What? My ninth brother is dead. The largest statue in the valley let out a furious roar. Swish la la. He stood up, a gust of wind blew. The moonlight seemed to materialize as a vortex appeared around him. He was killed by a group of unknown guests in the Purple Wind Cave, and the Purple Wind Cave did not care about this matter. How dare they? The Purple Wind Cave originally had members of our Silvermoon clan, and now that they are dead, they did not care. Since the Purple Wind Cave did not care, the Silvermoon clan will take care of it ourselves. Lord Genesis Universe, should we go to the Purple Wind Cave immediately? Go, all the Silvermoon clan members in this area go out and bring those people back for the deity race to deal with. The valley suddenly became dazzling, and a large number of Silvermoon gods stood up. Judging by their appearances, they were all giant universe gods. On the other side, the Purple Wind Cave auction was held as scheduled. It was in full swing and extremely lively. All the gods in the vicinity had gathered to purchase the items that they wanted. 2 major incidents have happened in the auction. I'm afraid the Purple Wind Cave will not be peaceful. In a bamboo forest, a god in armor cupped his hands and bowed. Yes, a storm is coming in the Purple Wind Cave. Looking at the bamboo forest, a middle-aged man in a loose white robe held a sprinkler in his hand and was watering the bamboo shoots in the forest. According to my estimation, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silvermoon clan will come here to ask for those people. Let them come. The Purple Wind Cave will not interfere in this matter, but we will not send them to their doorstep. Manager, why? Although we will not interfere, we will still offend the 2 deity races. You must know that the reason the Purple Wind Cave is able to hold an auction here is because the deity races have given us face. This matter cannot be explained in a few words. I can only say that we cannot afford to offend those guests. After a round of discussion, the god's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, our Violet Wind Cave's auction has the backing of a few great divine clans. With just the Myriad Oceanic clan and Silvermoon clan, they wouldn't dare act rashly. They can only vent their anger on those guests, and whether those guests can overcome this calamity will depend on their luck. At the very least, we've helped them. The white-robed middle-aged man smiled. At the same time, Lin Ling and the others were sitting quietly in the auction house, watching all kinds of rare treasures being auctioned off. They were VIPs and had the right to bid first. Moreover, if the price difference was not big, they could also bid first for the treasures. Guests, this is what happened. Someone beside Lin Ling and the other 2 reminded them in a low voice. Okay, we know. Qing Zhu waved his hand and dismissed the person. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and young Master Ming and said, it seems that Chen Quan's background is not small. He belongs to the Myriad Sea clan. Now, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silvermoon clan are coming to settle accounts with us. The manager of the auction house asked us if we should leave now or after the auction. The manager of the auction house is quite generous. We killed someone in his territory, but he did not arrest us. Instead, he reminded us. Young Master Ming laughed. It is probably useless to leave. After we killed that person, someone must be watching us. Why don't we leave after the auction? Lin Ling suggested after pondering for a while. Junior brother, you are right. Since this is the case, let's stay here for now. What will come sooner or later. Xianxia nodded and told Lei Gong and the others the news so that they could be mentally prepared. I want to see how powerful the Myriad Sea clan and the Silvermoon clan are. Although they knew that trouble was coming, none of them were afraid. After all, the Myriad Sea clan and the Silvermoon clan were their old rivals. Moreover, they were unwilling to back down from the previous incident. Therefore, they would deal with it as it came. This auction is a soul demise stone. It can increase one's understanding of the universe and increase one's soul power. The starting price is 10 dragon stones. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of treasure can only increase one's soul force by a limited amount. Even in the universe, it can only increase one's soul force by a small amount. It's not worth much. In terms of soul force and understanding of the universe, Lin Ling could be considered a grandmaster. I see. Everyone nodded. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about this treasure, but others didn't. They fought over it until their heads bled. In the end, the soul demise stone was bought for 320 dragon stones, and it was won by a woman. Except. Next, the auction continued. Along the way, Shengyi, Longyang, and the others took a fancy to the treasures they wanted and won them. They had a good harvest in the mountain valley and didn't lack dragon stones. No, unknowingly, it was time for the finale treasures, and there were many of them. The entire auction house fell silent. Everyone's breathing quickened. After all, although the treasures in the auction were rare, they weren't unobtainable. The finale treasures were usually one of a kind. It was hard to buy them even if you had money. The first finale treasure, jade-cloaked flesh fruit. The fruit floated out. It was wrapped in lotus leaves and looked like a piece of meat. It emitted a sweet fragrance. What kind of fruit is this? Many people were curious. This is a fruit that floats in the Chaos Realm's void. In the Grand Mist era, there were many such fruits, but there aren't many now. It is said that this is the food of the giant god race and the Panga race. It can greatly increase one's physical strength and strengthen one's body. However, not everyone can eat this fruit. The starting price is 500 dragon stones. Each bid increases by 10 dragon stones. A voice floated out. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. This treasure had deeply attracted him. This treasure that could increase one's physical strength was just right for him. I didn't expect that there would be something I like in this auction. Lin Ling licked his lips. He was determined to win. Junior brother, buy it. Xianxia saw Lin Ling's expression and hurriedly advised, you don't have enough dragon stones. I have some here. Buy as many dragon stones as you want. On the other hand, Lin Ling had also obtained a lot of dragon stones in the valley. It was enough for the auction. However, Lin Ling wanted to save some dragon stones. He shook his head and said, there's no rush. Let's see how things go. While they were talking, someone had already made a bid. The first bid was 550 crystals. 600 dragon stones. Is 600 a lot? I'll pay 700. If you have the ability, then compete with me. 800 dragon stones. The scene was very lively. Originally, the final treasure was no small matter. In addition, it was a rare fruit that could increase one's physical strength. This was something that couldn't be missed. No voices continued to ring out, causing the price to soar to 1,000 pieces. After reaching this price, the number of people bidding finally decreased a little. But Lin Ling's expression was still ugly. He didn't expect it to be so popular. It was beyond his expectations. 1,300 dragon stones. The old voice suddenly rang out and eliminated many more people. There was a brief moment of silence. 3,000 dragon stones. However, Lin Ling's voice floated out. This time, he had more than doubled the price. Everyone was shocked, and countless gazes looked towards Lin Ling. The main reason was that the price had increased too much. It's him, the accomplice who killed Xianxia. They haven't left yet. How bold. That guy with a sneer on his face killed Xianxia. This person dares to snatch the treasure. I don't think he's a good person. Whispers could be heard. No one dared to bid any more. However, it wasn't that people were afraid. They just didn't want to get into trouble. In many people's eyes, that group of people was doomed. 3,000 dragon stones going once, going twice, going thrice. Sold. The old voice sounded. The treasure was now Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was relieved. He had finally gotten it. When he saw the price soar, he couldn't help but make a move. Moreover, he raised the price in one go to shock everyone. Fruit, however, many people were shocked. They thought that Lin Ling was rich. However, after calming down, they realized that it was not a loss to buy a fruit that could increase one's physical strength with 3,000 dragon stones. Although the dragon stones were precious, as long as they stayed on the 6th floor, they could get them back sooner or later. However, if they missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Many people began to feel annoyed and helpless. At this time, a large number of people walked into the hall and sat down. They looked around. Judging by the color of their skin, they were obviously from the Wanhai tribe. It's them. That white-haired man is the one who killed Chen Quan. Someone pointed at Lin Ling and said. His voice was loud, and the auction house quieted down. The auction was temporarily stopped. Clap, the auction house didn't chase away the people from the Wanhai tribe. Firstly, they had the right to come in. Secondly, the Wanhai tribe had shares in the auction house. They were not to be trifled with. They're so slow. Ling looked at the people from the Wanhai tribe and shook his head with a smile. He was not surprised by their appearance at all. They came in the second half of the auction. They're really slow. Young Master Ming said coldly. He looked at the group and shook his head. He thought that some strong people had come, but it was a group of early-stage universe giant gods. It seemed that this group of people didn't know that Chen Quan was killed by Lin Ling. Maybe they guessed that it was the auction house that helped Lin Ling kill Chen Quan. The Wanhai tribe is here. It should be the Silver Moon tribe soon. Green said. Bamboo smiled. However, the Wanhai tribe is really overbearing. They actually dared to stop the auction. It seems that they came prepared. At this time, a cold voice was heard. Did you kill Elder Chen Quan? Stop hiding and come out. Hide? Ling shook his head. He knew that these enemies would come and find him. He didn't plan to hide. I'll do it. Young Master Ming suddenly said. I killed Chen Quan, right? I'll do it. You guys just sit down. Later, the Silver Moon tribe will be here too. You guys will have the chance to attack then. Ling said to young Master Ming and the others. He walked out and looked at the group of people from the Wanhai tribe. I'm the manager of the Wanhai tribe in the Purple Wind Cave area. The man stood up and looked at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. On the 6th floor. The 6th floor was where the various deity tribes gathered. They had their own headquarters and minded their own business. Of course, every deity tribe had many headquarters. The main reason was that the 6th floor was too big. He's the manager of the Wanhai tribe. TSK, there's a good show to watch. After knowing the background of the man, they were even more delighted. I'm Wanzhong too. The man continued, come back with me obediently. Don't think about escaping. You guys can't escape. The moment he said that, many people's eyes flashed. The male from the Myriad Seas clan was a deity at the early stage of the universe giant god realm. Although he was quite strong, he had personally witnessed the trio killing Yin Shuangshi in the garden. And, the three of them were early-stage universe giant gods. Silver Genesis was a saint, but his combat power was obvious to all. He was comparable to an early-stage universe giant god, but he was still killed in the end. This showed that the strength of this group was extraordinary. What's your name? Wanzhong Tu asked again. It was as if he dominated the entire process. You don't have the right to know my name. I'm afraid you'll be scared out of your wits. Ling finally spoke. You're the same as Chen Quan. You're both idiots. Do you know what you're saying? Zhong Tu emanated coldness that could crush the soul of others. He thought that their limbs would definitely go limp and kneel down to beg for mercy, but he hadn't expected that they would disregard him, and the white-haired man would even look down upon him. "You're courting death." He unleashed his strength, and his divine power surged like an ocean. Whoosh, shadows appeared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws like tentacles. A giant octopus appeared behind Wan Zhongtu. It was his divine body. The divine body of the Wan Hai tribe was related to the sea. It was said that they were the ancestors of the sea. Boom, rumble, all of a sudden, the auction house began to tremble. The roof of the auction house suddenly opened, and a light screen appeared to protect the entire auction house. The auction house was located in the Purple Wind Cave, and there were countless treasures being auctioned. Therefore, they had already prepared for emergencies. People also dispersed and left the auction house to watch. That white-haired man is only a saint, and Wan Zhongtu is a deity. How can he fight? Wan Zhongtu has a divine body. He's definitely not an ordinary deity. Voices of assessment floated out. Only the deities in the garden knew that this battle wasn't as simple as it seemed. Again, Wan Zhongtu had already unleashed his full strength, and his eyes were filled with anger. He was the manager of this area, and the Wan Hai tribe had entrusted him with an important task. Now, a nobody dared to look down on him. Today, he was going to establish his prestige in the Purple Wind Cave. "Lord Manager, kill him." Cheers rang out from the myriad sea tribe's side. They all believed that it would be a piece of cake for the manager to attack a saint. Boom, rumble, the tentacles of the octopus shot toward Lin Ling like swords. The divine power was incomparably huge, reaching hundreds of trillions. Hundreds of trillions of divine power. I've only fused with 15 trillion divine power. This guy's strength isn't much weaker than King Wan Tao. Unfortunately, I have many dragon stones above me, but I don't have time to refine and break through. Go all out. Lin Ling knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he definitely wouldn't be his opponent. After all, the difference between the two of them was a great realm. Boom. He activated innate skill fusion and Pangu's strike appeared. His divine power was unrivaled. Soon after, he shot towards Wan Zhongxing like a cannonball. Ding ding dang dang, countless tentacles containing terrifying divine power landed on Lin Ling's body, but they were repelled by a powerful force. It was the power of his physical body. After activating the ancient strike, Lin Ling's godly power was temporarily invincible. Of course, there was a limit to this invincibility. For example, right now, facing hundreds of trillions of godly power, Lin Ling felt waves of intense pain coming from his body. And furthermore, Pangu's attack duration was shorter than usual. Dang, however, this was enough, because Lin Ling had already appeared in front of Wan Zhongtu, causing Wan Zhongtu's expression to change. Divine power is ineffective? What a joke. He was somewhat confused. This was the first time he saw divine power being ineffective. It was extremely heaven-defying. After all, the basic attack of a god was divine power. Now that the basic attack was ineffective, how was he going to fight? Cloud of heavy earth. Suddenly, Wan Zhongtu released a loud shout, opening his mouth to spit out terrifying clouds and mist. This was heavy poison universe. It was a divine power that fused his godly body with the universe. You want to poison me? Unfortunately, you're dreaming. Ling didn't dare to touch the poisonous cloud casually. Although his physical body was strong, his opponent's godly body wasn't weak either. He activated Lin Ling Universe to block all poisonous things. Universe of 5 realms. Heavy Earth shouted again. Why was the saint-level universe so difficult to deal with? Your luck has come to an end. After blocking 2 powerful attacks from Wan Zhongtu, Lin Ling activated his trump card and intimidated Wan Zhongtu's soul. Shwa shwa shwa. Only behind Wan Zhongtu's octopus body, countless tentacles were cut off as if they were cut by a knife. Wan Zhongtu's godly body was indeed powerful. It could actually block soul power. Sword of Faith. Ling knew that although Wan Zhongtu blocked Universe 3 Extremes break, he had lost the means to attack. After all his tentacles were cut off, and it would take time for them to grow again. Dazzling light sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. This sword didn't seem powerful, but it was extremely dazzling as if it came from the beginning of the universe. Wan Zhongtu Heavy Earth's pupils trembled. This sword didn't seem huge, but it was too dazzling. It was as if it could burn him and give him a lot of pressure. Shua, when the sword slashed down, a burning smell drifted out. A dazzling sword mark appeared on Wan Zhongtu's body. From top to bottom, he was cut in half. He raised his head and looked at the white-haired man in front of him. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, he didn't expect that he would be defeated. Again, the people of the ocean race who were cheering were speechless and dumbfounded. Their leader had been defeated in battle. Then they wanted to help, but after seeing the dazzling white sword in Lin Ling's hand, they didn't dare to move. They almost fainted. Why was the white-haired man so powerful? Why didn't anyone tell them? While Lin Ling also withdrew the sword of faith because he realized that Wan Zhongtu was very powerful. His sword had consumed a lot of power of faith. Eh? Then, he looked to the other side and saw a piece of flesh wriggling on the ground. Then, it slowly turned into a human. It was Wan Zhongtu. This guy didn't die. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. It seemed that Wan Zhongtu was indeed unique in being able to become a divine race. After all, after his sword of faith, no one had survived. Wan Zhongtu was the first. No, Wan Zhongtu, who was revived, was very pale. His eyes were filled with fear. He could revive because his original body was an octopus. Even if he was cut in half, he could revive through the body. Who the hell is this guy? Voices kept rising in his mind. Manager, do we still want to catch them? Someone from the myriad oceanic race asked. Wan Zhongtu almost cursed out loud. Could they catch them in this situation? Could they catch them? Let's go. He didn't dare to stay and planned to bring more experts. Go. Seeing that guy was about to run away, Lin Ling immediately sneered, do you think you can still escape? As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked. Humph. Wan Zhongtu snorted coldly, you're very strong. We underestimated you. But you have to understand that I'm just a manager of the Myriad Sea Tribe. There are many people like me in the Myriad Sea Tribe. You can't afford to provoke me. I can't afford to offend you? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He put his hands behind his back and looked at Wan Zhongtu indifferently. This with just one look, Wan Zhongtu and the others felt their scalps go numb. That smile and expression made them panic because a thought had appeared in their minds. This white-haired man wanted to kill them all. Crazy. What does he mean? Is he going to kill Wan Zhongtu and the others? That's impossible. That's impossible. This is the 6th level. If he dares to touch Wan Zhongtu and the others, it's tantamount to angering the myriad oceanic race. Offending the myriad oceanic race on the 6th level is tantamount to digging one's own grave. He's definitely just trying to scare them. Everyone in the auction was discussing animatedly. Lin Ling was still looking at Wan Zhongtu. Wan Zhongtu was silent, but he was very nervous. This was because he could clearly sense killing intent from Lin Ling's appearance. He felt that Lin Ling was really going to kill them. No, however, the myriad oceanic race behind Wan Zhongtu didn't think so. They thought that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to touch them. 10. Who in the Dao Pagoda didn't know about the majesty of the god race? Apart from a few gods, very few people dared to go against the god race. You're strong. We can't stop you, but you should know that if you dare to kill us, you'll be wanted by the myriad oceanic race. Where can you escape to? Behind Wan Zhongtu, an old man smiled faintly and said, I'll say something else. If you really want to kill us, you'd better do it now. When we leave, you won't have a chance. When Wan Zhongtu heard this, he felt that something was wrong. Was this a provocation? If it was a provocation to someone with a guilty conscience, the effect would be 100%. However, if it was a provocation to someone who wanted to kill, the effect would be the opposite. Thank you for the reminder. In order to not let you down, it seems that I should do it now. As expected, Lin Ling said faintly. The faith sword appeared in his hand again. Although it was much dimmer than before, it was still sharp. Most importantly, Wan Zhongtu was now seriously injured and might not be able to block his sword. You. The gods of the myriad oceanic race stared. This guy really dared to kill them? Run. Wan Zhongtu had already guessed Lin Ling's intention. At this moment, he roared and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the distance. Run! The other gods of the myriad oceanic race reacted. They weren't stupid and fled in all directions. Let's see how Lin Ling will chase after them. Don't chase me, don't chase me. While Zhongtu was fleeing, he was shouting in his heart. After that, he turned around to take a look, and his pupils instantly trembled, because Lin Ling was walking towards him. As for the other members of the myriad oceanic tribe, there were other experts chasing after them, and from the looks of it, those people were very strong, able to kill a deity-level giant universe god. Who the hell are these people? His heart rumbled like thunder. It was one thing for one person to be able to battle above their level, but by the looks of it now, it seemed that everyone could do so. This was practically a gathering camp for prodigies of the gods. However, he didn't have time to be shocked. He stared at Lin Ling, who was shooting towards him and anxiously wanted to escape. At the same time, a dazzling sword slashed down from the sky. Although of course, Lin Ling could no longer use Pangu's strike. However, with his talent fusion and Lin Ling's universe, his strength was still very strong. While the myriad gravity earth was already heavily injured. How could it still block? Blood spurted out from the sky as a tentacle fell from the sky. It was the tentacle of the 10,000-layer earth. His godly body was indeed powerful. He was actually still alive after being killed twice. What a powerful godly body. Lin Ling was also secretly shocked. However, he could also sense that the second strike was much simpler than the first. This meant that the power of the myriad gravity earth was weakening. Let's see how many strikes you can block. Lin Ling sensed the faith sword and realized that the number of times he could use it was limited. However, it should be more than enough to kill the myriad gravity earth. Don't kill me. Spare me. The myriad gravity earth was getting weaker and weaker. He kept begging for mercy, but what greeted him was a strike. Pa! Another tentacle fell to the ground. Pa! More and more tentacles appeared. Finally, the myriad gravity earth was killed. On the other side, the myriad oceanic tribe god was also killed. His corpse fell to the ground, and his treasures were plundered. Following that. After that, Qing Zhu and the others flew back and gathered around Lin Ling. Lin Ling, are you leaving? Qing Zhu asked. Of course not. Our Chu Wuzhu hasn't been auctioned yet. Lin Ling shook his head. Killing the myriad oceanic tribe god will probably attract more experts. When that happens, it will be even harder to leave. Saint Guy said. If we are trapped in the purple wind cave, we won't be able to escape. Ray said. Gong, Longyang, and the others were also worried. Although they were mentally prepared, they did not want to be trapped in one place. Now, we can't leave. Lin Ling shook his head. Even if we leave now, we will be caught halfway. Moreover, I have a feeling that they won't dare to act recklessly in the purple wind cave. If we leave, it will be more troublesome. Lin Ling is right. Ming agreed. However, this choice is also very dangerous. It will depend on our luck. Everyone had followed Lin Ling for a long time. They had been through many life and death situations, so they agreed with Lin Ling's choice. They landed on the ground. These people are so strong. Many of them are saints, but they are so strong that they can kill gods. How could an ordinary god do something like this? Who are they? Seeing Lin Ling and the others return, many people's faces were solemn. Gods who could fight above their level were rare. The most terrifying thing was that these gods were gathered together. Moreover, no one knew the origin of this group of people. If they were newcomers, it would be terrifying. They gave people the feeling that they were a fierce dragon crossing the river. They still haven't left? Do they really want to go against the myriad oceanic clan? I heard that they killed a big shot of the Silvermoon tribe. When the time comes, the myriad oceanic tribe will not be the only ones coming for them. I'm afraid the purple wind cave will not be peaceful. It was only after the auction continued that everyone's attention was diverted. Lord Manager, those guests have killed the myriad sea clan's people. Outside, someone reported to the master of the auction. Zhu in the forest, the middle-aged man in white, could not help but smile bitterly. What a group of people with such a strong background. Master, what should we do now? Let them do what they want. We won't interfere in this matter. Let them solve it themselves. However, the people of the myriad oceanic tribe died in our auction. We can't leave them alone. Do as I say. The middle-aged man's voice became dignified. It was not until the reporting god left that he smiled bitterly. What can I do if the myriad oceanic tribe puts pressure on them? They are the disciples of that old man. That old man is probably going to enter the Tao Pagoda. If I don't do this well, it will be difficult to meet him in the future. Now, the myriad oceanic tribe and the Silvermoon tribe are putting pressure on them. It seems that I have to think of a way. Forget it. If they stay in the Purple Wind Cave, then I will do my best to protect them. It can be considered as repaying that old man's kindness. The middle-aged man finally made a decision. Back then, Patriarch Bodhi had helped him once. He had been thinking of ways to repay this kindness. Of course, if that was all, he could choose not to interfere in this matter. It could be considered as repaying the kindness. But Patriarch Bodhi was one of the 8 gods of the Chaos Realm. Now, not only was he repaying the kindness, but he had also helped him once. In the future, Patriarch Bodhi would definitely help him again if he did not want to cause and effect. On the other side, the auction was still going on, however, the previous battle was still lingering in people's minds. Many people began to guess the origin of this group of people. Unfortunately, in the second half of the Tao Pagoda, there were many gods who rose like comets, and each of them could fight above their level. They were very powerful, so they could not guess the origin of this group of people for a while. They only knew that this group of people would inevitably clash with the Myriad Sea Tribe and the Silvermoon clan. Unfortunately, no one knew. Even if there was no such thing, if the Myriad Sea Tribe and the Silvermoon clan knew about Lin Ling's origin, they would still kill Lin Ling. This was also the reason why Lin Ling had killed so easily before. Although the auction had begun, no matter what treasures were taken out, people would more or less look at Lin Ling and the others before bidding. If Lin Ling and the others opened their mouths, they would not raise the price for fear of offending this group of people. After all, a guy who dared to kill people in an auction and was safe and sound, this kind of person could not be provoked. These people seem to be afraid of us. Gradually, young Master Ming also noticed this strange scene. That's true, but do we really look that fierce? Qingzhu said with a wry smile. I guess we are very fierce. Dragon Mother nodded as if she was serious. Lin Ling also had a wry smile on his face, but he did not care. Since others had let them have it, when they saw a suitable treasure, naturally, they would not be unreasonable. The next treasure is an extremely rare meteorite. It is said that it is one of the materials needed to refine a universe-level divine weapon, Pangu's godly axe. At this time, an irregular stone that looked like a meteorite floated up. The stone was about the size of a millstone. It did not release any spiritual energy and looked very ordinary. One of the materials for Pangu's godly axe? I have Pangu's real body. If I have Pangu's godly axe, I will be able to exert its power greatly. Lin Ling's eyes were constantly flashing, but he secretly shook his head. Pangu's godly axe was definitely made of more than one stone. Moreover, this kind of godly axe, even if one had the materials, who could refine it? Therefore, he was only a little tempted, but he didn't plan to take it for himself. However, he didn't notice that many people were paying attention to his expression. When they saw that he was moved, they immediately sighed. This is a precious unmanned meteorite. If he takes a fancy to it, does that mean it belongs to him? Don't worry about him, just bid as usual. You make it sound so impressive. Why don't you make a bid? You only know how to bewitch others. You're the coward. Come and try me if you can. A spectacle appeared in the auction. Everyone was staring at the stone, but no one bid. He looked like a duck that was being held by the neck, which was very comical. Qingzhu and the others all shook their heads speechlessly. Did he really think they were murderers? Lin Ling waited quietly for a moment. He also felt that something was strange, but after looking around, he realized what was going on. Laughing, he said, I didn't take a liking to this treasure. If you want it, go ahead and bid for it. Also, don't treat us like villains. It was auctioned according to the rules. Who knows if you'll kill me and steal my treasures? Someone shouted in a low voice. In fact, people were indeed afraid of this. After all, murderers dared to kill people in the Purple Wind Cave. Killing people and stealing treasures was nothing. Nonsense, are we that kind of people? Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly and scolded. Previously, it was the Myriad Sea clan who provoked us, so we killed them. If no one provoked us, why would we kill them? That's what you said. It seems that he really didn't take a fancy to the unmanned meteorite. Come, let's bid, 500 dragon stones. The scene became lively once again. Everyone was fighting over the treasures, and in the end, an old man obtained the treasures. Ironically, this old man was a middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god, but he was still afraid of Lin Ling and the others. It was obvious that no one was stupid. In their opinion, Lin Ling and the others were not only powerful, but they could also kill people in the Purple Wind Cave without incident. In addition, they weren't afraid of the Myriad Sea clan or the Silvermoon clan. Therefore, people guessed that this group of people must have a strong background. TSK, it was sold for 5,000 dragon stones. Lei Gong suddenly said, it's just a material. What if it's our final treasure? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling and the others were looking forward to it. Not long after, it was finally their Chu Wuju's turn. After the introduction of the Chu Wuju's function, the auction went silent for a while, but soon it became lively again. The fog could ignore all detection and divine abilities. This was a treasure that many gods had at the bottom of their chests. At a critical moment, it could save a life. The auction also stated that a certain method was needed to fully activate this kind of pearl. However, many gods were thinking that they must have a way to break this taboo. I know, this is the treasure of the Chu family in the chaotic realm. Someone who was knowledgeable guessed the origin of this treasure. Then, he explained the status of this treasure in the Chu family, which aroused the interest of many people. Although the Chu family had a strong background, this was the Dao Tower. What was there to be afraid of? As for the Chu family's final treasure, this treasure was even more extraordinary. It would be strange if they did not buy it. As if a bomb had been ignited in the auction, people were in high spirits, and the price kept soaring. At the beginning, the price had reached 3,000 dragon stones, and every time the price was raised, it increased by 500 dragon stones. Lin Ling and the others were shocked to see the price soar, but they were all very happy. These guys pretended to be poor when they were auctioning ordinary treasures. Now that the final treasure is being auctioned, they are all taking out all their money. Lei Gong scolded them with a smile. After a long time, the Chu Wuju was sold for 10,000 dragon stones to a mysterious middle-aged man. After getting the treasure, this man left immediately, looking very mysterious. Obviously, he also knew that this treasure was the Chu family's final treasure, so he naturally wanted to leave this place immediately. Moreover, although the Chu Wuju would attract the attention of the Chu family, it was also a powerful life-saving trump card. No one would miss it, no matter if it was a human or a god. They only had one life. It was worth it to pay some risks to survive. 10,000 dragon stones was the highest price in today's auction. TSK, I don't know who put this treasure up for auction, but in the blink of an eye, he earned 10,000 dragon stones. I'm so jealous. Yes, with these dragon stones, I guess my cultivation stage will be greatly improved. Many people were still thinking about the previous craziness. Lin Ling and young Master Ming looked at each other and smiled. These dragon stones were indeed enough for them to become stronger. There were 9 of them, so each of them could get 1,000 dragon stones. Then, several more final treasures were auctioned, and the auction was completely over. Lin Ling and the others hurried backstage. After waiting for a while, Lord Bai arrived and handed over 9,000 dragon stones, of which 1,000 were accepted by the auction house as commission. Lin Ling, the Silver Wind clan and the Myriad Sea clan are waiting outside the auction house. You must be careful. As they walked along the corridor, everyone looked solemn. They knew that a great battle was about to break out. They have been waiting for us for a long time. This time, I guess the Silver Moon clan is involved. Lei Gong suddenly said. Although he had prepared himself, he still felt uneasy when he thought of being besieged by the deity clan. Xingyi, Longyang and the others were silent, but they were looking at Lin Ling. This man had led them through many life and death situations. This time, they could only rely on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, what do you think? Young Master Ming asked with a smile. He looked indifferent. What's there to see? We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He seemed to have noticed something. Then, he looked at Qing Zhu and found that she was also smiling mysteriously. He instantly knew that she had noticed something. As they walked, there was a sea of people outside the auction house. Now, everyone in the Purple Wind Cave knew about Lin Ling and the others. They knew that something big was going to happen after the auction. Did that group of people leave? Not yet. Someone saw them just now. I don't know what kind of battle it will cause. That goes without saying. Those people can't fight against the deity clan. They are doomed. You didn't see him. He is an elder of the Million Sea Tribe. His divine body is a tuna. He is extremely powerful and famous on the 6th level. That is Xianxia of the Silver Moon clan. He is a ray of moonlight from God Ancestor Silver Moon. He is also very powerful. A series of discussions echoed in every corner of the place. At the entrance of the auction house, 2 groups of people stood there. Their auras were strong, but they were silent, which made the atmosphere very oppressive. Elders of the Million Sea Tribe, have you found out the whereabouts of those people? Suddenly, a burly young man asked. On the myriad oceanic race's side, an elder with a long beard and a walking stick said, "We still haven't found out where they came from, but we know that they're all very powerful. Not long ago, they killed our myriad oceanic race's myriad Earth. I've seen them fight with my own eyes, and I'm sure that most of them are martial saints. With such strength, no wonder he's so arrogant." The burly young man's expression turned cold. "No matter what kind of strength you have, all of you will die here today." Yin Chuanyu said it. "Of course. If we don't kill them, what dignity do we have left?" The old man with the walking stick also nodded slightly. They continued to wait quietly. They weren't afraid that Lin Ling and the others would escape. After all, Lin Ling and the others couldn't escape. After a long time, a large number of figures finally appeared at the door. It was Lin Ling and the others. At this moment, the crowd outside the auction house fell silent. The 2 god clans stared coldly at Lin Ling and the others as if they wanted to imprint their faces into their hearts. "Elder, that white-haired man is the one who killed Chen Quan and Wan Zhong too." Someone from the Myriad Sea Tribe pointed at Lin Ling. "Young Master, he's the one who killed Young Master Yin Chuanshi." Someone from the Silver Moon clan pointed at Young Master Ming. The 2 god clans had locked onto their enemies. "You're the one who killed 2 people from the Myriad Sea Tribe." After a moment of silence, the elder from the Myriad Sea Tribe spoke. He was holding a walking stick, but the walking stick had a powerful godly power that made people feel as if they were in the universe. Late-stage universe giant god. Lin Ling and the others were secretly shocked. They couldn't resist such strength at all. However, although they were shocked, their expressions didn't change. "So you're the one behind those 2 idiots?" Lin Ling nodded slightly. "Yes, I killed those 2 idiots. Is there a problem? How dare you be so stubborn after killing people from the Myriad Sea Tribe?" The elder stomped his walking stick, his face full of murderous intent. If it weren't for the Silver Moon clan, he would have attacked long ago. "Stubborn?" Lin Ling sneered. They were already enemies. Was he supposed to be soft if he wasn't stubborn? He said disdainfully, "I'm stubborn." "So what? You're bluffing." Hearing this, the eyes of the Myriad Sea Tribe members were spitting fire, and their bodies were trembling. From this, it could be seen how furious they were. After all, they were the 12 god clans. They were the ones who bullied others. Now that they were being bullied, the other party dared to be so arrogant. "You're the one who killed my 9th brother, right? Tell me your name." At this time, Yin Chuanyu also spoke, his eyes fixed on Young Master Ming. "Who's your 9th brother? I've killed countless people in my life. Who knows if I killed your 9th brother?" Young Master Ming wasn't a kind person. He didn't give face to the Silver Moon clan. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Yin Chuanyu was furious. "My 9th brother was killed in the auction. You only need to say yes or no. So it's that idiot. So what if I did?" Young Master Ming nodded, his face full of indifference. This group of people is indeed arrogant. It's just that they can't escape even if they have wings. Where did they get their confidence from? Everyone was shocked. That white-haired man was arrogant, and this evil-looking youth was also arrogant. If you're so capable, tell me your name. Yin Chuangyu asked again. He wanted to know the background of this group of seemingly arrogant but powerful people. Do you think I'll tell you just because you asked me to? Before asking someone, you should tell me your background. Young Master Ming replied disdainfully. How dare you speak so arrogantly after killing my young master? You've gone too far. Seeing young Master Ming's repeated provocations, someone from the Silver Moon clan couldn't help but attack. This person was a middle-stage deity universe giant god with a deity energy of 200 trillion. You're courting death. Unexpectedly, young Master Ming wasn't afraid at all. He stepped forward and waved his hand. 9 bronze doors appeared. The doors opened quickly, and tumbling dark wind blew out. Underworld. At this moment, the gods of the Silver Moon clan all reacted. Young Master Ming's strength was at the early stage deity universe giant god level, but his deity energy was unimaginably strong. It kept expanding and enveloped the entire Purple Wind Cave. From 100 trillion, it kept increasing until it reached 150 trillion. This is deity energy. The gods of the Purple Wind Cave were all shocked. Early-stage deity universe giant gods usually had a deity energy of 100 trillion, and this was already considered good. Most of them hadn't reached 100 trillion, but this person had exceeded it by more than half. So strong? Not good. The god of the Silver Moon clan who attacked cried out in alarm. He felt the 9 bronze doors locking onto him, weakening his strength. This was the feeling of death. One weakened while the other strengthened. Young Master Ming's huge hand grabbed over. This wasn't something that the god could only resist. This huge hand was a huge skeletal arm, but it was like the hand of the god of the underworld, dominating life and death. It broke through the universe, pierced through countless deity energy, and suddenly grabbed that god of the Silver Moon clan. Hong, the white bony palm clenched, and that deity turned into silver light and dissipated. Everyone was shocked. A middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant god died just like that. He died so cleanly and in front of the Silver Moon god clan. Die for me. But at this moment, the ground exploded, and a dazzling light shot up into the sky as though the moon had risen from the ground. Yet another 2 middle-stage deity realm cosmos giant gods. They seized the opportunity when young Master Ming was finishing his move to unleash their strength and forcefully attacked. Junior brother, make your move. Green Bamboo said to Lin Ling after glancing at the myriad sea clan. Xiao, she shot out, and in midair, she turned into a huge white snake. This white snake bit on a piece of emerald green bamboo, and it swept down towards the moonlight. With this sweep, the originally endless moonlight revealed its true form. It was a moonman covered in dazzling light. This person seemed to be formed by the moonlight. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to attack his body, but the first sweep of the green bamboo swept him out of his body, and the second sweep smashed him down to the ground. Chi chi chi, the sound of people gasping could be heard again. Where did this white snake come from? Why was it so strong? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. The last time senior sister helped him, it was in the form of a huge white ape. This time, it was a white snake, but they had a similar characteristic, green bamboo. It seemed that the emerald green bamboo was senior sister's true godly body. Sir, we will help you. Saint Guai and the others shouted. No need. Lin Ling did not want to expose his identity, so he stopped everyone. After all, if Lei Gong, Longyang, and the others attacked, others would be able to guess that they were the host bodies of the world wills, and at that time, new enemies would appear, such as the Rot race and the 3 god sects of White Mountain. He unleashed his strength, innate talent fusion, Universe 3 Extremes Break, Lin Ling's Universe, Panga's Attack, and Faith Sword. This was the first time he used all his trump cards at the same time. Under normal circumstances, even if he used all his trump cards, he might not be a match for a middle-stage deity cosmos giant god. But this time, the opponent's attention wasn't on Lin Ling. Lin Ling was also a sneak attacker. Therefore, when all of this power landed on the body of another powerful god, the god was unable to withstand it for a short period of time and was forcibly suppressed back to the ground. I'm being suppressed again. Many people narrowed their eyes again, but more of them were staring at Qing Zhu and young Master Ming. Everyone could see that these two were the strongest. the Myriad Sea tribe hadn't made a move yet because they wanted to see through Lin Ling's strength. But now, they were shocked. Lin Ling's strength was beyond their imagination. Those two are merely early-stage deity realm universe giant gods, yet they can easily defeat middle-stage deity realm universe giant gods. As for that white-haired man, he doesn't seem that powerful, but in fact, he is the most terrifying one. After all, he is only an early-stage Saint Universe giant god. Has anyone figured out where this group of people came from? The elder from the Myriad Sea tribe asked in a low voice, but most people shook their heads. There was a short period of silence in front of the auction. Countless eyes were fixed on the three great beings in the sky. Everyone was shocked by their strength, but they also knew that they were just showing off their skills. If they really fought, these people wouldn't be a match for the two godly clans. 9 Universe Stars, Underworld Reincarnation, Young Master Ming. Suddenly, an old voice came from Xianxia. There was a mark of a moon on his forehead, emitting a soft light. God Ancestor is here. Seeing this mark, the people from the Silver Moon clan were all shocked and knelt down on one knee. God Ancestor Silver Moon? Young Master Ming looked down at Xianxia, his face full of arrogance. So it's one of the 9 universe stars. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder these people were so powerful. It turned out that their leader was young Master Ming. Many people had heard of this person. It was said that he was one of the most dazzling comets in the second half of the Tao Pagoda. These people are. The old voice sounded once more, and it was directed at Qing Zhu, Lin Ling, and the others. Lin Ling sneered. When the Silver Moon clan was exterminated in the Ocean Saint City, he also heard the voice of the Silver Moon clan. Unfortunately, it was just a voice, so he didn't know who they were. Why do you want to know so much? Young Master Ming didn't intend to expose Lin Ling and the others. Haha, young Master Ming, do you think that we won't know if you don't tell us? The voice of the Silver Moon clan was full of confidence. The old man from the Myriad Sea tribe sneered. He knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was going to send people to attack them. I think that even if you attack us, you won't be able to figure out who we are. But at this time, Green Bamboo also said with a smile. Little girl, you are too confident. If you don't believe me, how about we make a bet? Okay, how do you want to bet? It's very simple. If you can't figure out who we are today, you will avoid us for 3 days when you see us again. What do you think? If you can figure out who we are today, we will be captured. Little girl, you are very confident. I don't believe that you can't figure out who we are. I promise you. After talking for a while, God Ancestor Silver Moon agreed. Green Bamboo laughed happily and said, That's what you said. Everyone here heard it. I think that God Ancestor Silver Moon won't go back on his words. Of course, if you want to break your promise, I can't do anything about it. But the Silver Moon clan will be despised by others. Well, since we are going to make a bet, I want to know why you didn't come in when you knew that we were at the auction. Instead, you waited for me outside the auction. Hearing this, God Ancestor Silver Moon fell silent. After all, he had just arrived and didn't know what was going on. The old man from the Myriad Sea tribe sneered and said, We don't want to disturb the order of the auction. So you are afraid of the auction? Green Bamboo smiled faintly and said, In my opinion, if you want to know who we are, you have to catch us. But if we don't leave the auction, I guess you can't do anything about it. Haha, little girl, you are so naive. There are people from all the god clans in the auction. Do you think they will help you? Hearing this, the old man from the Myriad Sea tribe laughed even louder and his voice was full of sarcasm. I'm sorry. Under the orders of the manager, if the guests don't leave the auction, no one is allowed to catch them. A voice suddenly came, and the old man from the Myriad Sea tribe narrowed his eyes. What did that mean? Did it mean that as long as these people didn't leave the auction, they were not allowed to catch them? Did the auction want to protect them? What does the Purple Wind Cave auction mean? Where is Mr. Mu, your manager? Does he mean the same thing? The face of the old man from the Myriad Sea clan instantly turned ugly. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The two god clans had come, and even the Silver Moon clan had come. How could the auction not give them face? In the auction house, an old man looked at the crowd and said calmly. He was lured by, everyone was shocked. It seemed that the auction house was going to offend the two deity clans for these people. Of course, what the manager means is that if they are in the auction house, we will be responsible for them. But if they leave the auction house, we will ignore them. Lord Bai said again. Although he said that, in reality, he was still protecting this group of people. Purple Wind Auction House, what if I ask for these people? Mysterious moonlight spread out from Xianxia's body, and the head of an old man with silver hair and long hair appeared. God Ancestor Silver Moon was one of the most ancient deities of all eras. He was a dominator who had survived several calamities of the universe. All the deities in the primordial age knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was not very powerful. He had even been beaten to kneel down and beg for mercy. However, he had survived several calamities. From the weakest to the strongest, no one dared to look down on him. He was like a cockroach among the dominators. I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. We can't do anything about it. Lord Bai was obviously afraid of God Ancestor Silver Moon. But when he thought of the Lord behind the scenes, he gritted his teeth and said, Let Mr. Mu talk to me. The silver moonlight formed a powerful aura and suppressed Lord Bai. God Ancestor, why do you bully these newcomers? At this time, a smile was heard. Although they did not see Mr. Mu, everyone knew that Mr. Mu had appeared. Mr. Mu, what do you mean? God Ancestor Silver Moon said coldly. If he was here, he would not have spoken so politely. He could have just taken the newcomers away, but now, he could not do that. The auction house was not Mr. Mu's. There were several powerful deity clans behind him. They had reached an agreement that no leader of the deity clans could interfere with the auction. Mr. Mu would take care of everything, only in this way could there be justice. Therefore, even though the God Ancestor Silver Moon had shares in the auction house, he did not dare to do anything for fear of breaking the rules. I'm sorry. Mr. Mu's voice was heard. Then, there was silence. However, people guessed that it must be something serious. That was why Mr. Mu had secretly transmitted his voice. No way. The patriarchs of the 12 deity clans are here and the auction house still won't compromise. This group of people probably have a big background. Just wait and see. We'll know the final result. People were also discussing spiritedly. Only now did they realize that this group of people seemed to be somewhat extraordinary. However, what was disappointing was that they only knew the name of one of them. They didn't know the name of the others. Fine, I'll give face to your Purple Wind auction. However, you must remember, if they leave and your Purple Wind cave dares to interfere, then don't blame us for being impolite. At this time, the voice of God Ancestor Silver Moon floated out. It seemed that he had compromised. Godly Ancestor. The people of the Myriad Sea race and the Silver Moon race glared at him. They had come in such a grandiose manner, but in the end, they were not allowed to capture anyone? We'll capture them after they leave the Purple Wind Cave. God Ancestor Silver Moon did not explain and disappeared gradually. Xianxia, on the other hand, glared at young Master Ming and the others. He was so angry that his face was distorted. He snorted coldly and said, Don't be too complacent. If you have the ability, don't leave the Violet Wind Cave for the rest of your lives. Catch us if you can. Young Master Ming smiled indifferently. You've got guts. But let me tell you, don't fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The old man from the Myriad Sea clan was also looking at Lin Ling. His beard was straight from anger. Lin Ling said calmly, We'll talk about it after you catch me. If you can't catch me, then don't talk nonsense. Then, he turned around and led his people into the auction house. They would not leave. I'm so angry. Seeing Lin Ling and his people leave as if they were going shopping, the people of the Myriad Sea race and the Silver Moon race stamped their feet angrily again. With so many experts gathered here, it would be easy for them to catch Lin Ling and his people. However, they failed to do so. Mr. Mu must have some scruples, so he reached an agreement with the godly ancestor. Otherwise, the godly ancestor would not let them go. After being angry, Xianxia murmured to himself and then left with his people. Although they were not reconciled, they did not dare to disobey the order of the godly ancestor. As for the Myriad Sea race, they did not have anyone who could speak for them. That elder was not even as powerful as the godly ancestor. Naturally, he did not dare to object. The two groups left one after another, leaving the people in endless reverie. Lin Ling, what's going on? When Lin Ling and his people returned to the auction house, Lei Gong and Long Yang were shocked. Only Lin Ling and Qing Zhu looked at each other. In fact, they had already guessed it. After all, if the Silver Moon race really wanted to catch them, why would they wait outside the auction house? This meant that they were also afraid of the auction house. Moreover, when Lin Ling and his people killed at the auction house, the owner of the auction house did not show up and let them do as they pleased. This also meant that something was wrong. Of course, Lin Ling did not expect that the owner of the auction house would protect them in front of God Ancestor Silver Moon. If God Ancestor Silver Moon knew that I was Lin Ling, he would have gone all out to kill me. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. This was also the reason why he did not reveal his identity. I'm sure. Lei Gong and his people nodded. The branch of the Silver Moon race had been exterminated, so they had become the most wanted criminals of the Silver Moon race. However, the information on each floor of the Tao Pagoda was not so widely circulated, so no one knew them. Hello. At this time, a light appeared in front of them, and then a middle-aged man in a white robe walked out. I'm Mr. Mu, the owner of the auction house. The middle-aged man looked at them with a smile and introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Mr. Mu. Except for Lin Ling and Qing Zhu, the others were surprised, but they still saluted him one after another. You have seen what happened before, so I won't explain much. The reason why I helped you was mainly because of you too. Mr. Mu spoke quickly and looked at Lin Ling and Qing Zhu. If we can see Master, we will say a few words for you. Qing Zhu was smooth and slick. She naturally knew that Mr. Mu helped them not because of friendship, but because of their master. Thank you. Mr. Mu bowed slightly to Qing Zhu and said, you can stay here at ease. You can leave whenever you want. But I have to remind you that once you leave, it will be difficult for you to come back. However, if you stay here for a long time, they will inevitably find a way to trick you out. Our auction house can't help you with this. You can only rely on yourselves. Understood. Lin Ling and the others nodded. Mr. Mu once again entered the light and disappeared. So it's because of you, Lin Ling. What's going on? Lei Gong and the others were still confused. The last time I went to the Chaos Realm, I was accepted as a disciple by Patriarch Subhuti. Patriarch Subhuti is one of the 8 gods of the Chaos Realm, so Mr. Mu also gave face to Patriarch Subhuti. Lin Ling explained. Lei Gong and the others gasped. They did not expect Lin Ling's background to be so strong. Now, what do we do? Stay here until we're old? I won't do it. I'm going to the 18 Dragon Mountains to continue looking for dragon stones. We have a lot of dragon stones now, let's break through first. After our strength increases, we'll find a chance to leave this place. As long as we rush into the 18 Dragon Mountains, with the geographical environment there, it'll be very difficult to find us. Lin Ling suggested. Everyone immediately agreed. They had long wanted to find a safe place to cultivate. After all, the dragon stones were a burden to them. Soon after, Lin Ling found Lord Bai and asked him where he could find a safe place to cultivate. Lord Bai brought Lin Ling and the others to the auction house. There was a huge ancient lake there, and there were few people. All kinds of beautiful white birds were flying around. It was quite a peaceful place. This place belongs to the auction house. You can cultivate here. As long as you don't leave, I guarantee your safety. Thank you, Lord Bai. After Lord Bai left, everyone began to look for their own cultivation places. There were many caves at the side of this beautiful ancient lake. The caves were clean and tidy, very suitable for cultivation. It seemed to be the cultivation place of the predecessors. Moreover, there was a colorful mist floating out of the ancient lake. It was a dense spiritual energy, very suitable for cultivation. Lin Ling informed Qing Zhu and the others and chose a clean cave abode. When they entered, they saw that there was not a speck of dust in the cave abode. There was a table, a chair, and a bed, very much like the place cultivators used for seclusion, and the wind in the ancient lake could blow into the cave. It was extremely comfortable. Lin Ling casually set up some barriers at the entrance of the cave, and then began to cultivate. He had a lot of dragon stones now, so he should be able to break through this time. A dragon stone appeared in his hand. He looked up and down and saw that the dragon stone was like a gem. There were clouds of smoke swimming inside. it was very magical. Moreover, when he looked carefully, it was as if he could see a dragon swimming inside. Moreover, if he poured his divine energy into it, he would find that the dragon stone was fixed, just like a dragon's eye. The dragon stone is the product of the 18 dragon mountains, and the dragon mountains are formed by the 18 ancestral dragons. Their dragon chi is really huge, condensing into stones. Lin Ling used the primal chaos divine formula and began to refine the dragon stone. Surprisingly, the refining speed was faster than Lin Ling had imagined. These dragon stones were very suitable for cultivation. Moreover, after entering his body, he felt as if a dragon was swimming in his body. It was very comfortable. Refined? Following that, Lin Ling detected that the dragon stone turned into divine essence, being absorbed by the first dantian. This speed was so fast that it once again exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. No wonder so many people were fighting over the dragon stones. The first dantian has become stronger. Continue. Lin Ling took out a large number of dragon stones and continued to refine them. The first dantian was constantly expanding, as if the universe was constantly expanding. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling finally felt the pressure bearing down on him after consuming 1/3 of the dragon stones. It was the divine tribulation. Breaking through the first dantian was indeed more troublesome than breaking through the other dantians. However, if the first dantian was not broken through, it would be difficult to break through the other dantians. Scram! Lin Ling waved his arm. Facing the divine tribulation, it was as if he was driving away flies. The main reason was that his cultivation level wasn't high, but his strength was very strong. Rumble, in the sky, the formless divine tribulation was destroyed by Lin Ling. After all, this was not the divine tribulation of a major realm, so its power was not very strong. After the divine tribulation disappeared, Lin Ling's first dantian successfully entered the middle stage of the saint realm of the universe giant god realm. His deity energy, soul energy, and fleshly body energy were all improving. With the deity energy increasing the most, Lin Ling was delighted. This Tao Pagoda was indeed the best place for gods to improve their strength. He took out the dragon stones again and, in a spurt of energy, pushed the other dantians into a new realm. After the first dantian successfully broke through, the other dantians were obviously much simpler. Under the crazy smashing of the dragon stones, they all broke through. In the sky where Lin Ling was, the formless pressure was still dissipating. It was the power of the divine tribulation. Someone is breaking through in that direction. Judging by the momentum of the divine tribulation, it seems like a deity realm giant god is breaking through. Breaking through is a joyous occasion. I really envy that god. The gods of the Purple Wind Cave were all envious. After all, it was not easy to break through at their level of strength. Treasures, foundations, and opportunities were indispensable. Some gods remained stagnant for 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years. Even if they had treasures, their foundations and comprehension of the universe were not enough, and they still could not break through. Lin Ling has broken through. Beside the ancient lake, Xiaoluan and Longyang were looking in Lin Ling's direction. They were happy for Lin Ling. The stronger Lin Ling is, the further he can lead us. Longyang was somewhat excited. Thinking of the man she worshipped, a happy smile appeared on her face. Sister Longyang, if it weren't for Lord Lin Ling, we would have died long ago. Even if we didn't die, we would be ordinary members of the masses. It was Lin Ling who led us to the end of the universe. Sometimes, I feel very lucky to have met Lord Lin Ling. Xiaoluan said while looking at the calm lake. Longyang nodded. Thinking of how she and Lin Ling had changed from enemies to close friends, she also felt very lucky. Of course, more than that, it was a kind of happiness. She did not ask for any promises from Lin Ling. As long as she could follow Lin Ling, she would be satisfied. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sprinting with all his might. His dantians were smoothly breaking through. His godly power was also rising like a boat rising with the tide. After an unknown amount of time, the sun, moon, and stars appeared around him. It was as though he was floating in the universe. However, these mysterious signs disappeared very quickly, and everything returned to normal. Middle stage universe giant god saint, Lin Ling opened his eyes. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well, as if they had been there since ancient times. My godly power has doubled. It's now in the 8 trillion range. My fleshly body has also doubled. It's now in the 4 trillion range. My soul power has increased the least. There's only a small fluctuation. Lin Ling sensed that his overall strength had increased by a full 40%. Now, he was confident that he was 100% invincible among saints. An early-stage universe giant god could probably defeat 80% of the gods. It was still more difficult for him to defeat the stronger ones, but he still had a 50% chance. Jade-cloaked flesh fruit. After that, a fruit that looked like a flesh tumor appeared in Lin Ling's hand. This was the food of the giant god clan and the Pangu clan. It was extremely rare in this universe, and he had obtained it from an auction. How do I refine this? Lin Ling looked it up and down. Then, he ate it like a fruit. He took a bite. The taste was not very good. There was a fishy smell, like the smell of gasoline. However, after this smell spread throughout his body, Lin Ling instantly felt an indescribable feeling. It was as though he liked this smell very much. This was his body's liking. After all, he had the body of a Pangu. When he encountered the food of the past, he naturally felt that it was indispensable. I didn't expect that my body would like such a disgusting thing. Lin Ling was speechless. However, he felt that the more he smelled it, the more fragrant it was. Then, he ate it in big mouthfuls. He finished the palm-sized fruit in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he discovered that his body was undergoing earth-shaking changes. His strength was increasing crazily. Lin Ling felt as though he was creating a new world and tearing apart any universe. His physical strength had reached 10 trillion, his power of God had reached 8 trillion, if he fused his innate talents with Pangu's attack, his power would reach 3.6 billion. It could be said that no one in the saint level had such terrifying power. Moreover, Lin Ling's Pangu's finger and Pangu's attack could increase his power and invincibility. Lin Ling's invincibility was actually limited. If the opponent's power of God was too strong, the invincibility would only last for a short period of time. If the opponent exceeded Lin Ling's power by 3 times or even 10 times, the invincibility would lose its effect. Now that his physical strength had increased, this resistance would undoubtedly increase again. Dragon stones are indeed powerful. Lin Ling was shocked. These dragon stones were almost comparable to chaos stones. Now, he had used up all his dragon stones, and only 9 dragon stones were left. This stone gathered the essence of 9 dragon stones, and Lin Ling planned to use it to break through at the last moment. I don't know how long I've been in seclusion this time. Lin Ling left the cave and saw an ancient lake. A gentle breeze blew past, ruffling the lake water. It was a beautiful scenery. Lin Ling felt incomparably comfortable as he enjoyed the breeze. Looking around, Lin Ling saw Longyang, Lei Gong, and the others beside the ancient lake. It seems that young Master Ming, Green Bamboo, and Saint Guy are still in seclusion. Lin Ling took a step and disappeared, appearing beside Lei Gong and the others. Who is it? Lin Ling? Lei Gong and Longyang were stunned at first, then they smiled happily. You've all broken through to the peak of the saint-level universe god realm. Lin Ling looked at them and saw that their power had increased. He was instantly happy for them, and Lin Ling had a feeling that they were actually just one step away from the deity level. They were just waiting for the arrival of the deity level. However, this was normal. Lei Gong and Longyang couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had 8 dungeons and needed more resources to break through. Moreover, Lin Ling had used up all his dragon stones this time, but Lei Gong and the others didn't. They must have left a lot behind. You've also broken through. Longyang looked Lin Ling up and down and smiled. If I can't break through with so many dragon stones, I'll have to go back to my grandma's house. Lin Ling shook his head. Only the 2 of you broke through? There's also Xiaoluan, but he's left and hasn't been back for 2 days. Lei Gong and Dragon Lady looked at each other. Dragon Lady suddenly said with an apologetic look in her eyes. Didn't I tell you not to leave this place? Lin Ling was stunned and frowned. Mr. Mu had already reminded them that he would only protect them during the auction. Now that Xiaoluan had disappeared, who knew if she had left this area? How could Lin Ling not be worried? It's like this. Longyang quickly said. It turned out that she and Xiaoluan had already come out of seclusion and were waiting for everyone. But one day, Xiaoluan told Longyang that she wanted to walk around. Originally, Longyang wanted to stop her. But Xiaoluan said that she wanted to see if there were any spiritual herbs nearby. In addition, Longyang thought that she wouldn't go far, so she let her go. Longyang thought that Xiaoluan would be back soon. In the end, he had disappeared for 2 days. Xiaoluan isn't someone who doesn't know the importance of things. Maybe she really had something to do and left, but she would definitely tell us. Lin Ling frowned. Why don't we wait a little longer? After all, it's only been 2 days. Lei Gong said. To the gods, 2 days was just a blink of an eye. Lin Ling shook his head. Outside the auction, the 2 god tribes are eyeing us covetously. 2 days is enough for a lot of changes to happen. I guess that Xiaoluan is indeed walking around, but the people from the 2 god tribes must have used some tricks to deceive her. Xiaoluan has left. The people from the 2 god tribes don't dare to violate the agreement, so they won't enter here. But it's inevitable that they will use some tricks. After Lin Ling's analysis, Lei Gong and the rest also felt that it was right. They suddenly became worried. Should we inform young Master Ming and the rest? Longyang asked. Lin Ling looked behind and shook his head. They might be at the critical moment of breaking through. It's better not to inform them. We'll look for her ourselves. Longyang, which direction did Xiaoluan leave in? That way. Longyang pointed to the east of the ancient lake. There were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was a land of lavender. Butterflies were dancing in the air. It was very beautiful. It was no wonder that Xiaoluan walked over there. He was bored of waiting. When he saw the beautiful flowers, he naturally wanted to take a look. Lin Ling pondered. Suddenly, he said, Longyang, you go alone. We'll follow behind you. I'm afraid that if we go together, we'll alert the enemy. Okay. Longyang also agreed with Lin Ling's opinion. She quickly walked in the direction of the ancient lake. Lin Ling, will everything be fine? Lei Gong watched Longyang leave. He was still worried. This place belongs to the auction. The 2 god tribes don't dare to offend Mr. Mu. They definitely won't dare to come close to this place or spy on this place. But if we leave the range of the ancient lake, we will be in their sights. So Longyang will go alone. Maybe they will notice us. But if we stay at the ancient lake, they won't know. If the 2 god tribes really make a move secretly, as long as they catch Longyang, they will definitely bring her to Xiaoluan. At that time, we'll just save her. Lin Ling analyzed. But if there's a conflict and we can't come back in time, we will be surrounded by the 2 god tribes. At that time, Mr. Mu won't be able to come out. No one can save us. Lei Gong frowned. There's no other way. Even if we know it's dangerous, we still have to do it. We can't leave Xiaoluan alone. Moreover, their target is me and young Master Ming. So as long as they don't catch us, Xiaoluan is still safe for the time being. Lin Ling said. Then, he and Lei Gong concealed themselves and quietly followed Longyang. They didn't dare to get too close. Lin Ling only left a strand of soul strength on Longyang for investigation purposes. Longyang moved forward along the ancient lake. After a while, she finally arrived at the place where the flowers were. Then, she realized that this place was very big and extended all the way. It was full of lavender. Longyang was very smart. She smiled and continued to move forward. Xiaoluan. At the same time, she kept shouting. She intended to remind the people who were supervising this place. What a beautiful flower. Of course, she didn't show any signs of worry. She gave people the impression that she was just looking for something casually. After moving forward like this for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, she was already deep in the flowers. She was getting further and further away from the ancient lake. At the same time, several scorpions were crawling on the edge of the flowers. They looked ordinary, but they were quietly staring at Longyang. Another woman came out. Unfortunately, young Master Ming and the others didn't come out. Last time, they caught a woman. Now, there's another one. Is it to tempt her to leave? Suddenly, a 5-colored brilliance appeared in front of them and blended into the flowers. It was so beautiful that one would be lost in it. Longyang swept her gaze and was immediately lost in it. However, she was still clear-headed and knew that there was something fishy about these flowers. However, even though she kept reminding herself, after staring at the brilliance for a long time, she still gradually lost herself, because in the brilliance, she saw herself when she was young. It was as if she had returned to her childhood, she even saw her parents, she walked towards the direction of the brilliance with a blissful smile on her face. What a powerful illusory realm. This is the power of the universe, and it has reached the level of the Five Realms universe. At this moment, Lin Ling and Lei Gong were far away from Longyang. However, the soul force that Lin Ling left on Longyang detected them, he was secretly shocked. No wonder Xiaoluan and Longyang would fall for it. After all, if it was a frontal attack, relying on the willpower of the two women's worlds, ordinary early-stage deities would definitely not be their match, because, after experiencing Longshi's upgrade, they were no longer the same as before, but if it was a frontal attack, they would not be able to resist. Ultimately, it was because their realms were too low and their foundations were too weak. It was just that the willpower of the world was strong, but it was different for Lin Ling. Not only was his willpower strong, his foundations were also very frightening. Naturally, he would not fall for it. So powerful. Even if I stared at that brilliance, I almost fell for it. Lei Gong exclaimed. Lin Ling, what should we do now? Follow carefully. Lin Ling said in a low voice. His soul force was still locked onto Longyang. He was deeply afraid that Longyang would get lost. After all, once she got lost, they would not be able to find her again. Longyang was still moving forward, and a mountain range quietly appeared in front of her. The mountain was not high, but there was a huge brilliance at the foot of the mountain. It was very beautiful, making the foot of the mountain look like a fairyland. Longyang entered the brilliance with a blissful smile. She went in. Lei Gong immediately panicked and wanted to pull Lin Ling to catch up. Lin Ling originally thought the same, but his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stopped Lei Gong. Sure enough, after Longyang entered, a few little scorpions crawled on the ground towards the five-colored light. They emitted a weak sound, and everything seemed very normal. However, Lin Ling faintly sensed a wisp of divine energy from them. These scorpions were not divine beasts or the like, but the god race. Lei Gong, look! Lin Ling hurriedly pointed at the scorpions, and Lei Gong did not react at first, but he gradually realized that something was wrong, because the scorpions seemed to be talking. It's probably the sea scorpion, the myriad oceanic race. Lei Gong's expression changed drastically. If it wasn't for Lin Ling stopping him, they would have been discovered. At that time it would be even more difficult to save Xiaoluan and the others. As the scorpions gradually entered the light also gradually disappeared. Quick! At this moment, Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. He disappeared from where he was with the thunder god and rushed into the light. This light seemed to be a teleportation array. When Lin Ling and the others appeared, they found themselves on a street. Although this street was a little simple, it was very lively. Gods from various eras were constantly walking and buying the treasures around them. Purple Wind Cave. Lin Ling and Lei Gong looked at each other and knew where they were. After all, not long ago, they were buying things on this street. Then, they looked around and found a few people walking in front of them. These people's skin was slightly dark, and they were wearing brown robes. However, Lin Ling was sure that these people were the scorpions from before, and they were now in human form. They walked into a restaurant, and Lin Ling and the others quickly followed. This restaurant was very big, and there were many manners inside. Customers, are you eating or staying? Someone asked. Staying. Lin Ling and Lei Gong had already put on their cloaks and covered their faces. Although it might not be able to stop the myriad sea race's investigation, as long as they were not at close range, they might not be able to see their origins. If you're staying, please follow me. That person said with a smile and was very polite. You have independent manners here, right? We want to stay in a manor. Yes, yes. Manors cost 1 dragonstone per day. What do you think? We'll stay. 1 dragonstone per day was indeed expensive. Of course, if it was just housing, it obviously wouldn't be so expensive. Generally speaking, those who could stay in manors mostly had powerful backgrounds, and there were many people staying there, unlike Lin Ling and the others who only had 2 people. Then, under the guidance of that person, Lin Ling walked out of the inn and came to the other side. They felt as if they had entered another universe. The area here was very large, and there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. There were manors under the mountains. It was truly a magnificent place. This was a paradise, and it was comparable to the ancient lake. Moreover, there were lights flickering in the sky above those manors, which seemed to be some kind of protective cover. Customers, if you want to stay, please pay 100 dragon stones. As for which manor you want to stay in, you can choose it yourselves. The person who led Lin Ling and the others in said with a smile. Lei Gong immediately gave 100 dragon stones and casually picked a manor. Thank you. That person was shocked. He saw that these two people were wearing ordinary clothes and guessed that they were not important people. However, he didn't expect that these two people would hand over 100 dragon stones without batting an eyelid. He hurriedly formed a barrier and gave it to Lin Ling and the others. With this barrier, Lin Ling and the others could enter the manor. Of course, they could only stay in one manor. If there's anything else, I'll look for you. Lin Ling left these words and led Lei Gong forward. In the end, they chose a manor. The main reason was that this manor gave Lin Ling the feeling that it was the closest to Longyang. This meant that Longyang was close to this manor. After Lin Ling and the others entered the manor, they immediately started talking. Xiaoluan and Longyang must be in one of these manors. I just don't know which manor. Lei Gong said. It's not difficult to find the manor, but there must be a large number of powerful gods in the manor. If we want to save them, we'll probably have to end the battle quickly. Lin Ling, you're right. Catching them off guard might be our only advantage. Both of them came to a decision and didn't make a move. They were still paying attention to their surroundings. They saw that there were usually very few people walking around the manor under the Green Mountain. There were only a few scattered people, but they were all very powerful. Moreover, they quickly entered the manor. On the way, Lin Ling also saw the gods of the Million Sea tribe. They had all entered the same manor. That manor was obviously where Longyang and Xiaoluan were imprisoned. Let's do it. The longer we delay, the more trouble there will be. Lin Ling said decisively. How about this? I'll be in charge of attracting their attention while you secretly rescue them. Once we succeed, we'll retreat immediately. Lei Gong suggested. At this moment, in a manor, a large number of gods were gathered. They looked at two women and sneered. Haha, we caught another one. This time, unless young Master Ming is heartless and doesn't care about you anymore, they'll have to listen to our orders and leave the auction. Haha. A burst of excited laughter drifted out. There were only 50 to 60 gods gathered in the manor, and most of them were giant universe gods. Fortunately, the strongest elder of the Myriad Sea clan wasn't here. Sister Longyang. In the manor, Xiaoluan was wrapped in light, and he was looking at Longyang in surprise. Longyang also entered the light and found that her godly power was suppressed. She was like an ordinary person, and the only thing she could use was the world's willpower. Xiaoluan, you didn't use the world's willpower? Longyang exclaimed. If the world's willpower could be used, it meant that the other party hadn't discovered that Xiaoluan was the host of the world's willpower. I saw that even if I rushed out of the seal, I wouldn't be able to defeat these gods, so I didn't use the world's willpower. I was waiting for the right time. Xiaoluan whispered. Longyang was delighted. Xiaoluan had finally grown up and knew how to hide his true power. Sister Longyang, I've harmed you. Xiaoluan thought of Longyang being captured and thought that Longyang came to find her and was captured. They must have wanted to use us as bait to lure Lord Lin Ling and the others out. I've caused them to die. It's all my fault. Why did I wander around? She blamed herself so much that tears flowed out. Xiaoluan, don't worry. I wasn't captured by them. I came here specifically to find you. Besides, Lin Ling already knows that you're missing. He's nearby. Longyang secretly looked around and saw that the Myriad Sea clan members were all pleased with themselves. She ignored them. She and Xiaoluan. Xiaoluan was stunned. Lin Ling is preparing to save us. Listen to my orders later. Longyang said again, this light is probably the power of the universe. It can seal our divine power, but it can't seal the power of the world's will. Later, we'll release the power of the world's will with all our strength. Lord Lin Ling. When Xiaoluan thought of the white-haired man, he became even more excited. whenever she was in trouble, it was always that stalwart man who helped her. "Sir, how should we deal with these two women?" "In the manner," a god said loudly. "Let's wait for Elder Juan to return before making a decision. He has already gone to inform the Silvermoon race. Let's work together. However, I reckon that they are using these two women to lure young Master Ming and his group out. Unless they are heartless enough, they will definitely fall into the trap." "But what if they don't come out?" someone asked. Then let's kill him in front of them." "However, I believe that they will definitely come out. After all, these two women are quite good-looking and powerful. They are probably their wives or something." "My lord is right." Everyone was in high spirits, as though they had just gotten their revenge. They hated Lin Ling and his group to the bone. After all, they had sent out two godly races, but they still couldn't catch them. Now, the entire sixth floor was in an uproar. Countless people were waiting to see a good show, especially the other godly races who were laughing at them. If they killed that group of people, they would be able to raise the prestige of their races and let others know that their two races were not to be trifled with. "No one has ever escaped from the hands of the Myriad Sea race," the god who seemed to have a high status said proudly. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful force suddenly arrived. This force wasn't divine power. Instead, it was mixed with a domineering aura of destruction. With a loud explosion, the deity of the Myriad Sea race exploded. He was completely destroyed. This feeling was as though a deity tribulation had suddenly arrived and destroyed all living things. The entire matter fell silent. Countless people widened their eyes. The one who died was Wanju. He had the strength of an early-stage universe giant god, but he was stronger than the average deity. His divine power was more than 1,000,000,000,000 units, however, he was killed in a single blow. What kind of force was that? It was too strong. At the same time, a figure slowly walked out. It was an old man. His whole body was emitting lightning. He was incomparably domineering, like a thunder god. "It's you." The gods present recognized that old man. They knew that he was one of the people in that group. But no one expected that this old man's strength was so abnormal. Lei Gong. Inside the light screen, Xiaoluan and Longyang were delighted. "Old man, you dare to come here alone? You're courting death." After a short moment of silence, the people of the Myriad Sea race were filled with killing intent. Long, but at this moment, a wave of energy came from behind them. Xiaoluan and Longyang burst out with the power of their world wills and broke the light screen. Obviously, they had burst out with the power of their world wills. Longyang's world wills were eternal life, and Xiaoluan's was creation. These two were not purely offensive forces. But they had a mysterious force that expanded the light screen and broke it. What? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Longyang and Xiaoluan. "Impossible. This is the Five Realms universe," someone said nervously. Only now did he realize that the strength of these two delicate women was actually so powerful. At this moment, another explosive sound rang out. The god of thunder pounced over, holding a light that looked like a sea urchin in his hand. This light released a destructive aura, and wherever it passed, it destroyed the power of gods and killed another god. What kind of power is this? If the first time was an accident, then the second time was definitely not. This was a true killing of a god. Everyone was shocked. They could not understand what kind of power Lei Gong was controlling. Could it be some powerful godly body? "Stop talking nonsense. Capture them." The manor was in chaos. More than 10 gods rushed toward Lei Gong, and the rest rushed toward Longyang and Xiaoluan. Seeing this, Thunderlord's face turned anxious. Although he was incomparably domineering, only he knew that the strength of his worlds wouldn't last for long. "Xiaoluan!" Longyang also shouted. The sword of eternal life appeared in her hand. She combined with Xiaoluan and killed a bloody path. Their willpower of the world was very strange. Any divine power that landed on their bodies would immediately dissipate. Longyang seemed to have endless vitality and was immortal, and Xiaoluan's world wills created countless universal laws and blocked the attacks of the divine power. Oh my god, these two ladies are more abnormal than I imagined. The people of the Myriad Sea race were dumbfounded. So many people joined forces. and the divine power had reached hundreds of trillions, but they could not hurt the two ladies. On the other hand, Lei Gong was in danger. Although his destruction was powerful, his defense was not strong. Facing so many people, it was difficult for him to defend. Bang, bang, bang. However, at this moment, a fist suddenly arrived. It was as if a giant's fist had landed on the shark's body. Boom. After a few fierce punches, the shark's body exploded, and it was beaten to death. Most importantly, this power was not the power of the world's will. It was more like the combination of God's power and physical strength. A figure suddenly appeared. It was Lin Ling. Universe 3 Extremes break. Lin Ling did not delay. He activated his soul power and enveloped the entire matter. His Universe 3 Extremes break was now extraordinary. Although it could cover a large area and could not kill any god, it still affected them. 10,000 The Sea Tribe gods' minds went blank as if they had been hit by a giant hammer. They also had a splitting headache. Panga strike! Lin Ling shouted. Ling Hua went all out, and more than 30 trillion units of power erupted. Boom! He also used Pangu's finger, rumble. This finger forced the gods to retreat continuously and hit the manor's walls. If not for the powerful protective screen on the walls, the entire manor would have been destroyed. Boom! Moreover, the three people at the very front were directly killed. Let's go! Lin Ling took the opportunity to quickly rush out of the manor with a beautiful woman in each hand. Behind him, the Thunder Lord also hurriedly followed and took the opportunity to recover his strength. Boom! The manor was in chaos. The Sea Tribe gods were dazed for a long time before they came to their senses. Boom! They stared at the dead gods on the ground, all of them furious. It's them. They came looking for us. So, they already knew about this. If we let them escape from us again, how can we face others? Chase! They rushed out of the manor and chased after them. Boom! Lin Ling and the rest rushed out of the restaurant. No one dared to stop them. Generally speaking, if a restaurant could be opened in the Purple Wind Cave, there would definitely be strong people overseeing it to prevent people from escaping. However, the people in the restaurant also saw that it was Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling and the rest had paid 100 dragon stones. If they left without saying goodbye, the restaurant would have profited. This way. After rushing out of the restaurant, Lin Ling led everyone in the direction of the auction. While as soon as they left, a large number of gods from the myriad sea tribe rushed out of the restaurant. However, they were stopped because they didn't pay 100 dragon stones like Lin Ling did. Instead, they were paid for each day they stayed. At least, they hadn't paid today. I'll give it to you. Don't ruin our plans. One of the gods furiously threw out the dragon stone. In that short moment, it was enough for Lin Ling and the rest to escape far away. Look, it's Elder Wan. At this moment, one of the gods noticed a group of people walking towards them from the main street. What happened? Elder Wan was walking over with Yin Chuangyu and the others. When they saw this scene, they all frowned. They escaped, the two women escaped, and two people came and saved them. What? What are you guys doing? You have so many people, yet you can't even stop two people? Their sudden attack, coupled with their strength, caught us off guard. Oh right, one of them is the white-haired man who killed Chen Quan. Chase after them. Elder Wan was furious. They had finally found an opportunity. If they let them run back to the auction, their efforts would be in vain. Moreover, after this incident, that group of people would definitely be on high alert, and it would be even harder to catch them. Escape? You still want to escape? Yin Chuangyu's eyes narrowed, and moonlight appeared in his hand. He shouted at Moonlight, those near the auction, stop them. They're about to enter the auction. There were many strong people from the Silvermoon race outside the auction. Following that, then, they also rushed in the direction of the auction. At this moment, Lin Ling and the rest were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the auction appeared in front of them. Although it was close, they all knew that once they entered, it would be another world. Stop them if they want to escape. At this moment, a large number of gods suddenly appeared a few hundred meters away from the auction. Boom, rumble. These gods were not like the myriad sea tribe. They were already prepared. They activated the universe and formed a huge light screen, blocking the way forward. This, one was attacked suddenly, and the other was fully prepared. These people were naturally more difficult to deal with than the myriad sea tribe. Oh no! Lin Ling and the rest's faces darkened. Then, without wasting any time, they unleashed all their strength and tried to open a path to rush into the auction. Naturally, the other party tried their best to stop them. They all knew that they only needed to stop them for a moment, and the main forces of the two Protoss races would arrive. Boom, rumble, of course, in the process of stopping them, they also suffered many casualties. Who is this guy? How can he be so powerful? They were shocked and angry. While, inside the auction, Lord Bai also noticed the battle outside. He quickly informed Mr. Mu. Didn't I tell them not to go out? Mr. Mu frowned when he heard the news. I don't know when they went out. Should we help them now? Lord Bai asked. Mr. Mu shook his head. I've helped them. If I do anything else, I'll completely offend the two Protoss races. How about this? You go and inform young Master Ming and the rest that they're in trouble. We've done our best. Yes. Lord Bai hurriedly left. At this moment, outside the auction house, countless people had died in a short period of time. However, Lei Gong and Longyang were getting weaker and weaker. They were only strong because of their world wills, but this power could be exhausted. The only one who could persist was Lin Ling. Other than not using his world wills, he could be considered to have gone all out. In addition, he had broken through his realm, so his strength was simply incomparable. However, there was a time limit to his trump card, especially Penga's attack, which was weakening continuously. This guy is only a middle-stage Saint Universe giant god, but his strength has surpassed more than half of the early-stage deity universe giant gods. The gods of the Moon Clan became more and more terrifying as they fought. This was the first time they had seen such a fierce saint. At this moment, the main forces at the rear finally arrived. Seeing this scene, they all sucked in a cold breath. So many people had tried to stop Lin Ling and the rest, but more than half of them had died. If they had come a little later, they would have been completely wiped out. This guy is so strong? Yin Chuangyu felt incredulous. Previously, Lin Ling was extremely inconspicuous. The strong ones were young Master Ming and that woman. You won't be able to escape. Elder Wan said with bloodshot eyes. In an instant, the situation became troublesome. The two godly races had completely surrounded Lin Ling and the rest, and they were only a few hundred meters away from the auction house, but these few hundred meters were blocked by countless universes and gods. It would be difficult to charge in. What should we do, Lin Ling? Elder looked at Lin Ling anxiously. Lin Ling didn't say anything. Instead, he looked coldly at Elder Wan and Yin Chuangyu. You are very strong. We have all underestimated you. If you are so capable, tell us your name. Yin Chuangyu said calmly. What made him feel ironic was that he had fought with this group of people twice, but he only knew the name of one of them. The others were still a mystery. Moreover, this group of people was so strong that it was obvious that they were not newcomers. He is one of the hosts of the World Wills, Lin Ling. Lin Ling, Lin Ling? World Will host? There was chaos in front of the auction. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Ling, searching for him. In the end, they all fell on Lin Ling. After all, among the 4 people present, the one who looked the most like Lin Ling was the white-haired man. Who is Lin Ling? Of course, there were also people who didn't know Lin Ling. Seeing the serious faces of others, they were very curious. Lin Ling, a famous figure in the first few floors of the Dao Tower. Every time he goes to a floor, he becomes an overlord. I also heard rumors that this Lin Ling is very famous. Someone said. Tisk, with our strength, if we go to the first half of the Dao Tower, we will also be overlords. You don't know this, right? He destroyed the Silvermoon clan on the 3rd floor. The entire clan was destroyed, and not a single one was left. I heard that on the 5th floor, he destroyed several branches of the God clan and dominated the 5th floor. Among them was the Myriad Sea clan. Moreover, he's ranked 4th among the world's will hosts. The sounds of discussion could be heard, followed by even more gasps of astonishment. It was not strange to be in the first half of the Dao Tower. What was terrifying was that he killed the people of the God clan. This was tantamount to provocation. Such as in today's Dao Tower, who would dare to do so? As for the other three, they are also the world will hosts. At this time, the first ethereal voice sounded again, and this also made everyone stare at Lei Gong and the others, completely understanding. Difficult, no wonder these people were so strong. It turned out that they really had a big background. For world will hosts. Many people thought of a key point. This was a rare convergence of the world will hosts. And the world will hosts were in fact the key in everyone's heart. Dante, it seemed that very few people cared about the world will hosts, but in the past, the world will hosts had been destroyed. Now, everyone's mind was on the top of the Dao Tower. They believed that as long as they reached the top of the Dao Tower, they would have the power to fight against the world will. Therefore, people gradually forgot about the world will. But it was only temporary. Lin Ling, someone exposed us. At this moment, Long Yang's face was solemn. Lin Ling nodded. He was most afraid of his identity being exposed. After all, there were too many powerhouses on the 6th floor of the Dao Pagoda. The Purple Wind Cave was only the tip of the iceberg. If their identities were exposed, it would attract even more powerhouses. His soul force quietly spread out as he continued to investigate. Soon, he discovered the identity of the person who spoke. It was actually a woman wearing a black robe. She was very mysterious. Most importantly, she had all the characteristics of the rotten race. This meant that she was a member of the rotten race. Difficult, the monster was targeting them. However, Lin Ling also realized that this woman was very strong. She was so strong that even if he, Lin Ling, unleashed his full strength, he was still no match for her. This person is definitely an enemy, and he's so strong. This is going to be troublesome. Ling said to Longyang and the others. To the encirclement of the great god clans was one thing, but there was also the rotten race hiding in the dark. Haha, you are Lin Ling. If the god ancestor knew you were here, he would not have let you go. Unfortunately, the god ancestor missed you. At this time, Yin Chuangyu laughed loudly. He seemed to be very excited, perhaps he also knew what Lin Ling represented. He was the #1 enemy of the Silvermoon clan. If he could capture him, it would mean that he was the #1 hero of the Silvermoon clan. Lin Ling. I remember the person who spoiled the plans of the Myriad Sea clan on the 5th level. Elder One also stared coldly at Lin Ling too. The great god clans looked as if they were looking at prey. If they wanted to capture Lin Ling in the beginning, their desire to capture him was 100 times greater now. This Lin Ling is the most wanted criminal of the Silvermoon clan. You can have the others, but Lin Ling must be mine. Yin Chuangyu looked at Elder Wan and said. Elder Wan frowned. How could he agree? However, when he thought of how Lin Ling had destroyed the Silvermoon clan's branch, he finally compromised. Extinguish. Clan. Ren, no one could take this lying down. He could not win against the Silvermoon clan. I want the other 3 host bodies of the Will of the Realms. Elder Wan stated his own request. All right. Yin Chuangyu laughed coldly. He looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, you have been hiding for so many years. Now, your identities have finally been exposed. I can tell you that from this moment on, every day will be like a year. The 6th level will be your nightmare. No one will help you. Hearing this, many people nodded secretly. The 6th level was the territory of the God clan. After Lin Ling and the others' identities were exposed, they would have no helpers or backers. Even if they could escape today, they would not be able to escape tomorrow. Moreover, Lin Ling would not be able to escape today either. While many people believed that once the news spread in the Purple Wind Cave, Lin Ling and the others' lives would be even more difficult. Lin Ling, do you think you can still escape this time? Silver asked. Chuangyu said again, I forgot to tell you that I am Yin Chuangyu, the 7th son of the Silver Moon ancestor god. Yin Chuangshi, who was killed by young Master Ming last time, was the 9th son. We were all transformed by a ray of moonlight from the Silver Moon ancestor. Now, you have not only destroyed our branch family, but also killed the ancestor's son. Do you know how serious your crime is? Lin Ling. Thunder shouted. Gong looked at Lin Ling and tried to figure out what to do with Lin Ling with the current situation. we can only try our best to break out of the encirclement. However, I suspect that even if we break into the auction house, with the news that our identities have been exposed, the auction house will probably not be able to protect us. Our next target is the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling sent a telepathic message to Yin Chuangyu. Then, he went all out and flew towards Yin Chuangyu without a word. He activated Lin Ling's universe, talent fusion, Panga's attack, and even the slightly recovered 3 ultimate breaks of the universe. Most importantly, light appeared in his hand and quietly condensed into a sword. Xian, Sword of Thought. What? They were shocked by Lin Ling's choice. At this time, Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack? Of course. They knew that when the main forces of the 2 god clans arrived, there would be a middle-stage universe giant god. Expert. You overestimate yourself. Elder Wan smiled disdainfully. In his opinion, Lin Ling was walking into a trap. Yin Chuangyu was not afraid at all. His body shook, and countless moonlight sprinkled down. Suddenly, he turned into a huge moonlight giant. His godly power had reached 280 trillion. The most frightening thing was that his universe was also the 5 realms, and he had a powerful godly body. This godly body could turn all attacks into nothingness. Unless it was a powerful godly power, it would not be able to hurt him. So powerful. Witnessing Yin Chuangyu's powerful strength, their expressions changed, clang. Silver in Chuangyu's body, the silver moonlight was like snow, but it also emitted the sound of metal clashing. Lin Ling, do you know how to write the words courting death? He was also domineering enough to say this sentence. A figure shot over, getting closer and closer to Yin Chuangyu. It was Lin Ling, and the silver light on Yin Chuangyu's body also shot toward Lin Ling. No, what was more shocking was that Lin Ling's body was protected by a powerful universe, which actually blocked more than half of the silver light. Moreover, even if the silver light penetrated the universe and landed on Lin Ling's body, it was blocked by his powerful body. That body was like a piece of diamond, ignoring godly power. Want. Not bad. Yin Chuangyu narrowed his eyes and was slightly surprised. However, at that moment, there was a roar that sounded like a bronze bell hitting his head. It was the universe's 3 extremes break. However, Yin Chuangyu's divine body was indeed powerful. It was as if it was condensed by a ray of light and was immune to most soul power attacks. It could be said that he was now the light, and it was the ancient moonlight. That's all you've got? Although Yin Chuangyu's mind was hit hard, he was still clear-headed. He looked at the sky and punched. His fist released endless ripples that affected the entire purple wind cave sky. It was an extremely bright punch. Boom. Lin Ling also punched out with all his strength. However, after the collision, his entire arm went numb. Starting from his fist, it began to turn into nothingness, turning into moonlight. Lin Ling's expression changed. He shook his left arm and his entire left arm broke. When it fell to the ground, it turned into a bright moonlight arm. If it weren't for Lin Ling's quick reflexes, he would have been turned into moonlight by now. Yin Chuangyu was much more powerful than Yin Chuangshi. His divine body was invincible. Ha ha ha, what other tricks do you have? Yin Chuangyu laughed. What a joke. A saint dared to touch him? He was courting death. Looking at Lin Ling again, although he had lost an arm, he was not injured. At that moment, his expression was extremely serious. He knew how powerful Yin Chuangyu was. Of course, his expression was solemn, but he didn't notice that the others were also solemn. That was because a mere saint could actually get close to Yin Chuangyu. One had to know that Yin Chuangyu was the best among the gods. It was not strange to say that he was the overlord of the gods. Lin Ling did not know about Yin Chuangyu's power, but how could they not know? On the 6th level, Yin Chuangyu was an existence that defeated all the itinerant cultivators on the 6th level other than the gods. He was also ranked as one of the top 100 on the 6th level and was not to be trifled with. What are you being so arrogant for? However, at that moment, a voice was heard. The dark chi in the sky rolled, and a bronze door suddenly opened. There were a total of 9 of them. After these doors opened, a powerful reincarnation force locked onto Yin Chuangyu. His moonlight divine body seemed to be pulled up. Young Master Ming. A smile appeared on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth when he witnessed this scene. If young Master Ming and the others still didn't emerge from their closed-door cultivation, then they would be completely annihilated as well. Young Master Ming. At the same time, he knew how powerful young Master Ming was. Whoosh, however, when young Master Ming's 9 bronze gates locked onto Yin Chuanyu, a terrifying gust of wind rushed over. Then, a huge sacred mountain appeared in the sky. The sacred mountain was filled with green bamboos. As the bamboo swayed slightly, the wind came from the sacred mountain. When the wind blew on Yin Chuanyu's body, his moonlight divine body was clearly transforming. Ah! Yin Chuanyu was also crying out in pain. It seemed like he was starting to get injured. Against Qing Zhu and Qing Yu's joint attack, he wouldn't be able to hold them off for a while. Lin Ling. Meanwhile, a clear and melodious shout resounded, and it was Qing Zhu's voice. Lin Ling looked over and instantly understood. He held the sword of faith in his right hand and shot it out. Although Yin Chuanyu was very strong, with Qing Zhu and the others suppressing him, Lin Ling might be able to hurt him. Stop him. Seeing that their young master was being suppressed, an elder from the Silvermoon race shouted, "Rumble!" The elites from the Silvermoon race came to help. Get lost. However, an ancient bell suddenly appeared in the sky and came crashing down. The gods of the Silver Moon race had a strange feeling that they were not in the Purple Wind Cave, but in the middle of a waterfall. It was extremely strange. There were many gods who attacked, but they were all sealed in an instant. This showed how powerful the attacker was. Holy unification. Lin Ling looked up. He knew who had attacked. After all, that bell was the Donghuang bell. Yin Chuanyu, weren't you very fierce before? Why are you barking like a dog now? Lin Ling looked at Yin Chuanyu. Lin Ling, the host of the Trash World's consciousness, can only rely on others? Yin Chuanyu was in great pain, but he still laughed coldly. You also suppressed me with your cultivation level. What are you so proud of? If you are a saint, fight me. Let's see if I can chop off your head. Also, when it comes to bullying, you should see how many people there are in your 2 celestial races. Lin Ling's sword of faith came down from the sky and hit the ground. Yin Chuanyu was annoyed by Lin Ling's words. In terms of cultivation level, he was higher than Lin Ling, and in terms of numbers, he had more people than Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling had joined forces with others, it made sense. They can hurt me, but you want to hurt me? Dream on. Then, Yin Chuanyu roared. His body surged like waves, and his divine body turned illusory again. Obviously, he had unleashed his true strength. Now, his hatred for Lin Ling had already surpassed that of young Master Ming. Of course, both of them deserved to die for daring to kill the Silvermoon race. It was a pity that he had underestimated Lin Ling. In fact, even without the help of Qing Zhu and the others, Lin Ling's sword could still hurt him. It was just that it would be difficult to hit him. With the help of Qing Zhu and the others, Yin Chuanyu could only take Lin Ling's sword head-on. Impossible, this sword can hurt Yin Chuanyu? At this moment, everyone was staring at the intense battle, afraid that they would miss something. Elder One waved his hand and stopped the Wanhai race from helping. He also wanted to see how strong Lin Ling was. Swoosh, the sword slashed down, and endless lightning appeared. Then, the divine fire burned. Looking at Yin Chuanyu's huge moonlight body, a deep sword mark appeared and slashed down from top to bottom. Rumble. Then, a terrifying roar was heard, as if the universe was collapsing. People saw that Yin Chuanyu's body was exploding continuously, as if firecrackers were lit. This force was so strong that young Master Ming and Qing Zhu couldn't block it. They retracted their attacks and looked at Yin Chuanyu. Lin Ling was also retreating. He kept thinking in his heart that there were too many great enemies now. However, Yin Chuanyu was too confident and wanted to kill him alone, which led to the current situation. But after this, if everyone knew how strong they were, they wouldn't care so much. At that time, it would be an even more intense battle. Most importantly, there were many middle-stage universe giant gods present, and a few early-stage universe giant gods were also very strong. Hong, just as Lin Ling was thinking, Yin Chuanyu's body finally exploded. Endless moonlight scattered on the ground, corroding it and even penetrating it. People were shocked. After a while, a figure reformed on the ground. It was Yin Chuanyu, but he was obviously seriously injured. There was no moonlight on his body, and he was like a mortal. Moreover, there was a sword mark on his chest, and blood was still gushing out. This sword didn't kill him, but only seriously injured him. this fully showed how terrifying a god with an ancient godly body and a high realm was. He's injured. The entire Violet Wind Cave fell silent in an instant. Yin Chuanyu was still standing on the ground, but his face was twisted. Who was he? He was the seventh son of God ancestor Silver Moon and one of the top 100 on the 6th level. There were many people who could hurt him, but none of them were here. You hurt me. He stared at Lin Ling, Green Bamboo, and young Master Ming. His silver hair danced in the wind, and the moonlight fell like snow. At the same time, a dazzling moonlight appeared behind him and turned into a beautiful divine beast. It was a moon horse. The moon horse was extremely beautiful, and its whole body was silver as if it was made to run in the Milky Way. It ran in the air, leaving behind countless mysterious runes. It's so beautiful. Many gods were attracted by the moon horse. Yin Chuanyu is seriously injured, but he can still use his strength. Elder One of the Sea Tribe was shocked. He had wanted to attack, but because of Yin Chuanyu's attack, he temporarily held back. The silver light fell on the ground, and suddenly, something terrible happened. Endless explosions occurred, the Purple Wind Cave seemed to be destroyed, not to mention Lin Ling and the others. Even the gods who were watching were implicated. Yin Chuanyu is crazy. Elder Wan's eyes narrowed. He knew that Yin Chuanyu's pride had been humiliated, so he went all out to kill Lin Ling and the others. However, Lin Ling and the others were the hosts of the world's will, and the Lord above them cared about them. It was not good to kill them. The most important thing was that everyone was implicated by this killing. What kind of power is this? It seems like the power of the godly body caused a big explosion. The gods in the Purple Wind Cave were frightened. The most terrible thing was that the snowflakes drifted with the wind and spread to other places in the Purple Wind Cave. In a short period of time, the explosions continued, and the weak gods were directly blown apart. Oh no! Lin Ling was anxious. He had just used all his trump cards and could not resist the snowflakes in the sky. The only thing he could rely on was the five-realm universe. However, most of the snowflakes were flying toward Lin Ling. The five-realm universe could not resist them. Bang bang bang, sure enough, the universe outside Lin Ling's body was shaking. Even the entire Lin Ling universe was shaking. In Lei Gong's main hall, the people of the 9 continents were all affected. It was as if they had witnessed the collapse of the heavens and the earth. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling's universe continued to shatter. Lin Ling ran at full speed in the sky. His speed was incomparably fast, constantly avoiding the moonlight snowflakes. However, these moonlight snowflakes were like a universe, sealing Lin Ling's speed, making him feel as if he was suppressed in a space. The Lin Ling universe is going to collapse. Lin Ling also noticed the change. He had no choice but to take back the Lin Ling universe. Otherwise, if the universe was destroyed, he would suffer even more. However, after the universe was retracted, he would have to face the attacks of endless moonlight and snowflakes. At this moment, Qing Zhu and young Master Ming were also resisting the snowflakes. Of course, the amount of moonlight and snowflakes they faced was not as much as Lin Ling. They both unleashed their strength. At the same time, they looked at Yin Chuanyu and found that Yin Chuanyu's body seemed to be burning. It was obvious that he had used this move at the cost of his life. In that case, as long as they persevered a little longer, perhaps Yin Chuanyu would die by himself. However, they could persevere, but Lin Ling might not. Junior brother! Qing Zhu shouted and looked at Lin Ling in the distance. However, she found that Lin Ling was in danger. They wanted to help, but now they couldn't even protect themselves. Moreover, they were running out of time. Go to hell. Yin Chuanyu opened his hands with a ferocious expression. He wanted to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible, and of course, young Master Ming. However, at this moment, the sound of a bronze bell suddenly arrived. The sound was so loud that it shook the moonlight and snowflakes away. Then, a huge bronze bell appeared above Lin Ling's head, blocking all the snowflakes for him. What is this? People saw that the ancient bell blocked the moonlight and snowflakes as if the great Tao was useless. My lord. At the same time, a familiar voice came from the ancient bell. It was actually Xingyi. Now, his strength was not the same as before. He was much stronger and could actually transform into the Donghuang Tai Bell. Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked. Then, warmth rose in his heart. He had brought Xingyi out of Jiuzhou and accompanied him all the way to the battle. Now, he had reached the second half of the Dao Pagoda. To Lin Ling, Xianxia was his brother. Rush out of the purple wind cave. Lin Ling shouted at Xianxia. Holding the Donghuang bell with one hand, he rushed forward. It's that guy. Sure enough, he didn't let me down. Young Master Ming couldn't help but smile when he saw the scene. He had long known that Xianxia was extraordinary. Now, it really played a role. He couldn't help but look at Lei Gong and the others. He saw that Lei Gong's group of 3 and the 12-winged Yang God's group had joined forces and blocked the moonlight snowflakes falling from the sky. It seemed that the group of people introduced by Lin Ling really didn't disappoint. Rumble, endless moonlight snowflakes fell on the ground. It looked beautiful, but when they fell on the ground, it was a kind of destruction. A large number of gods were either killed or injured. Their divine power couldn't block it. What a terrifying move. People saw how powerful Xianxia was. It was simply beyond imagination. However, when they looked at Lin Ling, they saw that Lin Ling was holding the Donghuang bell and was angrily smashing the snowflakes. He was actually trying to break out of the encirclement. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling gave people the feeling that he was the Donghuang Tai, and behind Lin Ling, Qing Zhu and young Master Ming were following to help Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're trying to escape. When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but feel anxious. He didn't expect that Lin Ling still had a trump card with him. He instantly recognized that it was the Donghuang bell. Why would such an ancient treasure belong to Lin Ling? However, the power in his body continued to weaken. If it didn't stop, he would die. I'm so angry. He looked up to the sky and cursed. Finally, he had to withdraw the moonlight horse in the sky. However, his furious move changed the situation. Many people of the Silver Moon clan were implicated. On the contrary, no one on Lin Ling's side died. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others were about to break out of the encirclement. Xianxia is too impulsive. In the auction, Mr. Mu looked at this scene and shook his head. Xianxia is the 7th son of the Silver Moon god ancestor and one of the top 100 on the 6th floor. He was injured by Lin Ling. His pride won't allow him to be humiliated like this. Mr. Bai said indifferently. Then he smiled and said, it's best if Lin Ling and the others can break out of the Purple Wind Cave. It's not that simple. However, Mr. Mu shook his head. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Sure enough, the Myriad Sea clan attacked. Elder One raised his hands and an endless sea appeared. It turned into a universe and blocked this area. He was a middle-stage universe giant god. His godly power was terrifying. Even the universe was at the top of the 5 realms. Moreover, he had the godly body of the Myriad Sea clan. God's net. After Elder One activated his technique, he waved his hand, and a frightening, resplendent net spilled out, covering Lin Ling and the others. The net was full of flickering runes, and a strong smell of the ocean wafted over. According to legend, the Myriad Oceanic tribe was the sea demon of the first ocean in the universe. They were also the ancestors of the Myriad Oceanic tribe. Lin Ling, ignore him. I'll do it. At this moment, Qing Zhu's voice was heard. She transformed into a giant white ape, holding a green bamboo in her hand, and swept it fiercely. Rumble. With this sweep, the god's net was swept away. This terrifying power shocked everyone once again. Star of the 3 moons. The giant ape spoke in human language. Suddenly, she stabbed the green bamboo in her hand into the sky and knelt down like incense. Immediately, endless starlight rushed out of the bamboo and covered the sky. The entire Purple Moon cave seemed to have been sealed in a universe. No, it was more accurate to say that it was sealed in a cave. The experts of the Myriad Oceanic tribe were all sealed. This. Everyone gasped. They did not expect the woman to be even stronger. Moreover, to use green bamboo as incense, what kind of technique was that? This guy obviously hid his strength when he fought with me. Young Master Ming looked at Qing Zhu with a smile. If Qing Zhu used this technique, he estimated that he would not be able to block it. Only Lin Ling could guess that this technique seemed to be passed down by Patriarch Bodhi. It could be said to be one of her life-saving trump cards. Junior brother, take them away. Don't worry about me. I'll catch up later. At this moment, Qing Zhu's voice floated over. Lin Ling did not hesitate and led everyone away. He knew that senior sister was not as simple as she seemed. She would definitely be able to escape. Now, the myriad oceanic tribe was stopped by Qingzhu alone. Only the Silvermoon tribe was left chasing after Lin Ling and the rest. Moreover, Yin Chuangyu of the Silvermoon tribe had lost the ability to fight. It would not be difficult for Lin Ling and the rest to escape from the Purple Wind Cave. This group of people is indeed abnormal. This is not strange. One of the 9 stars of the universe, and the others are the hosts of the world's will. They are all comets of the current era. How can they be measured by common sense? The 2 tribes have failed. Witnessing this scene, many gods of the Purple Wind Cave were shocked. Bang, however, just as Lin Ling and the others were about to rush out of the auction area, a figure suddenly blocked their path. It was the woman from the Rotten tribe. Oh, I forgot about her. Lin Ling's expression changed. It was this woman who had exposed their identities. This woman was clearly an enemy. Lin Ling, you won't be able to escape. You've spoiled my plans time and time again. Now that I've finally found you, I'm going to refine your world will. On the other side, the woman with her head lowered slowly raised her head and spoke in human language. Then, she slowly took off her cloak, revealing a delicate face. Her skin was grayish-brown. Surprisingly, it was not dirty. It's you. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from Lin Ling's side. Moreover, this voice was clearly different. It was filled with intense shock. Lin Ling turned around and realized that the one who spoke was young Master Ming. Ever since young Master Ming was being hunted down, he had remained calm. The only exception was when he killed Yin Xianxia. This time, he was actually so shocked. Could it be that this woman had a very powerful background? Young Master Ming? Lin Ling and the others looked at young Master Ming. He's the god of decay. No, more accurately, he's an avatar of the god of the underworld. Young Master Ming stared at the woman and said solemnly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expression changed greatly. The god of decay, the leader of the Rotten tribe, was here too? No one expected the god of decay to be a woman. He doesn't differentiate between men and women. Young Master Ming continued, he's also one of the 9 stars of the universe, so I can recognize him. Young Master Ming, how have you been? The woman did not interrupt Lin Ling and the others. She only spoke after Lin Ling and the others had finished. God of decay, how have you been? Young Master Ming replied, but his face was serious. Many of the 9 stars of the universe were very powerful, and the god of decay was one of them. Now that the god of decay was blocking their way, it would be difficult for them to escape. This is more troublesome than I thought. Lin Ling frowned as well. However, at this moment, young Master Ming said, there's still a chance. Even though it's very slim, at least we won't die because that's one of the decay god's clones. Lin Ling nodded. Young Master Ming, we're allies, so you don't have to interfere. Lead by yourself. The woman smiled. Her target was obviously all of the world's will hosts. Of course, other than young Master Ming, she did not care about the 12-winged sun god and Saint Guy. After all, the solar celestial race had a grudge against her, so killing them was not a big deal. So, as for Saint Guy, she was very interested in his Donghuang Bell. I'm not leaving. Young Master Ming said suddenly. Huh? The woman was surprised. She knew that young Master Ming was not a kind person. She smiled and said, young Master Ming, you only have one chance. Do you really want to miss it? Don't think that I won't kill you just because you're one of the 9 stars of the universe. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll forever stay on the 6th level. Moreover, I know that your goal is to unify the underworld. So, if you die here, how will you accomplish your goal? It's not worth it for them. In her opinion, young Master Ming and Lin Ling were not familiar with each other, so he would not continue to go against them. As expected, when she mentioned unifying the underworld, young Master Ming's expression changed, and his eyes continued to flicker. Young Master Ming, you should leave. At this moment, Lin Ling spoke. He could see that young Master Ming was in a dilemma. However, if young Master Ming stayed, not only would he not be of any help, but he would also lose his life. Since that was the case, Lin Ling decided to do him a favor at little cost. Lin Ling. Young Master Ming looked at Lin Ling and sighed. I'm sorry. It's okay. Lin Ling did not mind. No, I'm not apologizing to you. However, what young Master Ming said next surprised Lin Ling. Then, he saw young Master Ming looking at the god of decay and smiling. This sentence is for you. Young Master Ming. The god of decay's eyes narrowed. He somewhat understood why young Master Ming said that. Young Master Ming did not intend to leave. If he stayed, it would mean that he was an enemy of the god of decay, and he would not show mercy. How can I say this? I invited them. Now that they are in trouble, I can't abandon them. Young Master Ming smiled. His aura surged as if he was going to fight to the death. The ancient bronze door hovered above his head, which also represented his determination. In the distance, countless deities were watching. When they found out that the woman was the clone of the god of decay, they were all shocked. Of course, young Master Ming's decision was also beyond their imagination. Alright, I've given you a chance. You made a mistake, so don't blame me. From now on, the 9 stars of the universe will have one less person. At that moment, the god of decay seemed to have decided to kill young Master Ming. Rot God, the leader of the 12 god clans, no one expected that he would come in person today. Although the 6th floor belonged to the god clan, it was still extremely rare for the leader of the god clan to come in person, and all of this was for Lin Ling and the others. Lin Ling. Rot God looked at Lin Ling with appreciation in his eyes. You are very powerful. You brought otherworld hosts and walked step by step to the second half of the Dao Pagoda. Originally, I thought that no matter how strong you were, you would be limited and would never be comparable to us veteran experts. However, your growth is too fast. I know that one day, you will stand at the top of the Celestial Clan, and the 12 Celestial Clans will not dare to underestimate you. Moreover, Dipankara Buddha has the same opinion. He even thinks highly of you and thinks that you will surpass the Celestial Clan. You have escaped disaster time and time again, but this time I will personally take action. You will not be able to escape. The importance he attached to Lin Ling had clearly surpassed that of the otherworld hosts. When the gods in the distance heard this, their hearts sank. They did not expect that Lin Ling would be so important in Rot God's heart. One must know that Rot God was one of the leaders of the 12 god clans. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He was not happy at all. Instead, he was very unhappy. It seemed that he had become a thorn in the side again. In the first half of the Dao Pagoda, it was nothing. However, in the second half, there were many experts and many old monsters who had not come out yet. Lin Ling, pray that you will have good luck. Rot God's body was filled with black smoke. He was like a shadow bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. Looking carefully, some of these shadows turned into mountains, some into giant bears, and some into divine leopards. Divine beasts appeared one after another. Most importantly, they were formed by the endless corrosive gas of the universe. When the god clan ancestor took action, the gods of the Purple Wind Cave stayed far away, afraid of being implicated. Yin Chuanyu of the Silver Moon clan cursed. Lin Ling and the others were the prey of the Silver Moon clan, but now they had been snatched away by the Rot race. He hurriedly informed god ancestor Silver Moon, hoping that the old man could send the other 9 Silver Moon children to help. The myriad oceanic race was also very anxious, but they were stopped by green bamboo. They could only watch as Lin Ling and the others were taken away by the rotten race. Rotten deity, we've been through several life and death situations along the way. This shows that our luck has always been good. Rotten deity, if you want to kill us, you won't necessarily succeed. However, at that moment, a voice came from behind Lin Ling. Looking carefully, it was actually the 12-winged Yang God. Everyone looked at the 12-winged Yang God. Previously, people had ignored her. After all, she seemed to be dispensable, but now, she had spoken. The god of decay frowned and suddenly looked into the distance. He saw a blazing sun appear in the east, shining brilliantly in all directions. This light was also expelling the decay energy. Solar God race. The god of decay's expression changed slightly. After a quick check, he immediately knew that it wasn't the Son of Light who had come. However, that was still the Sun God race's base camp, and there were many experts there. Right now, he was only a clone, so it was difficult for him to fight against so many members of the Sun God race. Solar God race. The expressions of the gods of the Purple Wind Cave also changed drastically. Moreover, they could tell that it was their main camp. Sunburn. An ancient voice came as 9 suns appeared in the sky. Endless sunlight shone down and burned the earth. All of this sunlight shone on the god of decay, sealing him within. Lin Ling, you guys go. We'll stop the god of decay. A dense group of solar god rays appeared in the sky. They had beautiful wings behind their backs. The weakest had 20 wings and there were thousands of them, with so many experts in such numbers, it was no wonder that they could suppress the god of decay. Thank you. Lin Ling was overjoyed and gratefully bowed. He led the group forward, however, not long after, another expert blocked their path. This time, Lin Ling's group had already rushed out of the Purple Wind Cave. The expert in front of them was a Buddha. Although he was only one person, his strength was heaven-defying. Moreover, Lin Ling also recognized him. This was because he was from the 3 divine gates of the primal chaos realm, Great Buddha Baishan. Once in the primal chaos realm, Great Buddha Baishan represented the 3 divine gates of the White Mountain to capture Lin Ling. In the end, he was defeated by the joint forces of the giant ghost and little Kunlun. Now, he had come to the Dao Tower and blocked Lin Ling at this time. Lin Ling, you still want to escape this time. The huge Buddha floated in the sky and looked down at everyone. Endless Buddhist light filled the air and suppressed the earth. Another expert. Everyone in the Purple Wind Cave looked up. In order to capture Lin Ling and the others, how many experts had been dispatched? The Silver Moon race, the Myriad Sea race, the Decaying race's ancestor, and now there was a powerful Buddha. That's Great Buddha Baishan of the Primal Chaos Realm's 8 great gods. Someone recognized the Buddha covered in Buddhist light. His face was solemn. This time, the experts dispatched were even more powerful. Great Buddha Baishan. Lin Ling also looked at the Buddha in shock. He knew that things were troublesome. Great Buddha Baishan was one of the 3 Buddhas under Dipankara Buddha. With their strength, it was difficult to fight against him. What powerful strength! Young Master Ming's face was also solemn. He thought that he had enough enemies, but Lin Ling's side had even more enemies. Moreover, each of them was an existence that could not be underestimated. Let's fight. Lin Ling nodded to young Master Ming. At this time, the only way was to break out of the encirclement. Everyone immediately unleashed their strength. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had already recovered all of his trump cards. He led the group and charged over. They're going to fight. Everyone stared at this scene, their hearts hanging in the air. Could Lin Ling and the others escape? Unfortunately, for many powerful gods, Lin Ling and the others could not escape. It was difficult, extremely difficult. Lin Ling took the lead. With the powerful Lin Ling universe, innate talent fusion, Pangu strike, and universe's 3 extremes break, he attacked. In his hand, he held the Sword of Faith. Behind him, young Master Ming used the Bronze Gate and the power of underworld reincarnation to attack. Lei Gong, Little Luan, Longyang, and the 12-winged Yang God were also urging the power of the world will. The combination of all their powers was so powerful that it could kill any deity or middle-stage universe giant god. Monster. Die. In the sky, Great Buddha Baishan sat cross-legged and slapped down with his huge Buddha palm. Sand and pebbles flew. Under this huge palm, the space actually turned into glass-like fragments. The wind and waves were so terrifying that it directly crashed into the Purple Wind Cave, causing a powerful shock wave to rush into the sky, on the entire 6th floor. Countless gods looked in the direction of the Purple Wind Cave. They all knew that a great battle had broken out there. Block it. The huge palm slapped down. Lin Ling and the others gritted their teeth as they felt a gust of wind that wanted to blow them into nothingness. At the front of the team was Lin Ling, young Master Ming, and Saint Guy. The 3 of them had the strongest defense, but they were still unable to block it. Although Shaoluan's creation did not have a strong defense, it had a miraculous effect. It created a large amount of universal laws, distorting the power of the Baishan Buddha and sending it to another place. Rumble, Shaoluan's power was transmitted to the Purple Wind Cave, and the terrifying divine power destroyed the earth, implicating countless gods. Oh my god! They stared at the sky and roared. No one had expected the battle to reach such an intense stage. Lin Ling and the others have attracted too many powerful beings. At the auction, Mr. Mu and the gods of the auction watched with solemn expressions. Clearly, they did not expect such a huge battle to occur. Can Lin Ling and the others stop it? Mr. Bai asked solemnly. Mr. Mu did not say anything, because in his heart, Lin Ling and the others would not be able to stop the Baishan Buddha. That Buddha was the most powerful being on the 6th level. Rumble, as expected, the golden palm in the sky was still smashing down. Lin Ling and the others rushed to the sky, but they were all suppressed. It was obvious that if Lin Ling and the others could not stop it, they would not be able to escape from the Buddha. How can it be so powerful? Lin Ling was anxious. He realized that the Baishan Buddha was even more powerful than before. His power of faith could not break the Baishan Buddha's palm. Moreover, he felt that the Buddha's palm was actually the divine power, but the divine power was so powerful that even the world's will could not stop it. Lin Ling, you guys go. I'll bring him to the underworld. At this time, young Master Ming suddenly said coldly. He seemed to have a backup plan. Young Master Ming, hurry up and bring him in. Saint Guy held the Donghuang bell and said in surprise. No. However, Lin Ling immediately stopped him. He had a feeling that young Master Ming could not stop the Baishan Buddha. The only reason he could bring him into the underworld was because he was risking his life. Lin Ling. Young Master Ming frowned. Alright, enough. Let's fight together. Lin Ling said coldly. He did not expect young Master Ming to be so loyal. Young Master Ming still frowned, but he did not say anything. The other's impression of young Master Ming also changed. First, he killed Xianxia, and now he seemed to be trustworthy. However, the Baishan Buddha's giant palm, the pressure on everyone. Among them, the 12-winged Yang God was trembling. Apparently, he had reached his limit. Gradually, it was the Thunder God's turn. In the end, his offense was strong, but his defense was weak. In terms of defense, young Master's defense, he was not as strong as Longyang and the others. Lin Ling, my previous suggestion. Young Master Ming said again. Don't mention that matter again. Just hang in there. There will definitely be a way. Young Master Ming's heart. However, Lin Ling looked calm, but in fact, he was very anxious. He kept looking for a way. When he thought of the square prison, he shouted, Brother Guangchengzi, Brother Monkey, come and help. However, there was a short silence in the square prison. Then, Guangchengzi's voice came, Lin Ling, there are too many people watching now. We don't want to be exposed. However, if you are in danger, we will definitely help. Although he had received a promise, Lin Ling was still uneasy. After all, he also heard that Guangchengzi and the others seemed to be afraid. He did not know what they were afraid of. Rumble, Lin Ling and the others continued to be suppressed, and they were getting closer and closer to the ground. Many people began to shake their heads, thinking that Lin Ling and the others could not resist. Whoosh, however, at this moment, an arrow was shot. It was extremely powerful, shooting out the sun, the moon, the stars, the universe's divine fire, and the divine thunder rolling around the arrow. Rumble, the arrow collided with the giant palm, forming a coherent reaction. The whole sky seemed to be shattered. It felt like a cage was broken. Ba. In the sky, the White Mountain Buddha narrowed his eyes. He was obviously angry. He almost suppressed Lin Ling and the others. Who was the one causing trouble at such a critical moment? Moreover, the attack power of that arrow was beyond imagination. Whoosh, at this moment, another arrow was shot. It was even more powerful than the previous one. With a boom, the White Mountain Buddha's palm was pushed back. What a powerful arrow! It can kill a god-level giant universe god. People gasped. This was the first time they had seen such a terrifying and fatal arrow. And this was not the end. For more arrows appeared, circling each other and attacking the giant Buddha's palm. Rumble, the power of these 4 arrows was so terrifying that they sent the White Mountain Buddha's palm flying. The whole Purple Wind Cave was in an uproar. Attack! The pressure on Lin Ling and the others was greatly reduced. They looked at the sky and then took the opportunity to attack the Buddha's palm crazily. Along the way, Lei Gong roared, and a powerful destructive power burst out. Previously, he was suppressed and could not use his strength. Now it was his turn to attack. The power of his attack was only slightly weaker than Lin Ling's power of faith. With the joint attack of several people and the help of the mysterious arrows, they finally destroyed the giant Buddha's palm in the sky. Looking at the White Mountain Buddha, his face was full of anger. Someone was helping them. Who was it? He was furious because he had almost caught Lin Ling when he was in the chaotic realm. In the end, two powerful cultivators had helped Lin Ling. Now, it was another chance. Moreover, they had more helpers on their side. However, another helper had appeared on Lin Ling's side, and it was a very powerful helper. Damn it! Looking at the rotten god and the other enemies, their faces were gloomy. Although it was difficult for them to catch Lin Ling, they still wanted Lin Ling and the others to be caught. However, they were disappointed again. It's him. At this moment, Xianxia was still fighting against the myriad sea tribe, but her eyes flashed as she guessed something. It's him. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and also guessed who it was. However, he did not expect that this person's strength would suddenly become so strong. Lin Ling, hurry up and leave. I will stop them. At this time, two figures finally appeared in the sky. It was a man and a woman. The woman was extremely beautiful and unforgettable. The man was dressed in silver armor and looked majestic. He was full of masculinity. They were Baiyusheng and his wife. Unexpectedly, they had also come to the 6th level. Moreover, Baiyusheng's strength had greatly increased. Lin Ling, I'm sorry. Baiyusheng also shouted at Lin Ling. That day, Lin Ling had saved him and his wife from the myriad sea tribe. Not only was he not grateful, he even cursed Lin Ling. Because of this, he had chased after Lin Ling and reached the 6th level. His goal was to repay his kindness. Thank you. Lin Ling smiled at Baiyusheng. I should be the one saying thank you. Baiyusheng shook his head. When he was at his weakest, it was Lin Ling and Qing Zhu who helped him. Now that he had recovered part of his strength, he naturally wanted to help Lin Ling. Moreover, he felt that he owed Lin Ling more than now. A few arrows would be enough to repay him. Hurry up and leave. He shouted again, I've discovered that many gods are hurrying. Over. Leave this place immediately. They are going to escape. Many people saw through Lin Ling's intentions and shouted. Rumble, White Mountain Buddha's body rumbled as his eyes widened in anger. This time, he could not let Lin Ling and the others escape. Light gathered around his body as he prepared a powerful killing move, but at this moment, a cold aura locked onto him, causing him to look up. In the distance, a man in armor was floating. It was Baiyusheng. He was holding a huge divine bow that was more than 2 meters long. One end of the bow was fiery red, and the other end was azure with frost chi. It filled the air, one ice and one fire, like the origin of the universe. White Mountain Buddha sucked in a cold breath. Although the man's cultivation level was not high, the bow could not be underestimated. Ho Yi's divine bow. He said in a low voice. This caused an uproar in the nearby area. Ho Yi's divine bow was one of the strongest divine weapons in the chaotic universe. In terms of killing gods, this divine bow was second to none. The appearance of Ho Yi's divine bow meant that the man was the incomparably famous Ho Yi. However, it was said that the man was suppressed by a powerful god and reincarnated. Why would he appear here now? For a moment, White Mountain Buddha did not dare to move. He could only watch as Lin Ling left. Catch them and there will be rewards. At this moment, someone shouted, causing the gods who were watching a good show to become restless. Now that Lin Ling and the others are exhausted, this is the best time. You can easily obtain endless treasures. Longshire, what are you standing there for? In the 6th level, the strong are respected. If you want to control your own fate, you can only rely on treasures. The voices grew louder and louder, causing endless echoes. Finally, someone's eyes turned red as he quietly mobilized his divine energy. Let's go, let's go. Lin Ling took the lead and led everyone to escape. However, as everyone had guessed, they had been through several battles and were already exhausted. Especially the final clash with White Mountain Buddha, they had almost no divine energy left. These people are crazy. Saint Guy took some time to look at the gods and cursed. That's normal. This is the 6th level. In order to become stronger, you can do anything. Lei Gong replied. The few of them rushed out of the encirclement and approached the 18 Dragon Mountains. From afar, they could vaguely see the magnificent 18 Dragon Mountains. The mysteries of the 18 Dragon Mountains were boundless. It was like a huge universe. After entering it, there was no doubt that it could block the detection of the gods. Haha, caught you. But at this time a group of people appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. These people were the powerhouses of the Nine Conch clan. Although they hadn't mobilized their main camp yet, there were still quite a number of them. If they were stopped by a single unit, coupled with the black mass of gods behind them, Lin Ling and the others would be in a very troublesome situation. Damn it. Young Master Ming couldn't help but curse. Hee, are you very angry? That's right, we want to anger you to death. The Nine Conch clan's powerhouses all had sinister smiles on their faces. They were incomparably pleased with themselves. Lord Lin Ling, the Silver Moon clan has caught up. At the same time, Xingyi looked behind him and saw that Yin Chuanyu had mostly recovered. He was rushing over with the Silver Moon clan's gods. Moreover, there was a dazzling moonlight on Yin Chuanyu's chest that turned into a silver-haired figure. It was God Ancestor Silver Moon. Obviously, God Ancestor Silver Moon also knew about Lin Ling's appearance. He was so angry that his teeth itched. So that was Lin Ling not too long ago. If he had known, he wouldn't have let him go. Get lost. Lin Ling looked behind him and knew that he had to enter the 18 Dragon Mountains immediately. Hee, we won't leave. The Nine Conch clan's people were very despicable. They didn't attack and just stood there blocking the way. Nine Conch clan. Lin Ling and the others all remembered this name. Their faces were ashen. Lin Ling, we're here to help you. At this time, a voice suddenly came from Lin Ling's voice transmission talisman. Lin Ling was stunned. He quickly checked the voice transmission talisman and found that the Yellow Emperor and the others had come. Lin Ling was overjoyed by this great news. The Yellow Emperor and the others were not weak. Previously, they were fighting for providence on the 5th level. Now, they had finally arrived. Moreover, there was an expert among them. It was the Sage of Many Treasures. However, the Yellow Emperor and the others were still quite far away. It would take some time for them to arrive. Lin Ling, you guys enter the 18 Dragon Mountains. I'll stop the Nine Conch clan for you. At this time, another evil voice sounded. Then, a figure slowly walked out of a huge tree. It was impossible to tell whether this person was male or female, nor whether he was old or young. He was wearing a loose robe and had extremely demonic facial features. The great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the great god of Spirit Nation to also be on the 6th level. He also didn't expect him to appear and help. I just happened to be nearby. When I heard about you, I rushed over. The great god of Spirit Nation walked over step by step. His voice was still cold. Go. If those gods catch up, you won't be able to leave. Thank you, great god of Spirit Nation. Lin Ling didn't care too much. He led young Master Ming and the others to the 18 Dragon Mountains. Who the F***ck are you? How dare you ruin my Nine Conch clan's plans? Seeing Lin Ling and the others rushing over, the gods of the Nine Conch clan cursed and stared at the great god of Spirit Nation. Hee, I'm your father. The great god of Spirit Nation opened his hands. A terrifying thing happened. The world spun and the area within 1,000 miles seemed to have turned into a universe. In the heart of the universe was a majestic divine nation. Ah, what kind of technique is this? I'm from Spirit Nation. The gods of the Nine Conch clan followed the whirlpool and quickly entered Spirit Nation. In the process, they were also assimilated and gradually turned into people of Spirit Nation. Bang, bang. Bang, when they came out of the whirlpool, they all stood beside the great god of Spirit Nation as if they were his loyal subordinates. This terrifying technique shocked everyone. One had to know that the gods of the Nine Conch clan were all early-stage universe giant gods. There was even a mid-stage expert, but now, they were all on his side. Who is he? The gods who were rushing over from afar all exclaimed in surprise. What a powerful technique. No wonder the great god of Spirit Nation is ranked 3rd among the world will hosts. Lin Ling and the others rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Lin Ling was also shocked. The intense battle today made him realize that he wasn't strong enough. If it weren't for the continuous appearance of helpers, he would definitely have died here today. Lin Ling, that is. Young Master Ming was also shocked by the strength of the great god of Spirit Nation. The world will host the great god of Spirit Nation. He's an old rival of mine. We came out from the void of the 9 continents together. Lin Ling replied. Speaking of the great god of Spirit Nation, he sighed. They were once mortal enemies. But after coming to the Tao realm, they were like friends and foes. They had gone through ups and downs together. Now, their relationship was very delicate. He made it sound simple, but he was actually very shocked. After all, in this situation, who would dare to help unless they had been through life and death together? By if he helped, he might not even be able to free himself. However, when he thought of his interactions with Lin Ling, he felt relieved. Although Lin Ling was a cold person, he was loyal to his friends. Fighting side by side with him made him feel like he was risking his life for him. Ming the young master looked at Lei Gong and the others, and was even more certain of his thoughts. Perhaps Lin Ling was sincere to his own people. Scram. At this moment, the experts of the Silver Moon clan arrived, led by Yin Xuanyu, and shouted angrily at the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. Great god of the Spirit Kingdom. Yin Xuanyu had the head of God Ancestor Silver Moon on his chest, and he looked coldly at the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. The great god of the Spirit Kingdom had a strange smile on his face. He tilted his head and looked at God Ancestor Silver Moon, as if 2 heroes of the era were fighting. Then he said flatly, "Who do you think you are?" He was the only one who dared to talk to God Ancestor Silver Moon like this. 10 in the 8 Dragon Mountain, Lin Ling and the others gasped when they saw this scene. This great god of the Spirit Kingdom used to be my #1 enemy. Now he is one of us, and so domineering. Lei said. Gong laughed. I don't know what he went through, but his strength has increased by leaps and bounds. Back in the void of the 9 states, he was stronger than me. Later on, in the Tao realm, I surpassed him and saved him several times. But now, he has surpassed me again. Lin Ling laughed. It was like a race between him and the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. Sometimes, Lin Ling was first, and sometimes, the great god of the Spirit Kingdom was first. It was as if they were encouraging each other. Lin Ling, I believe you will surpass him again sooner or later. Longyang said immediately. You too. Lin Ling nodded. He looked around and saw a large number of powerful auras approaching. There were hundreds of thousands of them, led by the Yellow Emperor, followed by the Ancient Emperor and Jinren of many treasures. Lin Ling's main forces had finally arrived. He's coming. Duke and the others all laughed excitedly. With the 2 armies of experts joining forces, their strength had undoubtedly increased greatly. While at this moment, outside of the 18 Dragon Mountains, the great god of the Spirit Kingdom alone was enough to stop countless gods. Do you want to die? The moon god ancestor sensed that the great deities of the Spirit Kingdom were very powerful. If they really wanted to kill them, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Alright, I'll give it to you. Suddenly, the great god of Spirit Nation laughed and left with the assimilated gods. How some people were taken aback. Had he given in? Damn it. The moon god ancestor was not happy at all. Although the great god of the Spirit Kingdom had given in, he had delayed them for some time. Now that Lin Ling and the others had entered the 18 Dragon Mountains, it was very chaotic inside. It was very difficult to follow them. Their powerful laws will all be disturbed in the 18 Dragon Mountains. In fact, the Purple Wind Cave was also part of the 18 Dragon Mountains. It was just that it was relatively far away, so it was not affected that much. Quick, catch up to Lin Ling and the others. Moon God Ancestor angrily shouted and summoned all the deities to attack the 18 Dragon Mountains. Here at this moment, Lin Ling and the others were running wildly in the 18 Dragon Mountains. At the same time, they sensed that countless gods were coming from behind them. Everyone, split up and attack them one by one. Kill without mercy. Lin Ling ordered. The Yellow Emperor and the others had just joined, so it was difficult to tell whether they were friends or foes. If they were caught off guard, they could kill them all. It's our turn to fight back. Lei Gong, Longyang and the others clenched their fists tightly, looking forward to it. Next, Lin Ling and the others moved forward again, while the Yellow Emperor and the others split up. Not long after, a terrible battle broke out. For the gods who were chasing after Lin Ling, they only had one opponent, which was Lin Ling and the others. The others were their allies. But it was too sudden. When their allies attacked them, they naturally could not react in time. Ancestor, something's wrong. At this moment, Yin Chuangyu was the fastest. He was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others, but he also found that something was wrong. Lin Ling, I don't know where he got help from. God Ancestor Silver Moon said coldly after sensing. Then what should we do? Yin Chuangyu frowned. Go after Lin Ling and the others. Don't worry about the others. Be careful of the trap. God Ancestor Silver Moon said decisively. Moreover, now is the time to capture Lin Ling and the others alive. Otherwise, they will fall into the hands of others. After hearing the order, Yin Chuangyu and the others immediately chased after Lin Ling. While outside the Purple Wind Cave, the fierce battle gradually came to an end. Qingzhu began to retreat. After all, her mission was completed. Same as Bai Yuxing and the others did the same. They all rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Senior sister. Bai Yuxing and Qingzhu met up. Bai Yuxing and his wife bowed to Qingzhu. Qingzhu nodded and looked in the direction of the 18 Dragon Mountains. She said seriously, although the crisis has been resolved, the 18 Dragon Mountains are still in chaos. Let's go and help. They also rushed into the 18 Dragon Mountains to fish in troubled waters. The 18 Dragon Mountains were indeed in a chaotic battle. Many people did not see Lin Ling and the others. Instead, they were killed. For a moment, they could not tell who was the enemy and who was the ally. In the end, they could only kill indiscriminately. Following that, after Qingzhu and the others joined in, the battle became even more chaotic, but now, the Silver Moon clan was the closest to Lin Ling and the others. Perhaps the Silver Moon clan was like a flag. Everyone knew that God Ancestor Silver Moon was there, so they did not leave. They still had hope. Lin Ling, you can't escape. Although Lin Ling and the others were the furthest, the Silver Moon clan still locked on to Lin Ling and the others. Although the 18 Dragon Mountains could block all detection, once they were close enough, they could still track them. I can't get rid of them. They are like cockroaches. Guai scolded angrily. Lin Ling did not say a word. He found that they had rushed very deep. Finally, he said, okay, let's get rid of them and end this battle. This battle was caused by the Silver Moon clan and the Myriad Sea clan. If the Silver Moon clan was destroyed, the battle might end. And? How many people do we have? Ming asked. The young master narrowed his eyes. They were still tired, but the Silver Moon clan had countless experts. It would be difficult to fight against them. I will get rid of Yin Chuangyu. You guys block the rest. I will help you after I finish them. Lin Ling said. Everyone's eyes widened. Lin Ling still had the strength to fight against Yin Chuangyu? Yin Chuangyu was seriously injured, but he had recovered a lot. Previously, the three of them had joined forces to injure Yin Chuangyu. If they fought against him alone, Lin Ling would not be able to defeat him. Moreover, Yin Chuangyu had God Ancestor Silver Moon with him. Don't worry, I can get rid of him. Lin Ling knew that they did not believe him, but he could not explain too much. In his mind, he had already communicated with the square prison. Okay, you get rid of him, and we will block the other experts for you. Lei Gong was familiar with Lin Ling's character. He nodded and said, remember, don't die. That trash can't kill me. Yin Chuangyu, let's fight. His voice was like thunder, full of fighting spirit. The ancient 18 Dragon Mountains had a short moment of silence. Regardless of whether the gods were fighting or rushing, they all looked up at the sky. Following that, then, they all sneered that Lin Ling seemed to want to challenge Yin Chuangyu. Could it be that he had forgotten how he had been beaten like a dog before? Fight me? In the Moon Tribe, Yin Chuangyu's eyes flashed, then he laughed disdainfully. Although of course, even though he had yet to recover his strength, he could still easily capture a mere Lin Ling. You guys capture him, I'll capture Lin Ling. Chuang Yu shouted, abandoned young Master Ming and the rest, and shot toward Lin Ling. Rumble. Wherever he passed, all the trees collapsed. His aura was extremely powerful. As one of the top 100 of the 6th level, even if he was seriously injured, he could not be underestimated. Lin Ling and the rest can't escape? Many people looked in that direction, their eyes flickering. Young Master Ming and the rest were blocking the experts of the Silver Moon tribe. They were still worried about Lin Ling's choice. While Lin Ling was flying on the ground, using all his strength to break all the trees and hills in his way. At the same time, he felt the powerful aura chasing after him. Brother Guangqingzi. Ling shouted. I know. It's easy to kill him in this place. Lin Ling, get ready to let me out of the prison. Guangqingzi shouted. Lin Ling nodded at Qingzi's voice. After flying for a while, he finally stopped. This place was almost there. He turned around and saw a dragon mountain behind him. It was majestic, towering into the clouds, as if an ancestral dragon was looking at the vast land. Lin Ling. After that, the terrifying airwave stopped, and a cold voice came. Chuang Yu had arrived and was standing a few hundred meters away from Lin Ling. His body was shining with silver light, making him look like a man made of light. While a ray of light floated out of his chest and turned into a ferocious human head. It was God Ancestor Silver Moon. You are Lin Ling. God Ancestor Silver Moon was like a parasite on Chuang Yu's body. He spoke human language and looked Lin Ling up and down. You killed my whole tribe. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come to the second half of the Tao Pagoda. Don't you know that the Silver Moon tribe, we have to kill you. Moreover, not only will you die, but all your friends and family will die as well. Thinking of what had happened in the Ocean Saint City, God Ancestor Silver Moon seemed to be making a vow. Very vicious. However, can you really kill me? Lin Ling smiled without a trace of panic on his face. What do you mean? Moon God Ancestor frowned and was a little curious. Are you stupid? I attracted you here. Didn't you know that I have a backup plan? Lin Ling shrugged. Before, we tried our best to rush into the 18 Dragon Mountains. Why did I give up running away and invite you here? Hearing this, God Ancestor Silver Moon felt that something was wrong. After all, what Lin Ling said made sense. Ancestor, don't listen to his nonsense. He is deliberately mystifying us. Chuang Yu suddenly said, Lin Ling, don't try to fool us with your lies. We won't fall for it. Haha, even your ancestor feels that something is wrong, but you think I am lying to you? Do you think you are smarter than your ancestor? Lin Ling teased. Chuang Yu was speechless and scolded angrily, Lin Ling, don't drive a wedge between us. In front of God Ancestor Silver Moon, he did not dare to be arrogant. He also knew that the ancestor was petty and extreme. If he took Lin Ling's words to heart, he might blame him. You're the one who said it, not me. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Ling shook his head disdainfully. Chuang Yu, don't talk. God Ancestor Silver Moon interrupted and looked at Lin Ling calmly. Your behavior is really strange. Are you starting to be cautious? God Ancestor Silver Moon, I thought you were a big shot. But because of my words, you became cautious. You really let me down. Lin Ling curled his lips. But you are right to be cautious. Because I attracted you here on purpose. Now, if you leave now, you still have a chance to live. If you don't believe me, you can try. Let's try. Chuang Yu gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Chuang Yu. God Ancestor Silver Moon shouted and looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was indeed afraid. Lin Ling's confidence was too abnormal, so he had to be cautious. Of course, if his real body was here, he would have killed Lin Ling. But now, he was just a ray of light. Ancestor, he is stalling for time. Chuang Yu saw that time was passing slowly, and he could not bear it anymore. God Ancestor Silver Moon was still staring at Lin Ling. Finally, he shouted coldly, Lin Ling, I don't know why you are so confident. But now, you have used all your trump cards. I don't believe you have any more. Chuang Yu, attack. Hearing this, Chuang Yu activated all his divine power. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Lin Ling, I'm going to kill you now. Try to stop me if you can. I don't believe you have any more trump cards. Yin Chuanyu's body kept expanding. The silver moonlight was threatening him. He was confident that with his current strength, he was invincible among the early-stage gods of the universe. The premise was that he was seriously injured. And Lin Ling, no matter how powerful he was only a saint. He could kill him easily. On Yin Chuanyu's body, God Ancestor Silver Moon also became huge. His eyes were wide open, like an angry god. He was indeed afraid before, but now that he had decided to attack, he would not hesitate. Chuanyu, I'll lend you the moonlight treasure box. The light on Yin Chuanyu's body condensed and turned into an ancient treasure box. The moment the box appeared, an incomparably ferocious aura shot up to the sky. Far away, at this moment, all the gods had sensed the moonlight that had soared into the sky. The oppressive might assaulted them, making them feel as if they were being sealed in the universe. Is God Ancestor Silver Moon here? The old man muttered to himself, his face full of shock. At this moment, all the battles stopped, and everyone looked into the distance. Xingyi, Lei Gong, and the others all clenched their fists and were extremely nervous. Lin Ling, your show is over. A loud roar, like the sound of heaven's might, suppressed the 18 dragon mountains. At the same time, Lin Ling felt a terrible pressure coming at him. This force was very strong, and it was not something he could resist, but indeed, the show was over. God Ancestor Silver Moon, you've miscalculated this time. Lin Ling shouted and released Guan Qingzi. Almost at the same time, a dazzling light smashed down from the sky, like a comet or the Milky Way. Cyclic Sky Seal, Rumble, Cyclic Sky Seal, used to smash the heads of gods. The moment it smashed down, the sun and the moon collapsed, and the universe was reorganized. It's you. God Ancestor Silver Moon's face was ferocious. He knew that Lin Ling did not lie to him. Lin Ling did have a backup plan. Crack, with a crisp sound, Yin Chuanyu's head was smashed by the flipping sky seal. His bones were broken, his brain was messed up, and a powerful force was destroying his body. He stopped moving and froze on the spot. The powerful force that he had released earlier was now receding like a tide. He stared at Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and said, "Don't think that I can't kill you." Previously, when Lin Ling and the other two joined forces, they only seriously injured Yin Chuanyu. At that time, Yin Chuanyu thought that Lin Ling did not have the means to kill him, but now, he found that Lin Ling had a powerful trump card. He was wrong. "Ancestor, help me," Yin Chuanyu said. Weakly, unfortunately, the light that God Ancestor Silver Moon had turned into was also very dim. He ignored Yin Chuanyu, because he could not. Yin Chuanyu was formed by a ray of moonlight. He had cultivated for thousands of years before becoming a man. Now, he had died. Besides, the deaths of Yin Chuanchu's two sons had something to do with Lin Ling, and the extermination of the Ocean Saint City. Lin Ling. God Ancestor Silver Moon's face was full of resentment. He said in a low voice, "It turns out that you have the square prison. Back in the day, there were countless sovereigns. However, after the god sealing and the great tribulation of the will of the world, many of the gods perished, while others were imprisoned. Because they didn't have any good karma, the 4 prisons were torn apart. As it turns out, one of the prisons is with you. Lin Ling, you are really a treasure. No wonder Dipankara Buddha values you so much." God Ancestor Silver Moon kept talking, but the light became dimmer. Bang! At the same time, Yin Chuanyu fell down, dead, but his eyes were open. He died with remaining grievances. God Ancestor Silver Moon turned into a ray of light and disappeared with anger and unwillingness. The entire horn of Dragon Mountain gradually regained its peace. In the distance, the great battle had stopped. Everyone was looking in that direction, their expressions filled with curiosity. Was Lin Ling caught? Or was he dead? No one thought that Lin Ling was Yin Chuanyu's match, let alone God Ancestor Silver Moon. Lin Ling has definitely been captured. There are still these world will hosts left. As long as anyone can capture them, there will be great rewards. It was unknown who shouted, but it seemed that the battle was about to ignite again. Not good, Lin Ling has been caught. At this time, in the distant forest, the myriad oceanic tribe had arrived. When they saw this scene, they were all anxious. Although Lin Ling was the host body of the world's will, he was also highly sought after. Any god race would want to obtain him. However, at this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. All the battles that were about to erupt suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of Dragon Mountain, knowing that Xianxia had come out. No one would have thought that the intense battle from the Purple Wind Cave all the way to the 18 Dragon Mountains would finally end, and Lin Ling, who was the focus of the battle, had been completely captured by the Silver Moon tribe. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Then, a figure appeared, causing everyone to stare at it. It was not Xianxia, but Lin Ling. What's going on? Suddenly, there was an explosion of exclamations. All the gods and the myriad oceanic tribe were in disbelief. Xianxia is dead. At this time, Lin Ling raised the corpse in his hand high, causing the lifeless Xianxia to suddenly become as dazzling as the sun. Xianxia had been defeated. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of trepidation. Xianxia was one of the top 100 experts on the 6th level, and he had a divine body. How could he be killed by Lin Ling? What was Lin Ling's true strength? For a moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They stared at Lin Ling and suddenly panicked. After entering the 18 Dragon Mountains, they had suffered countless casualties, and even the leader of the Silver Moon tribe had died. They wanted to retreat. After all, apart from him, Lin Ling had many powerful helpers on his side, such as the woman holding the green bamboo, young Master Ming, and Hou with the Hou divine bow. Let's retreat. Sigh, after fighting for so long, we have not gained any advantage at all. Yes, so many people have died. The gods began to leave one after another. Their backbone, Xianxia, had died, and they had lost the will to fight. You are not allowed to leave. We, the myriad oceanic tribe, are still here. Lin Ling and the others have already reached the point of exhaustion. We just need to hold on a little longer. Elder One of the myriad oceanic tribe shouted. He was unwilling to give up. So many of his people had died, but they had not captured a single person. How could he report this? Unfortunately, no one cared about him. Everyone was still leaving. Elder. A god of the myriad oceanic tribe looked at Elder One cautiously. In fact, he also wanted to retreat. In today's battle, Lin Ling and the others had been on the verge of being wiped out many times. However, each time, powerful gods had helped, tearing apart their confidence again and again, making them not dare to fight anymore. Let's retreat. Elder Wan sighed and left with the myriad oceanic tribe. They were all dejected. After all, not long ago at the auction, they had thought that Lin Ling and the others would be easy to capture. Now, they realized that they had not prepared enough. They had underestimated Lin Ling and the others. The originally lively 18 Dragon Mountains gradually regained its tranquility. Only Lin Ling and the other gods were left. Lin Ling. In the distance, Qing Zhu, Hou Yi, and his wife flew over happily. Where's the White Mountain Great Buddha? Lin Ling asked. He's gone. Bai Yuxing smiled and said, his golden Buddha body was broken by me, and he was afraid of my divine bow, so he could only retreat. In that case, our enemies have all retreated. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. A large number of gods had been mobilized in this battle, but many powerful gods had also been mobilized. After many twists and turns, they had finally escaped. Let's go, let's leave this place. Although the powerful enemies had retreated, Lin Ling knew that it was because their backbone had died. If a few more powerful gods came, it would be difficult for them to resist. Everyone broke up and scattered one after another. Every one of them was very excited. After all, the 6th floor was the headquarters of the gods. If they could survive this battle, it meant that they could survive until they gained a firm foothold on the 6th floor. Moreover, today's battle would soon spread throughout the 6th floor. At that time, no matter what era the gods were from, they would all know about Lin Ling and the others. Is this a dream? We actually survived. Xiaoluan sighed as they moved forward. Yes, we survived. Longyang nodded affirmatively. Her eyes looked into the distance, knowing that they had survived this battle. They were one step closer to the end of the Dao Pagoda. After all, they had survived this time. Next time, they would have to gain a firm foothold, and the next time, they would have to face the gods head-on. In the end, they would have to surpass the gods. At that time, they would reach the top of the Dao Pagoda and unify the entire universe. This battle told us that the 6th floor is really full of experts, crouching tigers, and hidden dragons. Now, there are still many gods who have not appeared, and the 3 divine gates of White Mountain. We still have to improve our strength as soon as possible. The 18 dragon mountains were grand and boundless. Looking in all directions, one could see 18 dragons sitting on the ground, their heads and tails connected, as though they were guarding something. Lin Ling and the others were scattered around one of the dragon mountains. Even a single dragon mountain was vast and boundless. In such a mysterious place, it was undoubtedly much harder to find Lin Ling and the others. Everyone, go search for the dragon mountains. Any dragon stones you find will belong to you. If you meet an enemy you can't handle, summon the entire team for help. Lin Ling said to the group. They left in high spirits. If they were alone, they would not dare to brag about any treasures they found. They might even give them up. After all, a man's wealth was his own ruin, but it was different with a large team. There were more than 100,000 experts, and Lin Ling and the others. Unless they met an elite expert of the god race, there was nothing to fear. It could be said that Lin Ling and the others were half a god race now, the same as the other powerful factions on the 6th level. By Yuxing, you guys go search for dragon stones as well. Lin Ling said to those around him, but left behind a voice transmission talisman for them. If there was any trouble, they were to inform him immediately. All right. By Yuxing, Lei Gong, and the others were very happy. They left in groups of 3 to 5, the Yellow Emperor and the other ancient emperors were together, the Taoist of many treasures world will bodies were together, Qing Zhu was with young Master Ming. Lin Ling had wanted to join one of their teams, but Guang Qingzi wanted him to go alone. Therefore, Lin Ling did not join for now. Guang Qingzi's intention was to let Lin Ling cultivate alone. Lin Ling's cultivation level was not the same as before. He had the strength to be trained by Guang Qingzi and the others. Lin Ling was a little surprised at this. Of course, he was looking forward to it. After all, Guang Qingzi had never told him about this. While Lin Ling and the others were secretly cultivating, there was a huge commotion on the 6th level. In the Battle of the Purple Wind Cave, Lin Ling and the others revealed their outstanding talents, shocking the 6th level. Several world will hosts, under the leadership of Lin Ling? That's right. It said that they managed to evade the pursuit of several major celestial clans. Among them, the Great Buddha of White Mountain was dispatched. In the end, they returned empty-handed. Interesting. In the distant land of the 6th level, the ground here was filled with ancient divine beasts. They were as large as the universe. Among them, a giant was sitting on the ground, eating divine beast meat with a cold expression. The giant's long hair draped over his shoulders, making him look extremely domineering. There were also giants all around him. Some of them were dragging huge divine beasts back, while others were starting a fire. They were the most mysterious of the 12 god clans, the giant god clan. The giant god race was said to be the remnant bloodline of the Panga race. There were also rumors that the giant god race was a branch of the Panga race. It was even said that the giant god race was actually the Panga race's servants. Of course, no matter what kind of legend it was, the giant god race could not be underestimated. On the other side, in a certain space of the 6th level, endless primordial energy was roiling. A giant toad was in the midst of the primordial energy, its eardrum expanding and contracting at times. And the strangest thing was that there was a person on the toad's upper body. This person seemed to be connected to the toad. His lower body was that of the toad and his upper body was that of a human. His arms were crossed over his chest and his eyes were slightly closed, as if he were sensing something. What changes have there been in the 6th level these past few years? He smiled as he spoke to the void. There haven't been any major changes. The various god clans are still searching for the entrance to the 7th level. However, a foreign race has risen up. It's formed from a host body of the world's will. A palm-sized fly appeared beside the toad and spoke human words. A host body of the world's will? That's right. It's led by Lin Ling. There are many of them, but their strength is average. Interesting. Cough cough cough. The man was a little excited at first, but after taking deep breaths, the primordial energy surged in, causing him to cough incessantly. The primordial energy was no small matter. Only he dared to absorb it without restraint. The same thing happened in every corner. The various god clans were all affected. The strongest leader of the myriad sea clan who remained on the 6th level was a crab king. His huge real body lay on the ground and spat out bubbles. Each bubble caused the earth to shake. "Lin Ling," he said in a low voice, "no matter what, we must find them. I'm looking for merit points now. As long as I find them, I can enter the 7th level. Before that, we must use the power of the entire clan to kill Lin Ling." "King, I think the other god clans won't agree. They want to capture him alive." "Who cares? Kill whoever dares to resist." At the same time, 3 figures stood in the Silver Moon clan. Their bodies were shining with silver light. They were the 9 sons of God Ancestor Silver Moon. Now, 2 of the 9 sons of God Ancestor Silver Moon were dead. This undoubtedly made them want to kill Lin Ling even more. However, Lin Ling and the others were in the 18 Dragon Mountains. The 18 Dragon Mountains were shrouded in fog all year round. It was difficult for any powerful divine skill to spy on the 18 Dragon Mountains. Therefore, they could only search slowly. Of course, these god clans had grudges against Lin Ling and the others. However, some god clans had different opinions about Lin Ling and the others. The Son of Light ordered that if Lin Ling and the others ask for anything, we must do our best to protect them. We must also find merit points to help them enter the 7th level. The Solar God clan was undoubtedly Lin Ling's ally. On the other side, the Ya clan also had the same idea. However, Lin Ling and the others, who were quietly growing up, did not know about all this, especially Lin Ling, who had entered the square prison. This was one of the 3 highest level prisons, with green mountains and clear waters. The 3 prisons were Guangqingzi, Monkey King, and the green-robed Taoist. Monkey King's was a world of fire. Guangqingzi's was a world of green mountains and clear waters. The green-robed Taoist was the most mysterious. Lin Ling had not seen him yet. "Lin Ling, you are now a middle-stage Saint Universe Giant God. You are very powerful and can kill many early-stage Universe Giant Gods, but you are not 100% sure. You are much weaker when facing middle-stage Universe Giant Gods. It is time to improve your foundation again." Guangqingzi looked at Lin Ling indifferently. "Come on, brother Guangqingzi." Lin Ling did not know what Guangqingzi wanted to train him, but he was looking forward to it. "What do you want to improve?" Guangqingzi suddenly smiled. "In this green mountain, you can improve your divine embryo, divine energy, physical strength, soul strength, and even universe strength. Of course, with your current strength, there is a limit to how much you can improve in some areas. After all, you are already very powerful when fighting those at a higher level. Brother, do you have any suggestions?" Lin Ling asked immediately. "Divine embryo." Guangqingzi pondered. "Your divine energy, physical strength, and soul strength are all superior to ordinary people. However, your foundation is still weak. Although you have Pangu's body and your foundation is very strong, you have a lot of energy and divine embryos in your body. It will not be good to waste them." Guangqingzi had been with Lin Ling for a long time, so he knew that Lin Ling had several dantians. "Okay, I'll upgrade the divine embryo." Lin Ling nodded. Ever since he entered the Dao Pagoda, his divine embryo had reached its limit and was difficult to upgrade. This caused his cultivation speed to slow down and the difficulty of breaking through increased. "I have 9,999 million heaven primordial divine mountains here. They can stimulate a person's potential to the limit. Go and carry them. At first, don't carry too many. After you become familiar with them, slowly carry more divine mountains. Remember, don't bite off more than you can chew," Guangqingzi exhorted. Then, he waved his hand and the entire world shook. After a rumbling sound, many divine mountains floated up and floated in the sky. Universe. Ling instantly realized that those divine mountains had formed a powerful universe. Perhaps, this was Guangqingzi's universe. "How many realms?" Ling asked curiously. 2 realms. Guangqingzi proudly looked at Lin Ling and smiled mysteriously. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. He was only 5 realms. Moreover, it took him a long time to grow up. So, Guangqingzi is using his universe to help me upgrade my divine embryo. Then, Lin Ling suddenly understood. Strong, large universes had the ability to defy the heavens and change fate. It was not difficult to change his divine embryo. However, after changing the divine embryo in Guanqingzi's universe, everything would return to normal after leaving the Dao Pagoda. This was the same as Lin Ling's universe. Lin Ling had to go through hardships in Guanqingzi's universe in order to bring out the results of his cultivation. Thank you, I'm going. Ling cupped his hands towards Guanqingzi and floated into the sky. It's best to stimulate all the divine embryos to the limit and become a divine body. Although this divine body is only a half-divine body and not a true ancient divine body, it can still make your foundation more solid. Guanqingzi looked at the sky and waved his hand. Countless divine mountains floated down from the sky. Bang, bang, heaven primordial divine mountain sat on the ground and everything returned to normal. At this moment, Lin Ling did not notice the changes in the outside world. He had already entered Guanqingzi's universe. Rumble. 1. Powerful laws suddenly arrived and shrouded Lin Ling's body. What laws are these? Lin Ling felt as if his godly energy, fleshly body energy, and soul energy were all frozen. The speed of movement was incomparably slow. This meant that the current Lin Ling, apart from his strong physical body, could not mobilize much of his other strength, and as the number of laws continued to increase, Lin Ling felt as if he had fallen into a swamp, unable to move an inch. And this was before he started cultivating on the Celestial Mountain. If he were to enter the Celestial Mountain, the heaviness would probably double. There's a newcomer. In the distance, there were a large number of divine mountains floating in the air. Around the divine mountains, there were a large number of silhouettes. They seemed to be the cultivators of the divine mountains. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and understood that these people should be from Guanqing's universe. Looks like Master has recruited another disciple. Moreover, they thought that Lin Ling was Master Guanqing's disciple. When did you become Master's disciple? Have you seen Shizhuan? Then, those people flew over one after another. Upon closer inspection, there were quite a few of them, several hundred of them. It hasn't been long. Ling did not want to cause any commotion, so he casually dealt with them. Haha, it's junior brother. Everyone was happy. It seemed that the days of cultivation were boring, but now it was lively. Lin Ling roughly checked them and found that most of them were saints. Of course, there were also some deity universe giant gods, but there were not many of them, only a dozen or so. They were probably existences on the same level as eldest senior brother. Master Guanqing had been through several eras, and when he met a good seedling, he would take them in. After a long time, he naturally had many disciples. Dang, of course, the disciples that he was proud of were definitely Yellow Emperor and the others. We've all been under Master's tutelage for tens of thousands of years, or at least a few thousand years. But we haven't seen Master for a long time. Me too, I really want to see Master. All the senior and junior brothers said one after another. Aren't you guys bored after being here for so long? Lin Ling asked. Ha ha ha, you're indeed junior brother. You don't know how big this place is, so how can you be bored? Furthermore, we've already reached Xianyuan Godly Mountain, but Master still has many disciples who are still training. Yes, it's said that only by carrying 9,999 godly mountains can one leave this world and go to a new world. Many voices were heard, filled with anticipation and excitement. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he understood. This was the universe, which was vast and boundless. There were all kinds of natural dangers and secret realms, and there were also countless mortals. Naturally, people here would not be bored, and to be able to appear here, they were probably the top experts in the entire universe. They had already reached the peak of the universe, and as long as they completed the mission, they could leave and go to a new world. Lin Ling could see that they were very curious about the new world, looking forward to it, and were very excited. It was as though they were lonely at the top and wanted to challenge a new mountain. But, unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling had come from another world, and that world was even bigger and more magnificent. Junior brother, you're a middle-stage Saint Giant Universe God, and you probably have 10,000 units of deity force. Don't choose a big mountain at the beginning. Choose a small mountain to cultivate. This old man, who seemed to be around 60 years old, said to Lin Ling. He was also a disciple of Guanqingzi. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and looked around. Then, he found a very small mountain and flew over. However, Lin Ling had at least 100 laws suppressed on his body, so his speed was very slow, as though it was very strenuous for him. This junior brother is probably not very strong. He has about 10,000 units of deity force. Otherwise, his flying speed would not be so slow. He's a junior brother, so it's normal for him to have little deity force. Moreover, the strongest saint giant universe god among us only has 80,000 units of deity force. After Lin Ling left, the crowd discussed spiritedly. Of course, although they were evaluating Lin Ling, they also took good care of Lin Ling. It could be seen that, as disciples of Xianxia, they were very united. Unfortunately, they did not know that Lin Ling's deity force had already reached 80,000 units. If he fused his innate talents, he could reach 160,000 units, surpassing everyone else. And, if he added his fleshly body strength, the total would be 360,000 units. In terms of strength, he would surpass a god with 360,000 units of deity force. After all, Lin Ling had 100,000 units of deity force. His recovery and defense were even stronger. This was also the advantage of Lin Ling's 8 dantians. In the entire Dao Pagoda, he was the only one who had such a huge improvement. So heavy. Ling was getting closer and closer to the small mountain. He could sense that the small mountain had gathered a large amount of laws. As he got closer, the various powers in his body circulated even more slowly. Stepping on the mountain is like conquering. Ling finally arrived at the foot of the small mountain. He looked up, his eyes burning. This small mountain was not high. It floated in the sky, but Lin Ling knew that it was not easy to reach the end. It required perseverance, patience, and willpower. Begin. Bang! When Lin Ling stepped onto the mountain peak, the power in his body circulated even more slowly. This meant that to reach the peak, Lin Ling had to rely more on himself. Dang, however, during this process, the 8 dantians in his body were also suppressed by the powerful force. Their potential was constantly stimulated, causing a mutation. Then, it felt as though the various divine embryos had been remolded by Xianxia's universe. What a terrifying law. But I don't believe that these laws can kill me. Lin Ling looked up at the peak and smiled confidently. This, the so-called sacred mountain trial, was actually using the universe's laws to temper the gods. However, one thing was certain, and that was that one would definitely not die. This was Xianxia's universe. He could change anything, and Xianxia could not kill his own disciple. Go. Lin Ling stepped onto the path, and the laws on his body increased. It was as though he was carrying a huge mountain. That junior brother has quite the fighting spirit. Everyone smiled and then entered their respective sacred mountains. Although I know I won't die, the weight is still very scary. I wonder what will happen when the weight reaches the limit and I'm close to death. Ling gritted his teeth and walked forward, muttering to himself, a person's physical strength was limited. It was the same even for gods. A god's physical strength seemed endless, but they rarely encountered external objects that pushed it to the limit. But, if one's physical strength reached the limit and exceeded the body's load, they might die. It was the same for both humans and gods. But, yes, this was Xianxia's universe, and he could not let his disciple die. This created a situation where one's body reached the limit but did not die. At that time, the only thing that supported one was willpower, perseverance, and patience. 2 hours later, Lin Ling continued to walk forward. His sweat fell like rain, and when it landed on the sacred mountain, it evaporated in an instant. Ever since he had become a deity, Lin Ling had rarely experienced such exhaustion. Even though he had Panga's body, he still felt intense pain all over his body, as though countless ants were biting him. I estimate that the laws on my body have reached 700 to 800. Ling looked up and realized that he was getting closer to the peak. He gritted his teeth and continued to walk forward. And thus, he climbed to the top of the mountain, and a refreshing breeze welcomed him. The nomological laws that he had been carrying before immediately disappeared. His entire body felt incomparably comfortable. Eh? What about junior brother? In the distance, regardless of whether they were on the sacred mountain or the resting gods, all of them were shocked. Although Lin Ling had ascended the smallest sacred mountain, the time he took to do so was far too short. Even the heavens were not enough. No, that was because even half a day wasn't enough. one had to know that even the smallest divine mountain would require at least a year to reach the top. The longer ones would require 10 years or even 100 years. After all, it would take a very long time to adapt to the laws, and the smallest divine mountain had around 900 laws, so it would take a long time to adapt to each law. Amazing! If this continues, Junior Brother will soon be able to carry several divine mountains on his back. Many people were happy for Lin Ling No at this moment. Several harsh voices were heard. He's probably putting his life on the line. It's just that he climbed so quickly in the beginning. He's not familiar with the laws at all. After that, he couldn't even move on the second sacred mountain. Hee, young people are always a little impulsive. Yes, he doesn't know that if he's not used to the laws, even if he carries 99 divine mountains, the results of his cultivation will disappear after leaving this place. What? That can happen? Junior Brother, you don't know this. The universe we live in is very big, but there are stronger worlds above. You think you're invincible in this universe, but your strength will be halved in the higher universes. If you're not familiar with the laws here, even the power you cultivate will disappear after leaving this place. This is what Master told us unintentionally. I see. I really didn't know about this. The disciples discussed animatedly. The senior brothers even raised their chins as if they knew more than the others and were very proud. Look, Junior Brother is going to the second divine mountain. Suddenly, someone shouted. On the top of the mountain, Lin Ling stood there. His originally carefree expression instantly became complicated. Because the laws that had disappeared before reappeared, like shackles on his body. He looked up and saw a huge divine mountain above his head. It was the divine mountain he had conquered before. Every time I conquer a divine mountain, the divine mountain will press down on me? Lin Ling smiled bitterly and walked down towards the second divine mountain. Now that he had 1,000 laws on his back, his walking speed was even slower than before. But, for some reason, it seemed that after conquering the first divine mountain, he felt a clear change in his body. Every great divine fetus seemed to be transforming. This undoubtedly gave Lin Ling motivation. At the foot of the second divine mountain, Lin Ling glanced at it and buried his head in it. However, just as he stepped on it, he instantly felt that the laws on his body had increased by another 100. This 100 laws of nature. This junior brother has 900 laws on his back and is actually planning to go to the second divine mountain. Can he persevere? Many people were attracted by Lin Ling. But, no one knew that Lin Ling had 1,100 laws on his back, which was 200 more than the average person. This was clearly another test for Master Guanqing. After all, Master Guanqing knew of Lin Ling's strength, so he increased the difficulty. Lin Ling shouted. He continued forward, his clothes drenched in sweat. He could not use the power of divinity, so he could only rely on the toughness of his physical body. He could not even use the power of his physical body. The second divine mountain was even taller, and there were even more laws. That intense pain assaulted him once more. At the same time, Lin Ling's body transformed once more. He gritted his teeth and continued forward. The higher he went, the more laws there were. Unknowingly, he stepped onto the summit once more. His body instantly relaxed, and the feeling of weight disappeared. I'm up. Lin Ling let out a light breath and smiled. No, at this moment, no one was paying attention to him. In the eyes of the junior brothers, if Lin Ling wanted to reach the summit of the second divine mountain, it would definitely take a long time. But, Lin Ling did not have time to be happy for long before the terrifying laws came suppressing him again. Although Lin Ling had long been mentally prepared and knew that the rest time after reaching the end was very short, when all the laws fell, he still felt like vomiting blood. While the laws on his body had reached 3,100. At the second divine mountain had 2,000 more laws than the first. Big Brother Guanqing. Lin Ling once again experienced the feeling of clearly dying, but not dying. Fight! He roared angrily. He had come back alive from the underworld. It was just a trial. Was it really difficult for him, Lin Ling? He walked down the divine mountain, heading towards the third divine mountain. Although the process seemed simple, only Lin Ling knew that he was facing the feeling of being on the verge of death. Yes, it should be the feeling of being on the verge of death. This feeling was undoubtedly very painful. just like when a person was sick. In front of the third divine mountain, Lin Ling appeared. His entire body was covered in sweat. There were several times when he felt the urge to give up, but he endured it. This was because he discovered that the divine embryo was transforming once again. He looked up at the third divine mountain and took a step forward. At this moment, another 100 laws descended, suppressing his body. One had to know that he had yet to ascend the mountain. He instantly knew that this was an additional trial that Senior Guanqing had given him. Damn it! Lin Ling could only curse angrily. He gritted his teeth and continued onward. Just like that, amidst the pain and joy, Lin Ling continued to climb the divine mountains. As time passed, he was already carrying over 100 divine mountains behind him. As for the laws that were suppressed, Lin Ling himself was not clear. He only knew that as he continued to climb the divine mountains, his divine embryo continued to transform. Of course, his immunity to the universe's laws was also constantly increasing. Of course, compared to the constantly increasing laws, his immunity was still much slower. This caused him to repeatedly experience the feeling of impending death. Old brother Guan Chengzi, I know that the trial isn't easy, but why did you give me extra materials? Do you really think that with my willpower and perseverance, I can really carry a divine mountain that's worth over 900 million? As he continued to climb, Lin Ling cursed inwardly. Although he knew that Guanqing was doing this for his own good, the feeling of impending death was truly uncomfortable. Look, heavens, that junior brother is still climbing. It's been so long. How many divine mountains has he climbed? Could it be that he's made of iron? This is at least over 100. Someone suddenly saw Lin Ling and shouted loudly. This caused the disciples resting at the base of the divine mountain to be alarmed. They could see that there were layers upon layers of divine mountains on Lin Ling's body. It was a terrifying sight. As for the disciples who were still climbing, they trembled in fright when they saw this scene. Because of this carelessness, they failed and fell from the peak to the base of the mountain. Didn't he just arrive? Those confident senior brothers were all staring at him. Just arrive, and then carry over 100 divine mountains on his back? This number surpassed theirs. For a time, they were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. Because of Lin Ling, the entire divine mountain became silent. As the main character, Lin Ling naturally didn't know the reactions of the disciples. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, they were only disciples of Master Guanqing. In terms of seniority, they had to call him martial uncle. Lin Ling was still climbing the mountain with all his might. Gradually, he surpassed another divine mountain. He was already numb, and his mind was blank. He was constantly reaching the limits of his body, and the feeling of his body on the verge of collapse made him forget the feeling of his body. That feeling was as if his body did not belong to him. This was also the first time Lin Ling had experienced such a feeling after becoming a deity. In the end, he continued to climb the mountain numbly. He didn't know how many mountains he was carrying on his back. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling finally fell from the sacred mountain. 327 divine mountains. Many disciples were watching Lin Ling climb the mountain, their faces pale. They knew how great the pressure of carrying 327 sacred mountains in a short period of time was. After all, this was the result of others training here for thousands of years. Now that he failed and fell from the sacred mountain, not only did people not mock him, they even looked at him with admiration. Hurry and help that junior brother! Someone shouted. However, Lin Ling, who fell from the sacred mountain, seemed to have entered a void and gradually disappeared. He left? What happened? Everyone was shocked. One of the senior brothers frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Master took him away." The moment they heard the two words master, many people revealed expressions of awe and deep envy. How long had that junior brother been here? He could meet master so soon. However, they didn't know that their so-called master was actually Lin Ling. He could meet him at any time. At this moment, on the 18 dragon mountains on the 6th level, a light suddenly appeared. Then, a man fell. He was Lin Ling. Dragon stones were everywhere around him. They were sparkling and resplendent, and there were even 9 dragon stones among them. However, Lin Ling didn't wake up. He was still in a deep sleep. After experiencing countless life and death crises, his mind couldn't take it anymore, and he fainted. However, inside his body, his 8 dantians were undergoing a transformation. The lightning lock physique, human monarch's flame, twin dragon physique, hellish ghost hell physique, and many others were all transforming into a mutated divine physique. Originally, these talents had reached their limits, and it was very difficult to improve them, but in Guangqingzi's universe, they were changed. Guangqingzi used his supreme universe to change Lin Ling's fate. If he wanted to bring out the results after the change, it would depend on Lin Ling himself. He wanted to resist the laws of the Tao Pagoda, so he had to carry countless laws on his back to climb the mountain, and now, he had successfully brought out the results of his cultivation in Guangqingzi's universe. So many dragon stones. Suddenly, an exclamation was heard. An old man brought several disciples and accidentally barged in. After seeing the scene in front of them, they were all scared silly. Brother Chen. The disciples were so excited that they couldn't close their mouths. They weren't weak, and they were all early-stage deity realm universe giant gods, and that old man was even a middle-stage deity realm universe giant god. They had been walking in the 18 Dragon Mountains for many years and had encountered dragon stones before, but this was the first time they had seen such a large area of dragon stones. This made them so happy that they almost forgot about themselves. Wait, there's someone. Suddenly, a woman looked at a corner and said. She saw a white-haired young man lying there, and at this moment, he was endlessly absorbing the surrounding dragon stones. How strange. He clearly fainted, but he's cultivating by himself. The old man called Brother Chen frowned. It's too dangerous for him to just lie there like this. The woman frowned. Forget it, it's fate that we met. Let's take care of him while we're at it. There are so many dragon stones here, enough for us to use. He can't absorb much. The old man called Brother Chen waved his hand, and then everyone excitedly started to collect the dragon stones, but they didn't see that although Lin Ling was lying there, his eyebrows moved slightly. In fact, he had already woken up. It was just that his body had been overloaded for too long, so he needed some time to recover. Most importantly, he found that his various divine embryos had all stepped into the ranks of deity bodies. Although they weren't powerful deity bodies, the foundation was enough for him to become much stronger. Moreover, after the birth of his deity body, his deity power was also increasing crazily, and what made him speechless was that because of the birth of his deity body and the fact that he was in the land of dragon stones, his body was actually absorbing the dragon stones on its own and breaking through. It was precisely because he was close to breaking through that he didn't move. Fortunately, these people aren't so greedy. Otherwise, with my current strength, I'd definitely die. End of chapter 5209. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.